Marxist. Theories of Imperialism. A History. Murray Noonan. Contents. Introduction. The three phases of Marxist imperialism theory. 1. Imperialism as aberration, the reformists, Hobson, Hilferding and Koski. 15.2. Imperialism as unavoidable consequence of capitalist development, the revolutionaries, Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin. 51.3. Paul Sweezy and Paul Barron, the founders of neo-Marxist imperialism theory. 96.4. André Gunder Frank, Underdevelopment, Dependency and Disenchantment. 123.5. Immanuel Wallerstein and the Modern World System, Hegemony and the Long-Wave Cycles of Capitalism. 142.6. Samir Emin, A Bridge from Neo-Marxism to Globalization Era Marxist Theorizing. 159.7. Empire according to Hart and Negri. 179.8. The Big Three, Globalization, Empire, State, and the Third Phase of Marxist Imperialism Theory. 206.6. The Three Phases of Marxist Imperialism Theory. Introduction. The late Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai suggested that the 20th century was the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Looking back from the vantage point of the RST decades of the new millennium, imperialism and the theorizing associated with it was one of the key concerns of Marxist thinkers of the past 100 years. Furthermore, there has been a resurgence of interest in imperialism theory, with a number of Marxist writers rising to the challenges posed by the hegemony of the United States in the post-Cold War years and the seemingly unavoidable force of globalization. Imperialism continues to be an important element of critical Marxist analyses of contemporary global capitalism and geopolitics. What, then, is imperialism? For Lenin and others such as John A. Hobson, Rudolf Hilferding, and Nikolai Bukharin, imperialism grew out of developments in late 19th and early 20th century capitalism. The shift from the highly competitive capitalism that had underpinned British dominance of manufacturing during much of the 1800s, to the more organized, centralist and concentrated forms found in Germany and the US evident at the turn of the century, had far-reaching ramifications. Hobson, in his groundbreaking 1902 work Imperialism, a Study, was one of the RST writers to make the connections between imperialism and developments in the economies of the advanced capitalist countries. Although Hilferding, in Finance Capital published in 1910, did not deem imperialism, he made it clear that it was an offshoot of the latest changes to capitalism culminating in the rise of what he called Nan's capital. Bukharin, in a study written in 1915 but not published until some years later, elaborated on and systematized Hilferding's analysis, making the link between capitalism and imperialism explicit. So, too, did Lenin, claiming in his book of 1917 that imperialism was a necessary product of a particular stage of capitalism. For these writers, imperialism was a specific set of phenomena intimately connected with capitalism at a particular developmental stage. Imperialism, though, was not solely constituted by changes to capitalism. There were other factors involved, political, social, and for Hobson especially ideological and psychological. Nevertheless, for these writers and their contemporaries, who collectively make up the cohort of writers classed in this book as the pioneers of imperialism theory, by definition imperialism ultimately was determined by changes to capitalist political economy. Imperialism, for the pioneers as well as those Marxists subsequently engaging with the subject, was and is a historically specific phenomenon. It was and is capitalist imperialism. It is opposite to the phenomenon in question. David Harvey has provided a concise summary of the dialectical relationship that underpins capitalist imperialism. For Harvey, imperialism is a product of the territorial and capitalist logics of power, where interstate relations and those of power. Within a global system of capital accumulation. Interstate relations, or geopolitics, during the era of capitalist imperialism, have been and continue to be notable for the subordination of less powerful countries or regions to the powerful capitalist states. Subordination has been maintained through formal political ties or informally with political independence masking economic dependence. Tensions in the geopolitical realm culminating in wars of unprecedented ferocity were a feature of 20th century. The drive to access resources and markets or to control access to resources and markets helped create inter-imperialist rivalries leading to the outbreak of the World Wars. Whilst inter-imperialist rivalry has not been as decisive a factor in post-World War II international politics, this whoring up of access to and control of markets Andre sources continues to influence the actions of powerful capitalist nation-states. A case in point is the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq, the justifications for which could not obscure the importance of controlling the resources of the oil-rich Middle East by the sole superpower. The concept of territorial logic of power is sufficiently exhibible to cover the geopolitical changes that have occurred over the past century. The capitalist accumulation process remains what it is despite vicissitudes of time. Harvey's important clarification of constitutive elements of imperialism, and how they exist in symbiosis captures the essence and dynamics of capitalist imperialism. Consequently, this book is heavily influenced by his insightful work. By emphasizing how the capitalist and territorial logics interact to shape the political and economic features of the modern world, Marxist theories of imperialism provide better insights into the nature of the capitalist world system than the two main theoretical approaches in international relations, realism and liberal internationalism. As Justin Rosenberg points out in his critique of realism, the character of a geopolitical system is no more to be understood as given simply by the plurality of competing units than the character of a society in the conventional sense is understood as the outcome of a plurality of pre-constituted individuals. The question of how capitalist social structures influence geopolitics and vice versa is generally avoided in realist analyses. Realists, like Kenneth Waltz, view the state system as an anarchical autonomous realm populated by states pursuing their interests. The state system is cut off from the nuance of domestic issues such as ideology, religion, mode of production and social organization. Liberal internationalism, on the other hand, posits liberal democracy as the zenith of societal development. Liberal democracy is based on capitalism, which according to liberal internationalists creates bonds of interdependency, over time leading to the replacing of national competition and the diffusion of unilateral acts of aggression and reciprocal retaliation. Such a view of the 3. beneficial nature of global capitalism and its attendant political forms is optimistic, skimming cover structural problems in the global capitalist economy, ignoring inequalities, uneven development, oppression and unilateral acts of aggression by powerful nation-states. The invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan with US are relatively recent examples of such acts of aggression. The new third phase of imperialism theory, globalization-era Marxists. This book makes an important contribution to the existing literature on Marxist imperialism theory by identifying and critically analyzing a distinct new phase that started in 2000. One of the principal concerns of Marxist writers in this phase has been the critical assessment of globalization. Accordingly, in this book their work on contemporary imperialism is given the novel appellation globalization-era Marxist imperialism theory. In literature that surveys imperialism theory, there is a general consensus that there have been either two or three phases of Marxist writing on the subject. Whereas Anthony Brewer and Kronis Polychronou have posited two phases of imperialism theory, Jan Otto Anderson claims that there have been three waves. Bob Sutcliffe agreed with Anderson about the number of phases differing over the periodization. Alex Kolinikoshas claimed that there have been three phases in the history of imperialism. RST, what he denisses the classical imperialism phase commenced in 1870 and lasted until 1945, these cons superpower imperialism phase span at the Cold War of 1945 to 91, and, Nally, starting in 1991 and continuing to the present is the third phase that Kalinikas categorizes as imperialism after the Cold War. Anderson, too, considers the post-Cold War era as a watershed for imperialism and imperialism theory. He postulates that a new third wave or rethinking of imperialism theory had its beginnings in the 1990s, propelled by the RST Gulf War, the East Asian Nanjil crisis of 1998 and global ecological issues. By the new millennium this third wave of imperialism theory was underway. He did not name this phase or wave of Teorising Gashis. 4. Overview of Imperialism and its Theorizing was published at Start of the Pays in 2001. One of the problems with identifying phase in imperialism theory is that it can be difficult to decide where an phase ends and another begins. There is an element of arbitrariness that attends such compartmentalization. Nonetheless, it is possible to discern two phases that largely encompass the pre- and post-World War I periods. Having established a basic periodization, a key contention of this work is that there are not two but actually three phases of imperialism theory. The RST phase that oft pioneers of imperialism theory, started with Hobson in 1902 and ended in 1916 with Lenin's imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. The second phase, encompassing neo-Marxists, is slightly more difficult to deem. At one hand, its beginning straddles the pre- and post-World War II divide with the 1942 publication of Paul Sweezy's The Theory of Capitalist Development. On the other hand, it shades into the third phase with Semiramis interventions in the discourses associated with globalization and hegemony from the 1990s and into the new millennium. Nonetheless, the neo-Marxists' engagement with imperialism primarily occurred from the late 1960s to the mid-1980s, with decreasing engagement through the 1990s and into the present century. The best-known neo-Marxist contributions to imperialism theory dependency theory and world systems theory were responses to the anti-imperialist struggles taking place in Vietnam, Latin America and the US during the 1960s and 1970s. It is this burst of theorizing that gave neo-Marxist writing its distinctiveness. This leads to the distinct new third phase of Marxist writing on imperialism, labeled here as the globalization-era Marxists. As Kallinicus and Anderson have pointed out, the post-Cold War era has been significant for imperialism and imperialism theory. More significant has been the advent of the new millennium. Michael Hartz and Antonio Negri's book Empire challenged Marxists by suggesting, inter alia, that imperialism was now an historical curiosity as there had been fundamental transformations to global social, political and economic conditions. The ensuing critical response to their claim shall spark something of a renaissance of Marxist imperialism theory. 5. Hart and Negri were not single-handedly responsible for the upsurge in interest in imperialism. Other factors also have acted as catalysts. One of these was the open pursuit of empire the Bush administration conducted after the September 11 attacks of 2001. One prominent historian, the US-based British academic Niall Ferguson, has encouraged the US government and polity to take up the burdens of formal empire. Ferguson campaigns strongly for the overall positive effects hate empire can have noten life for the lights but for the majority of the subjects of imperial rule be way of providing infrastructure and institutions economic development and the rule of law. What is remarkable about this active issue leading for imperialism is the romanticizing of actual empire experience. That is the problems and connects, famines, and immiseration that accompanied British rule in India, for instance, have been downplayed by Ferguson. Claims made about the strong version of globalization by its proponents such as Kenichi Ami who see it as ushering in a borderless world, found their echo in Hart and Negri. Empire partially is predicated on a strong or hyper-globalist account of globalization. Many of the claims made about globalization were direct challenges to Marxist imperialism theory. For Marxists writing about imperialism after Hart and Negri analysis of globalization was unavoidable. The ambitious claims made by Hart and Negri concerning globalization and the imperial hubris of the US stimulated the enthusiastic return to imperialism theory by the globalization-era Marxists. Key objectives. This book provides an update to critical surveys of Marxist theories of imperialism, which is an important task because there have not been any extensive surveys undertaken for over 2 decades. The last significant works were Brewer's Marxist Theories of Imperialism, a critical survey, and Polychrony's more polemical Marxist perspectives on imperialism, a theoretical analysis, which appeared the following year. The magisterial 2-volume A History of Marxian Economics by Michael Howard and John King deals with the theorizing of imperialism by quite a number of the 6 writers whose work is examined in this book. Its primary objective, however, is to present a detailed analysis of Marxian economics, not Marxist imperialism theory. The second volume of this influential work was published in 1992. Kallinicus, in a book published in 2009, Identities note on lie renewed interest in imperialism theory. He argues that there is currently a great renaissance in Marxist imperialism theory. He presents a critical analysis of classical Marxist theories of imperialism to utilizing a hybrid of Bukharin's and Lenin's theories of imperialism in his analysis of contemporary imperialism and global political economy in the last chapter of his book. Kallinicos' survey, though, is limited to selection of the classical Marxists. He was not attempting to update critical surveys of Marxist theories of imperialism. This book, then, makes a timely and important contribution not only by addressing a considerable gap in the existing literature but also through the identification of and critical engagement with a new third globalization era phase of Marxist imperialism theory. Another chief aim is to track how imperialism has been theorized across the 20th century up to the present. Both Brewer and Polychronu have tended to summarize it work of a writer and not trace the development the change seen a writer's output over time. Neo-Marxists in particular continued their intellectual pursuits over extensive periods, and their understanding of and interest in imperialism over time invariably changed. Consequently, this book traces continuities and discontinuities of imperialism theory across three phases and where necessary over the course of a particular writer's career. An aim of this work is to help establish the grounds for a more sophisticated Marxist theorizing of imperialism. Leo Panich and Sam Jinden, two globalization-era Marxists, correctly identified the lack of adequate theorizing of the state in the work of the classical Marxists. Classical Marxists tended to emphasize the economic aspects of imperialism, which meant that the political elements often were poorly covered. In addition, what is called in this book theoretical underlaboring undertaken by Ellen Meixens Wood and David Harvey has helped clear up issues about the historical specificity of capitalist imperialism and the constitutive relationships that dean imperialism. 7. The work of globalization-era Marxists has been invaluable in not only tidying up and clarifying, but also through pointing out shortcomings in the work of some of the pioneers. Therefore, the groundwork has been laid for a better theory of contemporary imperialism. The book concludes by offering some suggestions about what needs to be addressed in the pursuit of more sophisticated Marxist theories of imperialism. Conceptual framework. The pioneers of imperialism theory are the RST cohort of writers on the list. They are divided into two groups, namely the reformists and the revolutionaries. Hobson, a liberal, is the only exception among the theorists covered who does not count as a Marxist. Along with Hilferding and Karl Koski, he was a reformist who did not see imperialism as an inevitable outgrowth of capital development. The revolutionaries are Rosa Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin, who considered imperialism an unavoidable product of a particular stage of capitalism and immune to reform. The RST phase of writing from the pioneers set the foundations for later theorizing and became consolidated as the benchmark by which later theorists judge at their own and others' writings. The key representatives of neo-Marxist thinking on imperialism whose work is examined here include Sweezy Paul Baron, Andre Gunder Frank, Immanuel Wallerstein and Amin. Generally they focused on problems like the lack of development of the periphery, Eurocentrism, monopoly capitalism and the long history of the capitalist world system. The globalization-era Marxist cohort of thinkers consists of Hart and Negri, Humphrey McQueen, James Petrus and Henry Veltmeyer, Wood Harvey, and Panich and Jinden. The work of these writers not only has been part of for renewal of interest in imperialism theory, some of their contributions have added qualitatively to Marxist imperialism theory. To help to contextualize the theories produced by each cohort of writers, important political, economic, social, historical and biographical elements are also included. 8. Structure of the book. The RST part of the book, which analyzes the writing of the pioneers, comprises 2 chapters. Whereas Chapter 1 examines the work of the reformists, namely Hobson, Hilferding and Koski, Chapter 2 concentrates on the output of revolutionaries Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin. Chapters 3 to 6 make up the second part, which is devoted to the neo-Marxist thinkers. Sweezy's and Barron's works are the subject of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 presents an examination of Günter Frank's contributions to imperialism theory. Wallerstein's oeuvre is the focus of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 critically engages with enseignement with imperialism. The third part consists of two chapters, the first of which examines the importantio Fard's and Negri's intervention. Chapter 8 critically surveys the literature produced by the globalization-era Marxists. Highlighted at the end of the chapter are some recent globalization-era Marxist additions to the literature. In the conclusion, a summary is given of what the book has achieved in examining the theorizing of imperialism by selected writers. Some suggestions are made that will help to enrich future Marxist imperialism theory. Synopsis and key arguments. By examining how they critically analyzed the capitalist development and geopolitics of their times, Part 1 argues that collectively the pioneers made substantive, complex, and lasting contributions to the theorizing of imperialism. Their work set the parameters for much of what has followed. Indeed, so empirically rich, suggestive, and influential were some of the theories that they have become the foundation and benchmark for much of the subsequent theorizing on imperialism. This point is borne out by some of the globalization-era writers who in the current revival of imperialism theory have gone back to the classical Marxist theories in particular rather than to the body of work produced by the neo-Marxists. Part O'Neill also addresses a valid criticism about classical Marxists' problematic handling of political aspects of imperialism, which is that through writing on the subject by these pioneers generally tended to focus on changes that they had discerned in the capitalist movement. 9. Early 20th century. In other words, their analysis of imperialism honed in on economic developments, leaving geopolitical and political theory side of imperialism rather less developed. The connections between the dynamics of the capitalist accumulation process and the political systems in the capitalist heartlands were rather crudely drawn by classical Marxists. The conceptualizing of the state in Lenin's pamphlet and Bukharin's Imperialism and World Economy can only be characterized as instrumentalist. The most stringent criticisms of the poverty of the theorization of the state in the offerings of classical Marxists have been made about globalization-era Marxists Panich and Jindin. How their important essay grapples with state theory is covered in Part 3. Although theories always contain blind spots or omissions, placing them in their social, political and economic context helps to explain if not mitigate such shortcomings. For Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin, the political and ideological struggle against their formism of the Second Internationale was of paramount importance. The drive to war evident in the years leading up to the outbreak of hostilities in 1914 and the capitulation by member parties of these Cond International to nationalist sentiment in the latter year also needed to be explained. These priorities militate against the elaboration of a fully fleshed out theory of state. The theorizing of imperialism undertaken by these three writers had strong polemical elements and, fueled by militarism war and the collapse of these Cond International, a sense of urgency. So whilst criticisms leveled at classical Marxists regarding the impoverished nature of state theory in their analysis of imperialism have veracity, it also should bear cognizance that, in comparison to academics, revolutionaries like Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin had differing audiences, priorities and pressure to respond. Part 2 guest had, originating with Sweezy's The Theory of Capitalist Development. Neo-Marxist understanding of imperialism began with unacceptance of foundational writing of pioneers and particularly Lenin's insights in imperialism. Over time, however, a number of neo-Marxist writers moved away from explicit endorsement of Lenin's theorization of imperialism and toward itself almost disappears from the lexicon of the writers. In place of 10. Imperialism, Baron and Sweezy adopt the term monopoly capital. For others, such as Günter Frank and Wallerstein, imperialism and imperialism theory became noticeably less prominent in their later works. Amin has been more consistent in his use of the term, and even in his more recent books he continues to acknowledge his debt to Lenin's insights in imperialism. Nonetheless, there is a demonstrable decline in interest in dealing and engaging with the concept of imperialism by the neo-Marxists, with imperialism seen to be either a stage of capitalist development, as monopoly capitalism itself, or shorthand for third world dependency and / or underdevelopment. Also noteworthy is that neo-Marxists Günter Frank, Wallerstein and, to a lesser extent Amin, made exchange relations between countries the determining feature of capitalism. From an orthodox Marxist viewpoint, the determining feature of capitalism is found in the realm of production. It follows that, in the writings of Günter Frank and Wallerstein especially, there has been a problem with their characterization of the political economy of capitalism, and thus how they have depicted the history and spread of the capitalist world economy. The combination of declining interest in imperialism and its theorizing and the problematic handling of political economy by Günter Frank and Wallerstein, serve to highlight the less than concise formulations of imperialism by the neo-Marxists as a whole. Here it is argued that, in the hands of neo-Marxists, the conceptualizing of imperialism atrophied. The second argument to be made about the neo-Marxist contribution to imperialism theory concerns the more recent scholarship of Amin. Amin has been critical of the uneven development that necessarily results from the capitalist accumulation process. For him, globalization had done nothing to redress uneven development, and furthermore, the supposed unstoppable force of globalization was merely the current incarnation of imperialism. The latter proposition about the globalization/imperialism nexus pregured a claim made by two of the globalization-era Marxists. Amin, in his examination of globalization, concluded that it was the form that imperialism took in the current period of U.S. hegemony. It will be contended that by anticipating the claims made by the globalization-era Marxists James Petras and Henry Weltmeyer, Amin, especially in some of his 11 latest books, acted as a bridge between neo-Marxist and globalization-era Marxist theorizing on imperialism. Amin was one of the few academics to continue using the concept of imperialism in his writing through the 1990s. Critiquing of neo-Marxist treatment of imperialism, capitalism and political theory should not be read as a wholesale dismissal of the voluminous and insightful output of the writers in this cohort. Much important research was conducted by Sweezy and Barron, Günter Frank, Wallerstein, and Amin. The last three writers took pains to counter what they saw as Eurocentric biases in Marxist and mainstream social science, shifting attention to the impact that absorption into the capitalist world economy had on the countries of the periphery. In addition, Sweezy set up and contributed editorial expertise to a prominent independent Marxist journal, Monthly Review, which continues to publish Marxist analysis. Wallerstein's creation of world systems theory was highly influential and remains a valuable theoretical approach in the fields of the humanities and social sciences. Part 3. Ergestheit Hartz and Negri's empire had a cathartic effect on contemporary Marxist scholarship in general and imperialism theory in particular. The book had more than a hint of the millennial abudi, with authors making grand claims about fundamental changes to capitalism and especially the system of states and state sovereignty. Hart and Negri believe it that so much had changed, due in large part to globalization and the demise of actually existing socialism, that it was possible to speak of a decentered deterritorialized power called empire. The empire that Hart and Negri claim has come into existence not specific to one nation-state. Whilst predicated on U.S. military might and superpower status, empire transcends the system of states and previous forms of empire. Also transcended are previous forms of capitalism and its attendant appurtenances such as imperialism. Hart and Negri acknowledge these menal inyensioflen in S work on imperialism, but claim there is no scope for any such analysis in the transformed world of empire. Notwithstanding the cathartic effect their book had on Marxist scholarship, these cond argument concerning Hartz and Negri's intervention is that they overstate the transformative influence of 12. Globalization, make bald assertions about the state system and sovereignty, culminating in the odd proposal about the dawning of a new era, the era of empire. Hartz and Negri's ambitious book confronts some cherished Marxist concepts and positions, compelling the other globalization-era Marxists to revisit and critically react on the classical Marxist theories. Three themes link the work of Hart and Negri and other globalization-era Marxists: globalization, the state, and the system of states and empire/imperialism. Engagement with these themes by contemporary Marxist intellectuals McQueen, Petras and Weltmeyer would, Harvey Panich and Jindal as well as Hart and Negri has shared in a new phase of writing Gaunt subject. Rising Toth challenge soft globalization a resurgent use on Seagain projecting military force in various parts of globe, neoliberalism and natural vicissitudes. These writers have responded by taking a fresh and often critical look at what the classical Marxist theorists had to say about capitalist imperialism. It is noteworthy that it was the classical Marxist works that have been subjected to scrutiny. For the most part, globalization era Marxists have bypassed the neo-Marxist musings on the subject. The result has been the identification of serious oversights and the theorizing of the pioneers and calling into question of some of the claims made by Lenin specially. Identifying deficiencies such as the rudimentary unachieved analysis of the state in classical Marxist works or calling into question Lenin's notion of certitude of inter-imperialist rivalry and the problematic stagist approach to capitalist development has brought the constituent elements of imperialism theory into sharper focus. It is argued that together with what is called in this Bunai theoretical underlaboring of Wood and Harvey, globalization-era Marxists have taken imperialism theory to a higher level of abstraction, and in the process they have provided insightful analyze soft connections between the capitalist accumulation process, geopolitics, imperialism and globalization. This continues with the work of contemporary writers such as Tobias ten Brink and John Smith, whose challenging and 13. Interesting offerings warrant careful study. On the basis of these globalization-era Marxist contributions and by addressing certain problems and oversights that are raised in the conclusion, there is the potential for richer and more sophisticated Marxist theorizing of imperialism in the 21st century. 14. Chapter 1. Imperialism as Aberration. Their Formists Hobson. Hilferding Gondkowski. Introduction. For many contemporaries, the RST 2 decades of the 20th century heralded the end of civilization. Eric Hobsbawm notes that, for people like the British Foreign Secretary Edward Grey, who had spoken of the lamps going out all over Europe upon the commencement of hostilities in 1914, the World War, the end of a world. The war was remarkable not only for killing and maiming on a scale never before witnessed, but also for the disappearance of empires and the redrawing of the political map of the world. For such catastrophes to happen, clearly there had been some significant developments in Europe and in the wider world. The effort to understand what had been the causes of the conflagration and how to stop such a calamity occurring again gave rise both to the discipline of international relations and the League of Nations. The latter was the RST multinational body whose aim was to prevent the outbreak of another catastrophe like the Great War. The effort to understand did not end there. The social, political, and economic changes that had occurred prior to the outbreak of hostilities were critically analyzed by the British economist and liberal John A. Hobson. On the continent, the Austrian-born Marxist Rudolf Hilferding sought to extend and update Marx's critique of capitalism. Hilferding identified a number of developments in capitalism that had occurred after Marx's death, especially the appearance of an amalgam that he called Nan's Capital. One of the consequences of the publication of Hobson's book Imperialism, a Study, and Hilferding's Finance Capital RST, published in 1902 and 1910 respectively, was that imperialism gained acceptance as the descriptor for not only capitalism since Marx but also the disquieting developments in the geopolitics of that time. Hobson and Hilferding were of the opinion that capitalism, the nature of politics, the political relationships within and between the industrialist nation-states and the multifaceted relationships between colonies and colonial powers all had been transformed by imperialism. Hobson's understanding of imperialism, informed as it was by his liberalism, led him to offer up some prescriptions to return the British body politic to good health. The details of those prescriptions need not delay us here. It is enough to note that Hobson thought that reform of the British economy and its politics would be sufficient to rid the country of the evils of imperialism. Classical Marxists, namely Hilferding, Kosky, Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin, had fundamental differences of opinion about the role of reformer revolution and the strategic vision of working-class parties. These differences had a direct bearing on how the classical Marxists conquered imperialism and its connections to contemporaneous developments in capitalism and domestic and international politics. Despite differences in ideological outlook on strategic vision taken as a whole, the work of the pioneers of imperialism theory was complex, theoretically sophisticated, and established the parameters for the analysis of capitalist imperialism. The pioneers did more than produce rich and complex theories. One of the arguments in Part 1 is that the theorizing of the pioneers is not only of historical interest, but also continues to function as a benchmark for more recent contributions in the study of imperialism. The parameters that the pioneers set and the insightful observations they made about the prevailing conditions continue to have relevance. Nonetheless, as Vivek Chibber has pointed out, aside from Hobson, the theories of imperialism produced by the pioneers gravitated strongly towards critical analysis of economic developments. Whereas Hobson examined both the economic and political sides of 16. Imperialism, classical Marxist theorizing is notable for a distinct lack of attention paid to the political aspects of imperialism. Furthermore, the simplistic or instrumentalist view of the state evident in the writing of particular classical Marxists comes in for criticism from globalization-era Marxists. Such criticism is valid, not only for the classical Marxists but for the pioneers as a whole. A further argument will be made, then, that the political mediation of imperialism did not receive enough attention from the pioneers of imperialism theory. This primarily is due to the simplistic or instrumentalist rendering of the state by this cohort of writers. Although this is it does not detract from the overall achievements of the pioneers. The fact that globalization-era Marxists overwhelmingly direct their attention to the work of the pioneers rather than the neo-Marxists is another example of the enduring nature of their early contributions to theorizing. Returning to the two approaches to imperialism sketched out above, the reformists and revolutionaries, it is possible to split the pioneers evenly. Of 6 writers, 3 of them can be categorized as reformists and 3 as revolutionaries. The reformists saw imperialism as either an aberration deriving from poor policy choices, the undue influence of particular interest groups such as Nanciers, or as political and economic developments that did not require revolutionary upheaval to redress. Throughout this book the term reformist specifically refers to Hobson, Hilferding and Koski, and it denotes their advocacy of non-revolutionary remedies to the problem of capitalist imperialism. Hobson quite easily is characterized as a reformist, because for him there was nothing fundamentally wrong with British economic and political institutions. The distortions of imperialism that he identified were correctable through judicious applications of legislation and policy. For Hilferding and Koski, the application of the reformist label is not quite as straightforward as in Hobson's case. Common to Hilferding and Koski was the experience of being involved in organizing working-class political parties in Austria and Germany and getting elected representatives into parliament. The sinecure of an official, paid position within the apparatus of the Austrian and German Social Democratic Party and the daily business of party affairs also helped foster a more cautious approach to class struggle, the attainment of state power, and the GHT against 17. Militarism. The attraction of reformism as a business-as-usual approach therefore is understandable. Hilferding made his name as a Marxist thinker in Vienna amongst a group that included Max Adler, Otto Bauer and Karl Renner, who collectively became known as the Astro-Marxists. He had practiced as a medical doctor for years and then again as part of his military service in World War I. Hilferding came to the attention of Koski as a result of his contributions to the leading Marxist theoretical journal Die Neue Zeit. From 1902 onwards, he was appointed Spiegel in Berlin in 1906, and his relationship with the party continued after being given the foreign editorship of its journal Vorway RTS. On 4 August 1914, the majority of the SPD representatives in the German Reichstag voted to support war credits, effectively guaranteeing that the German war effort would be financed. Voting for war credits had far-reaching implications. It precipitated a split in the ranks of not only the peak body of working-class parties, the Second International, but also caused splits in German social democracy itself. Hilferding had taken up a minority position in opposing the voting for war credits. This watershed moment did not brand him as a reformist, rather what did was his commitment, like Koski, to parliamentarism and electoral action, as well as his opposition to the Bolshevik seizure of power and the formation of the Third or Communist International. These attitudes affirm his reformist credentials. Koskai was a complex and contradictory Gur, on the one hand believing in social revolution but on the other hand considering the peaceful and legal road to power within the framework of democratic representative institutions both possible and desirable. Koskai oscillated between the revisionists of Bernstein Silk and the radicals such as Luxemburg and the Dutch social democrat Anton Pannekoek. After his polemics with Luxemburg in 1910, Koskai's position hardened. He found that he was drawing closer to the arguments of the revisionists that he had battled against a few years earlier. In the highly charged atmosphere that accompanied SPD deliberations about the voting on war credits, Koskai advocated that the party's Reichstag members should abstain from voting. When the majority of SPD Reichstag representatives 18 refused to countenance his advice, Koskai accepted the majority position. He felt that he could not advocate an outright vote against the credits, in view of the lack of clarity about the exact responsibility for the war. Koskai's criticism of the revolutionaries Luxemburg and Lenin reeked at a less than sanguine belief in the efficacy of revolution. During the upheaval that came to pass in Germany late in the war, he insisted on legalism, the principle of parliamentary politics and loyal opposition. That his philosophical outlook was reformist rather than revolutionary is borne out by his most famous article on imperialism, ultra-imperialism. Here he painted a possible picture of the great powers chastened by the destruction that attended the war, accommodating each other to ensure the status quo. As further analysis of this article follows later, for now it suffices to note that this short piece was published in September 1914, shortly after the outbreak of hostilities in August. That he should ascribe some level of equanimity to states that had large armed forces and were prepared to use that force indicates a belief in the ongoing nature of capitalism and its political forms. According to Koskai, the correct course of action for the SPD was to extract what could be extracted from the capitalist social system until it eventually collapsed. Koskai by these lights was a reformist. Hobson's analysis of imperialism and Hilferding's examination of capitalist development in the decades after Marx's death put in place the political and economic concepts that Koskai, Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin would build on in their theorizing of imperialism. Koskai's contribution, though reviled by Lenin, has received some praise by the two globalization-era Marxists Panich and Jindin. They suggest that Koskai's notion of ultra-imperialism, an accord between the imperialist nations, indeed has come to pass under the aegis of American hegemony. Reformists' work on imperialism and capitalist development continues to resonate due to their influence on theorists like Bukharin and Lenin, for example, and by extension through them later thinkers. Moreover, the key elements of capitalist imperialism identified by the reformists are observable in contemporary world affairs. It is timely, then, to begin the critical analysis of reformist writings, starting with Hobson's imperialism theory, moving on to Hilferding's work and finishing with Koskai's article Ultra-Imperialism. 19. John A. Hobson, father of imperialism theory. It has been claimed that Hobson's Imperialism, a study, is a classic of political literature. There is merit in this claim, for Hobson set many of the parameters of imperialism theory. His groundbreaking study highlighted the development in capitalism that saw a shift from commodity export to the export of capital, the prominent role of financiers in the direction of state policy, and the pernicious effect of imperialism on the British economy and mores. Hobson's work deserves its lofty reputation. Born in 1858 into a family with liberal views, Hobson spent his formative years in Derby. After a brief stint teaching, he arrived in London in 1887 to take up journalism. Peter Kane states that Hobson was undoubtedly raised in an atmosphere where free market capitalism and the Gladstonian state were largely taken for granted as guarantors of individual freedom. Hobson's shift to the left of the liberal spectrum came in the 1890s under the impetus of social crises and unfolding events in South Africa. The 1895 Jameson raid was an unsuccessful attempt to stabilize its Kruger government in South Africa, at the behest of Cecil Rhodes and his fellow mining capitalists who perceived the Afrikaner government as obstructive. The unsuccessful attempt at stabilization in aimed liberal opinion in Britain and also as a key momentum emergency of the idea of national imperialism. Links between the shareholders of Rhodes British South Africa Company, the City of London connections and members of the aristocracy revealed to Hobson the potential for these people to bring to bear political influence favorable to their business interests. Hobson published a number of articles about the unfolding situation in South Africa in 1899 while based there as a special correspondent for the Manchester Guardian. According to Kane, what the South African experience did for Hobson was not only confirm his suspicions about the mendacity of national interests but also the cosmopolitan nature of national capitalism. Hobson's unraveling of the cosmopolitan nature of national capital did not end at pointing out the national origins of the Nanciers. With a decidedly anti-Semitic streak, Hobson alleged that in South Africa the economy was dominated by Jewish national interests. 20. Back in Britain, Hobson wrote up his observations and published The War in South Africa in 1900. In 1901, he wrote 6 articles for the Speaker which, combined with another article published in early 1902, laid the groundwork for The Economies of Imperialism, the RST part of Imperialism, a study. The Economics of Imperialism. In his introductory remarks to the 1938 edition of Imperialism, a study, Hobson cited 3 yields of causation of imperialism. RST were political illusions, second were financial fears and mistrusts which prevented sane monetary arrangements for internal and external marketing, and, nally, the tragic absurdity summarized as poverty in plenty, which for Hobson represented a refusal to make full use of existing or attainable productive resources. One reason for territorial expansion indulged in by advanced nation-states was found in the inherent predatory and pugnacious character of the animal man. Human nature is a causal factor of imperialism, yet Hobson also saw a development in capitalism which was telling. My contention is that the system prevailing in all developed countries for the production and distribution of wealth has reached a stage in which its productive powers are held in leash by its inequalities of distribution, the excessive share that goes to profits, rents, and other surpluses impelling a chronic endeavor to oversave in the sense of trying to provide an increased productive power without a corresponding outlet in the purchase of consumable goods. Oversaving, accompanied by underconsumption at the other end of the socio-economic spectrum, are 2 sides of the same coin. The surplus of savings looking for investment opportunities and surplus population seeking employment opportunities were manipulated by interested parties, like Nanciers and businessmen with overseas investments, ultimately giving rise to imperialist policies. Democratic struggles within the advanced countries for more just and equitable economic outcomes were diverted by imperialism. 21. Perhaps the most famous trope associated with Hobson's economic deprut of imperialism hypothesis. The genesis of the economic deprut was found in the work of the American Marxist H. Gaylord Wilshire. Wilshire's analysis of capitalism in America in the 1890s suggested that there had been a relentless progression from competition to monopoly which had blocked channels of investment. Domestically there was a surplus of capital looking for investment opportunities. Wilshire claimed that capitalists in America at that time were greatly in need of foreign yields of investment, hence the advocacy of imperialism by the Republican Party. The change in American capitalism outlined by Wilshire became the example which Hobson used to hash out his taproot hypothesis. It was sudden demand for foreign markets for manufactures and for investments which was avowedly responsible for the adoption of imperialism as a political policy and practice by the Republican Party to which the great industrial and national chiefs belonged, and which belonged to them. The adventurous enthusiasm of President Theodore Roosevelt and his manifest destiny and mission of civilization party must not deceive us. It was Messrs. Rockefeller, Pierpont Morgan, and their associates who needed imperialism and who fastened it upon the shoulders of the great Republic of the West. They needed imperialism because they desired to use the public resources of their country to end deprotable employment of their capital which otherwise would be superfluous. Great Britain, Germany, Holland, and France were compelled to locate larger amounts of their economic resources outside their political domains, too. Offshore investments, export of surplus capital and goods were accompanied by policies of political expansion or colonization. Following this expansion and the opening up of new markets was the extension of protection by the mother country to these new colonies and markets. Competition between the advanced countries for new territories and new fields of investment created additional imposts on taxpayers, by way of government subsidies, tariffs, and costs. 22. Associated with administrative and military functions. Indirect taxation was the preferred method of financing these undertakings, as the burden of funding such governmental expenditures was not only concealed, but was transferred to the public. Increasingly, imperialist financiers used state-guaranteed debt or public loans to concentrate in their hands unions over governments. Not only was the holding and trading of government debt a profitable business, it also could be decisive in determining political outcomes at critical times. Summarizing Hobson's views on the economic taproot of imperialism, it was the desire of highly organized industrial and financial interests to impose the security and development of their private overseas investments on the public purse and the armed might of the state. The private overseas investments spoken of here were comprised of surpluses of goods and capital. Necessary accompaniments to the economic route of imperialism, the drive to send surpluses overseas, were war, militarism, and a spirited foreign policy. Crucially for Hobson, the problem of oversaving and underconsumption could be alleviated by reform. At the heart of oversaving and underconsumption excess was maldistribution of income. Maldistribution of income could be overcome through the awarding of higher wages, boosting workers' consumption. Consequently, domestic demand would create new possibilities for investment in the home economy. Changes to the taxation regime meant that oversaving could be channeled into the community, where it could be spent on improving consumption and living conditions. Social reform would raise a wholesome standard of private and public consumption for a nation so as to enable the nation to live up to its highest standards of production. Foreign trade still would continue, with small surpluses of British manufactures traded for the raw materials and foodstuffs required, but the exodus of surplus capital and goods would be minimized. Imperialism, in Hobson's view, was distorted economic development which brought in its strain benefits to certain interest groups or classes. States became increasingly enmeshed in imperialist policies, practices and militarism, yet the source of policies, practices and militarism was economic. 23. Old imperialism, new imperialism, colonialism, and liberalism. Salutes Hobson did not entirely disapprove of imperialism. There were positive and negative versions of imperialism, sane and insane, legitimate and aggressive. For example, imperialism in its pre-1870s guise often was more rational than the post-1870s variety, which Hobson called new imperialism. The difference came down to the type of policies implemented in the protectorates or colonies. Sane imperialism for Hobson was the implementation of policies devoted to the protection, education, and self-development of a lower race. In contrast, the insane version promoted the untrammeled exploitation of the resources and the lower races of a colony or protectorate by white settlers. To illustrate the sane imperial approach, Hobson used the example of the experience of native people in Basutoland, South Africa, under British administration from 1884. Chiefs were kept in place and Europeans were forbidden to hold land, undertake mineral exploration and work or own mines. Compared to British policy in Basutoland, the attitudes displayed in Johannesburg and Rhodesia towards native peoples and resources was base and exploitative, hence the insane tag. Uniquely, new imperialism was a policy adopted by a number of powers. The ensuing competition between European and American powers for colonies and markets necessarily precluded the establishment of a hegemonic power. In the earlier forms of empire, where inter-imperial rivalry was not a concern, hegemony conferred benefits. When Roman citizens, with full civic rights, were found all over the explored world, in Africa and Asia, as well as in Gaul and Britain, imperialism contained a genuine element of internationalism. The single empire phenomenon did not disappear with the end of imperial Rome, rather it continued through the Middle Ages in the Holy Roman Empire, appearing as the ideal of Charlemagne for Western Europe, and animating the drive for a European empire pursued by Peter the Great, Catherine, and Napoleon. Internationalism, or humane cosmopolitanism, was a product of particular political and social circumstances which, according to Hobson, were most often found in single empires. These earlier empires bestowed certain advantages on their subjects or citizens, giving them rights or inculcating a sense of connectedness. 24. A set of affairs that eventually dried up under the narrowness of 19th-century nationalism, which in turn had become part of the arsenal of the competing empires of new imperialism. In favorably comparing the old type of empire with new imperialism, Hobson was not only making a value judgment, but also making moral and political judgments. Another feature of new imperialism that vexed Hobson was the annexation of new territories, with no thought given by the colonial power to the self-governability of the indigenous populations. Not only would this open up administrative and political problems for the colonial power, it was morally wrong to integrate indigenous populations into the orbit of the advanced capitalist nations without giving them the chance to develop and advance themselves. Like the dichotomy of older sane imperialism counterposed to bad, aggressive new imperialism, Hobson asserted that colonialism also was characterized by two divergent forms. Prior to the 1870s, the British colonial experience did not drain the material and moral resources of the nation because it set up free white democracies which were decentralist and connected to Britain through ties of informal federation, resulting in little or no strain on the home government. Yet new imperialism is the very antithesis of this free, wholesome colonial connection, making, as it ever does, for greater complications of foreign policy, greater centralization of power and a congestion of business which ever threatens to absorb and overtax the capacity of parliamentary government. The expansion of Europe in the last quarter of the 19th century under the auspices of new imperialism was decidedly different to the colonialism that had come before. For Britain, the European powers and America, participation in this scramble for colonial possessions came at a cost, as it did for the colonial subjects. A major cost associated with the push of Britain and the European powers into Africa and Asia was expenditure on military forces and armaments. Territorial aggrandizement, competition, and thus increased tension between the powers acted as multipliers on military expenditure. The increasing drain on the 25. Public purse meant that the provision of productive public projects had to be curtailed, with future generations burdened with onerous amounts of debt. Much needed social reforms and the cultivation of the arts of material and intellectual progress at home were neglected. Militarism and heightened tension between imperial powers culminated in the outbreak of wars. Colonial expansion also caused internecine amongst colonial peoples. Intertribal animosities were fomented and the Christian civilizing mission, supposedly part of the positive side of the colonial experience for the colonial subjects, was sometimes bypassed if it meant that the savage propensities of colonial peoples could be harnessed to imperial advantage. Hobson claimed that, in Britain and on the continent, advocates of new imperialism were an eclectic group comprising the city groundlandlord, the country squire, the banker, the usurer, and financier, the brewer, the mine owner, the ironmaster, the shipbuilder, and the shipping trade, the great export manufacturers and merchants, the clergy of the state church, the universities and the great public schools, the legal trade unions and services. Compelled to come together to thwart the challenge posed by the spreading of the franchise to the masses, a political development that had the potential to help alleviate inequality of economic opportunities, these sectoral interest groups supported new imperialism as a way to maintain power, property, and privileges. Leaders of the Liberal Party in Britain and their counterparts in Europe had sold out to a confederacy of stock gamblers and jingo sentimentalists, meaning that they had relinquished the cause of social reform, their heritage, for their business interests. The path of reform remained open. By rallying good liberals and seeking alliances with working-class political organizations, Hobson believed that new imperialism could be fought and overcome through democracy and social reconstruction. Acknowledging the difficulties connected with civilizing the anarchy of global politics, Hobson saw evidence for the beginning of a pacific union of states in the reciprocal duties that states undertook for each. 26. Other international conferences, diplomacy, postal services, credit arrangements, railway systems that crossed state boundaries, and the Hague Conference on the Laws of War exemplified a bidding community of interests at the international level. What Hobson was proposing, in fact, was very similar to Kant's conception of a liberal Pasic union of states, RST propounded in Perpetual Peace in 1795. Kantian political philosophy, particularly the vision of a cooperative and harmonious international state system, is recognized as being one of the cornerstones of liberal internationalism, which remains one of the mainstream theoretical paradigms in the discipline of international relations. Whilst Kant is recognized as the progenitor of liberal internationalism, Hobson's Imperialism, a study in which liberalism and liberal political philosophy were employed to critique imperialism, has been overlooked by those working within the discipline of international relations. Oddly, Hobson's Studiosus, by now well known, achieved the status of a pivotal text in imperialism theory, largely through leniency of some of Hobson's tindings and in the former's admiration of certain features of Hobson's work. A possible reason for the lack of recognition of Hobson's study by international relations academics can be found in the exclusion of imperialism theory as an alternative theoretical paradigm in the discipline itself. New imperialism, morality, and the liberal white manspurt in the advanced nations had an important role in the spreading of civilization, and imperialism, too, was useful in lifting the lower races up where they could partake in the benefits that the metropolitan countries could confer. The involvement of a leading power in the affairs of the lower races was only to be effected if it was seen to improve the safety and civilization of the world's inhabitants, and not just in the advanced nations' interests alone. Teuton, in the era of new imperialism, the moral aspect of intervention in the affairs of others by Western powers was supplanted by the business deal. A solution to the problem of the sort of annexationist and interventionist frenzy that characterized new imperialism was a set of principles by which the colonial governments should abide in their political end. 27. Economic control of the backward races. There was an absolute necessity that intervention in territories had to be conducted by governments. Such a stipulation was a consequence of the rapaciousness of private adventurers, slavers, fortune seekers in the past, and mining magnates like Rhodes in South Africa just prior to the outbreak of war there. Arguing that people of the less developed areas of the world should be free to decide for themselves about how to utilize their resources was naive. Contact with the white races was unavoidable, and it was more perilous and more injurious in proportion as it lacks governmental sanction and control. Western imperialist nations had not only engaged with the predominantly lower races of Africa, they also had been involved in colonial experiments and partitioning in Asia. Here was a true test of the West's imperial mission. Unlike the backward peoples and countries, the East was rich in culture, had complex societies, and whilst not as advanced as the West industrially, nevertheless could not be countenanced as backward. Hence the challenge: how did the new imperialism fare in Asia? The answer, according to Hobson, was clear. The ancient civilizations of the East, and particularly China, were damaged by European intervention. The violent breaking down of the characteristic institutions of Asia to satisfy some hasty lust of commerce, or some greed of power, is quite the most fatally blind misreading of the true process of world civilization that it is possible to conceive. For Europe to rule Asia by force for purposes of gain, and to justify that rule by the pretense that she is civilizing Asia and raising her to a higher level of spiritual life, will be adjudged by history perhaps, to be the crowning wrong and folly of imperialism. What Asia has to give, her priceless stores of wisdom garnered from her experience of ages, we refuse to take; the much or little which we could give we spoil by the brutal manner of our giving. This is what imperialism has done, and is doing, for Asia. The damage was not confined to Africa and Asia. Imperial powers such as Britain, in their pursuit of an agenda that skewed economic, social, and political policies mostly for the benefit of a small coterie of Nanciers and assorted others, found that the harmonious development of the social, 28. political and economic life of the nation was distorted. Implementation of imperialist policies was a depraved choice of national life, with governments succumbing to self-serving interests. In Hobson's view, the consequences were grave. By adopting the policy of new imperialism, the British government had renounced the qualities that for nations as well as for individuals elevated them above brute impulse. Continuing along the same path would lead to national decay and decline. The Roman Empire was the prime example of the decay and fall of a once powerful state. With the passage of time, the Roman state became over-centralist. Once renowned for the physical and moral vitality of its society, the extraction of tribute that Rome levied on its colonies eventually told on it. The rise of a moneyed oligarchy that drained the resources of both Rome and its colonial outposts led to parasitism. Onerous taxation, usury, and luxury sapped the lower orders and the aristocracy. Eventually, the parasite drains the lifeblood from its host, condemning both to atrophy, decay, and null extinction. This applied to the individual organism as well as nations. Hobson's contribution to the study of imperialism credit is due to Hobson for opening up the analysis of the economic, political, and moral components of imperialism and establishing the parameters that subsequent thinkers followed. Also, drawing on the insightful work of Gaylord Wilshire, Hobson was one of the RST to identify developments in capitalism that had occurred in the latter part of the 19th century. In so doing, he stole a march on most of his Marxist contemporaries. Coming from a solid liberal background and continuing to hold on to that perspective over the course of his life, Hobson never lost his faith in the power of reform. Having witnessed RST hand the machinations of people such as Cecil Rhodes in South Africa, Hobson was not a dispassionate observer. There is real feeling in his condemnation of the direction that Britain had taken when the government embraced the policy options of new imperialism. Despite this condemnation, and his recognition that there had been qualitative changes to capitalism in the last decades of the 19th century, new imperialism for Hobson was not a systemic problem. Throughout his study, a reformist, liberal, 29. outlook tempered his critique. The structural problems that he identified in the capitalist political economy of his day were not so great that enlightened public policy could not deal with them. Underconsumption had its solution in government social spending. The revenue for such a program could be raised by taxing the oversaving of those that pushed for imperialist policies. All it took was political will, which, channeled through existing political institutions, would resolve problems associated with new imperialism. The consequences of not adopting the type of reform program advocated by Hobson were clear. The decline of the Roman Empire illustrated how increased unions of privileged aristocratic elements had inexorably led to the draining of resources and thence to parasitism. Whilst decline might not happen quickly, it unfolded with the certainty of a law of nature if not addressed. Hobson's notion of parasitism was quite unusual. Lenin, for instance, adopted it in his pamphlet on imperialism. In the latter stance it was a symptom of the moribundity of the highest stage of capitalism, which by definition was beyond reform. The difference in the use of parasitism made by Hobson and Lenin highlights the difference between the reformist and revolutionary approaches to imperialism. Hobson always thought that the processes associated with imperialism could be curtailed or reversed. Written at the turn of the century, Hobson's magnum opus has attracted a considerable amount of criticism. Attention has focused on particular elements of his economic arguments. Critics such as the historians D.K. Fieldhouse, John Gallagher, and Ronald Robinson seized on Hobson's use of statistics and his engagement with colonialism to suggest that his theory of imperialism was economistic and therefore ill-equipped to account for the scramble for colonies that occurred after the 1870s. Kane, agreeing that some of Hobson's claims were not supported by evidence, argues that only small amounts of capital owed to many of the territories acquired in the late 19th century. Scholars supportive of Hobson's writing have countered the dismissal of economic theories of imperialism and Hobson's theory in particular. Kane, whilst acknowledging that Hobson was loose with his use of statistics and that some of his arguments were ambiguous, contended that small amounts of investment going to British colonial possessions in Africa and the tropics did not necessarily negate the entire economic 30. side of his theory. Etherington suggests that Gallagher and Robinson, in their haste to dismiss what they perceived was the economic determinist essence of Hobson's theory, oversimplified his position into a following trade proposition. Effectively, Gallagher and Robinson misinterpreted Hobson, dramatically reducing the scope of his theory, tarring him with the brush of economism and Eurocentrism. Despite what Gallagher and Robinson thought, Hobson had emphasized the role of policymakers and the official mind in the matters of colonial policy and new imperialism. Also, Hobson did not rule out the Indians of the periphery in the decision-making process, well before Robinson and Gallagher championed the importance of the periphery in promoting colonial acquisitions. Hobson's theory of imperialism was not just about economic motives. The bulk of his book explored the political and moral sides of imperialism. Nonetheless, the arguments that Hobson presented on the economic basis of imperialism have been contentious. Also problematic was his paternalistic and racist viewpoints, exemplified by his lower races typology, showing perhaps his Victorian prejudices. The anti-Semitic nature of his attacks on Nanciers also is disturbing, as is his focus on the machinations of the latter group. Kane and Etherington express concern about the conspiratorial nature of Hobson's writing on the Nanciers, with Etherington suggesting that Nanciers were vilified by Hobson. Brewer makes the point that Nanciers and the role they played in Victorian Britain was fundamental to Hobson's theory of imperialism. It was the conspiracy of Nanciers that gave Hobson's theory its explanatory power. The directing role of the Nanciers in the export of surplus capital overseas and how their interests were furthered by new imperialism, however, was not explored in any detail by Hobson. One of the consequences of this less than rigorous approach to the function of Nanciers was that it was easy for Hobson to vilify them. From a Marxist perspective, Hobson's emphasis on underconsumption and oversaving is problematic. In his preoccupation with underconsumption and oversaving as being the economic root of new imperialism, Hobsoniverse implied that dynamic soft capitalism. What distinguishes the age of capitalism from previous epochs is note underconsumption and oversaving, which is a precondition for 31. Capitalist crisis, but the historically specific of overproduction. Adopting a reform policy for distribution of wealth to address underconsumption and oversaving will not fundamentally alter capitalist relations of production. Capitalism is predicated and perpetuates inequalities of wealth and opportunity. Reforms may alleviate some of the harshest aspects but will leave the underlying structure intact. As critics point out, Hobson's theory of imperialism is not without flaws, yet the compelling nature of his analysis has vitality. His pioneering study of the political economy of capitalist imperialism influenced Lenin, whose own book became the iconic text on the subject. Additionally, the moral and psychological impacts of imperial policies on both colonizer and colonist, which made up the bulk of Hobson's study, foreshadowed the writing of Frantz Fanon among others. Hobson's study of imperialism laid the groundwork that became the basis for later theorists' critical interventions. Imperialism was not an inherent or systemic problem of capitalism, according to Hobson, therefore reform could address the problems that arose. For the next writer, Hilferding, imperialism grew out of changes that had occurred in capitalism since Marx's death. Like Hobson, however, Hilferding believed that imperialism could be overcome in the political realm, specifically through the advent of a social democratic majority in parliament. The imperialism, war revolution schema was not inevitable, and the seizure of power by authoritarian parties of the left or right were anti-democratic. Hilferding's Finance, Capital and Imperialism. Hilferding was born in 1877 in Vienna into a Jewish merchant family. Having settled in Germany following Hitler's ascension to power in 1933, Hilferding ed. Residing in exile in Switzerland and France. He was arrested in the south of France by Vichy authorities, handed over to the Gestapo and died in one of their prisons in Paris in 1941. Presumably sealing his fate was the combination of his Jewish heritage and his background as a Marxist theoretician. It was Finance, Capital, RST, published in 1910, which established his reputation as one of the leading theorists of Marxist political economy. The book sought to arrive at a scientific understanding of the economic characteristics of the 32. Latest phase of capitalist development. The concentration and centralization of capital had proceeded at an ever-quickening pace since Marx's death in 1883. A new phase had been ushered in with the rapid expansion of capitalism occurring after 1895. Tied in with this rapid expansion were forms of ownership noted by Marx in Capital called joint stock companies or corporations. The major shareholders of stock in a company were able to divest themselves of responsibility for the day-to-day running of the company. Joint stock companies not only divorced the management of a business from its ownership, they also allowed the interlinking of corporations. Hilferding examined how competitive struggle had brought about the clustering of enterprises, highlighting how cartels, trusts and syndicates formed in branches of industry and in agriculture to modify the anarchical nature of the market. A cartel made up of two or more enterprise separated or restrict certain kinds of competition in the sphere of circulation by establishing uniform terms and conditions of payment. The modification of competition continued with monopolistic consortia entering into price agreements, setting production quotas and regulating supply. The tendency for ever greater control led from cartels to trusts and then syndicates. Hilferding likened the progression in forms to thought of the political realm, confederations, federal states and a unitary state. Essentially, the competitive stage of capitalism had been progressively supplanted and with it came different types of business ownership as well as forms of monopolistic association, the purpose of which was straightforward, economic domination. In Germany, which had come late to political unification and to industrialization, the free trade approach that Britain relied on was not an option. The competitive advantage of British manufacturers could be countered only through protective tariffs. The protective tariffs implemented by the German state were initially modest, with the short-term aim of enabling German industry to get on its feet. Having established themselves, German manufacturers and agricultural producers came not only to rely on the tariffs but championed their use as an economic weapon. Hilferding claimed that the tariffs were a form of tribute levied on domestic consumers. 33. The changing face of capitalism. 1. Noonan's capital. Hilferding brought to light two important features of German and U.S. capitalist development. These features were important because of the influence they had on subsequent theorizing of imperialism. The RST of these features was the amalgam of banking, industrial and commercial capital, which Hilferding called Noonan's capital. Finance capital signes thunication of capital. The previously separate spheres of industrial, commercial and bank capital are now brought under the common direction of finance, in which the masters of industry and of the banks are united in a close personal association. The basis of this association is the elimination of free competition among individual capitalists by the large monopolistic combines. This naturally involves at the same time a change in the relation of the capitalist class to state power. Marx had posited three fractions of capital: industrial capital involved directly in the production process including agriculture, financial capital, the domain of banks and associated financial entities, and commercial capital, the realm of merchants and the buying and selling of commodities. Finance capital was the fusing together of three fractions and was thus qualitatively different financial capital. Finance capital grew out of the rapid rate of German industrialization with its concomitant monopolizing tendencies. German banks were closely connected with the industrialization process and were themselves bound up in monopolization, acting to encourage cartel formation to safeguard their loans, and through competition amongst themselves reducing their own numbers from 9 to 6 major banks. Brewer points out that there was some ambiguity in how Hilferding portrayed Noonan's capital. At one level, it was the capital that came into the possession of industrial capitalists through the agency of the banks. On another level, it was the control over the economy exercised by the banks. Notwithstanding this ambiguity, the concentration of capital evident in the German experience was such that the limited number of banks assumed a pivotal role in shaping industrial production. This was in contrast to banks in England, which 34. In the late 19th and early 20th century were not involved in long-term investment in industry. The majority shareholders in the banks increasingly became the dominant figures in both the banking and industrial spheres. Koski, Bukharin and Lenin saw Nancy capital as a symptom of contemporary capitalist development. Whilst Nancy capital did assume a greater role in the economy of advanced capitalist nations over time, National capital was notice intimately connected with industry in Britain when Hilferding wrote. Also noteworthy is that, for both Hobson and Hilferding, financiers and non-capitalists had established themselves in positions of power and influence. Financiers in Hobson's purview were able to distort public policy for their own advantage, exerting a malign influence in British politics. Hilferding asserted that, through their pivotal role in industrial development, the major banks in Germany managed to gain control of commanding heights of national economy. The changing face of capitalism too, the export of capital, the free trade capitalism upon which Britain had relied during its period of industrial supremacy, primarily was associated with the export of commodities. With increased competitive pressure coming from newly industrializing powers such as Germany and the US, combined with the imposition of protective tariffs, the export of capital supplanted the export of commodities. The export of capital was the second feature that Hilferding identified in German and US capitalist development, which, in turn, was taken up by later Marxist writers. British commodities that once had found their way into markets across the globe due to their cheapness now faced tariff walls that raised their prices. Surmounting the challenge of declining export products gave impetus to the export of capital. Getting in behind tariff barriers and taking advantage of the higher prices in a foreign market prompted the setting up of manufacturing plants in that market. The industrial plants, of course, were to remain in the ownership of the parent company, with products repatriated to the home country. German banks, too, were keen on exporting capital by setting up branches in foreign countries and extending loans. 35. Thus a large German bank establishes a branch abroad, which then negotiates a loan, the proceeds of which are used to construct an electrical generating plant, and the construction work is assigned to an electrical company which is connected with the bank at home. It is the intimate connection between bank and industrial capital which is responsible for the rapid development of capital exports. Territoriality, colonialism, and the rise of the strong state with greater concentration and centralization of capital bringing in its strain cartelization and ultimately Nancy capital. The competitive struggles within national economies tended to abate. New sources of protand molds of investment were sought. Capital export opened new markets, helping to moderate effects of crises, prolonging prosperity and boosting domestic production. With drive to export capital becoming general, the international sphere became highly competitive, with advanced nations seeking to cordon off their spheres of influence, dependencies and colonies from other capitalist powers. The simplest way to achieve this goal for Hilferding was through the incorporation of parts of the world market into the national market, through a colonial policy which involved the annexation of foreign territories. There were three objectives of the territorial policy of Nan's capital. First was the establishment of a large economic territory, second was the closure of territory to foreign interests through imposition of protective tariffs, and third was the reservation of territory for the exploitation of monopolistic combinations. In the free trade era, Britain commanded a substantial economic territory by dint of its empire. The US, too, through westward expansion had a vast economic territory. Germany unit in 1871, did have area zonable economic territory to exploit, but through the processes Hilferding detailed, German capitalists in concert with the German state had successfully closed off their national market and sought new territories for investment and resource extraction overseas. The free trade era, according to Hilferding, displayed an indifference to colonies, whereas the new phase of capitalism was remarkable for a 36. More active colonial policy evident amongst the advanced nations. This new form of colonialism aggravated tensions between states, requiring the deployment of armed forces to safeguard territory from rivals. The role of the state changed, too. The economic policy of Nan's capital, with its strong monopolistic tendencies, tariffs, capital export, and revamped colonialism, demanded a strong interventionist state. In contrast, the bourgeoisie, prior to the era of Nan's capital, had displayed a keen dislike of strong absolutist states. A key tenet of liberalism is that the state should have a limited role in the private sphere, a principle that has its roots in the struggles against absolutist states. This was a tenet abandoned along with others. The old free traders believed in free trade not only as the best economic policy but also as the beginning of an era of peace. Finance capital abandoned this belief long ago. It has no faith in the harmony of capitalist interests, and knows well that competition is becoming increasingly a political power struggle. The ideal of peace has lost its luster, and in place of the idea of humanity there emerges a glorification of the greatness and power of the state. The ideal now is to secure for one's own nation the domination of the world, an aspiration which is as unbounded as the capitalist lust for profit from which it springs. Since the subjection of foreign nations takes place by force, that is, in a perfectly natural way, it appears to the ruling nation that this domination is due to some special natural qualities, in short its racial characteristics. Thus there emerges in racist ideology, cloaked in the garb of natural science, agitation for Nan's capital's lust for power, which is thus shown to have the specificity and necessity of an natural phenomenon. An oligarchic ideal of domination has replaced the democratic ideal of equality. Whilst the conditions of Nan's capital necessitated a strong state, capitalists acquired the power to dominate the state in two ways. First of all, by virtue of the economic power that capitalists wielded, and, second, by the active subordination of other classes' interests unto their own. Domination of the state was partially attributable to the alliances that urban capitalists arranged with large 37 landowners. Having the landed gentry on side cleared the way for the domination of the state by Nan's capital, removing the obstacle of possible opposition by a powerful class, thereby ensuring the implementation of imperialist policy. 2 points are evident here. Rst. For Hilferding, the state was dominated by capitalists and was used as an instrument to further their political and economic ends, and, second, imperialism was a policy. The state as instrument, imperialism as policy. Hilferding claimed that the state pursued annexationist policies and imposed protectionist tariffs at the behest of capitalists. In short, his was an instrumentalist view of state. Such a view of state was commonly held by classical Marxists. Hilferding obviously did not feel the need to have an elaborate theory of the state, for his central concern was analysis of late 19th and early 20th century capitalism. The economic rather than political developments of the conjuncture interested him, and given their relatively unsophisticated nature of the theorization of state at time, perhaps it is no surprise that Hilferding opted for an instrumentalist view of the state. Clearly for Hilferding, imperialism was a policy. Unfortunately he was not clear in his conceptualizing of imperialism. For instance, in the null part of his book, where imperialism is ostensibly discussed, there was no attempt to define the term. Imperialism was either the economic policy of Nan's capital, modern protectionist policy, or was intimately bound up with the export of capital, a strong state, and the annexation of territories. Ideologically, imperialism was the celebration and promotion of a strong state, militarism, war, and racism. Thus it was a vaguely term that seemed to be the militaristic and expansionist tendencies inherent in Nan's capital coupled with an ideological side. There was, however, enough material in the null part of finance capital to enable theorists to synthesize said material and define imperialism more concisely. Bukharin was the RST to take advantage of Hilferding's critical insights into capitalist development to enhance his own systematic analysis of imperialism and the world capitalist economy. 38. Hilferding's foundational work on capitalism and imperialism. Hilferding's place as one of the founders of Marxist imperialism theory is assured because his work on revealing the shift from the competitive free trade era of capitalism to the era of Nan's capital opened up a host of concepts that subsequent writers adopted. Amongst these were Nan's capital, the export of capital, tariffs, cartels, and the concentration and centralization of capital tending towards monopolization. Not only did Bukharin and Lenin draw on these concepts, but neo-Marxists as well as globalization-era Marxist writers have made use of the export of capital and Nan's capital tropes to build their theories. By claiming that imperialism was a policy, albeit a policy that capitalists could not avoid pursuing, Hilferding seemingly straddles their formist/revolutionary divide that characterized Dvorkov's pioneers. Yet, his close association with Koskyandy's commitment to formal parliamentary democracy, oft cornerstone of Koskai's vision for the transition to socialism marks him as a reformist. Only in the now pages of his book, Eine chapter on the proletariat and imperialism, does Hilferding offer a political program. The dictatorship of the magnates of capital inevitably gives rise to opposition, and the proletariat must gather round it, that is affected classes of society, and the state power. Violent clashes would necessarily ensue with the masses of people exploited by Nancy capital arrayed against it. The dictatorship of the magnates of capital would be supplanted by the dictatorship of the proletariat. This brief excursus on solution to the intractable problems associated with Nancy capital and imperialism appears to be revolutionary. With terms like dictatorship of the proletariat and seizure of state power. Hilferding, however, did not go beyond generalities, and the appearance of the at the end of the book seems like an afterthought. When revolutions took place on Russia in February and October 1917, Hilferding, whilst initially sympathetic, thought that their regime would not last. Isolation, he thought, would see it off. He quickly lost the sympathy. 39. Fourth regime disapproving of Bolsheviks' authoritarian approach to dealing with Russia's problems. He rejected the Red Terror in the Civil War and criticized the crushing of dissent within the Bolshevik Party. He also expressed concern about the Comintern being run from Moscow and its insistence on affiliating parties subscribing to democratic centralism. The public criticism of Bolshevik policies extended to the German Communist Party, whose adventurous tactics and divisive approach to the German workers' movement were anathema to Hilferding. For Hilferding and for many German Social Democrats, the path to socialism was inconceivable without formal democracy, key components of which were parliamentarism and electoral politics. In practice, Hilferding was committed reformism whilst paying lip service to certain revolutionary ideas in his theoretical work. In sum, Hilferding's theorizing of imperialism as present and in finance capital made a lasting contribution to imperialism theory in general and Marxist writing on the subject in particular. It had its weaknesses in its reliance on generalities and in universalizing the peculiarities of German capitalist development. In addition, due to his more circumspect/reformist approach, there were minimal practical political lessons that he drew from his analysis. This ambivalence about the tactics of working class and its organizations regarding the overthrow of Nancy capital was to be made good by later Marxist theorists of imperialism such as Luxemburg and to an even greater extent Bukharin and Lenin. The strengths of Hilferding's work lies in his concerted attempt to undertake a thoroughgoing Marxist analysis of the capitalismo of his day. In so doing, he popularized the concepts of Nancy capital, gave a more detailed analysis of the export of capital and how tariffs and new forms of capitalist organization, cartels, trusts and syndicates indicated that the competitive era of capitalism ostensibly had passed. Negotiating through the minefields of war, revolution, and imperialism, Karl Koskay by the start of the 20th century had built a reputation for being one of the leading theoreticians in German social democracy. Born 40. In Prague in 1854, he moved to Vienna and came under the influence of socialists there, becoming a convinced Marxist in his mid-20s. He was the editor of the SPD organ Die Neue Zeit from 1883 to 1917. Just after the commencement of hostilities in 1914, Koskay's article Ultra-Imperialism appeared in Die Neue Zeit. Written weeks before Ding commenced, with an upcoming Congress of the Second International in mind. The outbreak of war intervened, thus stopping the Congress and facilitating the collapse of the Second International. The German SPD was the most organized and well-supported member party of the Second International, and it went through a series of crises prior to the outbreak of and during the war. At the heart of the crises and consequent splits in the SPD were the complex issues of tactics in the pursuit of the goal of socialism, overlaid by the questions of supporting the nation in time of war. In other words, the question of reform or revolution was now joined by the complex issue of nationalism versus internationalism. In negotiating his and the party's way through these problem areas, Koskay made his theoretical viewpoint in war imperialism and theorily of SPD by taking a centrist position. That is, he distanced himself from their evolutionary elements found in his polemics against Bernstein and revisionists conducted through the period 1898 to 1903, the high point of which can be found in an essay he wrote after the 1905 Russian Revolution. Motor Forces and Perspectives of the Russian Revolution. Lenin claimed that the essay vindicated the position of Russian Social Democrats and strategic slogan of dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, calling Koschei the leader of German revolutionary Social Democrats. By 1910, Koschei's ardor for revolutionary slogans had cooled, and in that year he castigated Luxembourg for her continued radicalism. The exchanges between Koschei and Luxembourg over SPD strategy precipitated Koschei's centrist line. Having Jesuit revolutionary formulations he could not embrace their revisionist position that he had spent so long campaigning against, which Explenchi's attempt to occupy the middle ground. The centrist line required the revamping by Koschei of the basis of his theorizing. By 1914, Koschei had revisited his previous work on 41. The agrarian question and the politische capital arriving gotten a conclusion. Imperialism in the sense of colonial expansion, the recourse to arms, the danger of war is the line preferred by financial capital, but is not the only policy open to it. Thus the proletariat could align itself with a progressive sector of the middle class on ultra-imperialist aims for peaceful development, which would allow power to go to social democracy in the course of time. Both in theory and in practice, Koschei's centrist line was our assertion of the inheritance position or line, which was the belief that the SPD would inherit state power. With the growth in numbers of party members and elected Reichstag deputies, havoc would be created in the SPD's political opponents such that society would disintegrate and social democracy be able to step into its place. The inheritance position was Koschei's default setting, with revolutionary phrases merely surface phenomena. His writing on imperialism, which culminated in ultra-imperialism, was the product of at least 4 years of reaction and thinking. At the end of that process his conclusion was that imperialism was not a necessary stage of capitalism but a policy that both capitalists and nation-states would eventually see as misguided. From imperialism to ultra-imperialism. Connections between industrial and agricultural sectors underpin Koschei's version of imperialism. The product of developed industrial capitalism, imperialism, was the subjugation or annexation of increasingly larger agrarian zones or spheres of influence with advanced capitalist nation-states. The annexation of the agrarian zones took the form of colonialism. The proviso was added by Koschei that the establishment and extension of a colonial empire could succeed only on the basis of annexation of culturally inferior countries. During free trade capitalism, which was based on Britain's ascendancy as industrial workshop of the world, the United Kingdom had unfettered access to an agrarian hinterland. Competition in the 42. Form of the industrialization of the US and Germany and their imposition of tariffs forced the British to reciprocate with their own tariffs. The consequent push to divide up the remaining free agricultural zones created the environment for the emergency of imperialism. Industrial expansion, after the 1870s, had proceeded at such a rapid rate that markets struggled to keep up. Transportation methods were improved through the spread of railways in both industrial and agrarian countries. Lacking the capital to invest in railway construction, agrarian countries became the recipients of foreign capital earmarked for railway and other infrastructure projects. Capitalist nations sought to safeguard their capital exports through the power of their states. Therefore, as more capital went to the agrarian zones, greater political control over those zones ensued. Some agrarian nations, most notably Russia, were able to avoid the colonial experience, directing the incoming capital to industrial development of their own. Essentially, capital export did not help in the industrialization of agrarian nations. The combination of political control and limited development ensured that the agrarian country remained at the level of a provider of agricultural products and raw materials. Competition for the remaining free zones or spheres of influence in the world's agricultural regions was considerable, causing an arms race, thence a shipbuilding frenzy breaking out into World War. Koskay asserted that there was no economic necessity for the continuation of an arms race after the war. Capitalists could see that the capitalist economy was threatened by the contradictions between its states. Not only capitalists could see the problems that the policy of imperialism caused. Opposition to imperialism arose in the more developed agrarian zones as well as amongst the proletariat in the industrial countries, under the tax burdens imposed on them due to the costs of the arms race and colonial expansion. Imperialism is thus digging its own grave. From a means to develop capitalism, it is becoming a hindrance to it. Nevertheless, capitalism need not yet be at the end of the line. From the purely economic standpoint, it can continue to develop so long as the growing industries of the capitalist countries can induce a corresponding expansion of agricultural production. 43. According to Koskay, imperialism was only one mode of expansion of capitalism. At the end of the World War, there was the possibility that the great imperialist powers would come to some arrangement, desisting from the arms race and like cartels reaching agreement about the coordination of their foreign policies. He predicted that the cartelization of foreign policies and the materialization of a federation of powers would usher in a new phase, that of ultra-imperialism. Ultra-imperialism and the role of social democracy. Ultra-imperialism then, was the dawning recognition that the violent form of capitalist expansion, the preferred policy of non-se capital, was too costly and too disruptive. The power politics of years before the outbreak of war had to be superseded lest another conflagration arose. Koskay expected that statesmen would heed their sons. He saw that the concept of a federation of Central European states, which had been oded prior to the outbreak of war, had positive ramifications. Koskay thought that the integration of different communities into a collective a confederation of states was an appropriate formula for large empire whose capitalism needs to reach its last and highest form, in which the proletariat will assume power. Such a multinational entity should be based on equal rights, with democratic conditions applying in each member nation. German capitalist development, observed Koskay, required a larger internal market, hence his critical approval of a confederation of Central European states. The political union of the United States of Europe, whilst at that time in a possible future scenario, nevertheless was a programme that social democracy should support in the post-war era. Undoubtedly these was support of capitalism and potential political forms arising from a capitalist economy base, but in Koskay's mind that support, though conditional, was warranted. By critically supporting capitalism and its political forms, social democracy would help deliver the expansion of industrial production and more harmonious political forms, the latter being both democratic and egalitarian. By not supporting the rapacious and connectual policies of imperialism, which produced arms races and world war, social democracy would help ensure that the capitalists and the political 44. Leaders would eventually turn their back on those policies. The aim of social democrats in the post-war phase of ultra-imperialism was to act as a pressure group, encouraging the further development of the means of production whilst countering imperialist policies. Unlike Bukharin and Lenin, for example, Koskay did not see imperialism as the null phase of capitalism. Instead, he considered imperialism the violent extension of spheres of influence or outright annexation of agrarian zones by industrialist capitalist powers. It was not the definitive crisis of capitalism and therefore did not require the revolutionary seizure of power and the smashing of the bourgeois state. Hilferding Signance on Koskay. Hilferding's analysis of Nan's capital was asminal influence on Koskay's theorizing. Both the export of capital and the connivance of banking and industrial capital that formed Nan's capital were concepts that Koskay adopted and adapted. Especially insightful for Koskay was Hilferding's work on cartels. The confederation of powerful capitalist states, a configuration that Koskay predicted would come into being after the war, reaching accord about political and economic arrangements, was the extension of Hilferding tindings about cartels, trusts and syndicates to the domain of international relations. The positing of a syndicate or cartel of states and the perceived weakness of the labor movement in Germany were the grounds that Koskay used to promote the tactics of passivity associated with the inheritance position. In his view, the capitalist states would still be powerful after the war, coming to their senses and making arrangements amongst themselves for the peaceful exploitation of their own spheres of influence. Parties like the German SPD, because of the less than fortuitous social, political and economic conditions, had to act prudently. Koschei, right after all? A number of assumptions underpinned Koschei's vision of an ultra-imperialist future. Given that Koschei's writing on ultra-imperialism 45 has been subject of renewed interest, it is important to tease out these assumptions. According to globalization-era Marxists Panich and Jinden, Koschei's ultra-imperialism corresponds closely to the framework of post-Cold War international relations, such as the Tariff American hegemony and the intimate connection between the US state and the states of other advanced capitalist nations that Lenin's assertion about inter-imperialist rivalry no was effectively rendered obsolete. They go further and assert that the reason for Lenin's scorn towards Koschei's analysis of imperialism was that fundamentally he had the temerity to claim that all the major capitalist ruling classes, after having learned the lesson of the World War, might eventually come to revive capitalist globalization through a collaborative ultra-imperialism in face of the increasing strength of an industrial proletariat that nevertheless still fell short of the capacity to effect a socialist transformation. Rehabilitating ultra-imperialism uncritically, however, is problematic because it was based on a set of assumptions that proved to be not simply wrong but moreover, politically incoherent. The political incoherence stemmed from Koschei's claim that capitalism would be rejuvenated after the war and the SPD and other social democratic parties would be able to take up where they left off. He made this claim shortly before the catastrophic voting for war credits by SPD Reichstag deputies, which opened achism in the ranks of the SPD. Koschei did not rescind this claim, allowing publication of his article on ultra-imperialism to go ahead after the outbreak of war. Koschei's reformism, which had become more prominent after 1910, ruled out any extra-parliamentary opposition to the policies of the German government, an attitude that infuriated the revolutionaries Luxemburg, Bukharin, and Lenin. The SPD underwent a series of splits towards Thurs end, and Koschei joined one of the new splinter parties, the Independent Social Democratic of Germany. The establishment of the Weimar Republic following the war and revolutionary upsurges in Berlin and 46. Various other German cities. André Junz between November 1918 and January 1919 Gavathilietto and his assumption of political roles. The history of the Weimar Republic shows that the inheritance strategy underpinning Koschei's ultra-imperialism did not bring about socialism. What particularly attracted there of Lenin was Koschei's proposal that at the end of the war there would be a coming together of the great imperialist powers that would see them reach an accord whereupon they would drop the connectual policies that caused the Great War. This scenario did not come to pass. The Versailles Treaty, which imposed onerous reparations and other conditions on Germany courtesy of victorious nations, laid the groundwork for World War II. In the aftermath of war, notes Hobsbawm, every party in Germany, from the communists on the extreme left to Hitler's National Socialists and the extreme right, concurred in condemning the Versailles Treaty as unjust and unacceptable. Koschei's identification of imperialism as primarily a relationship between the industrialized nations and the agrarian nations was rebuffed by the conditions placed on Germany subsequent to the signing of the armistice in 1918. The occupation of the Ruhr by the French in 1923 was a further example of how imperialism was not just an exploitative relationship between industrial and agrarian countries. French capitalists and bourgeois politicians, it has been suggested, had an eye on the Ruhr as a political prop for French domination in Europe. Koschei's reformist ideology shaped his conceptualizing of imperialism and his predictions for future geopolitical and capitalist development. It is a risky exercise to suggest that the insights found in ultra-imperialism are more in tune with the current conjuncture because, for one thing, inter-imperialist rivalry appears to be superseded. Panich and Jinden, in resurrecting Koschei's assertion about collaboration amongst ruling classes in advanced capitalist nations, extract ultra-imperialism from its social, political, and economic context. Additionally, the reformism and problematic assumptions that lay at the heart of the theory are overlooked. Despite these concerns, The harking back by Panich and Jindal to Koskai's ultra-imperialism is an example of the continued interest that classical Marxist theories hold for contemporary Marxist thinkers. 47. Ultra-imperialism, Koskai's enduring legacy. Koskai's contribution to imperialism theory is most notable for the reactions it has engendered. On the one hand, it came in for scathing criticism from Luxemburg, Bukharin, and Lenin, as we will see in the next chapter. Interestingly, for more recent Marxist writers Panich and Jindal, ultra-imperialism has been vindicated decades after it was proposed. Imperialism, for Koskai, was the policy of violence pursued by industrial nations, usually in connection with the securing of sources of raw materials and agricultural products. Koskai was convinced that imperialism was not the null stage of capitalism and its excesses would be toned down or reformed by the ruling classes. Capitalists and bourgeois politicians would, Koskai assumed, come to see the political and economic short-sightedness associated with imperialist policies. As the leading theoretician of the German SPD and one of its Kriegers, Koskai helped shape that party's response to imperialism and war. In his view, opposition to both imperialism and war had to be tempered by knowledge of the strength of the bourgeois state and weaknesses of social democracy respectively. Consequently, he thought that, once the war concluded, conditional support had to be given to capitalist expansion and the political processes and institutions in advanced capitalist nations. These were appropriate tactics for social democratic parties to implement given the power imbalance between states and working class parties. In Koskai's mind, the revolutionary seizure of the state could be countenanced only as an extreme last resort. Ultra-imperialism was Koskai's attempt to demonstrate that reform remained the best strategy that the SPD and kindred parties could adopt both at that time just after the war. His theory of imperialism was a reaction of his political outlook. This is something that we will see also in the writing of their evolutionaries, political outlook coloring theoretical perspective. It is important to highlight this as criticism has been directed Lenin's way for his proclivity for over-politicizing theory. Classical Marxist writers as a cohort were involved in the day-to-day activities connected with political parties, whether legal or illegal. Therefore, political lessons, strategies and tactics usually shaped and wreaked their analyses. The aftermath of the Great War, the Bolshevik Revolution, the failure of the German revolutionary uprisings and subsequent German social. 48. Political and economic developments made Koskai's offering on imperialism redundant. Ultra-imperialism probably would have faded from view entirely if it had not been vilified by Lenin in his pamphlet. It is, perhaps, one of the ironies of history that elements of Koskai's conceptualizing of ultra-imperialism have been rehabilitated in the post-Cold War world. Ironic, but also deeply problematic, because the social, political, and economic contexts as well as Koskai's reformist outlook all have been overlooked by those interested in the partial rehabilitation of his theory. Conclusion. The reformists Hobson, Hilferding and Koskai produced the concepts and insights that the revolutionary theoreticians Luxemburg, Bukharin, and Lenin used to construct or rein their own theories of imperialism. Hobson's seminal book set out the political, social, moral, and economic boundaries of imperialism theory. Hilferding, whilst not creating a fully elaborated theory of imperialism himself, nevertheless presented a Marxist analysis of capitalist development in the decades after Marx's death, revealing many important changes, particularly in the economies of Germany and the US. Tropes such as the export of capital, Nance capital, Nanciers, cartels, syndicates and trusts, and stages of capitalist development came from the reformists and found their way into the writing of the revolutionaries. Hobson, Hilferding and Koskai saw imperialism as a major issue intimately linked to capitalism. Yet, they did not consider imperialism as something unavoidable nor that it was an inevitable product of capitalism. Political systems in Britain and Germany, according to their reformists, were sufficiently robust and politicians stood enough to deal with the excesses of imperialism. Revolutionary upheaval was necessary and, according to Hilferding and Koskai, may well have been counterproductive for the organist working class movement. A problem with the analysis of imperialism undertaken by the pioneers is the paucity of the political theory evident in their writing. This problem is especially evident in the output of classical Marxists. We saw this in Hilferding's Finance Capital, where the capitalist class used the state as an instrument. The instrumentalist view of the state. 49. Also appears in Bukharin's and Lenin's analyses as discussed in the following chapter. Theorizing of imperialism by the reformists set out the parameters for much of the analysis of imperialism that was to follow. Aspects of their work continue to have contemporary relevance. Panich and Jindal argue that Koskai's conceptualizing of ultra-imperialism foreshadowed the contemporary global political situation, with one major imperialist power setting the ground rules for the other imperialist powers. Whilst it was found that such a view of Koskai's ultra-imperialism hypothesis to contextualist it, nonetheless, Panich and Jindal furnish proof of the continued relevance of the work of the pioneers. A stronger case for the continued relevance of classical Marxist theories of imperialism can be made about the revolutionaries, and it is to their work that attention now turns. 50. Chapter 2. Imperialism is unavoidable. Consequentio of capitalist development. The Revolutionaries Luxembourg. Bukharin and Lenin. Introduction. Taking the view that imperialism was a necessary consequence of capitalist development were the revolutionaries Rosa Luxemburg, Nikolai Bukharin, and Vladimir Lenin. Luxemburg was an active participant in the struggles against revisionism in the German SPD and an unchanged critic of any move to dilute the revolutionary heart of Marxist social theory and practice. She railed against the nationalist fervor and the rising tide of militarism that took hold of Wilhelmine Germany, and her opposition to the war led to her incarceration. Along with another new radical, Karl Liebknecht, who also received a jail term for his outspoken resistance to the war, Luxemburg helped bring into existence the Spartacus group that emerged from meetings of disgruntled SPD officials, activists, and trade union leaders between June 1915 and March 1916. The Spartacists, as they became known, sought to redirect the German labor movement away from the reformism/revisionism that marked the SPD. In 1913, the year before the outbreak of war, Luxemburg published The Accumulation of Capital. This book was a considered response to the Bernsteinian thesis that capitalist crises had not brought about the collapse of capitalism that Marx had predicted. Edward Bernstein and fellow revisionists had claimed that Marxism needed to be revised in light of capitalism's continued existence and the problems associated with orthodox Marxist theory such as value theory and the theory of wages. Luxemburg believed that she had uncovered the reasons for capitalism's non-collapse and the increasing incorporation of the colonial world into the structures of capitalist accumulation. Imperialism was the method whereby capitalist nations had forestalled their imminent collapse. She believed Marx's capital contained errors, especially his reproduction schemas found in Capital Volume 2, which she asserted was premised on a closed system. By tackling this perceived problem, Luxemburg sought to counter revisionism and account for the cynical expansion of capitalism and its colonial development from the late 19th century onwards. The positioning of imperialism as a necessary byproduct of what essentially I saw analysis of Marx's reproduction scheme as does not detract from the positive efforts of her labors. Luxemburg, for instance, RST brought to light the use of militarism as a subsidiary means of capital accumulation. Defense expenditure, according to Mommsen, acted as an additional method of realizing surplus value, an idea which has been adopted in various forms by later Marxist thinkers. Luxemburg's Marxist contribution to imperialism theory arguably has been underappreciated. Certainly the focus of the accumulation of capital is not primarily on imperialism. Her understanding of the subject nonetheless led her to argue that, whilst imperialism was the historical method for prolonging the career of capitalism, any such continuation would not provide an it. There would be a reckoning, and the mere tendency towards imperialism of itself takes forms which make the null phase of capitalism a period of catastrophe. The null phase of capitalism preempted Lenin's last or highest stage of capitalism, with Wolfgang Mommsen observing that Lenin owed much to Luxemburg's analysis of imperialism without ever actually acknowledging it. Such has been the nuance of Lenin's book that Bukharin's contribution has been 52. Largely overlooked. Bukharin's insightful views on imperialism, however, received ringing endorsement from Alex Kallinikis, who, amongst other things, acknowledged Bukharin's central concept of the world economy in the title of his own work, Imperialism and Global Political Economy. Bukharin's Imperialism and World Economy points out the high level of development attained by capitalism in the opening years of the century. He saw in imperialism the intertwined and interdependent nature of capitalism and the state, a nexus that had developed in the monopoly stage of capitalism. Bukharin believed that states had become so intimately tied up in the capitalist accumulation process he coined the phrase state-capitalist trusts to describe the relationship. State capitalist trusts were dependent on the territorial space of the nation-state and the subordination of the state to the interests of its capitalists. Countering these national features was the increased internationalization of the capitalist accumulation process. The contradiction between the national and the international in the political and economic nexus of capitalist imperialism arguably is Bukharin's most important addition to imperialism theory. Interestingly, Bukharin, like the reformists, saw imperialism as a policy to which Nan's capital resorted, in other words a policy of conquest. Lifted straight from Hilferding, Nan's capital was the amalgamation of industrial and banking capital, a feature of German industrial development. At first glance, it appears that Bukharin read Nan's capital, attributing policy-making capabilities to a set of social relations. Bukharin's argument, according to Brewer, was that capitalism had become so organized under the aegis of Nan's capital that there was unification of the capitalist classes of each national bloc. Such was the unification of interests that the state no longer had to arbitrate over competing fractional interests and thus could be seen as simply reacting the policies, values, and ideals of the magnates of capital. Brewer rightly points out that Bukharin's treatment of the state was oversimple. Unlike the reformists, Bukharin did not think it was possible to circumvent international tensions and the inevitable wars that were the very essence of imperialism, through policies and legislation. Imperialism was not amenable to reform, and Bukharin dismissed 53. Koskai's ultra-imperialism as a pipe dream. The only solution to the Gordian knot of imperialism was proletarian revolution. Prior to 1917 and the Bolshevik seizure of power in Russia, Lenin was in the minority of social democratic leaders still advocating the revolutionary line in Europe and in Russia. One purpose that Lenin had in mind when writing on imperialism was to demonstrate that reformists like Koskai were wrong in their appraisal of the conjuncture. It was wrong for reformists to think that the excesses of imperialism, such as the horrendous war that was then ravaging Europe, could be avoided or reformed away so long as capitalism continued to exist. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, was not merely some excursus in painstaking academic research, it served political and polemical ends as well. It is important to make this point because two latter-day Marxist critics tax Lenin with over-politicizing theory. Panich and Jindal make a series of strong criticisms of classical Marxist theorists. They claim, inter alia, that the elevation of the particular circumstances that applied to late 19th and early 20th century European development, and especially the intense rivalries between the great powers, became an idea for classical Marxist theorists. Panich and Jindal, in criticizing Lenin's response to Koskai, abstract out the intense struggles over strategy and tactics that these theorists and political leaders were compelled to undertake in reaction to the tumultuous events of their times. Reform or revolution was the burning question of the era. In Part 3, where globalization-era Marxist offerings are accorded more detailed analysis, Panich and Jindal's combined offering on 20th century imperialism is examined in more detail. Here it suffices to state that one of their criticisms of Lenin's work, his over-politicizing of theory, is illustrative of the type of misunderstanding that Lenin's treatise on imperialism has attracted and continues to attract. The above should not be taken as wholehearted endorsement of Lenin's theory of imperialism. It is untenable either to dismiss his work completely or to make the assertion that his tract remains the definitive last word on imperialism. Unlike Bukharin, Lenin did not propound an overtly instrumentalist view of the state in his study of imperialism. There was minimal analysis of the political aspects of imperialism in his book, due to Lenin's desire to avoid Tsarist. 54. Censorship. Criticism raised by Panich and Jindal concerning the lack of political theory in the theorizing of imperialism by classical Marxists applies to Lenin's work. Although there are problems with Lenin's theory of imperialism, as critic Shave rightly pointed out, there is much that remains relevant. Certain features of the world that Lenin identified early in the 20th century are easily observable today. Global capitalism is pervasive, and still prone to crisis. Amidst great wealth there exists great poverty, and international politics still is marked by the might makes right approach synonymous with realpolitik. Conflicts continue to occur, though admittedly not at the level of the conflagrations that marked the first half of the 20th century. Hence the ongoing interest and relevancy of Lenin's tract, it is not null word on imperialism theory, nor is it a painstakingly assembled theoretical excursus. Nonetheless, it holds contemporary significance because the major features of global capitalism and geopolitics Lenin identified in 1916 are discernible in the new millennium, albeit in moded forms. An examination of Lenin's writing on imperialism brings this to light. This chapter presents two key arguments. First, the analysis of imperialism by the revolutionaries provided benchmark theories that continue to have contemporary relevance. The revolutionaries built on the work of reformists, but deviated from their formists' analyses over the question of the inevitability of imperialism. Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin produced empirically rich theories, with each providing cogent definitions of capitalist imperialism, noteworthy because they were the first to do so. The work of their evolutionaries has been and continues to be highly influential, with contemporary Marxist intellectuals referring back to the writing of Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin to shape their work on 20th century imperialism. The second argument concerns the opacity of political analysis evident in the writing of their evolutionaries. Criticisms of Panich and Jindal about the omission of state theory and or the instrumentalist rendering of the state in classical Marxist imperialism theory is important. By relying too heavily on the economic analysis of imperialism, the theories of imperialism produced by revolutionaries, especially Bukharin and Lenin, were rather one-sided. 55. Rosa Luxemburg and the necessity of non-capitalist regions for capitalist accumulation. Born in Poland in 1871 and later adopting German citizenship, Rosa Luxemburg was one of the SPD's stalwart leftists and a leading theorist in the party. There was no question of her commitment to the revolutionary side of Marxism and her opposition to reformists in the SPD's ranks. From 1910 onwards, she had locked horns with Koski over the issue of the mass strike and the role of revolution in the supplanting of capitalism and the building of socialism. Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital was published in the year prior to the outbreak of World War I. The last section of that book, it has been argued, was the RST comprehensive theory of imperialism sculpted by a Marxist. The book was ostensibly written about the perceived problem of accumulation and expanded reproduction in Marx's Capital. According to Luxemburg, the problem with Marx's modeling of reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital, predicated as it was on an economy composed of capitalists and workers only, could not account for the increase in consumer or producer goods that each production cycle poured on the market. There was no possibility for expanded reproduction as consumption of consumer and producer goods remained static. Luxemburg's solution to the problem was straightforward: the reproduction process of capitalism was expanded by incorporating non-capitalist territories into Western capitalist economies. A number of phases were associated with this incorporation process, the last of which was imperialism. Hence her definition of imperialism. Imperialism is the political expression of the accumulation of capital in its competitive struggle for what remains still open of the non-capitalist environment. Luxemburg's biographer has suggested that she did not go to the lengths that Lenin did 3 years later in his pamphlet spelling out the distinctive features of imperialism. Luxemburg preferred to view imperialism as a general set of effects, amongst which were militarism closely connected with colonialism, protectionism and power politics as a whole, a world armament race, colonial robbery and the policy of spheres of influence all over the world. 56. In home and foreign affairs, the very essence of a capitalist policy of national aggression. For Luxemburg, What distinguished imperialism from capitalism was not so much the change at nature of capitalism but rather the increased negative effects had imperialism had in society and social democracy. By emphasizing that imperialism was a combination of effects, Luxemburg studiously avoided cading on one especial feature such as militarism. Her SPD colleague Karl Liebknecht, for instance, had become almost single-minded in his anti-militarism. Luxemburg's view of imperialism and how social democracy should respond to it was clear. The task of social democracy was to highlight all aspects of imperialism, showing that it was a universal condition that required universal opposition by social democracy. Intriguingly, for one whose outlook was revolutionary, there is not much in the way of political analysis and strategizing evident in Luxemburg's The Accumulation of Capital. Peter Nettle states that within the book there is a rigorous theoretical analysis of imperialism's economic causes, yet there is only the physiognomy of its political manifestations. By physiognomy, Nettle means that the political manifestations of imperialism were outlined rather than deemed by Luxemburg. His conjecture is that Luxemburg's reason for not drawing out political manifestations could be found in her effort to assert that imperialism was capitalism writ large. By painting a picture of the overall rapaciousness of imperialism, Luxemburg was angling for a much stronger response from the SPD, rather than another anodyne by ballot that Koskai had proposed. Luxemburg argued that imperialism was a product of intrinsic economic problems of capitalism. When the accumulation processes in capitalist nations came up against limits imposed on them by domestic markets, non-capitalist regions were assimilated into capitalist global economy so that the realization of surplus value could continue. Accumulation, then, was not just an internal relationship between the branches of capitalist economy, it primarily a relationship between capital and a non-capitalist environment. Like other revolutionary theorists Bukharin and Lenin, Luxemburg saw imperialism as the historical stage 57 of capitalism. She viewed this phase or stage as characterized by lending abroad, railroad constructions, revolution and wars. International loans as lever, opening up the non-capitalist regions. Lending in the form of international loans was a particularly powerful instrument for shaping the economic development of nascent capitalist countries. Additionally, loans were crucial levers in prizing open and supplanting the natural economies of the non-capitalist regions. In the RST instance, newly emergent capitalist countries tapped into source softness to fund their industrialization, state building and infrastructure. With the acceptance of loan or loans, however, the recipients found themselves in the position of supplicants. As creditors, the old capitalist states exerted pressure on young states' foreign and commercial policies, nances and customs, in the process opening up nulls of investment and capital accumulation. The negative side of this opening up of new elds of investment and accumulation was the creation of new competitors for capitalists in the old capitalist states. The prime example of the invidious nature of foreign loans that Luxemburg cited was the Egyptian experience, starting with the projects of modernization begun under the auspices of the founder of modern Egypt, Mehemet Ali. Over the course of the last half of the 19th century, during which the Suez Canal was built by foreign companies and financed through a series of loans, Egypt became enmeshed in European capitalism. The combination of international loans, large speculative projects, the Suez Canal scheme and the exploitative use of the fellahin on whose shoulders was fastened a long-term tax burden effectively brought to an end the natural economy of Egypt, opening the way for a commodity-based economy. The indebtedness of Egypto-European capital resulted in the increased direct involvement of Europeans in the financial, economic and political life of the country. The Egyptian state once ceased perform at its function of 58. Leeching the blood of the fellahin through taxation in order to pay interest on the loans was manipulated by the British and French into deposing Ismail Pasha the Khedive. In June 1879, a mutiny in the Egyptian army and a popular revolt in Alexandria were the pretext for the British military occupation of Egypt in 1882. The transformation of Egypt from natural economy to a commodity economy and thence to capitalist economy could not occur fast enough and had to be completed under the direct control of international capital. Militarism acted as an executor of capitalist interests involving railway construction, irrigation systems, the Suez Canal project and international loans. Free trade, tariffs and imperialism. Extending her historical analysis of capitalist development, Luxemburg traced the switch from free trade to protectionism, the latter being a characteristic of the developed phase of imperialism. Britain was able to promote and defend free trade as it was the oldest capitalist nation and boasted an extensive empire. Access to non-capitalist hinterland, which was extensive in area and rich in resources, gave Britain a huge advantage over many other European capitalist states. The empire afforded British capitalists almost unlimited opportunities for capitalist accumulation. Free trade, and its corresponding ideal of a harmony of interests, grew out of a specific set of circumstances. Luxemburg contended that the free trade ideologues of Manchester School based their theoretical considerations on the mistaken assumption that the accumulation of capital was built solely on commodity exchange. She was similarly critical of the idea of a harmony of interests existing between commodity-producing nations and between capital and labor. The ascendancy of the doctrine of free trade was short-lived. Taking in the decades of the 1860s and 1870s. Even before these, in the 1840s the harmony of interests of the commercial nations was shown to be chimerical when the opening up of China brought about a system of spheres of interest. Free trade precepts did not express the interests of capitalist accumulation in total, and they were abandoned when industrial capital established itself in major European countries. 59. The passing of the era of free trade, however, was not solely due to the imposition of protective tariffs by industrializing European countries in reaction to Britain's industrial dominance. Reasons for the decline of free trade were more complex, involving competition from American industrial and agricultural products, competitive pressure on European states on other, and the growth and inuency of big industrial capital. Protective tariffs heralded both the end of free trade and heightening of competitive struggles amongst European capitalist powers. For Luxemburg, the crucial arena of competitive struggle hinged on securing of access to the non-capitalist regions. Such competition did not bode well for the world. With the high development of the capitalist countries and their increasingly severe competition in acquiring non-capitalist areas, imperialism grows in lawlessness and violence, both in aggression against the non-capitalist world and in ever more serious conflicts among the competing capitalist countries. Though imperialism is the historical method for prolonging the career of capitalism, it is also a sure means of bringing it to a swift conclusion. This is not to say that capitalist development must be actually driven to this extreme. The mere tendency towards imperialism of itself takes forms which make the null phase of capitalism a period of catastrophe. Tariffs were a symptom of the heightened competition amongst capitalist powers. Intimately bound up with all this was a particular form of colonial expansion, backed up by military might, particularly naval power. Luxemburg summed up the main methods employed by capitalist powers in their relationships with non-capitalist regions, these being colonial policy, an international loan system, a policy of spheres of interest, and war. Brazenness attended the behavior of capitalist states in their dealings with non-capitalist countries. Force, fraud, oppression, looting are openly displayed without any attempt at concealment. Tellingly, the relationships and behaviors described grew out of the accumulation process. That is, for Luxemburg, political phenomena such as foreign policy as well as war and militarism had their basis in and were determined by the 60. Accumulation process. In reality, political power is nothing but a vehicle for the economic process. Militarism as a weapon and as province of accumulation. Militarism played an important part in every phase of the accumulation process. Acting as executor or enforcer, the Might state helped enormously in this stage of European capitalism, which Marx called the process of primitive accumulation. The anchoring of New World and the subjection of the Indian subcontinent came about through extensive use of the military. Order was maintained in the colonies and primitive means of production were forcibly appropriated, so commodity exchange and commodity-based economy could be imposed on those countries where the social structure had been unfavorable to it. The proletarianization of the native people came about through compulsion, behind which stood armed force. Spheres of influence were carved out, loan conditions were enforced, and railway concessions were wrung from backward countries courtesy of military might. Militarism also was pivotal in the competitive struggles for the division of non-capitalist regions amongst capitalist powers. Luxemburg furthermore made an interesting claim that militarism was a special province of accumulation. Principally funding for militarism came via indirect taxes levied on workers and peasants. For capitalism and the state a number of benefits ensued. The normal standard of living for the working class was lowered with funds diverted from wages and into the coffers of the state. These funds were invested with state in armaments manufacture. In pooling these revenues the state amassed large amounts of purchasing power, creating an old-off accumulation for capital. The concentration of revenue enabled the state to place large orders on an ongoing basis, giving stability to capitalists in the armaments industry. There appeared to be a rhythm and regularity to the growth of the armaments industry, which made seem like the potential for unlimited expansion. Luxemburg claimed that the manufacture of armaments and militarism in general and its regularity and rhythmic movement of production, all were controlled by capital. This control was achieved through legislature and with molding of public opinion by the press. 61. Militarism, like the accumulation process, was predicated on the depression of the living standards of the workers and peasants, and therefore must eventually undermine the basis for its existence. Ruthlessly capital sets about the destruction of non-capitalist stratotomy, and in the outside world, right lowers the standard of living for the workers as a whole. The greater also is the change in the day-to-day history of capital. It becomes a string of political and social disasters and convulsions, and under these conditions, punctuated by periodical economic catastrophes or crises, accumulation can go on no longer. The political gap in Luxemburg's imperialism theory: to avoid disasters, convulsions, and catastrophes, it was necessary for the international working class to revolt and act to implement socialist principles. The advocacy of revolution put Luxemburg at odds with Koskai and other reformists in the SPD. Luxemburg was one of Koskai's most vociferous opponents in the party, so it is somewhat surprising that Luxemburg did not seize the opportunity for political straitgazing in the accumulation of capital. The oversight possibly was deliberate, with her intention being to show that the accumulation process had reached its limits, visiting not only decline, impoverishment, and catastrophe on the non-capitalist regions but also on the capitalist heartlands themselves. Bold action, then, was needed rather than the tactics of passivity and compromise that marked the reformists in the SPD. There is no doubt that Luxemburg took a revolutionary position regarding imperialism, seeing it as the null stage of the history of capitalist accumulation. Responding to criticism of her work by Otto Bauer, she castigated him and, by extension, the experts in the SPD for their rhetoric about social revolution and their compromising with the German state regarding the August 1914 voting for war credits. She claimed that such bankruptcy had handed leadership over to imperialism. That Luxemburg had strong views on the political response to imperialism that in her mind the SPD should have adopted is evident in a number of her 62 other writings. Her advocacy of revolutionary tactics and the mass strike as weapon of choice for the German working class prior to World War I was apparent throughout her pamphleteering and journalism published in the SPD party press. In the Spartacist uprising during the post-war revolutionary tumult in Germany, she paid the ultimate price of her commitment to revolutionary politics. Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht were murdered by members of the paramilitary Freikorps on January 15, 1919. Luxemburg's contribution to the theory of imperialism. Luxemburg's portrayal of imperialism and the accumulation of capital was something of a mixed bag. For her, imperialism was not a policy or set of policies, rather it was a phase of capitalism. Imperialism had its genesis in what Luxemburg claimed was a problem of accumulation requiring non-capitalist countries as purchasers of surplus commodities. Despite the claim atably that Luxemburg's was the RST comprehensive a theory of imperialism by a Marxist, it was not comprehensive, omitting a number of features that both Hobson and Hilferding had identified in their works. For example, Nancy Capital, the export of capital and the impact of monopolies received little attention in her book. Given Luxemburg's revolutionary credentials and outspoken opposition to reformists like Koskai and the SPD, perhaps the most puzzling aspect of her book is its minimal engagement with Political side of imperialism. Her focus was to account for problems in Marxist economic theory, and presumably she thought that she had covered the political aspects of imperialism extensively enough elsewhere. Critics identify a number of problems in Luxemburg's examination of the accumulation process and imperialism. Her key premise, namely that accumulation could exponentially with non-capitalist regions taking up the surplus of commodities produced by the capitalist nations, is odd. There was no absolute compulsion for non-capitalist regions to act as outlets for excess commodities. These stem was not as closed as Luxemburg assumed. Underpinning her outlook about capitalist production was the teleological belief that production in general should have a purpose. Individual capitalists have purposes, but 63. The capitalist system as a whole, though as not, it is anarchic with its only motive. Selling means of production and their commodities to other capitalists for was not only possible but actually happened, helping to expand accumulation. Consequently, Luxemburg's definition of imperialism suffered. Central to it was the struggle for the securing of non-capitalist regions by capitalist nations as guarantors of expanded reproduction. Brewer insightfully remarks that Luxemburg may not have proved that capitalism needed a non-capitalist environment, but her stressing of the appearance and growth of capitalism in a non-capitalist environment nonetheless was commendable. Theme of the absolute necessity of non-capitalist regions for capitalist accumulation and imperialism would end its with neo-Marxist dependency theory of André Gunder Frank. A crucial difference observable in Luxemburg study and neo-Marxist dependency theory was that the former stressed the active role of European capitalist accumulation in the relations between capitalist and non-capitalist regions. Recent commentators have been influenced by Luxemburg's account of Western capitalism's forays into the non-capitalist world. Harvey and Wood, two globalization-era Marxists, acknowledge her work in passing. Harvey, in fact, develops Luxemburg's trope about the use of force and predation to inform his accumulation by dispossession concept. Another praiseworthy insight of hers was the positing of militarism as a province of accumulation. There had been work on militarism by SPD theorists, but Luxemburg was the first classical Marxist to explicitly make the link between militarism, the accumulation process, and imperialism. Later Marxists followed up her groundbreaking work in this area. The descriptions that she gave of the travails of Egypt, Turkey, and China at the hands of imperialist powers were powerful indictments of imperialism. In the struggle against the excesses that accompanied the null stage of capitalism, not only did Luxemburg write, agitate and organize, helping to create a new political party, she also gave her life. Her example as a committed revolutionary and insightful and iconoclastic Marxist theorist continues to inspire. 64. World Economy and Imperialism. Bukharin's systematic analysis. Unlike Luxemburg study, Bukharin's work on imperialism qualifies as a comprehensive account. Born in 1888, Bukharin joined the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in 1906 and established a reputation as one of the party's leading theoreticians before eventually falling victim to one of Stalin's purges in 1938. Drawing extensively on Hilferding's seminal book, Bukharin extended that work by treating imperialism as the policy of Nan's capitalism, indeed, a policy that Nan's capitalism could not avoid following. Hilferding's theory of imperialism was a byproduct of his central analytical concern, which was updating Marx's critique of capitalist political economy. A similar claim can be made about Luxemburg's account of the subject in The Accumulation of Capital, where her primary focus was not on imperialism. To Bukharin, then, goes the distinction of being the RST of the classical Marxists to construct a comprehensive theory of the subject. Bukharin went further than simply building on Hilferding's insights into Nan's Capital, asserting that imperialism was the most essential element of modern capitalism. Imperialism was an inevitable historical category that appeared at a specific stage, the last in the development of capitalism. The strong emphasis on inevitability received its impetus from Bukharin's opposition to the imperialism as policy approach found in official social democratic circles. Preguring Lenin's assault on Koskai's notion of ultra-imperialism, Bukharin argued that to project a future with no wars in the epoch of imperialism was a deeply harmful utopian fantasy symptomatic of reformism. In other words, Koski had relied on a sunny view of capitalism, which whilst pointing out its adaptability glossed over its inherent contradictions. In Bukharin's mind, a defining element of early 20th century capitalism was the centrality of the world economy. Here his outlook contrasted with Hilferding's, whose focus was the economies of the advanced nations. According to Bukharin, the advanced national economies functioned as units of the world economy and were subject to the laws of the global market. Not only were the national economies of advanced capitalist states subject to the 65 laws of the world market, such had been the changes to capitalism, monopolization, cartelization, concentration, and centralization, state intervention, that the law of value did not operate within national economies. The law of value only operated at the international level. Bukharin was able to arrive at this conclusion because capitalism had transcended the competitive turmoil of its early existence. Competitive capitalism was superseded by monopoly capitalism, which in turn had formed the basis of an organized state capitalism. Basing his work on the contradictions between the national and international aspects of organist capitalism, Bukharin constructed Imperialism and World Economy. Summarizing Bukharin's overall contribution to imperialism theory, Howard and King suggest that there are three principal contributions that he made to the classical Marxist corpus. Rst was the systematizing und radicalising of Hilferding's theorising, culminating in Bukharin's shifting focus from national economies to the world economy. Second was his argument about the national centralization of capital beyond Nancy capital to form quasi-totalitarian state capitalisms. Third, and Nolly Washi's recognition that the nature of the state in the imperialist era, the new Leviathans, militate against theus of the state by an revolutionary party aiming to build socialism. The state had to be smashed. Bukharin's world economy, linchpin of a theory. Bukharin net centerpiece of his analysis is a system of production relations and correspondingly of exchange relations on a world scale. The world economy was subject to the same anarchical non-regulated conditions that had plagued national economies in the era of competitive capitalism. Being expansive, capitalism eventually linked parts of the globe through processes of exchange and production. The combination of division of labor and the uneven development of productive forces playing out at the national and international levels created different types of economies and production spheres, increasing the social division of labor. A cleavage of entire countries on the basis of industrial versus agricultural. 66. Forms of production was evident, replicating town and country bifurcation on a global scale. Having unspent pinnacle of capitalist development, national economies had become units of the world economy. Bukharin drew attention to the depth and breadth of capitalist development in the world economy, with more extensive connections on the one hand and more intensive, thicker networks on the other hand. Those extensive connections facilitated the drawing of non-capitalist regions into the capitalist world economic system, where intensive networks strengthened existing capitalist relations of production. Helping propel the prodigious growth of turn-of-the-century capitalism was the qualitative improvement in the production processes courtesy of technical progress. The application of electricity, internal combustion motors, turbines, chemical discoveries, and the intertwining of science and industry to a high degree caused a rapid qualitative leap in the productive forces of world capitalism. Noteworthy here and throughout the text is Bukharin's use of statistical tables to support his arguments. He employed empirical evidence from heavy industries such as coal, iron ore, cast iron, copper, and gold, supplemented by tables for foodstuff production, railroad tracks laid, shipbuilding and immigration amongst others to bolster his claims. Compared with the offerings of Hilferding, Koski and Luxemburg, Bukharin's contribution is empirically richer. Following in Hilferding's footsteps, Bukharin traced the increased international connections established by Germany's large national banks. German banks were not alone in this regard, with British, French and Dutch banks expanding their branches in their colonies, to finance capital, the amalgamation of banking and industrial capital, had consolidated its central position in the national economies of Europe and had extended its reach internationally. The impact of rapid technological progress in the production process, combined with the increased international linkages of industry and man's capital and the growth of monopolies, had molded industry progressively into one organized system. Organized capitalism came in the wake of the elimination or subordination of weaker competitors and the powerful influence of man's capital on the organization and direction of investment. And 67. Production. National economies had been transformed from an arena of competing capitals into an entity where there were organizational connections in all branches of production. National capitalist economies had come to be organized not through policy directives but through the inexorable unfolding of the law of capitalist competition. The next step Bukharin identified was the incorporation of the state into the national accumulation process. State power became enmeshed with banking and industrial capital, forming a state capitalist trust. Out of this nexus came state capitalism. The most striking feature of modern capitalism was for Bukharin the new interventionist role of state. As the term state capitalism was meant to indicate, the state had ceased to be mere lithe political instrument of the ruling class, the disinterested adjudicator of laissez-faire economic competition between groups of bourgeoisie. It had become, through the agency of Nancy capital, a direct organizer and downer in the economy, a very large shareholder in the state capitalist trust and its highest and all-embracing organizational culmination. The wartime German state exemplified the model of a state capitalist trust. Immersed in every facet of the economy, regulating and militarizing, directing production, the German state showed how economic needs and requirements determined state functions. Crucially for Bukharin, state capitalism was the product of the economic, social, and political conditions of the 2 decades leading up to the Great War, just as laissez-faire had been for the period of competitive pluralistic capitalism. Through the operation of cartels, setting up of tariffs, the coming together of man's capital and the state, culminating in state capitalist trusts, organized capitalism virtually eliminated competition at the national level. Not so for the world economy, however, where competitive struggles played out in greater intensity. So great was the intensity of these political and economic struggles that militarism and conflict were unavoidable. Prior to the outbreak of war, it was the peoples of colonies who had witnessed the barbarous, wasteful, and destructive activities of imperialism at RST hand. Now the same 68. Destructive forces that had visited colonial peoples were experienced by the toilers in the capitalist heartlands on a much larger scale. No advantages that had accrued to the European proletariat through colonial policy, the few pennies, the nationalism, and the limited connections with the imperialist state could compensate for the millions of butchered workers, to the vandalism of plundered productive forces, to high cost of living and starvation. The choice was clear for the working classes of Europe. Imperialism was the cause of the Great War and would be the cause of more wars. The state capitalist trusts of each nation were implicated equally in the carnage. In advocating support for their particular state capitalist trusts, social democratic parties not only had bankrupted the Second International but also had shown how the program of patient progress through parliamentarism and reform was a CHA raid. Koskai was the representative of the reformist SPD who, with his concept of ultra-imperialism, epitomized all that was wrong with the reformist tradition. But is not the epoch of ultra-imperialism a real possibility after all? Can it not be affected by the centralization process? Will not the state capitalist trusts devour one another gradually until there comes into existence an all-embracing power which has conquered all the others? This possibility would be thinkable if we were to look at the social process as a purely mechanical one, without counting the forces that are hostile to the policy of imperialism. In reality, however, the wars that will follow each other on an ever larger scale must inevitably result in a shifting of the social forces. The centralization process, looked at from the capitalist angle, will inevitably clash with a socio-political tendency that is antagonistic to the former. Therefore it can by no means reach its logical end. It suffers collapse and achieves completion only in a new purid non-capitalist form. It is for this reason that Koskai's theory is by no means realizable. It looks upon imperialism not as an inevitable accompaniment of capitalist development, but as one of the dark sides of capitalist development. His concept implies a slurring over of the gigantic contradictions which rend asunder modern society, and in this respect it is a reformist concept. Point 69. Problems with Bukharin's handling of the state and state capitalism. Two main criticisms have been made about the treatment of the state and the concept of state capitalism found in Bukharin's Imperialism and World Economy. First, he elided the complex interactions that take place between the state and civil society. The state became completely bound up in the accumulation process as part of state capitalist trusts and then state capitalism. Such a claim took the formulation found in the Communist Manifesto about the executive of the modern state, a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie, to another level. Namely, the common affairs of the entire bourgeoisie had crystallized into the economic affairs of the state capitalist trusts and then state capitalism. State capitalism, as Bukharin formulated it, was a case of the economic base determining the political superstructure not in the null analysis, but from the outset. The fact is that the very foundation of modern states as denied political entities was caused by economic needs and requirements. The state grew on the economic foundation, it was only an expression of economic connections, state ties appeared only as an expression of economic ties. Questions about the legitimacy of the state and its functions apart from the economic, such as the social and political, were given short shrift. With the advent of organized capitalism, the tensions between capitalist class fractions had largely been overcome. Thus, Parliament, traditionally the bourgeois political arena where the bourgeoisie had battled against the monarchy and feudal landed interests and resolved conflicts amongst fractions of its own class, faced a crisis of legitimacy. In the era of imperialism, Parliament was a decorative institution with the function of passing on the decisions made by businessmen's associations, sanctioning formally the collective will of the consolidated bourgeoisie as a whole. By subordinating the political to the economic through the mechanism of state capitalism and showing that Parliament had been delegitimized, Bukharin was able to dispense with the reformist reliance on parliamentarism. The purpose here was to undermine Koskai's favoured political strategy. 70. Bukharin's formulation of state capitalist trusts and state capitalism had its problems. His treatment of the state was oversimple. He was not alone in this regard. As Chibber points out, what marks classical Marxist writings on imperialism is the omission of the political mediation of the deep economic forces that taken to be driving imperial projects. Moreover, Chibber's crucial insight about the minimal level of engagement with the state seen in Luxemburg's and Lenin's writing on imperialism holds for Bukharin and Hilferting. That is, they all assumed that the state did not grow as an independent factor in explaining imperialism, mainly because they functioned with a fairly simple notion of the state-capital relation. The reductionist and instrumentalist treatment of the state is one of the major failings of classical Marxist theories of imperialism. There is no question that the state and its relationship with capitalist imperialism were treated simplistically by Bukharin. The second main criticism of Bukharin's work is directed at his concept of state capitalism. One of the assumptions underpinning state capitalism was that the competitive struggles amongst capitalists within national boundaries had been largely overcome. It was over the issue of national capitalism that Bukharin's and Lenin's views diverged. Both writers stressed there had been the transformation of laissez-faire capitalism into monopoly capitalism, though Lenin did not see monopoly capitalism as monolithic. Within advanced capitalist countries, monopolization produced a variegated picture, a mixture of monopoly and free competition. Consequently, monopolies and trustification did not abolish internal crises. On the contrary, internal crises in individual capitalist economies were exacerbated by the partiality of the monopolization process. There were conflicts of interest between the monopolistic and competitive sectors, for example, which showed that competitive pressures still existed. State capitalism as propounded by Bukharin was problematic because it did not take into consideration the uneven development of capitalism both within nations and in the capitalist world economy as a whole. Uneven capitalist development caused changes in the relative strengths of the capitalist powers and formed a crucial part of the economic basis of the military rivalries between the great European powers. Lenin's emphasis on the continuing competition within 71 national economies contrasted with Bukharin's shifting of the key problem area to the world economy. Their divergent views on the nature of capitalist development at that particular juncture remained a point of contention between Bukharin and Lenin. Weighing up Bukharin's theory of imperialism. These criticisms of two aspects of Bukharin's exposition highlight his tendency to ignore or simplify some of the complexities attending the political and economic components of imperialism. Despite these concerns, Bukharin produced the RST comprehensive Marxist account of imperialism. Gathering together Hilferding's insights found in finance capital such as the product of industrial and banking capital, Nan's capital, organized capitalism, cartelization, and capital export amongst others, Bukharin created a coherent and logically consistent theory of imperialism. It emphasized the importance of the capitalist world economy not only for the accumulation process but as an integral element of imperialism. Relationships between the international and national economies of superordination and subordination respectively were provocative and thought-inspiring. Noteworthy too, is Bukharin's marshalling of empirical evidence to support his arguments. Of the pioneers of imperialism theory, Hobson, Bukharin, and Lenin stand out for their use of statistics to bolster their theses. Intriguingly, globalization-era Marxists Harvey and Wood have been criticized for the lack of empirical evidence found in their work on imperialism. Bukharin sought to provide a theory that would account for the outbreak of war that drew in the major European powers and, like Luxemburg and Lenin, underscore the connections between monopoly capitalism, capitalist expansion, the state, inter-imperialist rivalry, and war. Unlike reformists such as Hobson and Koski who saw imperialism as a policy or set of policies subject to reform, Bukharin saw imperialism as an unavoidable and unreformable policy of Nan's capital. The only way to overcome the ruinous policy of imperialism was by smashing the state and replacing the dictatorship of Nan's capital with the dictatorship of the revolutionary proletariat. Any other course was either liberalism, dangerously utopian, or misleading. Koski in particular was the focus of Bukharin's ire regarding the former's predictions and prescriptions in ultra-imperialism. In this and in other respects, Bukharin's book mapped out several of the concerns found in Lenin's tome published a year later in 1916. Accordingly, it remains an important part of the classical Marxist oeuvre on imperialism. Pinnacle of classical Marxist imperialism theory. Lenin's Imperialism. Lenin's small book on imperialism has been the subject of high praise and sharp criticism since its publication. Such has been its standing that it is impossible to ignore. Firmly in the camp of the revolutionaries, one of Lenin's aims was to counter Koski's concept of ultra-imperialism. A further aim was to explain why the great powers had gone to war. Another aim was to account for the bankruptcy of the Second International, brought about by the capitulation of various social democratic parties to supporting their national governments on the morrow of the Great War. Imperialism had strong polemical elements and consequently has been criticized for over-politicizing theory. Criticism of this sort overlooks how the political complexity of war, collapse of the Second International, and societal unrest informed Lenin's work on imperialism. The theory of imperialism that Lenin propounded has been considered to be the most authoritative, hence the sniping from both enemies and misguided adherents of Marxism. Lenin, born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov in Simbirsk to a government official and his teacher wife Kamator, revolutionary politics early in life. By Thedemy Hepanethis' book on imperialism, Lenin had led the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party for over a dozen years, most of that time in exile. In his preface for the 1917 publication of the book, Lenin trustethides pamphlet Wouldn't their reader to understand the fundamental economic question, viz., the question of the economic essence of imperialism, for unless this is studied it will be impossible to understand and appraise modern war and modern politics. He had deliberately avoided discussing the political side of imperialism too much so. 73. Avoid Tsarist censorship. Despite this constraint, political and geopolitical developments were canvassed, albeit minimally, in the pamphlet as they, too, were integral to Lenin's understanding of imperialism. Concentration leading to monopolization. Acknowledging his debt to Hobson and Hilferding, Lenin developed his theory of imperialism based on some of their core endings. Starting with the concentration of production and monopolies, Lenin provided empirical evidence of the growth of large corporations in the US and Germany. Using these gears, he concluded that at a certain stage of its development, concentration itself leads right up to monopoly, for a score or so of giant enterprises can easily arrive at an agreement, while on the other hand, the hindrance to competition, the tendency towards monopoly, arises from the very dimensions of the enterprises. The transformation of competition into monopoly, according to Lenin, was an important feature of contemporary capitalist development. Hilferding had been the RST classical Marxist writer to highlight this feature. The concept of combination was another feature of modern capitalism that Hilferding had identified and Lenin agreed was significant. Here, what were as apparatils of the production process were united under own corporate entity. In other words, different branches of industry were grouped under a single enterprise, such as in the processing of raw materials, in the production of pig iron, or even steel making. Combination conferred Binet, ensuring a more stable rate of protest. Vagaries of trade fluctuations were either leveled out or removed. In periods of depression, combination strengthened the position of those enterprises compared with non-combined enterprises. Concentration and combination was so powerful in Germany that large enterprises in various industries were coming together to form giant enterprises. These giant enterprises were backed up and directed 74 by half a dozen big Berlin banks. The experience of concentration was not confined to the emergent capitalist countries Germany and the US. Britain, too, felt the effects of concentration due to the size of the enterprises and the great investment of capital within those enterprises, which thwarted competition. Unlike German and American capitalist development, where the formation of cartels had been facilitated by protective tariffs, British monopolist alliances came about when competition had reduced the number of chief competing enterprises to a dozen or so. Concentration of production, asserted Lenin, was a fundamental and general law of capitalist development. Differences discernible in national approaches to the question of protective tariffs or free trade, for example, did not alter the unfolding of this general law. Qualitatively, capitalism had changed with the supersession of free competition by monopoly capitalism occurring at the beginning of the 20th century. The transition to monopoly capitalism from free competition took place over 3 stages. In the 1860s, monopoly was in an embryonic stage, with free competition the general rule. The crisis year of 1873 marked the formation and steady development of cartels. The late 19th century boom and subsequent crisis of 1903 saw cartelization become one of the foundations of economic life. The transformation was complete. Capitalism had metamorphosed into imperialism. Cartels and trusts, the organizational phenomena that Hilferding analyzed, had fostered the organization of capitalism in Germany and the US to the extent that agreements over market share and employment of skilled labor, for example, were routine. However much the monopolization process had organized and socialized the production process, it could not entirely rid capitalism of the chaos that attended production driven by the profit motive alone. On the contrary, monopoly which is created in certain branches of industry increases and intensifies the anarchy inherent in capitalist production as a whole. This contrasts with Bukharin's proposition about how the organization of capitalism under conditions of state monopoly capitalism had eradicated competition within advanced capitalist countries, shifting the competitive struggles to the world economy. According to Cohen, the divergence between Bukharin and Lenin over crises in national economies and the phenomenon of State 75. Monopoly capitalism became the basis of a series of disagreements starting in 1917 and extending into the 1920s. Banks were intimately connected with the processes of concentration, cartelization, and monopolization. In the monopoly stage of capitalist development, banks not only played a pivotal role in accelerating the processes of concentration and cartelization, they also were subjected to these same processes. From humble beginnings as middlemen in the making of payments, they became bigger in size and smaller in number. Banks and monopoly capitalism. Banks, according to Lenin, played a conspicuous role in the shift from capitalism to capitalist imperialism, in the process growing into powerful monopolies having at their command almost the whole of the money capital of all the capitalists and small businessmen, and also the larger part of the means of production and of the sources of raw materials of the given country and in a number of countries. Mention already has been made of close connections between giant enterprises in Germany and the leading half dozen banks based in Berlin. Leaving aside the data that Lenin provided on the increased holdings of German banks, the conclusion drawn was straightforward. With the rapid expansion of a close network of canals which cover the whole country, centralizing all capital and all revenues, transforming thousands and thousands of scattered economic enterprises into a single national capitalist, and then into a world capitalist economy, subordination of an increasing number of formerly relatively independent or rather, strictly local economic units, to a single center. Centralization, the enhancement of the role, the 76. Importance and the power of monopolist giants. The German banking experience regarding breadth and depth of networks was replicated in Britain, Ireland and France. Also common to the capitalist countries' banking systems was the powerful position of a handful of banking monopolists. They had recourse to the exact financial position of various capitalists and were able to manipulate and control them through extension or limitation of credit. So powerful had these banking monopolists become that they effectively subordinated to their wills the commercial and industrial operations of their nations. Regarding the connections between the banks and industry, it was in these relationships that the details outlined above are most conspicuous. The combination of bank and industrial capital was effected through share acquisition, the appointment of bankers to the boards of industrial and commercial enterprises, and reciprocal appointments of industrialists and other businessmen to the boards of banks. Lenin, using the gears of German economist O.G. Idels, illustrated the extent of the concentration of capital and enterprises. Sinoft biggest Berlin banks were represented by their directors in 344 industrial companies, and by their board members in 407 others, making a total of 751 companies. In 289 of these companies they either had 12 of their representatives on each of their respective supervisory boards, or held the posts of chairman. When these industrial and commercial companies in the most diverse branches of industry, insurance, transport, restaurants, theaters, art industry, etc. On the other hand, on the supervisory boards of these 6 banks were FDO of biggest industrialists, including director of Krupp, of the powerful Hapag. From 1895 to 1910, each of these 6 banks participated in the Heer and Bundeswehr of many hundreds of industrial companies. The result, as Bukharin observed, was the coalescence of bank and industrial capital. There was no doubt in Lenin's mind that the 20th century ushered in the era of Nan's capital. 77. Finance capital and the financial oligarchy. Paying close attention to Hilferding's analysis of Nan's capital, and noting Bukharin's emphasis in the coalescing of bank and industrial capital, Lenin added considerable empirical detail that served to illuminate the extent of the concentration of the banks and the interconnections between them and industrial enterprises. Hilferding hadn't Nan's capital as capital control led by banks but employed by industrialists. Crucially for Lenin, Hilferding passed over how monopoly had become a factor also in Nan's capital. Through the owning of companies, stock issues and loans to the state, a small number of people in the upper echelons of Nan's capital exerted enormous influence. These few were financial oligarchy. International loans in the form of Bundeswehr were coveted by the international financial oligarchy as they generate astonishing rates of profit. The command of these staggering sums of money by Nan's capital and, by extension, the financial oligarchy allowed these interests to penetrate every sphere of public life irrespective of form of government. Characteristically, the financial oligarchy, under changed conditions of early 20th century capitalism, distanced themselves from the production process. That is, members of the financial oligarchy were content to act as rentiers, living off the income generated by money capital. The separation of the Nanshan oligarchy and, indeed Nancy capital from the production process was widening and was symptomatic of the stage of capitalist development. With domination of Nancy capital came the predominance of their entier and of Nanshan oligarchy. The process of concentration did not stop there, a small number of financially powerful states were discernible. Financially powerful states in 1910 were Britain, France, Germany and the US. Of the 600 billion francs worth of securities then current in the world, some 479 billion francs, almost 80% were owned by these four countries. On this basis, Lenin concluded that nearly the whole of the rest of the world is more or less the debtor to and tributary of these international banker countries, these four pillars of world Nancy capital. 78. Export of capital. In his discussion of capital export, Lenin relied on the pioneering work of Hobson and Hilferding among others. Marx's critique of capitalist political economy had as one of its foundational claims the proposition that commodity production was the hallmark of capitalism. This proposition, asserted Lenin, remained true. In fact, capital export encouraged commodity export as loans often stipulated the purchase of commodities from the creditor nation's manufacturers. Nevertheless, there had been a qualitative change to capitalism at turn of the century, and commodity export, whilst still important, was overshadowed by the export of capital. The lure of high profits by exporting capital to backward countries was too enticing a prospect. Due to a combination of scarcity of capital, the relatively low price of land, cheap raw materials and low wages, big returns on capital invested overseas could be had. Furthermore, some of the older capitalist countries were experiencing overripe capitalism. That is, they could not end yields for profitable investment at home, hence the heightened export of capital. The export of capital undertaken by the principal exporting countries followed different paths. The British exported capital primarily to their colonies, whereas the French concentrated most of theirs in Europe, especially in Russia. Around 1910, the Germans had only a small colonial presence and their capital exports were divided evenly between the US and Europe. With their zones of capital export delineated, and with colonies tied in subservient fashion to their respective colonial power, Lenin argued two things about capitalism and the imperialist powers: RST, cartels, syndicates, trusts and monopolist capitalist combined should divide up the world between them economically. Second, the great powers had divided up the territory of the world between them, geopolitically. Capitalist combines and the economic division of the world, the concentration of capital that manifested in the form of cartels, syndicates and trusts, did not stop at national boundaries. Having tied up industries in the home markets, the monopolist combines extended their 79 reach to the world market. So, with the increasing export of capital, the widening of spheres of influence and more intimate and intricate connections between colonies and foreign countries, it was logical that the next step was movement towards an international agreement among these combines and towards the international formation of cartels. Using the examples of the electrical industry in the US and Germany, mercantile shipping and the steel industry amongst others, Lenin demonstrated the inexorable drive to divide up the world market. The electrical industry in Germany was comprised of 7 or 8 groups, around which were some 28 companies. In turn they received financial support from a number of banks. During the 4-year period 1908 to 12, the 7 or 8 groups merged into 2, cooperating to divide up the market for electrical goods both in Germany and in various other countries. The 2 major companies that merged from the mergers were A.E.G. and Siemens and Halsk-Schuckert. A.E.G. alone had control over 175 to 200 companies and 34 direct agencies in more than 10 countries, making G a huge combine. Mirroring the German electrical combine, the US witnessed the coming together of companies in the electrical industry, culminating in the General Electric Company. The US and German giant trusts reached an agreement in 1907 that apportioned the American and Canadian markets to the General Electric Company, and to AEG went the markets of Germany, Austria, Russia, Holland, Denmark, Switzerland, Turkey and the Balkans. Competition between the two trusts ceased. So big were these electrical giants that they dominated the industry and kudsti and nascent competitors. Lenin issued a caveat to the effect that division of the world amongst combines like the electrical giants did not preclude their division of markets or market share, in the event of bankruptcy or uneven development or other circumstances. In other words, the division of the globe economically was subject to fluctuations contingent upon the economic might of the respective corporations. Various examples from other industries used to support Lenin's claim regarding the economic division of the globe make the same point and therefore can be passed over. In the course of showing how the partitioning of the world market by the powerful combines unfolded, Lenin took the opportunity to upbraid Kosky, who thought that the concentration and organization of capitalism provided an object lesson. 80. For bourgeois politicians. He predicted that the cartelization of the foreign policies of capitalist countries was a possibility in the post-war world. Ultra-imperialism, Kosky argued, could pave the way for not only the peaceful division of the world's markets but also peace between imperialist powers. Lenin was adamant that ultra-imperialism was both theoretically absurd and in practice amounted to sophistry and the worst opportunism. This was just the opening shot in a torrid salvo that Lenin read at Kosky. The conclusion that Lenin drew regarding the division of the world amongst the capitalist combines was that the latest stage of capitalism threw up these relationships as a matter of course. The process of concentration led to monopoly and the generation of giant combines, which in turn steered competition. Ultimately, combines entered into agreements concerning market share and the location of markets. The economic division of the world by giant combines was matched in the geopolitical arena by the sewing up of the world's territories by great powers. The geopolitical division of the world by great powers. Lenin asserted that the partitioning of the globe had been completed by 1900, with colonial powers having seized virtually all unoccupied territories. Whilst partitioning of territories had nished, repartitioning was not precluded. The prominent feature of late 19th century geopolitics was the intensification of struggle over the partitioning of the globe. Citing Hobsonskers as proof of the intensified scramble for colonies and territorial possessions in the period 1884 to 1900, Lenin contrasted British opposition to colonial policy in the decades between 1840 and 1860. In this period, when British manufacturing dominated the world and the free trade mantra resonated near and far, bourgeois politicians decried colonial possessions and the pursuit of colonies. There was a sea change in colonial policy in the decades after, though, promoted by the machinations of mining capitalists and financiers like Cecil Rhodes and politicians of the ilk of Joseph Chamberlain. Cynically, certain British bourgeois politicians began to hail imperialism as the answer to social problems like overcrowding, surplus population and unemployment. It was the cynical political manipulation of types like Rhodes that infuriated Hobson and 81. Which Lenin alluded to when quoting an exchange between Rhodes and a journalist friend in 1895, to the effect that to avoid civil war Britain needed to adopt imperialist policies. Lenin acknowledged that colonial policy and imperialism existed before capitalism. With the coming into being of monopolies and the dominance of man's capital in the advanced capitalist countries, however, there was an attendant change in the nature of colonial policy and imperialism. Social economic systems determine the form and nature of both imperialism and colonial policy, and the capitalist colonial policy of previous stages of capitalism is essentially different from the colonial policy of man's capital. As part of the intense striving to all source of raw materials, the monopolist capitalist combines were keen supporters of colonial acquisition by their respective national governments. Colonial possessions were a guaranteed way for the giant combines to have access to raw materials and through the auspices of state, to deny resources to competitors, sometimes achieved through the creation by legislation of state monopoly. Not content with securing access to existing source of raw materials, acquisition of areas with potential sources of raw materials also impelled the scramble to carve up the globe. It was in examining the experiences of Argentina and Portugal that Lenin showed some sophistication in his political analysis of imperialism. Argentina, a politically independent nation, was the recipient of substantial amounts of British capital. Through the strong connections established with British Nancy capital by the Argentinian bourgeoisie, it was not hard to see how contract all of the political and economic life of South American state was shaped. Similarly, Portugal was a politically independent state boasting colonies of its own. Like Argentina, it had strong connections with Britain, having enjoyed political and neutrality for 2 centuries. Portugal became a protectorate of Britain, which enabled the British to export goods and capital to Portugal and its colonies with ease. The semi-colonial relationship that Portugal had with Britain was not novel. What was novel was that in the latest stage of capitalism these relationships had become part of a general system, part of the totalising drive process of partitioning of the world. 82. Because the globe had been parceled out between the great powers, leaving them with little or no room for maneuver, for Lenin conflict was the necessary result. The question is, what means other than war could there be under capitalism of removing the disparity between the development of productive forces and the accumulation of capital on the one side and the division of colonies and spheres of unions finance capital on the other? Great power rivalry, asserted Lenin, must lead to war, hence there was no way out of the impasse save for world revolution and the building of socialism. Clearly reforms could not address fundamental political and economic problems engendered by the latest stage of capitalism. Analysis of the politics of imperialism was not Lenin's primary concern. The role of the state in imperialism was passed over, leaving Bukharin's only classical Marxist writer to address state at any length in his theorizing of imperialism. Lenin did examine the function of the state in the imperialist epoch, most notably in the State and Revolution, but note in the classic text under review. As pointed out by Churchward, Lenin was not trying to explain international relations in his theory of imperialism, nor was he ignorant of the role of power politics and political factors, despite ostensibly ignoring them. His aim was more modest. His pamphlet would be of assistance to inquiries into the economic essence of imperialism and in evaluating the war. Consequently, the level of analysis of international and domestic politics in imperialism was nominal. Panich's and Jinden's criticism about the paucity of state theory in classical Marxist analyses of imperialism holds for Lenin's book as well. 5 Features and Admonition. Lenin, though mindful of what he called the conditional and relative value of all definitions, arrived at admonition of imperialism by succinctly summarizing its essential features. His definition states 83. Imperialism is capitalism in that stage of development in which the dominance of monopolies and man's capital has established itself, in which the export of capital has acquired pronounced importance, in which the division of the world among the international trusts has begun, in which the division of all territories of the globe among the biggest capitalist powers has been completed. More succinctly, then, according to Lenin, imperialism was the monopoly stage of capitalism. Albeit somewhat ersily stated, Lenin's working definition of imperialism nonetheless was based on a wealth of evidence. Relying on the work of Hobson, Hilferding, Bukharin, a host of bourgeois economists, and, as negative example, Koski, imperialism argued that the latest stage of capitalism inevitable to war. Lenin also established that the unfolding of capitalist development necessarily transformed the free competition that had been characteristic of early capitalism into monopoly capitalism. The processes that culminate in the imperialist stage of capitalism could not be fundamentally altered by recourse to parliamentarism and attempts at reform, because states were connected with and did the bidding of Nancy capital. Thus revolution was the only strategy that working class parties should employ to overcome the horrors of imperialist war and embark on the building of socialism. One of the chief merits of Lenin's book is his definition of imperialism. It is a concise and coherent summation of the main features of what he and some other pioneers of imperialism theory regarded as a new phase in capitalism. Compared with other pioneers, Lenin's definition was both logically consistent and unambiguous. Conversely, he did not offer up his definition as the last word on imperialism, noting the conditional and relative value of all definitions. Parasitism, decay stages, and Koski parasitism was another proposition about imperialism Lenin adopted and adapted from Hobson. With the advent of Nan's capital, at the 84. apex of which stood the financial oligarchy there existed offer their subset the social stratum of rentiers who were content to live off the proceeds of their investments. The increased importance of capital export enabled such a parasitical approach to be adopted by rentiers. They were completely removed from the production process, and it was the appearance of these people that set the seal of parasitism on the countries that exported capital and thus lived off the labour of those in the colonies and overseas. Citing Hobson to the effect that financiers or rentiers were not the sole beneficiaries of the parasitical policies of imperialism, Lenin took it a step further and suggested that a labour aristocracy had been created. The parasitism of capitalist imperialism engendered monopolist prots, some of which were used to buy the acquiescence of the lower classes. Opportunism accompanied the rise of the labour aristocracy. What was meant by opportunism was the acceptance by sections of the proletariat of capitalism and bourgeois ideology, leading to acceptance of nationalism, or what Lenin called social chauvinism. Opportunism in the working classes denoted that the parasitism and decay of monopoly capitalism had spread to all the social classes. The parasitism of imperialism, through opportunism, also had infected social democratic parties, the proof of which came in the collapse of the Second International and in the case of Germany SPD parliamentarians voting for war credits. The exemplar of opportunism was Koski. In ultra-imperialism, Koski effectively was offering up not Marxism but rather a most reactionary method of consoling the masses with hopes of permanent peace being possible under capitalism, by distracting their attention from the sharp antagonisms and acute problems of the present times, and directing it towards illusory prospects of an imaginary ultra-imperialism of the future. Tellingly for Lenin, Koski glossed over the fundamental contradictions of imperialism, refusing to see that, even if there were periods of international calm, these were just lulls before new storms. Koski was 85. Endeavoring to preserve at all costs the crumbling unity of the opportunists in European social democracy. Monopoly capitalism essentially was moribund capitalism. Within it, though, were the seeds of a new social system. Therefore, monopoly capitalism was a social system in transition, hence the claim that imperialism was the last stage of capitalism. Evidence of the moribund nature of monopoly capitalism or imperialism could be found in the catastrophe of the war then raging amongst the great powers. Lenin, however, concluded that capitalism would not implode, leaving an inheritance of state power for the representatives of opportunist working class parties. Imperialism could not be reformed into something less offensive, it had to be overcome by a worldwide proletarian revolution. Imperialism, according to Lenin in 1920, represented the eve of the proletarian social revolution. Some critiques of Lenin's imperialism. The elevation of Lenin's pamphlet on imperialism to canonical text certainly contributed to a hardening of attitudes towards it. For critics, Lenin had focused too much on the economic side of imperialism. Furthermore, by relying on Hobson and to a lesser extent Hilferding, his understanding of imperialism suffered a number of defects. Critics, such as the historians D.K. Fieldhouse along with John Gallagher and Ronald Robinson, argued that both Hobson and Lenin had constructed a model of imperialism, a model given the sobriquet economic imperialism. As understood by these three historians, economic imperialism conated the theories of imperialism advanced by Hobson and Lenin. In exclusively focusing on British expansion and utilizing statistics on British capital exports, colonial acquisitions, and alluding to his analysis of the imperialism of the last 3 decades, in 1902 Hobson had made imperialism synonymous with colonialism. Lenin wrote about colonialism and colonial policy, but these were only of secondary interest to him in his analysis of imperialism. Primarily he was concerned not to provide a theoretical analysis of the scramble for colonies in the last 3 decades of the 19th century but of the genesis of war in Europe after 1900. Furthermore, Lenin's arguments in imperialism were tailored to address 86 tactical exigencies, and his writing was slanted to condemn the errors of reformism and social democrat opportunism symbolized for him in the person of the renegade Koski. Understanding Lenin's pamphlet depends on acknowledging that it was designed not only to analyze imperialism from a revolutionary Marxist perspective, but that it sought to demonstrate the economic essentials of monopoly capitalism and be a polemical exercise. Lenin's aims in writing the book were relatively modest, and he certainly was not attempting to provide a general theory of imperialism. Howard and King insightfully identify a number of problems in Lenin's conceptualizing of imperialism. They recognize that various elements of imperialism adumbrated by Lenin were only loosely connected and that vagueness marked his exploration and exposition of the forces behind the export of capital. 2. The economic analysis of monopoly capitalism undertaken by Lenin suffered from superficiality. The creation of a bribed or bought-off section of working class, the labor aristocracy, and the impact of imperial expansion on the European labor movements giving rise to reformism or opportunism also is problematic. Howard and King concede that generally there is nothing amiss in the claim that the fruits of imperial exploitation and participation in parliaments may have more deeply integrated the European working classes into capitalism. Where the fault with Lenin is in the assumption by the latter two that only a minority of labor movement had been affected and that their evolutionary integrity of proletariat was unchanged. How had the labor aristocracy been incorporated or integrated into capitalism? What were the mechanisms? These were issues that Lenin had not addressed when offering his explanation for opportunism in the labor movement. Brewer, in his examination of the issue of labor aristocracy, concluded that both Lenin and Bukharin were right to emphasize the stratification that had occurred in the proletariat. Some workers' living standards had risen, especially those living in the preeminent capitalist nations. Sectional and nationalistic sentiments against the working classes and, moreover, had a material basis. It is to Lenin's and Bukharin's credit that they teased out these in their writing on imperialism. 87. A claim Lenin made that has generated a considerable amount of angst is that great power rivalry, or as it latter came to be known, inter-imperialist rivalry, inevitably led to war. He arrived at this conclusion on the basis of his analysis of the economic features of monopoly capitalism and on the basis of arguing against Koskai's reformist policy of ultra-imperialism. We have seen criticisms leveled at Lenin by Panich and Jindin in the section on Koskai above. They charged Lenin and the classical Marxists, inter alia, with elevating a conjunctural moment of inter-imperial rivalry to an immutable law of capitalist globalization. Others have made more nuanced criticisms suggesting that Lenin and Bukharin were aware of capitalism's adaptability and acknowledged that there could be periods of peace and even domination by a single capitalist power, though ultimately Lenin and Bukharin stressed the inevitability of ongoing imperialist wars. Having laid too much emphasis on the inevitability of war, both writers failed to predict the long period of peace between the major capitalist powers in the second half of the 20th century under U.S. hegemony. Brewer argues that the polemics Lenin and Bukharin directed against Koskai may have had some validity, but their arguments against him were not theoretically decisive and they overstated their cases. Somewhat peculiarly, given that it undercuts his foregoing criticism, Brewer concedes that both world wars are, indeed, strong evidence that inter-imperialist rivalry was a dominant tendency of the time leading to wars. Recognizing that the dominant geopolitical tendency of the RST half of the 20th century was war between major powers is a crucial factor when making an assessment of Lenin's claim about imperialism necessarily giving rise to great power rivalry and war. When Lenin and Bukharin wrote, imperialist rivalry had plunged the advanced capitalist nations into a conflagration of unprecedented savagery. The years leading up to World War I were not conflict or tension-free, either, with small-scale wars, militarism and arms races attracting the attention of the pioneers of imperialism theory. Therefore, it was not hard to make the argument that imperialism in the early 20th century was demonstrably connected with great power rivalry and war. The inevitability aspect of Lenin's argument was common to the analyses of contemporary capitalism and imperialism. 88. Undertaken by revolutionary Marxists such as Luxemburg and Bukharin. The revolutionaries highlighted the economic characteristics of capitalism, believing these to be the determining features. Consequently, there was a downplaying of the political features of imperialism evident in their work, leading to a tendency to simplify the complexities associated with anything other than the economic side of capitalist imperialism. In hindsight, Lenin overstated the case about inter-imperialist rivalry necessarily leading to war between great powers. Aside from the privileging of the economic giving rise to the overstatement or simplification in question here, there were other mitigating factors at play. First, there was a need to counter the reformist strategies of Koski and others. Also, practical political activities in times of war and revolutionary upheaval perhaps were not conducive to the systematic working out of the niceties of political theory. Marxist critics writing from the vantage point of the second half of the 20th century and even into the new millennium have tended to berate Lenin not only for oversimplifying, but also for not having foreseen post-World War II developments. The latter criticism, not having foreseen the Pax Americana of the last half of the 20th century, is to tax Lenin with not being prescient. Furthermore, whilst there has been no rivalry between capitalist powers to match the situation as it stood in the RST half of the 20th century, there have been enough conics in the second half of the century to suggest that the connection between war and imperialism has not been severed. Perhaps the most telling criticism made of Lenin's imperialism theory concerns its lack of political analysis. It was not possible to deduce imperial domination from capital export or capitalist rivalry from the logic of uneven development without additional arguments connecting the evolution of national social formations to the world accumulation process. Lenin did not discuss how the state functioned with regard to the accumulation process, nor did he address the complex relationships found in the realm of the international state system in his book. As previously noted, the classical Marxist accounts of imperialism paid little attention to the capitalist state, and, for one critic at least, Lenin was the most guilty of reductionism in his subordination of the political to the economic. Whilst the latter claim is debatable given Bukharin's treatment of the state in his state capitalist trusts and state capitalism formulations, the criticism is 89. Valid not only for the classical Marxists but for the pioneers of imperialism theory as a whole. Lenin's imperialism theory, Azhumari. Having been accorded the status of iconic text by sections of the left for a large part of the 20th century, Lenin, if he had lived to witness it, perhaps would have been bemused by such veneration. He was astute enough to qualify his contribution to imperialism theory, declaring that he was simply presenting a popular outline. Understandably, the status of the text has polarized opinion about the theorizing of imperialism contained within its pages. Critics of Lenin's imperialism have sometimes railed against what they perceive it to be about. For example, the critics of economic imperialism Fieldhouse, along with Gallagher and Robinson, connate Hobson and Lenin's theories of imperialism and, additionally through a case of mistaken identity, misconstrue what Lenin was trying to do in his analysis of imperialism. For such critics, the concept of imperialism had become an idea promoted by the international socialist movement, with Lenin being the leading exponent of imperialism theory. More recently, as discussed above, critics have pointed out shortcomings in Lenin's tract. There is no need to revisit these critiques. It suffices to say that there are, indeed, problems in Lenin's analysis of imperialism. Nonetheless, some of these criticisms made by Marxists overlook both the limited scope of the book and some of the historically specific conditions that informed Lenin's analysis of imperialism. Amongst those historically specific conditions were World War I, the collapse of the Second International, and the struggle against reformism/revisionism. Also, the fact that Lenin was principally a political leader and strategist often gets overlooked. Theorizing was not conducted for the sake of theory alone, for Lenin theory had to serve a political end. Lenin's imperialism was not intended to be the last word on the subject, rather it was a contribution to an understanding of the economic. 90. Essence of imperialism. On the positive side, it was a logical and lucid explication of what Lenin thought were the main economic features of a new stage of capitalism. Moreover, Lenin's analysis is empirically rich, drawing extensively on bourgeois and Marxist sources. His insights into the constitutive elements of imperialism, the VE features, continue to resonate. Evidence of the continuing relevance of Lenin's imperialism theory for those currently engaged in writing about the subject is not hard to nd. Alex Kallinikis, in one of his interventions into imperialism theory, not only casts a critical eye over classical Marxist theories but uses as his theoretical template a synthesis of Bukharin's and Lenin's theories of imperialism. Christian Fuchs suggests that Lenin can be used as a theoretical and methodological model for contemporary critical globalization studies. Furthermore, Fuchs argues that some of the contemporary discussions of new imperialism, empire and global capitalism have been notable for their imprecise understanding of what constitutes imperialism, denoting a lack of grounding in classical Marxist theories, especially Lenin's. To comito terms with contemporary political economic development, it is necessary to re-engage with Lenin's imperialism theory, update his theoretical arguments and ish them out using the same rigorous empirical approach that he himself employed. Other Marxist thinkers may not be sanguine about Lenin's theorizing as Kolonikos and Fuchs, but these two examples indicate that Lenin's insights about imperialism still strike a chord. To conclude, Lenin's imperialism is not the pinnacle of imperialism theory. Yet it has provided sufficient conceptual and empirical material on which later thinkers could draw. What it lacks in political theory, for example, is balanced by the wealth of data used by Lenin to support his arguments and by the clear definition of imperialism he offers. It is fair to say that it has not only been highly influential, but that it continues to be an important theoretical resource. Conclusion: the legacy of the pioneers. From the foregoing critical analysis of the writing of the pioneers of imperialism theory, a number of points can be made. First, the pioneers all perceived that qualitative changes to capitalism had occurred on the 91 cusp of the 20th century. These qualitative changes were seen by some of the writers as marking a transition from one stage of capitalism to another. Transition from the competitive capitalism that had been the hallmark of Britain's domination of the global economy through much of the 19th century was largely attributable to the industrialization of the US and Germany. The industrialization of these two countries was achieved through the use of protective tariffs, cartels, the concentration and centralization of capital, and the direct intervention of the state in the economy, as opposed to the laissez-faire approach officially adopted by British governments. These developments in Germany and the US were taken by Hilferding to be emblematic of not only industrialization but also a new stage of capitalism, where finance had become immensely important and influential. It was further assumed by Kosky, Luxemburg, Bukharin and Lenin that Hilferding had uncovered a blueprint that other countries would follow on their path to industrialization and subsequent immersion in the capitalist social system. Second, the qualitative changes to capitalism had important consequences in the international arena. Colonialism, which had existed for hundreds of years, had been transformed according to Hobson. A new level of rapaciousness was apparent, seen in the treatment of China and the Chinese by the British, as outlined by Hobson, had debilitative effects not only on the Chinese but on British politics and society as well. Luxemburg, too, drew on the Egyptian experience at the hands of the British and French financiers in addition to the Chinese and Turkish experiences of European beneficence to underline how ruthless the European states and business interests were in their dealings with less developed countries. The predatory nature of interstate relations also was evident in relationships between the advanced capitalist countries. All the pioneers were aware of the heightened levels of bellicosity, militarism, and arms spending indulged in by the great powers, which ultimately led to World War I. There was a causal link or links between the changes to capitalism that had occurred in the closing decades of the 19th and opening years of the 20th century and the predatory and rapacious character of international relations. For this cohort of thinkers, imperialism was a historically specific phenomenon associated with the expansiveness of capitalism, its contradictions, and its symbiotic relationship with domestic and global politics. Whilst a consensus about the essential 92 elements of imperialism existed, there were fundamental differences of opinion about how to correct its excesses. On one side were the reformists who maintained that imperialism was capable of correction through policy or legislative changes. On the other were the proponents of revolution, Luxemburg, Bukharin, and Lenin, who argued that imperialism was not amenable to reform as it was determined by the dynamics of capitalism. Out of all this admonition that addressed a number of imperialism's key characteristics eventually emerged. Drawing on the groundbreaking work of Hobson, Hilferding, Bukharin, and using Koskai's concept of ultra-imperialism as a whetstone to sharpen his own understanding, Lenin's definition of imperialism, despite his reluctance to offer it up as such, became denotative. It was the VE key features of imperialism and the stipulation that capitalism had reached its highest stage, in short, the conciseness of Lenin's definition, that helped establish its popularity. A number of the next cohort of Marxist thinkers that engaged with imperialism, the neo-Marxists, used Lenin's imperialism theory as the default or common sense position. Such was the case for Paul Sweezy and Samir Emin, for example, as discussed in Part 2. A number of later thinkers, then, have used Lenin's conceptualizing of imperialism as the standard. Others have extolled the individual contributions to imperialism theory of Hobson, Hilferding, Luxemburg, Koskai and Bukharin. Whilst all the pioneers of imperialism theory contributed to the foundational literature, some contributions carried more weight. Hobson's contribution was and is noteworthy. His critique of the political, economic, social, and even moral aspects of late Victorian British development established parameters that others were to follow to a greater or lesser extent. For his part, Hilferding was the RST Marxist to seriously attempt to update Marx's analysis of capitalism, observing that Nan's capital export, cartels and syndicates, tariffs and the concentration and centralization of capital were indicators of a moded capitalism. Bukharin and Lenin both systematized Hilferding's insights to arrive at clear definitions of imperialism, supported in both instances with impressive amounts of empirical data. The work of these four writers did most to establish and 93. Consolidate the theorizing of imperialism in the RST of three distinct phases in Marxist engagement with the subject. The influence of the pioneers, and particularly Lenin's work, continues to be felt. Mention has been made of recent forays into critical examination of global capitalist economy, imperialism and globalization by Kallinicus and Fuchs in the section on Lenin above. Fuchs, for example, argued that an understanding of Lenin's canonical text on imperialism was necessary for critical globalization studies. He made use of Lenin's key features of imperialism, adding new data which served to support his contention about the continued relevance of Lenin for an understanding of contemporary capitalism and geopolitics. Those more critical than Kallinicus and Fuchs of the classical Marxist legacy, such as Panich and Jindin, nonetheless have gone back to the product of earlier thinkers rather than engage with the neo-Marxists, because the classical Marxists produced the benchmark for imperialism theory. Using classical Marxist theories as negative example, Panich and Jindin in their own way confirm that status. Much has changed in the world since the pioneers' theories were published. The warring between advanced capitalist states, a feature of the RST half of the 20th century, has seemingly passed. Contemporary international politics is shaped by a single hegemonic power which sits at the head of a hierarchy of advanced capitalist states, a different scenario to that which exercised the minds of the pioneers. Capitalism has changed in significant ways, too. Continuities, however, are evident as well. The capitalist accumulation process has broadened and deepened but has not fundamentally altered. Processes of concentration and centralization have continued with phases of mergers and acquisitions apparent, while capital export continues. Since the end of the long boom in the West, Nans or Nanciers, and even Nans capital, have assumed such a powerful position that states have been compelled to deregulate. Moreover, in the wake of the global financial crisis of 2008, they effectively have been forced to prop up the sector in countries like the US, Britain and other European nations. The invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan by the US and a small supporting cast of subordinate states are a clear indication that militarism and war continue to be part of the agenda of rich and powerful countries, albeit directed at less powerful states rather than at each other. Many of the characteristics of the capitalist accumulation process and the rapacious and warlike 94. Nature of international relations highlighted as symptomatic of capitalist imperialism by the pioneers years ago have not disappeared. Therefore, the imperialism theories of the pioneers remain useful and can be said to have contemporary relevance. The major shortcoming of the collective output of this group was the lack of attention paid to the political aspects of imperialism. The sharpest criticism regarding this shortcoming has come from globalization-era Marxists. These critics suggest that the political mediation of imperialism, particularly the function of the state, did not receive enough attention from the pioneers of imperialism theory. This criticism is valid, and examples can be seen in the simplistic or instrumentalist rendering of the state by Bukhari and Lenin, for instance. Despite the problems, the pioneers left a theoretical resource for future writers. It is now appropriate to move to the next phase of theorizing, that of the neo-Marxists. Point 95. Chapter 3. Paul Sweezy and Paul Baron. The founders of neo-Marxist imperialism theory. Introduction. Paul Sweezy and Paul Baron were prominent non-orthodox Marxist theorists whose work on monopoly capitalism and imperialism influenced radical scholarship and revolutionary politics across several continents, especially during the upheavals of the 1960s and 1970s. Monopoly capital has been described as a masterly popularization of Marxian theory that has been more influential than any other work in radical political economy since its publication in 1966. The work of Sweezy and Baron was disseminated not only through scholarly publications, but also in Monthly Review, with Sweezy remaining an editor from its inception in May 1949 until his retirement in 1997. This journal has helped to develop critical Marxian scholarship for more than 60 years. A major concern shared by numerous Monthly Review contributors through the 1960s and 1970s was the underdevelopment of the colonial and newly independent countries, understood to be the direct result of monopoly capitalism. For the two theorists, monopoly capital became the defining element of 20th century capitalism, so much so that in their co-authored book Monopoly Capital, imperialism almost completely disappeared. Transformations in the global political and economic conditions that informed the analysis of Sweezy and Baron were remarkable. After the upheavals of the Great Depression and World War II, the relative political, economic and military strengths of the advanced capitalist state had been radically altered. The anti-colonial struggles after World War II were given some succor by the resultant dominance of the US, which adopted an off-Chilanti imperialist, anti-colonial stance. This heralded a change in the political appearance of the system of states. It was not through a formal empire, but rather through a reconstitution of states as integral elements of an informal American empire that the international capitalist order was now reorganized and regulated. Per the process involved in creating an informal empire was the anti-colonialism of the US, pursued through what was termed the open door policy. The open door policy sought to open up the non-colonist countries to US trade and investment, and apply pressure on their remaining colonial empires to give equal access to American businesses for trade and investment in their colonies. This policy commenced with Roosevelt's New Deal, and its initial purpose was to undermine the preferential treatment afforded businesses from Britain throughout its empire. The most important driver of the decolonization process was the struggle for national liberation in many of the colonies. This period of resistance had a powerful influence on the social and political structures of the world, including the United Nations General Assembly, where the number of newly independent nations swelled the ranks of member states from FTY1 in 1945 to 127 by 1970. The General Assembly, from the late 1950s to the early 1960s, was dominated by the issue of colonialism, in particular the developments in Namibia, Rhodesia, the Congo, and South Africa, which wreaked the voting power of the newly independent states of the Third World. Political independence, however, did not seem to lead to a noticeable improvement in the economies of many of the former colonies. This problem exercised the minds of a number of critical thinkers, including Sweezy and Baron, and it formed the basis for much subsequent neo-Marxist writing. Indeed, so much emphasis was placed on the relationships of dependency, exploitation, and oppression that, for the new school of Marxist scholarship, imperialism was deemed as the 97. Exploitation of the less developed countries by the advanced capitalist countries of the West. This chapter argues that both Sweezy and Baron helped shift critical analysis of imperialism from the European core status to undeveloped peripheral states of the Third World that subsequent writers took and expanded upon. The impact that capitalism and imperialism had on the countries of the periphery became a hallmark of neo-Marxist critiques. Sweezy in particular, but also Baron, through their writings and the auspices of the monthly review helped raise interest in this problem area. Thus they were the founders of neo-Marxist imperialism theory. The second argument concerns the trajectory of Sweezy's and Baron's conceptualizing of imperialism. Starting with Sweezy's the theory of capitalist development and niching with monopoly capital, there was an sublimination of aspects of Marxist political economy by both writers. Such a shift away from key aspects of Marxist political economy influenced how both writers conceived and theorized imperialism. By the time monopoly capital was published, there was scarcely a reference to the term. This chapter commences with a critical textual analysis of the theory of capitalist development, followed by Baron's The Political Economy of Growth. A section devoted to examining Sweezy's and Baron's uses of three economic concepts that contributed to the decline in their interest in imperialism then follows. The chapter niches with a textual analysis of monopoly capital and some concluding remarks. Sweezy and the theory of capitalist development. Born in 1910 into a Wall Street banker's family and educated at Harvard University and the London School of Economics by the 1930s, Sweezy had become convinced of the explanatory power of Marxist political economy. He maintained a commitment to Marxism until his death in 2004. In 1942, he consolidated his reputation as an eminent Marxist thinker with the RST publication of The Theory of Capitalist Development. The question of imperialism is taken up in Part 4 of Sweezy's book. Two chapters are of particular interest. The RST of these chapters canvasses VE interlocking and overlapping. 98. Themes: nationalism, militarism and racism, imperialism and classes, imperialism and the state, wars of redivision, and the limits of imperialism. The second contains some important insights on the connections between fascism and imperialism. Chapter 17 starts with a basic recapitulation of Lenin's definition of imperialism, with minor modifications. Sweezy posited VE features of imperialism as a stage in the development of world economy. Several advanced capitalist countries stand on a competitive footing with respect to the world market for industrial products. Monopoly capital is the dominant form of capital, and the contradictions of the accumulation process have reached such maturity that capital export is an outstanding feature of world economic relations. As a consequence of these basic economic conditions, we have two further characteristics: severe rivalry in the world market leading alternatively to cutthroat competition and international monopoly combines, and the territorial division of unoccupied parts of the world among the major capitalist powers. Sweezy in summarizing the nature of imperialism suggested that the international antagonisms of imperialism are fundamental like antagonisms of rival national capitalist classes. A further claim was that, since in the international sphere the interests of capital are directly and quickly translated into terms of state policy, it follows that these antagonisms assumed the form of conflicts between the states and thus indirectly, between whole nations. What is being alluded to here is the concept of inter-imperialist rivalry, and the summary itself does not diverge from a classical Marxist perspective on imperialism. Sweezy, furthermore, suggested that the nature of nationalism and militarism under imperialism had changed in comparison to the functions they had performed under the previous phase of capitalism. They had now become weapons in the world struggle among rival groups of capitalists. Militarism, according to Sweezy, had risen to a position of permanent importance in all the imperialist nations. This had far-reaching economic consequences in that it fostered 99. The development of a group of specially favored monopolists in those industries, like steel and shipbuilding, which are most important to the production of armaments. The munitions magnates have a direct interest in the maximum expansion of military production. Not only do they benefit in the form of state orders, but also they are afforded safe and lucrative outlets for their accumulated profits. Hence it is these elements of the capitalist class which take the lead in calling for an aggressive foreign policy. Sweezy's insights on militarism owed its provenance in part, if not wholly, to Luxemburg, Hobson and German social democrats like Karl Liebknecht, who had written on militarism prior to the outbreak of World War I. The expenditure on armies and navies, Sweezy asserted, operated as an offsetting mechanism to the tendency to underconsumption. A relationship also existed between imperialism and racism. As Hilferding and Hobson had pointed out, the notion of racial superiority formed part of the ideological armory of imperialism. The usefulness of racism was not limited to rationalizing foreign conquest. It also was useful to the ruling classes for diverting attention away from class struggle. Racial antagonism and discrimination against racial minorities could and did lead to the depression of wages of the disadvantaged, with favored sections of the population, substantial material rewards. There was a merging of interests between the large landowners and industrialists under conditions of advanced capitalism. Connects between the two groups commonplace during capitalism's early years had diminished, and there was a concomitant unification of the interests of the working classes. Workers became more aware that organization and cooperation were the primary means of achieving their class objectives, such as shorter hours, higher wages, and better working conditions. This provided the impetus for the formation of trade unions and political parties to promote working class policies and programs. Sweezy described an array of middle groups that stood between the ruling classes and the working classes. Some of those he associated with these middle groups had declined in importance, such as independent farmers. 100. Many of whom had turned into property-less tenants, wage workers, or in a minority of cases had turned into capitalist farmers. Addressed here were a perceived changes to the composition of middle class, with some such as industrial and governmental bureaucrats, salesmen, publicists, dealers, professionals and teachers becoming part of a new middle class. These last were brought into being by rising living standards, the growth of monopoly, and the centralization of capital. In short, in advanced capitalist countries some fractions of the middle class declined in importance, whereas others grew in numbers and influence. Sweezy's analysis of classes was conventionally Marxist, positing two main classes, with the middle class thought more numerous than in previous stages of capitalism, squeezed between the extortions of monopoly capital and the demands of the working class. In his synopsis of the impact imperialism had on classes, Sweezy established a direct link between the interests of the propertied class and monopoly capital's expansiveness and its reliance on state protection and assistance. The impact of imperialism on the working class was problematic. Sweezy agreed with Lenin's argument about the rise of a labour aristocracy. He suggested that, insofar as foreign trade and capital export make possible the importation of cheap wage goods and enlargeth profits of the capitalist class, it is clear that opportunities are opened up for the workers to improve their standard of living without necessarily arousing the bitter hostility of their employers. The working classes adopted a live and let live approach towards their class rivals, for that arrangement was mutually beneficial. Once inter-imperialist rivalry escalated and competition for markets increased, capitalists then moved to force wages down in order to maintain their profits. It was then that the interests of the working class and the ruling or propertied class diverged. The divergence of interests was reinforced when the working class realized that the end product of imperialism, war, the culmination of inter-imperialist rivalry, showed that they had much to lose and little to gain under imperialism. Regarding the middle classes, Sweezy stated, 101. That it was difficult to generalize their relationship with imperialism. Some fractions within this class would lose and others would gain. Nonetheless, the powerful ideological factors of nationalism and racism could be and were used on the middle classes in order to swing the middle classes behind an imperialist agenda. Sweezy asserted that the net result of imperialism is to bind the middle classes closer to big capital and to widen the gulf between the middle classes and the working class. Concerning their relationship between imperialism and thestate, two main points are discernible. First, imperialism, through the rise of empires the centralization of capital and the growth of monopoly and militarism ensured an increase in the power of the state and an ongoing enhancement of its functions. Contradictions of the accumulation process in the epoch of imperialism provide additional grounds for increased state activity, particularly in the economic sphere. Second, Sweezy asserted that imperialism, whilst bringing about the enhancement of the powers of the state, also resulted in the reduction of the power of the legislature compared with the executive. He contrasted the role of parliament in the early modern period where it was used by the nascent capitalist class to the power of the centralist monarchies with the role of parliament during the epoch of imperialism. In the period of imperialism, however, a sharp change occurs. With the tightening of class lines and the increasing severity of social conflict, Parliament becomes more and more a battleground for contending parties representing divergent class and group interests. While on the one hand Parliament's capacity for positive action declines, on the other hand there emerges an increasing need for a strong centralized state ready and able to rule over distant territories, to direct the activities of its and armies, and to solve difficult and complex economic problems. Under the circumstances, Parliament is forced to give up one after another of its cherished prerogatives and to see built up under its very eyes the kind of centralized and uncontrolled authority against which, in its youth, it had fought so hard and so well. The null sections of Sweezy's chapter on imperialism examine wars of redivision and the limits of imperialism. His comments on wars of 102. Redivision were a recapitulation of Lenin's proposition that, as a consequence of European expansion, the world had been divided up between the colonial or imperialist powers. What remained was the struggle amongst these powers for the redivision of the world, not the claiming of or owning of an unoccupied part of the world. Sweezy also drew attention to what he claimed was the glaring weakness of Rosa Luxemburg's theory of imperialism, namely the notion that annexation was con to the agrarian or backward parts of the globe. Like Lenin, Sweezy affirmed that the annexation of new markets and sources of raw materials would be pursued by imperialist nations in both agrarian and highly industrialist sectors of the world. Of real interest is Sweezy's characterization of World War II as not being a simple case of inter-imperialist struggle. Rather, Sweezy saw it as three distinct wars merged into one. RST was a war of redivision on the World War I pattern, with Germany, Italy, and Japan on one side and Britain and the US on the other. Second was a war between capitalism and socialism, with Germany on one side and the Soviet Union representing socialism on the other. And third was the anti-imperialist war of national independence waged by China against Japan. This meant that the inter-imperialist rivalry that was the cornerstone of World War I had been joined by anti-imperialist struggle, thus modifying and limiting the impact of imperialism. In the null section of the chapter Sweezy identifies two fundamental limits to imperialism. First is the internal development of the imperialist nations themselves, which led to increase in class struggle and the rise of militarism. The increased likelihood of inter-imperialist rivalry leading to a war in turn, caused an upsurge in revolutionary fervor and social upheaval. Sweezy's argument through is that the internal contradictions of imperialism would limit its development, an argument that was in keeping with Lenin's viewpoint. These fundamental limit to imperialism is the relationship between metropolis and colony, a theme neo-Marxist theorists subsequently took up with much vigor. It was claimed that development of the colonial economy was not well balanced, that under imperialism, industrialization advances very slowly, too slowly to absorb the steady of 103. Handicraft producers who are ruined by the competition of machine-made products from the factories of the advanced regions. Furthermore, the ruined handicraft producers were thrown back into the ranks of the peasantry, creating more pressure on the land and forcing down the living conditions of the mass of the peasantry. According to Sweezy, the answer to these problems was a concerted improvement in the land system, increased production in agriculture, reduction of peasant numbers, and a high rate of industrialization. The nature of imperialism precluded these developments. Powerful interests opposed colonial development. Colonial landlords did not support land reform and metropolitan manufacturers opposed protective tariffs in the colonies, which resulted in inhibited industrial development in the colonies and stagnant economies. Apart from the landlords and a few relatively small groups which are in effect agents of imperialist rule, for the great majority in the colonial countries living standards declined. By making the claim about tasting of colonial industrial development and economic stagnation, Sweezy modified an assumption held by classical Marxist theorists like Bukharin and Lenin. Both these thinkers assume it that there would be industrial development in the colonies. The industrial development would be uneven, with some sectors developing rapidly whilst others lagged, the whole process determined by prots and the prospect of prots in typical capitalist fashion. Nonetheless, the assumption was that the colonies would industrialize. Sweezy's analysis led them to conclude that this assumption had not been borne out by the midpoint of 20th century. The themes of metropolitan/colonial relationships, economic stagnation and lack of development of the colonial world in the theory of capitalist development, became some of central concerns of subsequent neo-Marxist theorizing on imperialism. Sweezy is the founder of neo-Marxist imperialism theory. Connections between fascism and imperialism. Sweezy's view. Sweezy devoted chapter 18 to the problem of fascism. He linked the rise of fascism in Germany and Italy with the wars of redivision typical of 104. The imperialist epoch. Whilst connecting fascism and imperialism was not unusual for the time, it did represent an updating of Marxist theorizing on imperialism. The conditions that gave rise to fascism were described in a brief but succinct passage. A nation, the economic and social structure of which is seriously disrupted as the result of an imperialist war of redivision, may, failing a successful socialist revolution, enter a period of class equilibrium on the basis of capitalist relations of production. Under such conditions, the intensification of the contradictions of capitalism leads to a severe internal crisis which cannot be solved by resort to the normal methods of imperialist expansion. This is, so to speak, the soil in which fascism takes root and grows. The foundations of fascism, according to Sweezy, were to be found in the middle classes who had been squeezed between organized labor and the ruling classes. The middle classes showed a marked hostility towards the other classes, though the former hostility to the ruling classes was assuaged by appeals to race, nationalism, war, and foreign conquest. In short, fascist ideology. As well as the middle classes, other societal elements were attracted to fascism, such as criminals, unorganized labor, the unemployed, independent farmers and disaffected youth, especially when fascist parties were seen to be making political headway. The attitude of capitalists towards fascism changed over time, starting with suspicion, stemming from the strident early attacks on Nan's capital by the German Nazis and their National Socialist rhetoric, giving way to acceptance. Once fascism had shown that it was a force to be taken seriously, capitalists thought they could use fascism and fascists as allies in the struggle against the organized working class and foreign capitalists. A corollary of the rise to power of fascist parties in Europe was the authoritarian state. Under fascism, the means of production retained the form of capital, and exploitation still to ninth form of the production of surplus value. It followed, therefore, that even with the advent of fascism the ruling class still would be a capitalist class, notwithstanding the fact that its personnel may have altered. In Germany, for instance, Jewish capitalists had their assets and capital 105 expropriated, whilst fascist functionaries leveraged themselves into positions of power in industry. New members of the ruling class, however, still were compelled to preserve and expand capital. Fascism was not a novel social order, it grew out of ashes of nations that were ravaged or defeated in inter-imperialist struggle, whereas capitalist structure had been severely injured but not overthrown. Fascism was an extreme form of political rule based on monopoly capitalism, wishisdracism, nationalism and foreign conquest, militarism and war as part of its modus operandi. Thus fascism was and is intimately connected with imperialism. Sweezy imperialism and the theory of capitalist development. Sweezy started with admonition of imperialism that relied on a slightly moded version of Lenin's basic features of imperialism. He then visited themes that had been treated previously by the pioneers of imperialism theory, including militarism, nationalism, monopoly capitalism, classes, and their relationships with imperialism, the role of the state in imperialism and racism as an ideological tool. Sweezy's analysis of the social, political, and economic conditions of the mid-20th century produced three important contributions to Marxist imperialism theory. The RST was in his unraveling of the relationship between fascism and imperialism. The second came in his interesting analysis of World War II, and the third was Sweezy's focusing on metropolitan/colonial relationships that helped bring about the lack of development or stagnation of the colonial world. Exploring the links between fascism and imperialism was a significant updating of Marxist imperialism theory. His investigation revealed new political forms ushered in by the fascist era and connections between fascism and imperialism, as well as illuminating the relationships that various classes had with fascism in general. Similarly, his presentation of World War II as being three conics rolled into one was an interesting and insightful addition to the body of Marxist writing on that war and imperialism. Here, too, Sweezy's contribution can be read as an updating of the canon rather than a fundamental challenge to existing theories. Most significant were the concepts of colonial underdevelopment, the lack of 106. Industrialization and stagnation that was arguably the lot of the majority of the world's nation-states. This focus on the Third World and its lack of development was, indeed, a clear change of emphasis, which formed the focal point for subsequent neo-Marxist theorists in their analyses of imperialism. The next point to be made about the theory of capitalist development is that Sweezy had real reservations about aspects of classical Marxist political economy. Specifically, Sweezy did not agree with Marx's transformation of values into prices, a problem that Marx tackled in Volume 3 of Capital. According to Sweezy, Marx's calculation of a system of prices from a system of values had set the stage for anal vindication of the labor theory of value, the solid foundation of his whole theoretical structure, but Marx's handling of the transformation of values into prices was unsatisfactory. For Sweezy, this was not a major difficulty, though it was problematic enough to require a solution. The null vindication of the labor theory of value was to be achieved by recourse to the efforts of Ladislaus von Bortkiewicz to end an alternative problem solution. It has been noted by critics that von Bortkiewicz's analysis, RST presented in 1907, has formed the basis of many attempts to either reform or repudiate the labor theory of value. Whilst there has been and continues to be much dispute about the transformation problem and, by extension, the labor theory of value, the important point that comes from this reservation of Sweezy was that it was an indication of unwillingness to engage critically with Marxist political economy. Critical engagement with Marxist political economy was and is a positive development, helping to keep it from ossifying. Furthermore, insights gained from other economics schools cannot be dismissed out of hand by Marxists. Nonetheless, Sweezy and Barron have attracted criticism for going too far with their reservations about central elements of Marxist political economy. In particular, their substitution of a cornerstone of Marxist political economy, surplus value, by the less precise concept of economic surplus was deemed to be problematic. Mention is made of this here because, as will be argued to a greater extent in a later section, the tendency of Sweezy and Barron to substitute important Marxist political economic 107 concepts such as surplus value led to the obscuring of the relationship between capitalism and imperialism. With the passage of time, Sweezy's and Barron's theorizing of imperialism became less insightful and virtually disappeared from their analysis. Barron, The Nature of Imperialism and the Political Economy of Growth. Barron was born in 1910 in Nikolov, Russia, into a family that had strong connections to the Menshevik side of the Russian Social Democratic Party. After much movement between the Soviet Union, Germany, and the US, he eventually settled in the US in the 1930s, attaining a professorship at Stanford University in 1951. Barron was not a prolific writer, with his major works The Political Economy of Growth and the co-authored Monopoly Capital both produced in the last decade of his life. He died in 1964. In the preface to third edition of The Political Economy of Growth, Baron Ratethaton of Thebux Main Objectives was to examine the unreformed nature of contemporary imperialism and its inherent animosity towards Algenuine initiative at economic development on Thepartoft undeveloped countries. Furthermore, adjunct indication of what Baron thought was the principal problem associated with imperialism can be found in his claim that economic development in underdeveloped countries is profoundly inimical to the dominant interests in advanced capitalist countries. The RST phase of industrialization of the West had almost run its course by the end of the 19th century, culminating in tremendous changes in the structure of the capitalist economies. There had been a marked increase in the concentration and centralization of capital, which was accompanied by the displacing of small RMS by large-scale enterprises, with the latter assuming center stage in the economic life of the advanced capitalist countries. Large-scale enterprise became the foundation of monopoly and oligopoly, one of the characteristic features of modern capitalism. The era of European expansion, armaments races, political crises, and war from the middle of the 19th century through to the early decades of the 20th century was the epoch of imperialism, wars, national and 108 social revolutions. Summary of Western capitalist development and political events such as this was in keeping with classical Marxist imperialism theory. World War I and ensuing global events challenged the position of global capitalism. According to Baron, the rise of China after 1949, combined with the growth of the socialist bloc of states and the upsurges in the colonial and dependent countries, caused alarm in the metropolitan heartlands. The international arena from the 1940s through to the late 1950s had as its preeminent feature a momentous movement to do away with the entire ethos of imperialism, to put an end to the backwardness and prostration of the overwhelming majority of the human race. There was opposition to that momentous movement. For the underdeveloped world, economic and social progress was blocked by the economic and political order of capitalism and imperialism. Advanced capitalist countries had their own bottlenecks to development, with private investment and consumption coming up against the constraints found in the drive for profit maximization, conditioned and underpinned by monopoly and oligopoly. The prospect for these countries probably was the continuous re-emergence of the grim dilemma between war-induced bursts of output and depression-induced odds of unemployment. Imperialist powers resisted economic and social development of their colonial dependencies, which, when confronted with national liberation struggles, hardened into a counter-revolutionary alliance of the imperialist powers. Statements favoring economic development in the underdeveloped world were a part of political and ideological stratagems used by Western powers in the late-stage soft colonial era. Aid from the developed world was earmarked for progressive improvements of the living standards of backward areas, with a view to lessening popular pressure for industrialization and undermining the movement for economic and social progress. Another stratagem that Baron identified was advocating of political independence in order to avoid the appearance of old-fashioned imperialism. The old ties of dependence that a colony felt with its metropolitan center were crucially molded, if not completely severed, with the advent of political independence. Yet dependence was maintained in a 109. No form through the mechanism of economic infiltration, the preferred method of American imperialism. Baron's conception of imperialism was circumscribed. He made little attempt to give it a clear definition. He referred to the conditions needed for economic development in both advanced and less developed nations coming up against the barriers of the economic and political order of capitalism and imperialism. Imperialism was an integral part of the political and economic order of capitalism, which had as one of its central features a system of international domination. The domination of imperialist powers over undeveloped nations necessarily meant the lack of industrialization and the stagnation of the economies of the undeveloped world. Here was the core of imperialism, the essence that Baron identified in the opening part of his book. Financiers, the State, and Imperialism. Baron adapted Hobson's insights on how small groups associated with finance and industry were able to sway statesmen and political cliques into adopting the foreign policy interests that they wished to see pursued. Though Hobson's claims about the ideological appeal of a civilizing mission and the strong influence of elites on foreign policy are important and insightful, they were not sufficient to explain the intricacies of imperialism. What has been decisive in promoting monopolistic business's spectacular success in rendering the body politic of advanced capitalist countries a willing tool of its foreign interests is the fact that these policies are not merely and not even primarily based upon obfuscation of the masses, upon corruption of officials, and upon treachery of politicians. That the policy of imperialism may be actually of benefit to the ordinary man in an imperialist country was clearly realized by Lenin, who drew attention to the existence of a labor aristocracy sharing in the extra profits of monopolistic business. The fruits of imperialism accrued not only to the plutocratic summit of the advanced capitalist countries, with residual benefits owing to retainers and dependents, but the existence of the whole of society was 110. Affected by imperialist policies. There was more to imperialism than a mere duping of the populace with appeals to the white man's burden and associated rhetoric about racial superiority. Furthermore, imperialist policies, when viewed in their entirety, accounted for substantial amounts of a nation's gross national product. The loans and grants extended to friendly governments, military expenditure, Nansing-Goff propaganda, subversion and espionage apparatuses, independent areas, as well as in other competing or uncertain imperialist countries saw the costs to an imperialist power escalate. The outlays associated with imperialism usurped a substantial amount of what Baron termed the economic surplus distinct from gross national product, which benefited not only elite interests but also helped form and maintain a labor aristocracy. These outlays became the central core of government intervention on behalf of full employment. The own form, fully acceptable to monopoly capital. Via the mechanism of this government spending, large-scale enterprise was favored, and militarism became an essential element of society, by binding together disparate classes, groups, and strata whose jobs and income depend on their resulting maintenance of high levels of business activity. A harmonizing of interests became discernible between the population as a whole and monopolistic business. The uniting formula was the concept of full employment, which appealed to the labor movement, satisfied the farmers, contented the general public, and circumvented all opposition to monopoly capital's regime. Imperialism, militarism, military spending, war, and the decline of inter-imperialist rivalry. Military spending for Baron was central to the stability of monopoly capitalism. The preservation of prosperity, high employment profits, and popular support relied on that spending. In turn, militarism and military spending required an ideological processing of the population, in order to secure support for monopoly capitalism. This ideological processing entailed a system of propaganda and indoctrination that kept the populace of advanced 111 capitalist countries in line. When this failed to keep opinion to the needs of imperialism, however, incidents were provoked. There was no difficulty in producing incidents, as the imperialist nations were surrounded by dependent and colonial nations who challenged their dominance and authority. Warfare, militarism, and a populace indoctrinated the imperialist ideology were essential features of imperialism. The rise of the U.S. after World War I was a new factor in geopolitics. With the advent of a dominant imperialist power, war between imperialist powers became less likely. Even formerly proud imperialist empires tend to descend to the status of satellites of the dominant imperialist country, with the latter assuming more and more the role of supreme arbiter within the imperialist camp. While wars among lesser imperialist countries or among combinations of imperialist countries remain a possibility, the possibility is rather remote. Two factors, according to Baron, militate against inter-imperialist wars: the socialist bloc, and the destructive potential of nuclear weapons. The socialist bloc acted as a brake on military adventurism in Asia and Africa. Nuclear weapons were a formidable deterrent. It is one thing to mobilize popular support for imperialist policies and armaments with help of high employment and psychological warfare. It is an altogether different thing to be assured of popular cooperation in the face of atomic retaliation. One of the consequences of the development of nuclear weapons was the constant need to maintain and increase arms, leading to the arms race, a key feature of the Cold War. Only two further sections in Baron's book engage directly with imperialism. In first of these sections, he argued that the capitalist system had changed from being a once mighty engine of economic development into hindrance or hurdle to advancement. These was especially evident in the undeveloped world. Even though it was supposedly admitted by bourgeois writers that a change. 112. To rational economic organization was indeed necessary, the economic status quo would remain because of the rule of monopoly capital and imperialism. The null section concerned with imperialism examined the role of anti-Soviet ideology in forcing governments in both developed and undeveloped countries to devote resources to military spending. This spending was a prodigious waste designed not to face an external danger such as the Soviet Union, but primarily attuned to suppressing internal popular movements for national and social liberation. In undeveloped countries, this spending helped ensure that they were not able to break out of their economic backwardness and dependency. For socialist states, military spending enthused prompted increases in defense spending that could otherwise have been used to bolster living standards. Such were the costs of imperialism to the people in the less developed countries and to the peoples in the socialist countries. Summary of Baran's theorizing of imperialism. Baran made a clear connection between monopoly capitalism and imperialism. Imperialism grew out of the political and economic order of capitalism, and the domination of the less developed countries by the powerful capitalist states of the West was one of its central features. Other central features of imperialism were the lack of economic development and the stagnation of the economies of the undeveloped countries brought about by the advanced capitalist countries. Baran utilized key elements of Hobson's and Lenin's offerings, though unlike the latter he never provided admonition of imperialism. The influence of Hobson's work is discernible in Baran's claim about national and industrial elites swaying governments into adopting imperialistic foreign policies and the role of the civilizing mission as integral parts of imperialism. Use also was made of Lenin's notion of a labour aristocracy to modify Hobson's claims about elite interests being the only ones to benefit from imperialism. Baran acknowledged the important role of the state in maintaining and promoting the policies, both domestic and foreign, of monopolistic and oligopolistic business concerns. In addition, he explored the connections between imperialism, war militarism, and inter-imperialist rivalry, as well as putting forward the proposition that 113. There had been a change to the political forms favored by imperialist powers, especially the U.S. That is, the favored approach for the new imperialist power was political independence backed up by economic infiltration. Following World War II, and with the advent of the Cold War, imperialism was constrained. Two antagonistic blocs, the US-led capitalist states and the socialist bloc of states led by the Soviet Union, acted to curtail inter-imperialist rivalry. Another factor that motivated imperialist behavior was the increase and improvement in atomic weaponry. Baran's understanding of imperialism evident in this book displayed the same acceptance of foundational theorizing of pioneers as Sweezy's earlier effort. Whilst there is no definition of imperialism, Baran identifies a direct link between imperialism, monopoly capitalism and the domination of less developed countries by the advanced capitalist nations. Like Sweezy, Baran added important insights and updates to imperialism theory, and at this stage of his writing imperialism was an unavoidable feature of global capitalism and international politics. Sympathetic critics, Sutcliffe and Griffin and Gurley on Baran. Sutcliffe claims that Baran contributed to Marxist theory by clarifying and synthesizing previous Marxist work on monopoly capitalism and adding Keynesian insights about the short-term working of capitalist economies. Baran was able to point out the limitations of the Keynesian approach taken over the long term. Regarding Marxist theories of imperialism, Sutcliffe argued that there were two things that Baran added to them. The RST was a powerful restatement of Lenin's theory of imperialism, with Baran acknowledging Lenin's connecting of growth of monopoly with capital export and the subsequent partition of the world amongst the imperialist powers, owing into inter-imperialist rivalry, militarism, and war. The second aspect was the fuller and more complete overview of the operation of the system of imperialism in the undeveloped regions. Sutcliffe claimed that the emphasis on stagnation that occurred in the undeveloped countries had its basis in ideas 114. Implicitly held by previous Marxist writers. Sutcliffe specifically cited Marx, Hilferding and Luxemburg as partial and implicit proponents of the stagnation thesis. Baran's work is not just our statement of Lenin's theory of imperialism. Like Sweezy, Baran demonstrates a willingness to engage critically not only with Marxist political economy but also classical Marxist theories of imperialism. As a result, Baran's insights have had an enormous influence on radical economists, encouraged writers to explore the possibility of self-reliant development, to cast doubt on the importance of foreign aid and foreign borrowing, to measure the sizes of the surpluses, to investigate ways in which the surplus is siphoned off to the rich countries, and to examine links among the domestic class structure, international dependency, and capital accumulation. Sweezy and Baran used three economic concepts in their analyses: underconsumption, the sting of competition by monopolies, and the economic surplus, which it is argued ultimately led them to a moded understanding of imperialism and of its place in the Marxian theoretical movement. Sweezy and Baran's theorizing of imperialism moved from acceptance of the parameters established by the pioneers to one that was less clearly elaborated and which saw imperialism subsumed under the rubric of monopoly capital. Underconsumption, sting of competition under conditions of monopoly, and economic surplus. Sweezy and Baran relied upon the notion of underconsumption to help explain what they saw as the chronic lack of demand and stagnation that was endemic to monopoly capitalism. Brewer considers that their use of this concept is remarkably similar to Hobson's usage. Underconsumption appears in Sweezy's The Theory of Capitalist Development, then Baran's The Political Economy of Growth, before forming part of their joint work. In their collaborative work it was assumed that production revolves around the production of consumer goods. 115. In the argument is obvious. Sweezy assumed that means of production are only used to produce consumer goods, but investment also goes into the industries that produce means of production. The prospect of profit drives capitalism, not the expansion of consumption. The underconsumption hypothesis, in its simplest form, is the contention that by boosting the share of wages and thus increasing consumption, demand will bring about increased investment in home markets. This, in turn, will force the pace of growth and curtail the export of capital. As Brewer points out, the prospect of profit drives capitalism, and if greater profits can be had from the export of capital, then investment in the home market will be passed up. Implicit in the underconsumption hypothesis is the notion that the worst aspects of capitalist crises or stagnation could be overcome by more enlightened social policy, for example, wage increases. Increases in wages that were significant, however, would automatically impinge on the rate of profit. The orthodox Marxist position regarding contradictions of capitalism that originate in the production sphere cannot be overcome by policies of reform centered in the sphere of circulation. Additionally, the caveat that Engels applied to underconsumptionist thesis just as pertinent for Baran and Sweezy as it was for Hobson. Engels claimed that underconsumption was apparent throughout history and still was to be found in capitalism, but with the advent of the latter came the historically specific phenomenon of overproduction. Brewer identified another aspect of Baran and Sweezy's argument about monopoly capitalism that he thought was dubious, which was the notion advanced by Baran of the sting of competition by monopolies. Brewer suggested that there is a noticeable shift here from the classical Marxist position. The classical Marxists regarded the tendency towards monopoly as a factor intensifying competition, not suppressing it, although it is true that they were not wholly consistent in this. Baran and Sweezy, by contrast, argued that the competitive struggle virtually vanishes when there are only a few large RMS operating in each 116 market, since they will generally adopt a live and let live policy towards each other. This proposition is troublesome because the main weight of the argument falls on the claim that monopolies restrict the expansion of output to protect monopoly profits. A static argument applied to an essentially dynamic problem. The dynamism alluded to concerns the disturbances, the competitive ebbs and flows of capitalism that occur even in its monopoly stage. Humphrey McQueen has observed that a company is never too famous to be merged or acquired. Pressures felt by monopolistic corporations compel them to try to undermine their rivals in order to improve market share and maximize profits. Competition was not necessarily steered by monopolies. The concept of economic surplus was used by Baron in the political economy of growth, where it was divided into the actual and potential economic surplus. The actual economic surplus is the difference between society's actual current output and its actual current consumption. The actual surplus is thus identical with current saving or accumulation, and NDS its embodiment in assets of various kinds added to society's wealth during the period in question. He then lists the assets as productive facilities and equipment, inventories, foreign balances, and gold hoards. Importantly for the argument that is to follow, Baron claimed that actual economic surpluses had been the byproduct of all socio-economic formations, with differences in the structure and size of the surplus, depending on the level of development of the formation in question. Also noteworthy is that surplus, a central idea in Baron's treatment of imperialism, is more a classical economics concept rather than a Marxian one. The potential economic surplus was the difference between the output that could be produced in a given natural and technological environment with the help of employable productive resources, and what might be regarded as essential consumption. It would appear that the concept of the potential economic surplus was used by Baron to highlight the possibility of the transcendence of the capitalist social order via the rational planning and control of the potential economic surplus. Under monopoly capitalism. 117. There existed a discrepancy between technical potential and the actual realized benefits, limited by the restricted purchasing powers of workers, wasteful consumption by the idle rich, unproductive activities, and the inefficiencies wrought by monopoly. According to Alan Freeman, it is possible to discern two main problems from an economic theory standpoint, with the combined work of Baron and Sweezy in Monopoly Capital. The RST problem is the shifting of attention from the prot rate to the magnitude of prot and reformulating this magnitude as an ill-deemed physical surplus instead of surplus labor, quietly set aside the prospect of an endogenous process through which a decline in the prot rate provoked by a rise in the organic composition of capital, could provoke an internal crisis. The reason for dropping or ignoring the tendency of the rate of prot to fall as one of the possible causes of crisis within capitalism perhaps can be found in the historical context within which both Baron and Sweezy wrote. When they wrote, there was a post-war boom in capitalism, which seemed to preclude declining prot rates, even crises. What seemingly remained to be theorized by Marxists in this golden age of capitalism, suggested Freeman, were problems of realization and the rational use of resources. The second problem with monopoly capital was that, by establishing monopoly as the primary focus, it bypasses the question of whether the capitalist market system could sustain infinite growth. Both shortcomings identified by Freeman had as their basis a predilection shared by Baron and Sweezy for reforming or sidestepping vital components of Marxist political economy, such as the tendency of the rate of prot to fall and the inevitability of capitalist crises. When they wrote during the long boom of post-war capitalism, it is plausible that rather than argue about capitalist crises, which appeared to have been overcome, the case for socialism was best argued for on the basis of the potentially more rational direction of the economy. Having established that these three economic concepts employed by Sweezy and Baron were indeed problematic, there remains the question of how one of these particular concepts influenced our two writers' views on imperialism. According to their claims about the economic surpluses. 118. Of advanced capitalist countries, Baron and Sweezy suggest that the economic surplus only could be absorbed in general in three ways: it can be consumed, it can be invested, and it can be wasted. A large part of monopoly capital looks at how the economic surplus of the US was absorbed. One of the favored means of surplus absorption was through the associated phenomena of militarism and imperialism. Militarism, imperialism, and surplus absorption in Monopoly Capital. Chapter 7 of Monopoly Capital, the only chapter in the book concerned with imperialism, starts by posing the question of why the US oligarchy felt the need to maintain a huge military machine, when, in the past, a substantially smaller military had sufficed. What followed was an extensive analysis of militarism under conditions of monopoly capitalism and specifically US militarism. there was little attempt made by the authors to explicitly connect militarism and imperialism, and nor did they undertake any definitional work regarding imperialism. Reference was made to Lenin's brief definition of imperialism being the monopoly stage of capitalism, and Lenin was lauded for having attempted to move Marxian theory on from its superseded involvement with the competitive model that informed Marx's economic theory. Both Baron and Sweezy, however, claimed Lenin and those writing after him had failed to pay enough attention to monopoly and its impact upon capitalist economies. Baron and Sweezy set about redressing this perceived lacunae together. Their intent was clear: monopoly capitalism, its contradictions and consequences, was their primary concern. This was reflected in their treatment of imperialism, which almost disappeared from their work, either subsumed under monopoly capitalism or militarism. Baron and Sweezy provide an overview of the structure of the hierarchy of nations that up the capitalist system. This structure of states was characterized as essentially exploitative, with those states at the top of the hierarchy. 119. Exploiting to varying degrees those in the lower layers, with the pattern cascading down through the layers. The least powerful states were unable to exploit other states. Thus we have a network of antagonistic relations pitting exploiters against exploited and rival exploiters against each other. Disregarding juridical categories, we can count those at or near the top of the hierarchy metropolises and those at or near the bottom colonies. The sphere of exploitation of Ajavan metropolis from which rivals are more or less effectively excluded, is its empire. No it is obvious that all nations except dependent and defenseless on at the bottom have a need for med force to maintain and if possible improve their positions in the exploitative hierarchy. How much a given nation needs at a given time depends on its position in the hierarchy and on the pattern of relations seen the hierarchy as a whole at that particular time. Changes that characterize the U.S. drive for expansion and empire have been noted. The new approach to empire called neocolonialism was attributable to the U.S. own experience as a former colony. Consequently, the use relied on indirect forms of exploitation rather than direct political and economic control as per the European colonies. Here the engagement with imperialism in the book, indirect as it was concluded. Connections between absorption of surplus, militarism, and imperialism were not really explored. This gets down to the issue of the economic surplus, which shifteth principal contradictions of capitalism from the production process with its relations of production, to the realm of markets, exchange, and trade. The fundamental problem for Baron's and Sweezy's position on capitalism was not the production but the realization of the surplus, and by extension the utilization of the surplus. Such obnoxious items as advertising, government expansion, armaments imperialism, and war. Baron and Sweezy, according to Paul Maddock, were not employing a Marxian analysis of capitalism whether in its competitive or monopolistic phases, in their insistence on the substitution of surplus. 120. For surplus value. In Baron's and Sweezy's endeavor to reconquer or renew Marx's analysis of capitalism in the era of monopoly capitalism, they made the assertion that Marx had written before monopolization had transformed capitalism, thus rendering his analysis obsolete. This meant for Baron and Sweezy that the laws Marx had identified were in need of rejuvenation or rejection. As error. By treating surplus value as surplus, Baron and Sweezy managed to look upon capitalism as if it were something other than itself. The size of the surplus, they write, is an index of productivity and wealth, of how much freedom a society has to accomplish whatever goals it may set for itself. This is to see society in the abstract, not as a specific society, at any rate, not as a capitalist society. The problem identified by Maddock concerning the substitution of surplus for surplus value, was that a less concise formulation took the place of a still valid Marxian concept. In the process Baron and Sweezy dropped terms such as value and surplus value and took up the amalgam national income, the concept of effective demand, and the Keynesian remedies for capital stagnation. Mentioned above was Baron's recognition that surpluses, or to be precise actual surpluses, were the byproduct of all socio-economic formations. What needed to be ascertained by Baron and Sweezy was how, why, and where the surpluses in the historically specific socio-economic formation of capitalism were generated. Surplus value generated in the production process was and is pivotal to capitalism, be it competitive or monopolistic. Baron and Sweezy made a terminological and categorical modification with their substitution of surplus for surplus value, and suggested that realization, that is, market relations, were where the principal contradictions of monopoly capitalism lay. In the process they gradually managed to shift attention away from production relations, or class struggle, away from the production process, away from problems of profitability and the associated tendency of the rate of profit to fall, away from the internal contradictions of capitalism necessarily leading to crises, away from 121 issues such as the export of capital, and, nally, away from the classical Marxist notion of imperialism being intimately connected to capitalism. What happened with Baron's and Sweezy's analysis of capitalism, monopoly capitalism and imperialism was that by importing neoclassical and Keynesian concepts into their analyses, such as the surplus, and dropping key elements of Marxist political economy, their theorizing of capitalism and imperialism became less rigorous and more problematic. This culminated in monopoly capital, where imperialism and its connection with capitalism was not explored in any depth, and term imperialism itself featured only as a footnote in the chapter ostensibly concerned with that subject. By dropping or sidestepping certain Marxist political economic categories and concepts, Baron and Sweezy were compelled to focus on what they considered was the more important configuration of monopoly capitalism, rather than say imperialism being a stage of capitalism. The consequences for their theorizing of imperialism were profound, culminating in the virtual disappearance of the latter from their analysis. Conclusion. Throughout this chapter, 3 key works by Paul Baron and Paul Sweezy have been critically reviewed. Their theorizing of imperialism shifted away from the pioneers. The trajectory of their theorizing of imperialism outlined here portended a trend that some neo-Marxists followed, namely the dissipation of interest in the subject and consequent decline in the quality of theorizing associated with imperialism. Notwithstanding this, through their work they helped to draw attention to the effects of imperialism on the undeveloped world, and suggested that stagnation, not development, was the necessary consequence of monopoly capitalism/imperialism. This line of thinking helped rekindle interest in Marxism and spawned spirited debates amongst interested observers, activists and intellectuals. Furthermore, their work formed the embarkation point for a number of subsequent neo-Marxists, the so-called dependency theorists. The work of one of the latter, André Gunder Frank, is the subject of analysis in the following chapter. 122. Chapter 4. André Gunder Frank. Underdevelopment, Dependency, and Disenchantment. Introduction. André Gunder Frank was one of the RST theorists to seriously take up Sweezy's and Baron's hypothesis that capitalism caused stagnation as opposed to development. Gunder Frank was one of a group of writers who subscribed to what have been called dependency theories. Dependency theories posited the capitalist world's system as being divided into center and a periphery, core and periphery, or metropolis and satellites, area their terms used, with center that is the advanced capitalist status developing at expense of the periphery. The peripheral nation states remain dependent for any economic development on the advanced capitalist nations at the center or core. Gunder Frank put forward a metropolis satellite model to explain the dependent position of much of the Third World and Latin America in particular. Over the course of his life's work, Gunder Frank's theoretical interests encompassed not only the dependent status of Latin America, but also he sought, along with Immanuel Wallerstein and others, to situate political and economic problems of development in a long-term holistic framework, what became known as world systems theory. His writing in the last years of his life saw him more concerned with the Eurocentric bias of much of Western historiography and social theory. Consequently, he shifted his theoretical position away from Wallerstein's position and also Marxian analysis overall. 3 distinct phases can be identified in Gunder Frank's writing: RST, an early phase that saw him employ Marxist concepts such as imperialism to explore and explain the dependency of the Third World, A second phase characterized by a shared commitment with Wallerstein and Otherstothe analysis of social, political, and economic connections between regions over long time frames world systems theory, and, nally a third phase that emerged from reservations he had developed about world systems theory Marxism and Western social theory in general. This chapter argues that Gunder Frank's early work concentrating on the dependency of Latin American, European and US metropolises helped bring concepts of dependency and underdevelopment to the theory of imperialism theory. Gunder Frank's theorizing of imperialism built on and extended Sweezy's and Baran's claims about stagnation and underdevelopment being the outcome for the economies of the less developed countries. For Gunder Frank, underdevelopment was the necessary result of integration in the capitalist world. Economy. Advanced this thesis to counter two views of development. One view which he opposed came from mainstream theories of economic development and industrialization. The other viewpoint was the orthodoxy emanating from Latin American communist parties, which was that Latin America had to progress from so-called feudal relations of production, through the stage of capitalism and thence to socialism. This stagist version of development generated considerable argument and discussion, with dependency theory being one response. In turn, dependent YT or YCMEINF or criticism regarding its relationship with imperialism theory in particular and Marxism in general. An essential element of Gunder Frank's early writing was his use of the concept of economic surplus, which he borrowed from Sweezy and Baran. Underdevelopment was caused by metropolitan countries siphoning off the surpluses of colonies, former colonies, and less developed countries. The problem was that surplus extraction had been a feature of the economic relationships between European powers and peripheral regions since the start of the colonial era. In his reliance on 124. Economic surplus as a central element of his theory of underdevelopment and economic dependency, a problem arose in how Gunder Frank theorized imperialism, colonialism, mercantilism and capitalism. He could not clearly define any of these terms, nor could he clearly establish what the relationship was between capitalism and imperialism. Unlike Sweezy and Baran, by the end of his life Gunder Frank had become disenchanted with much of Marxist thought and Western social theory. This was largely due to his immersion in questions of macro-historical systemic change. An argument made towards the end of the chapter is that Gunder Frank's second and third phases of writing saw him not only drop imperialism theory but also Marxism. This disenchantment with Western social theory and Marxism in particular, was informed by Gunder Frank's concerns about the origins of capitalism and Eurocentrism. The Ars section of this chapter gives a brief overview of the genesis of dependency/development theories and their historical background. Gunder Frank's early work on imperialism is subject of the next section. The third section provides a brief exposition of Gunder Frank's understanding of economic surplus and Ecobedo Laca's critique of Gunder Frank's use of the concept. The chapter then explores Gunder Frank's involvement with world systems theory before the final section reviews Gunder Frank's later writings. Itis in his later works had Gunder Frank's disenchantment with the Eurocentric bias of imperialism theory, Marxism and Western social theory becomes manifest. Dependency theory, theoretical and historical context. Those intellectuals and activists who shared concerns about the lack of social, political, and economic development of the peripheral countries, due to the latter's integration into the global capitalist system, sought a theoretical framework that explained that lack of development. They also sought a political strategy for extricating third world nations from this situation. Dependency theory challenged the modernization model that suggested countries in the Third World should emulate the developed countries of the West in their takeoff to industrialization. According to Björn Hedden, the dependency school 125 emerged from the convergence of two major intellectual trends, one with its background in the Marxist tradition, which in turn contains several theoretical orientations, i.e. classical Marxism, Marxism-Leninism, Neo-Marxism, the other rooted in the Latin American structuralist discussion on development which ultimately formed the Sepal tradition. The CEPAL tradition was informed by the strategies adopted by various Latin American countries to deal with the consequences of depression during 1930s. The two major intellectuals associated with CEPAL were Raúl Prebisch and Celso Furtado, whose works on Latin America linked structuralism and dependency theory. CEPAL doctrine contradicted the notion that trade benefited both advanced countries as well as those less advanced, and put forward the proposition, using the center-periphery model, that trade favored the center at the expense of the peripheral countries. CEPAL promoted economic nationalism through import substitution as a step towards industrialization, along with state intervention and planning. During the 1950s and 1960s, the reformist structuralism of CEPAL became the accepted development strategy of many Latin American countries. This development strategy was an attempt to realign history of Latin America's distorted economic development with a standard model of capitalist development through Keynesian forms of intervention. The CEPAL strategy came up against obstructions to its implementation. Consequently, it was found to be inadequate, prompting a number of elaborations in the dependency approach, which resulted in a variety of dependency schools, some of them continuations of the old CEPAL strategy, others more oriented towards Marxism of some kind. Reaching its zenith during the 1970s, dependency theory was part of the stimulus for the new international economic order. By the late 1970s, it was clear that a number of third world countries definitely had taken the path to industrialization, thereby contradicting a generally held view that their development was blocked. The credibility of dependency paradigm had evaporated. 126. With the demise of the dependency paradigm, new approaches dealing with the problems of the Third World's underdevelopment came to the fore. World systems theory grew out of the dependency paradigm, but differed from it in not offering up a program for development at all. This can be attributed to its more holistic, structuralist approach, whereby the system makes it very difficult for third world countries to break the bonds of dependency and embark on internally generated development. The capitalist world system is quite constraining. There are indeed limited possibilities of transformation within the capitalist world economy. World systems theory took off in the late 1970s with the publication of Wallerstein's book and attracted the interest of theorists such as Günter Frank, who had seen the writing on the wall for dependency theory. Günter Frank's RST phase of writing, Imperialism as Underdevelopment. Günter Frank, born in Berlin in 1929, was a prominent academic whose life was marked by constant travel. He left Germany with his parents when Hitler came to power, and 4 decades later he fled Chile after Pinochet's coup in 1973. He died in 2005 at 76 years of age. In one of his early essays on underdevelopment written in 1963, Günter Frank provided a sketch of the development-underdevelopment nexus. He argued that underdevelopment should be understood as not just lack of development but as a form of negative development of the countries of the periphery. That is, industrialization and the capitalist accumulation process of advanced nations in Western Europe were predicated on the extraction of surplus from regions such as Latin America. Europe could not have developed without surplus extraction from the satellites. This surplus extraction had been the pattern since the incorporation of Latin America into the Spanish and Portuguese empires. By denying satellite countries access to their own surpluses, metropolitan powers ensured the social, political, and economic dependence of the Third World. The essence of Günter Frank's theoretical enterprise in the early phase of his writing is that underdevelopment of the peripheral countries was the necessary antithesis of the development of Europe and the US. There was a matrix of zero-sum relations, in which the 127 wealth of the metropolis is a direct function of surplus extraction from the satellites. These was the key to understanding capitalism, colonialism and imperialism for Günter Frank. It was in his early essay that Günter Frank RST elaborated on the key theme of the development of underdevelopment, which was to be Stapleophis writing through the 1960s and into the 1970s. What is clear from this essay is the minimal attention he gave to defining terms such as imperialism, colonialism, capitalism and mercantilism. For Günter Frank, history showed that mercantilism, capitalism, colonialism and imperialism are inextricably intertwined. Capitalism/imperialism, never ceases to exploit the underdeveloped periphery to the benefit of developed metropole. Regarding imperialism proper, Gunder Frank states that imperialism must be understood not as the empire of some particular country but essentially as a certain kind of relation between the metropole or its members and the periphery. That is the way Lenin understood the term, and that is the way Marx and Smith and probably Petty before him understood the analogous concept. It also was claimed by Gunder Frank that the term imperialism was of relatively recent currency, having been made popular by Hobson, Lenin, and Bukharin. Their understanding of the term, according to Gunder Frank, encompassed certain worldwide relations of the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th centuries, a time of colonial expansion by the industrialized or industrializing metropole. Gunder Frank asserted that, after Hobson, Lenin and Bukharin, imperialism was deemed to include relations such as those between the US and Latin America and the Near East where a formal colonial relationship did not exist. Imperialism, in other words, had changed some of its political forms, neocolonialism becoming a favored political approach, especially with the US. Gunder Frank also claimed that imperialism was used as a form of shorthand for contemporary capitalism. Also evident here. 128. Was the minimal analysis of the political elements of imperialism, a feature of much of Gunder Frank's work on imperialism. Gunder Frank's disinclination to provide much in the way of definitions can be traced through his subsequent work on underdevelopment. The rationale is that for underdeveloped countries off the periphery the phenomena of mercantilism, colonialism, capitalism and imperialism meant basically the same thing: exploitation, lack of development and backwardness despite changes in form between mercantilism, colonialism, capitalism and imperialism. In the Cold War, with the emergence of a new American-style form of imperialism, he stated that, though differing in technical detail from its forerunners, it remains, especially for the underdeveloped world, essential life same as all previous forms of capitalism, colonialism, imperialism, the source and systemization of exploitation and underdevelopment. In Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, Gunder Frank describes the various eras of capital accumulation and underdevelopment through which Europe and Latin America had gone. The colonial era of capitalist development was when Europe started the process of capital accumulation. Gunder Frank claimed that Europe did not have reserves of capital and labor to embark on the process of capital accumulation. The initial capital, therefore, had to come from the work and the foreign lands of the Indians of Latin America and the Negroes of Africa, which cost these regions the decimation of up to 8/9 of the population, then the destruction of several civilizations, and nearly resulted in permanent underdevelopment. This Spanish-American bonanza was indirectly the basis of the financing of the colonial economies of the Portuguese in Brazil and the subsequent Dutch, English and French incursions into the Caribbean. The early colonial relationship that Europe had with the Americas set in place the usurpation of Latin America surplus to the 129. Detriment of the world and the benefit of metropolitan countries. Trade and finance were the principal mechanisms by which the surplus was extracted and underdevelopment engendered. Another consequence of these trade and financial arrangements was the establishment of political, economic and social structures of underdevelopment in the colonies. This process channeled investment into mining, agricultural and commercial concerns aimed at exporting to the metropolis. Most of the balance of the investment went to luxury importation from the metropolitan center. Minimal investment was directed to the production and consumption associated with domestic markets. The imperialist era followed the colonial era. Gunder Frank claimed that new imperialist investment finance quickly interposed or insinuated itself into the Latin American milieu, supplanting or superseding the old modus operandi. The reasons for this change, and how this differed from the previous mode of finance coming from the metropolitan countries, were not teased out. Drawing on Luxembourg's example of European usurpation of Egypt, Gunder Frank stated that imperialism went further in Latin America. It not only availed itself of state to invade agriculture, it took over nearly all economic and political institutions to incorporate the entire economy into the imperialist system. Gunder Frank did not delineate social, political, and economic differences between the colonial and imperialist eras. Qualitative changes to the world capitalist system had occurred during the years of World War II. There had been a change of the metropolitan center from Europe to the US, and, moreover, there had been a transformation from what had been industrial and then national capitalism into monopoly capitalism. First appearing in the US but also eventually in Europe and Japan as well was the nationally based but world-embracing and really international giant monopoly corporation, which is a multi-industry mass assembly line producer of standardized products and now of new technology as well its own worldwide purchasing agent, salesman financier, and often de facto government in many satellite countries and increasingly in many metropolitan ones as well. 130. During the 1930s, the corporate state was the logical extension of this form of corporation, and in the 1960s what he called the warfare state functioned in that role. New instruments of foreign investment and finance were summoned by the needs of monopoly corporations and the metropolitan state, which were more important than foreign trade in retarding Latin America's development. All of these changes in the world capitalist system could only mean that imperialism had been transformed into neo-imperialism. Gunder Frank's inclination to be inconsistent in his use of terms complicated his analysis of 3 eras: colonial imperialist and neo-imperialist. In one instance, he uses the terms neo-imperialism and monopoly capitalist development as separate entities when describing the underdevelopment process in Latin America, whereas 2 pages beforehand he had denied the mass neo-imperialist monopoly capitalism. Having established that underdevelopment was the key to Gunder Frank's early phase writing and that there were problems regarding his lack of rigor in dening terms central to his analysis, the focus now shifts to Gunder Frank's engagement with economic surplus. His proposition that Latin America had been integrated into the capitalist world economy since the 16th century and his use of economic surplus, were subjected to strong criticism. Economic surplus, Latin America, and the world capitalist system since the 16th century. Economic surplus, a formative element of both development and underdevelopment, concerns the actual or potential excess of a social unit's production over its necessary consumption, which may or may not be exploited or invested. Economic surplus formed the basis for one of the 3 contradictions that lay at the heart of capitalist development and underdevelopment. The RST was the contradiction of expropriation/appropriation of economic surplus. Marx, according to Gunder Frank, had identified and emphasized the expropriation of the surplus value created by producers and its appropriation by capitalists. Gunder Frank discerned a direct connection between surplus value and Baron's economic surplus. The connection between the 2 concepts, 131, was established by positing the actual surplus as being a subset or component of surplus value. The potential surplus was what could have been available to a society for investment if it had not been stymied by the monopoly structure of advanced capitalist countries. Gunder Frank, then, seemingly contradicts himself by suggesting that, though the monopoly structure of capitalist society prevented the production of potential surplus, whatever was produced nonetheless was appropriated and wasted through luxury consumption. Even so, for Gunder Frank, economic surplus was a crucial element in the production and maintenance of economic domination and subordination, and, by extension, a system of states arranged hierarchically with dominant states forming the metropolitan powers and subordinate states here satellites. This last issue, the system of states and its attendant relations, was the second of contradictions Gunder Frank associated with development-underdevelopment nexus, which he termed the contradiction of metropolis, satellite polarization. Economic surplus was expropriated by the metropolis and used for its own economic development as the satellites remain underdeveloped for lack of access to their own surplus, and as a consequence of same polarization and exploitative contradictions which the metropolis introduces and maintains in the satellite's domestic economic structure. The combination of these contradictions, once firmly implanted, reinforces the processes of development in the increasingly dominant metropolis and underdevelopment in the more dependent satellites until they are resolved through the abandonment of capitalism beyond or both interdependent parts. The process of surplus extraction had spanned centuries in the case of Latin America. By virtue of participation in the world capitalist system through the stages of mercantilism, free trade, and imperialism, Latin American countries had been incorporated into the monopolistic metropolis satellite structure of world capitalism. From the 16th 132 century onwards, this process served to suck capital or economic surplus out of satellites and to channel part of this surplus to the world metropolis of which all are satellites. As has been established in the discussion of Baron Sansuizi's of surplus in the previous chapter, surpluses have been the byproduct of all socio-economic formations. By using this economic concept, the specific features of the political-economic relationships between the metropolises and satellites through the colonial, mercantile, capitalist and imperialist eras could not be clearly drawn in Günther Frank's analyses. Criticisms have been made by Lacan that Günther Frank tended to blur or run together different historical epochs and thus economic, social, and political conditions. Lacan argues that Günther Frank's work is undermined by a fundamental misunderstanding of the specificity of the capitalist mode of production and its attendant relations of production. Günther Frank associated capitalism with previous political economic formations in too sweeping a fashion. Whilst it can be argued from a Marxist perspective that, indeed, capitalism and previous social and political economic structures were class-based and predicated on exploitation of some sort, each epoch had its specific forms of exploitation. According to Lacan, Günther Frank's statement that capitalism's essential internal contradiction between the exploiting and the exploited appears within nations no less than between them can be taken as being the closest Günther Frank came to denying capitalism. Such imprecision, which is so symptomatic of Günther Frank's work, was too broad admonition of capitalism. Lacan further states, this lack of rigor in determining the object of his analysis is, moreover, only one example of the conceptual imprecision from which all of Günther Frank's work suffers. A corollary of this imprecision is the assumption that Günther Frank appears to make that European expansion from the 16th century onwards was necessarily capitalist because merchants' capital was involved. Telling, for Lacan, is that Günther Frank privileged the distribution process, or what Lacan calls the eld of circulation, rather than the production process with its attendant production relations, which apparently is where the contradictions of capitalism begin. The shifting of the principal contradictions of capitalism from the production process. 133. To the arena of distribution was the focus for much criticism that came Günther Frank's way. Despite attracting quite a bit of criticism, for some time Günther Frank continued to employ a neo-Marxist analysis of imperialism, centering his investigations RMLY in the Third World and Latin America in particular. His writing during the 1960s and 1970s often was polemical yet empirically rich, concurrently shaping and reacting the upsurge in revolutionary sentiment felt in many quarters. Günther Frank's construction of his underdevelopment thesis, whilst subjected to much criticism, was a significant contribution to discourse on dependency. Günther Frank became synonymous with dependency theory and he has been referred to as the historian of the stagnation model. He established a reputation for being critical of Marxist orthodoxy and mainstream economic thinking, and for putting himself at some risk by actually going to Latin America to work there. There is no question that, during this early phase, Günther Frank was an ardent supporter of Latin American attempts to seek alternate routes to development, preferably through socialism. By the late 1970s, Günther Frank himself regarded dependency theory as discredited after the crisis that heralded the end of the long boom of post-war capitalism. Abandoning dependency theory, Günther Frank gravitated towards a more global approach to analyzing the world economy and its attendant social and political systems. Günther Frank's second phase of theoretical writing. According to Günther Frank, his writing during the 1960s and 1970s tended to converge towards the concepts and themes that exercised the minds of Immanuel Wallerstein and others such as Terence Hopkins, Giovanni Arrighi, and Samir Emin. The principal concern of these writers was the unraveling of the intricacies of global capitalism, not so much on the basis of individual capitalist nations but rather as a systemic whole, hence the label world systems theory. Gunder Frank stated that he had started to push for investigation into the world system in the mid-1960s and produced a paper in 1970 with the aim to develop a theory adequate to encompass the structure and development of the capitalist system on an integrated world scale. Prior to his exile from Chile, he received a copy of Wallerstein's Modern World System, and he recognized the parallel concerns, concepts, and themes that both he and Wallerstein were intent on pursuing. Both Wallerstein and Gunder Frank had been preoccupied by the origins of the world capitalist system from its origins in Europe between 1450 and 1500 and its spread from its West European center and its incorporation of the rest of the world into its social, political, and economic networks. Although there were differences in their emphases, Gunder Frank felt that throughout the 1970s and 1980s his and Wallerstein's theorizing was intertwined. Gunder Frank was influenced by Wallerstein's resurrection of a little-known Soviet economist's hypothesis about large-scale cycles in capitalism. The Kondratiev cycles, which purport to show the appearance of long waves or cycles in capitalism since its inception, with periods of growth, stagnation, and decline, have been at the core of Wallerstein's world systems theory and became part of Gunder Frank's work, too. Gunder Frank and Amann, jointly and individually in works undertaken through the 1970s and 1980s, were concerned with the political and other ramifications consequent upon the Kondratiev cycles. Other commonalities in Wallerstein's and Gunder Frank's work are the focus on center-periphery relations plus a shared interest in East-West European relations. The major difference in Gunder Frank's mind, especially in the earlier stage of their intellectual coming together, concerned Wallerstein's more detailed focus on the core/periphery/semi-periphery structure of the system as compared to my attempt to identify the cyclical dynamics of the system, especially how the recurrent long economic crises of capital accumulation molded the geographic and economic structure of the world capitalist system. By the late 1980s to early 1990s, Gunder Frank's position on the capitalist world system started to diverge from Wallerstein's. A fundamental characteristic of Wallerstein's theorizing was that the capitalist world system was not and would be replaced by some other 135 system. Gunder Frank took a more jaundiced view because he saw less evidence any such systemic transformation. Also, Gunder Frank questioned the denning features of capitalism that Wallerstein had identified. Gunder Frank argued that the features Wallerstein had put forward not only could have been found elsewhere in the world but also prior to when Wallerstein suggested that they came into existence, therefore it could not be true that the was born and bred in Europe, and there is nothing distinctive about capitalism and even less about feudalism and socialism. Another problem for Gunder Frank was the Eurocentricity of Wallerstein's position. Gunder Frank claimed a special place for the capitalist mode of production. Gunder Frank and Gills asserted that their world system, which extended back 1,000 years, had existed independently of and prior to any mode of production or combination thereof, both a supposedly feudal or other tributary, capitalist or socialist. This was, indeed, a major theoretical claim by Gunder Frank and his new collaborator. To suggest that this world system existed independently of any mode of production, and that capitalism, feudalism and socialism were not distinctive reveal so far he had departed from an enjamblance of a Marxist critique of social structures, societies and political economies by the 1990s. In addition, throughout this second phase of Gunder Frank's writing, a concern that he had shown when investigating the consequences for Latin American development of the latter's involvement with mercantilism, colonialism and imperialism was of secondary importance. Analysis of the political and economic aspects of imperialism did not go highly in this phase of Gunder Frank's writing. Gunder Frank's later work, Disenchantment with Marxism and Western Social Theory. Gunder Frank's third phase of work can be said to start with the publication of The World System, 500 Years or 5000. This book, which he co-edited with Barry Gills, contains a chapter of Gunder Frank's called Transitional Ideological Modes, Feudalism, Capitalism, Socialism. In it Gunther Frank detailed his newfound concerns about Wallerstein's world systems theory and particularly the problems he believed were to be found throughout Wallerstein's work on world systems. There is no explicit mention of imperialism in this chapter. In fact, chapters that Gunther Frank wrote in conjunction with Gills contain only brief mentions of imperialism, and these refer specifically to ancient empires including Persia, Rome, and Assyria, or in terms of how imperialism was a more efficient method of what they termed state accumulation. Gunther Frank and Gills ostensibly aimed to retain and seek to rein the basic perspective of historical materialism, which of course was neither original nor exclusive to Marx. In the process of reining historical materialism, they obscured the important economic category of capital and its dominance of specific economies by suggesting that capital and capital accumulation took place in epochs prior to the rise of capitalism in Western Europe. Aspects of this proposition are in accord with orthodox Marxist political economy. Marx had identified the appearance of capital in the form of usurer's capital as well as its twin brother merchant's capital long before the capitalist mode of production and in the most diverse socio-economic formations. What is not in accord with an orthodox Marxist viewpoint is Gunther Frank's and Gills' suggestion that, because capital had been identified in earlier socio-economic formations, it was impossible to speak about the rise of capitalism in Western Europe and its expansion throughout the rest of the world from the 1500s or the 1800s. Clearly this strikes at the heart of the assumptions made by Marx through to the classical Marxist theorists of imperialism, namely that capitalism had its origins in European then spread to the rest of the world. The problem with Gunther Frank's and Gills' proposition is that whilst Marx had acknowledged that capital had appeared in places prior to the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Marx stated that capital did not dominate the mode of production in these previous eras. Capital, put another way, only becomes the dominant feature of a specific and thus historical mode of production, namely capitalism. 137. The Gunther Frank and Gills proposition, if correct, had important implications for the conceptualization of capitalism and previous socio-economic formations and also for imperialism. If, as they suggest, capital is not unique to capitalism and capitalism thereby loses its distinctive character compared to previous socio-economic formations, then the link classical Marxist writers made between capitalism and imperialism in the 20th century is rendered largely invalid. This would help explain the disappearance of imperialism from Gunther Frank's writing over time. As noted throughout this review of Gunther Frank's work, he exhibited a strong tendency not to clearly define some of the major concepts with which he worked, leading to difficulties in how he theorized capitalism, monopoly capitalism, and imperialism. One way to resolve such difficulties is to abandon the concepts, deny their importance or modify them, a combination of which seems to have transpired in this later work of Gunther Frank. Another contention with these two writers was that political economists and historians had placed too much emphasis on the distinction, or analytical separation, between agrarian and industrial modes of accumulation. At first glance, this admonition seems reasonable. Yet, as Eric Hobsbawm observes, the significance of the Industrial Revolution could not be diminished, sometime in the 1780s, and for the first time in human history the shackles were taken off the productive power of human societies, which henceforth became capable of the constant, rapid and limitless multiplication of men, goods and services. These was in no uncertain terms a remarkable breakthrough. No previous society had been able to break through the ceiling which industrial social structure, defective science and technology and consequently periodic breakdown, famine and death, imposed on production. A question that springs to mind is why would Gunther Frank feel the need to blur over the distinctive differences between the agrarian and industrial eras? The answer can be found in the interests that Gunther Frank pursued in this latter period of his writing and especially in his last major book published a few years before his death, Reorient Global Economy in the Asian Age. In Reorient, Gunther Frank seeks to address the Eurocentric assumptions that bedeviled much Western social theory. He felt that so many scholars had succumbed to the notion of European. 138. Exceptionalism. How Europe seemingly was the foundation of the world economy and around which the rest of the world orbited, resulting in profoundly odd social theory. As a consequence, the architects of our social theory, Marx, Weber, Werner Sombart, Karl Polanyi, and others, as well as Brodel and Wallerstein, attributed a central place in their theories to Europe, which it never had in the real-world economy. The Marxist obsession with modes of production not only was unilinear and too simplistic, but the notion mode of production is deeply odd. Marx's designation of pre-capitalist Asian economies as being of the despotic Asiatic mode of production drew Günter Frank's ire. There were so many problems, not only with Marx but also with numbers of other theorists, that writing on social theory, world history, and the world economy had to be recast in the light of greater awareness of the role that Asia had played and would continue to play in the global economy. Missing from the book was any attempt to theorize imperialism, because for Günter Frank, this Wassertoft problem thought too many social theorists had and still have with their non-holistic focus on Europe. Lenin, stated Günter Frank, therefore was wrong regarding imperialism being a stage of capitalism, because he assumed that it was an outgrowth, a development that had originated in Europe and had spread outwards from there. The obscuring of distinction between the agrarian and industrial eras, as well as the problematizing of capitalism, imperialism, Eurocentric social theory, and modes of production and so on, can be attributed to Günter Frank's disenchantment with Marxism, and much Western scholarship in general. Further discussion of Günter Frank's last major work need not be undertaken here. What we can see from the above analysis is a progressive moving away from any Marxist theorizing on imperialism, and, as is evident in his last book, an almost total disenchantment with Marxist theorizing at all. In the last years of his life, Günter Frank was immersed in what he called macro-history, what he thought was a more holistic approach to world economy and world systems that generated much in the way of sweeping claims about world history, trade, and connectedness between the world's regions, but very little on the analysis of imperialism. 139. Conclusion: Günter Frank's writing on imperialism in Günter Frank SRST phase writing, colonialism, mercantilism, imperialism, monopoly capitalism and underdevelopment were prominent. He suggested that imperialism could be described as being specific relations between metropoles and satellites, with capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism giving the same results for the satellites: exploitation, lack of development and backwardness. Hence Günter Frank's somewhat casual approach to denying capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism, no matter what the form, the result was the same. Additionally, the economic surplus, which was a key element in Barons and Sweezy's theorizing, featured prominently in Günter Frank SRST phase writing. The use of the economic surplus by Günter Frank also contributed to the haziness of his understanding and depictions of capitalism and its relationship with imperialism. Ultimately, Günter Frank did not provide a sophisticated analysis of the social, political, and economic dynamics of capitalist imperialism. Günter Frank's second phase writing was deeply involved with world systems theory. The examination of the complexities of the world capitalist system as system was the goal of much of the research that emanated from the group of writers working within this school. Center-periphery or metropolis-satellite relations were of particular concern for both Günter Frank and Wallerstein, who relied on the long-wave or cyclical theory of Kondratiev that purportedly identifies phases of capitalist growth, stagnation, and decline over an extended time frame. By the late 1980s to early 1990s, Günter Frank had diverged from Wallerstein on the grounds of skepticism about the denying features of capitalism and its origins in Europe, plus skepticism about the prospect of systemic change. Günter Frank's concerns about aspects of Wallerstein's theorizing was the harbinger of either disbelief in and disenchantment with Marxism, historical materialism and, by extension, Marxist theories of imperialism. This disenchantment culminates in his reorient, where Western social theory is deemed to be compromised, due to its Eurocentricity. It is fair to conclude that, by this last phase of his writing, Günter Frank had ceased to write about imperialism because he 140 was disillusioned with Marxism and had decided that there was nothing distinctive about capitalism. He left these problems behind to pursue a more macro-historical approach to global economy. His specific interest being the role that Asia had played in the world economy in the past and how it would once again become an economic center on the global stage. In the next chapter, Wallerstein's approach to imperialism is subjected to critical review. Wallerstein, unlike Günter Frank, continued to assert that capitalism was distinctive and that the appearance of capitalism on the world stage heralded a qualitatively new era in the world's political economic systems. 141. Chapter 5. Immanuel Wallerstein N. The Modern World System. Hegemony and the Long Wave. Cyclus of Capitalism. Introduction. Wallerstein's prodigious writing on what he called the modern world system, unlike dependency theory, continues to arouse interest and feature in academic discourse. Compared with Günter Frank, Wallerstein did not abandon the belief that capitalism was distinctly important and continued to play a key role in the shaping of the global economy and global politics. Wallerstein's theorizing has been influential across the social sciences, though he tended to skirt the issue of imperialism. He preferred to view questions of political and economic preponderance through the prism of hegemony rather than imperialism. One reason for subjecting some of Wallerstein's writing on world systems theory to scrutiny is that it grew out of the anti-systemic movements of the 1960s and 1970s, which were significantly informed by imperialism theory. Furthermore, although imperialism was not central to his theoretical concerns, Wallerstein conceded that it had been and was an inherent part of the modern world system. An aim of Wallerstein's remains the unraveling of core, periphery, and semi-periphery relationships in order to inform the struggle for the building of a post-capitalist world system. The three-tiered structure of states, or trimodal hierarchy of the world capitalist economy, is Wallerstein's modification of the neo-Marxist standard bifurcation of states. Wallerstein is closely associated with neo-Marxist approaches to the theorizing of imperialism. Adopting a long-term approach in his theoretical work based on Fernand Braudel's la longue durée historiographical method, Wallerstein was especially interested in the rise and decline of hegemonic powers. Another important element in Wallerstein's world systems theory Kondratiev cycles postulate alternating phases of expansion and contraction in capitalist economies over 40 to 60-year time frames. The emphasis Wallerstein places on the long term is matched by his emphasis on the global rather than on smaller units of analysis such as nation-states. Such emphasis on the long term and the global means that Wallerstein tended to overlook those qualitative changes to capitalism that occurred in the late 19th and early 20th century identified by the pioneers of imperialism theory. This chapter argues that Wallerstein's macro-level analysis led him to minimize the role of imperialism in his theorizing. In the grand sweep of world history and the world economy, imperialism, for Wallerstein, like globalization, perhaps is merely a momentary expression of reality right into a fashionable theory. According to Wallerstein, problems associated with stages of development when not viewed from a broader world systems perspective make certain analyses modernization theory and some Marxist theorizing, for example, untenable. Wallerstein claims that this was a of analysis problem, with writers mistakenly focusing on parts of the totality and neglecting the wider systemic structure. On this basis, it would be reasonable to maintain that Lenin's observation of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism did not interest Wallerstein, because such an assertion is a generalization abstracted from changes to specific national economies. What is clear is that Wallerstein's minimal engagement with imperialism and imperialism theory is in keeping with the diffusion of interest in imperialism common to the neo-Marxists whose writing has been critically analyzed thus far. As Wallerstein has been so prolific, it is beyond the scope of this chapter to critically analyze all his works in depth. Choice selections, then, are taken from his work in order to illustrate the major elements of 143. His meta-theory. These include Volume 1 of The Modern World System, a collection of essays titled The Capitalist World Economy, another collection of his essays called The Essential Wallerstein and the Decline of American Power. Prior to examining the relevant sections of Wallerstein's work, The RST section of this chapter provides a brief summary of the historical and theoretical context out of which Wallerstein's world systems theory emerged. The chapter then outlines the most salient aspects of Wallerstein's world systems theory before presenting an overview of his three-tiered system of states. The next section examines how labor is divided between the core, semi-peripheral and peripheral regions and the type of labor control that was typical of each region. World empire, hegemony, and hegemonic cycles are the subjects of the FTH section. Here it is discussed how Wallerstein recognized that imperialism has a role in the modern world system, yet he preferred to use hegemony to map out the dynamics of the geopolitics of the modern era. The sixth section considers the connections that Wallerstein made between his notion of hegemonic cycles and Kondratiev's long-wave economic cycles. On the basis of the marriage between these long-term views, Wallerstein predicted that the US was in a period of hegemonic decline and the modern world system was in transition. Finally, Itis argued that Wallerstein's macro-historical and large unit of analysis approach precludes him from substantive engagement with imperialism theory before some concluding remarks summarize what has been covered. Historical and theoretical context of Wallerstein's work. World systems theory grew out of the ferment of the 1960s and 1970s. Its genesis was so similar to dependency theory that Brewer positions Wallerstein within the dependency tradition. With the demise of dependency theory brought about by the ending of the long boom in the 1970s, some writers sought a theoretical framework that encompassed a more holistic approach. Günter Frank, for instance, had been exploring a world systems approach of his own. What appealed to him and others was Wallerstein's elaboration of world systems theory in his major work from 1974, The Modern World System Volume 1. This book appeared when there was a peak of intellectual, political, and academic interest in international power and exploitation. With the Vietnam War ending, and calls emanating from the Third World for the restructuring of the world's economic order, there was a shift from military conflict between East and West to North-South economic confrontation. In addition, as William Martin suggests, there was a flourishing of academic work on international issues. With one group of scholars seeking to advance political order in changing societies from Vietnam to South Africa, while others attack such programs through critiques of Euro-American modernization theory and inconclusive attempts to theorize post-World II imperialism. Wallerstein has suggested that writers such as Raoul Prebys, Celso Furtado, and Günter Frank, who were opposed to the modernization paradigm and also the rigid Marxist formulation of stages of political economic development, could be designated as having adopted a world system perspective. For Wallerstein, then, there is little substantial difference between those writers who wrote from a dependency or underdevelopment perspective and his own world system perspective. Wallerstein, The Capitalist World Economy and the World System. The publication of RST book in his influential trilogy The Modern World System 1, Capitalist Agriculture and the European World Economy in the 16th Century established Wallerstein's reputation as an important theorist operating in the Marxian tradition. Born in New York in 1930, he had RST hand experience of African politics as a Ford Foundation scholar in African the 1950s. His experiences there convinced him that the most important thing happening in the 20th century was the struggle to overcome the control by the West of the rest of the world. A central concept of Wallerstein's analysis is the world system. A world system fundamentally is a social system. In Wallerstein's purview, the set of social systems have been comprised of many systems. 145. World empires and world economies culminating in theory of the capitalist world economy and the capitalist world system, or what he calls the modern world system. One of the defining characteristics of a world system is the division of labor, whereby the provisioning of needs can be met through exchange. Whereas world systems can incorporate multiple cultural systems, they do not necessarily have a totality in the whole globe. The capitalist world system is a world economy without a single, central authority. Materializing in the late 15th and early 16th century, a cornerstone of the modern is a European world economy. This world economy was not an empire as such, for empires are largely political units. Wallerstein claims that within its bounds the European world economy encompassed empires, city-states, and nation-states. The world economy did not necessarily take in the entire globe, but nonetheless could be deemed to be a world economy because it was larger than any juridically deemed political unit. Its main linkages were economic, hence world economy, with secondary linkages found in the realms of culture and political arrangements and even confederal structures. Wallerstein utilizes Shmuel Eisenstadt's definition of empire for purposes of clarification. In 1968, Eisenstadt claimed that empires are political systems that contain widespread, albeit relatively highly centralized, territories with an autonomous center, unit often by a universal political and cultural orientation. Empires had been a common attribute of the world's history for 5,000 years. Part of the strength of an empire is its ability to guarantee economic flows from the periphery to the center through such forceful mechanisms as tribute. One common weakness is the siphoning of too much brought by the enlargement of bureaucracy, a consequence of empire maintenance and administration. In addition, empires by their very nature are repressive and exploitative, which in turn leads to increased military expenditure in order to ensure that power remains centralized. A number of world economies that had existed subsequently transformed into empires in China, Persia, and Rome. The capitalist. 146. World economy, then, was not a feature, though it differed from previous versions in that it had not given rise to a political structure, that is, an empire. Capitalism was more efficient in appropriating surpluses compared to previous forms of a world economy. Integral to this efficiency was the ability of the capitalist world economy to use the political process to secure what Wallerstein termed monopoly rights. For Wallerstein, this means that the state becomes less the central economic enterprise than the means of assuring certain terms of trade in other economic transactions. In this way, the operation of the market creates incentives to increased productivity and all the consequent accompaniment of modern economic development. From its inception in the 16th century, the state played a vital role in the development and maintenance of the capitalist world economy. For Wallerstein, a bifurcation exists between the economic and the political in the capitalist world economy, with economic decisions oriented primarily to the arena of the world economy, while political decisions are oriented primarily to the smaller structures that have legal control, the states, within the world economy. Wallerstein's claim for the 16th century being the dawn of the capitalist world economy is based on Marx. In Capital Volume 1, the capitalist system emerged with the birth of world-embracing commerce and a world-embracing market. Elsewhere in Capital Volume 1, Marx was more circumspect about the emergence of capitalism in the 16th century, claiming that it was in the 1500s that the modern history of capital starts to unfold. He also noted that as early as the 14th or 15th centuries, capitalist production had taken place in various Italian cities, but had not developed any further. With such apparent hedging by Marx, it is no surprise that claims made about the emergence of capitalism and the capitalist world economy in the 16th century have been disputed. Wallerstein himself makes the term 16th century somewhat rubbery. On the basis of Brodel's work, he argues that for the European world economy as a whole, 1450 to 1640, 147, the meaningful time unit, during which was created a capitalist world economy. Here is just one of the challenges associated with taking such a long-term or macro-historical view of the development of global capitalism. The problem concerns the establishment of so-called turning points or transitions in historical structures. Another problem associated with the macro-historical approach is that the structures being analyzed take on almost monolithic qualities, whereas subjects of history seem to be merely passive observers of the rise and decline of world economies, empires and hegemonic powers. This is especially true for Wallerstein's world systems theory, leading Jan Nederveen Pieters to remark that Wallerstein's reification of these stem only one a historical subject in this worldview, the world system. Peter Worsley holds much the same view, suggesting that Wallerstein's model of the world capitalist economy is a model which emphasizes the capacity of ruling classes to manipulate these stem, and exercise it, as they wish, whilst underplaying resistance to their domination. The system, at times is endowed with a logic power and a Venkasi personality as it is in that other major variant of Marxist system theory, Althusserianism. But systems do not take decisions. Ruling classes do. They try to run the system in their own interests. In this, overall, they succeed by definition, otherwise they wouldn't continue to rule. But those ethereally also try to maximize their interests. Such models therefore underestimate agency, especially resistance to domination. As Brewer observes, Wallerstein's propensity to provide a mass of detailed historical material that often seems to have little connection with his overall generalizations only serves to compound the overemphasis on structure or the system. Nonetheless, although not problem-free, Wallerstein's research on the modern world system has produced tangible insights into the totalizing tendencies of global capitalism, the complexities of global politics, the role of the state and the nature of U.S. hegemony. The distinguishing feature of Wallerstein's impressive catalogue of work is his emphasis on scale, in covering empires, world economies, and hegemonic powers. His 148 time continuum spans several centuries. Wallerstein generally has eschewed smaller-scale analysis. Nation-states, for example, are subsumed in the three-tiered state system. Core, periphery, and semi-periphery, the three-tiered state system. There are, according to Wallerstein's conceptual framework, three zones of the world economy: the semi-periphery, the core, and the periphery. The formation of the world economy was predicated on three essential factors: RST, the expansion of Europe, initiated by Portugal; second, advances in the methods and techniques of labor control both for the various zones of the world economy and for diverse products; and, nally, the creation of relatively strong state machineries in what would become the core states of this capitalist world economy. Since the advent of the capitalist world economy in the 16th century, the core and the periphery, two separate economies with two separate laws but one capitalist economic system with different sectors performing different functions. Through a series of fortunate accidents during the 1500s, Wallerstein suggests, Northwest Europe became the core area of the world economy, specializing in agricultural production of higher skill levels, which favored tenancy and wage labor as the modes of labor control. The peripheral areas at this time were Eastern Europe and the Western Hemisphere, whose specializations were the export of grains, bullion, wood, cotton, sugar, all of which favored the use of slavery and coerced cash crop labor as the modes of labor control. Core areas had strong state mechanisms. One consequence of such state strength was that it gave rise to unequal exchange, where the strong core states were able to appropriate a surplus of the whole world economy, which helped to maintain their positions as core states relative to the peripheral zones. The relationship of superordination and subordination between the core and the periphery remained in place from the period of agricultural capitalism through to the vestige of industrial capitalism. 149. The third zone, the semi-periphery, acted and continues to act as the stabilizer of the world economy. Discontent that potentially could emanate from unit peripheral states aggrieved at the privileges and power enjoyed by core states can be dissipated. Opportunities to move from the lowest of the three tiers to the semi-periphery, combined with the concentration of military power in the dominant states and the pervasiveness of an ideological commitment to the system as a whole, helped ensure the relative political stability of world systems. Division of labor and modes of labor control. This three-tiered structure, for so long a part of world history, also had and continues to have an extensive division of labor. The division of labor was not only functional but geographical, too, with economic tasks unevenly spread throughout the world system. Such an uneven spread of tasks can be attributed in part to ecological factors, but mainly can be explained by how work is organized, which magnifies and legitimizes the ability of some groups within the system to exploit the labor of others, that is, to receive a larger share of the surplus. The division of labor within the capitalist world system has not been static. During the epoch of industrial capitalism, for example, Britain changed its division of labor from agricultural exporter to the role of workshop of the world. Some of the then semi-peripheral countries, France, Germany, Belgium, and the US, with edgeling manufacturing bases of their own, sought to deprive Britain of outlets for its manufactured goods. The ensuing tension in the world system motivated, in part, the partitioning of Africa and areal location of the division of labor. For the core areas in this period, the new role in industrial manufacture became the provisioning of machines that made the manufactures and infrastructure such as railroads. From the combination of productive activities and exchanges that have taken place within and between world systems over the epochs, Wallerstein identifies two main types of exchanges: essential exchanges, and luxury exchanges. Regarding luxury items or preciosities, Wallerstein makes it clear that in such exchanges importers reap not 150 merely profits but windfalls. An important distinction for Wallerstein, due to his understanding of capitalism, has as one of its key premises the centrality of exchange. The essential feature of a capitalist world economy is production for sale in a market in which the object is to realize the maximum profit. Modes of labor control supplement the division of labor. Forms of labor control have varied, and some that Wallerstein identifies include slavery, serfdom, wage labor, and self-employment. Differing types of labor control have featured in different zones of the world economy. Slavery and feudalism were prominent in the periphery, with wage labor and self-employment concentrated in the core areas, whereas sharecropping was the favored form of labor control in the semi-periphery. In turn, the predominant modes of labor control in the three zones of the world economy have greatly affected the political system in the various zones throughout history. Furthermore, the world economy was predicated on the core, periphery, and semi-periphery having divergent dominant forms of labor control and, by extension, differing levels of productivity. Without the different types of labor control and differing levels of productivity, the O of surplus would not have been sufficient to have established the capitalist system. For some critics like Worsley, Wallerstein's analysis of the division of labor and modes of labor control do not present a clearer understanding of exploitation. Wallerstein, whilst acknowledging the differences in the forms of labor and the forms of labor control over the long term, nonetheless attend out the distinctions between these social relationships. There is a reduction to the evil of exploitation in general discernible in Wallerstein's analysis, which, analogous lieth system level, would be implied to treat capitalism, feudalism, slavery, etc. as variants of class society. Worsley insists that these social forms are indeed class-based, but the analytical problems we face require going beyond this level of abstraction to the specific properties of each type of social relationship and institution. Worsley moreover considers Wallerstein's analysis of modes of labor control and the division of labor problematic not only because it 151 reduces the differences between social relationships and modes of production, but also due to the way it privileges the role of exchange. As discussed in the previous chapter, this echoes the emphasis Gunder Frank places on exchange. Wallerstein's definition of capitalist mass production for sale in the market for maximum profit, privileging exchange or trade coupled with his prioritizing of the division of labor, preclude deeper understanding of the historically specific form of capitalism. As Brenner notes, trade or what the terms commercial relations, and the consequent divisions of labor had been a feature of histoire for millennia. Like Gunder Frank, Wallerstein's perspective of what really drives capitalist expansion and the consequent social, political and economic relationships between the core and the periphery privileges the surface phenomenon of trade. The essence of capitalism, the dynamics of the production process, is not covered in their work. World Empire Hegemony and Hegemonic Cycles. Wallerstein uses the category of world empire within the political realm of world systems theorizing to denote the complete political dominance of one particular regime over other regions or territories. World empires had existed prior to the appearance of the nation-state. In a 1980 essay on the rise and future demise of capitalism, Wallerstein stated that the 19th century British and French empires were distinctly different empires from what had gone before. They were nation-states with colonial appendages and not world empires. The distinction here is important because political entities such as empires, city-states, and nation-states, for Wallerstein, are subsumed within a world economy, but the appearance of the nation-state was intimately bound up with the appearance of the capitalist world economy only. The development of the capitalist world economy during the long 16th century actually limited the potential for further world empires to materialize. Through techniques and technology, the capitalist world economy has been able to thrive, produce, and expand without the emergence of added political structure. And furthermore, 152. What capitalism does offer an alternative and more lucrative source of surplus appropriation. An empire is a mechanism for collecting tribute. In a capitalist world economy, political energy is set to secure monopoly rights. The state becomes less central economy's enterprise and means of assuring certain terms of trade in other economic transactions. In this way, the operation of market creates incentives to increased productivity and the consequent accompaniment of modern economic development. The advent and expansion of the capitalist world economy meant that the social, political and, moreover, the economic conditions that formed the basis of world empires were supplanted. Taking the place of the old-style imperial power was the hegemonic power. Imperialism, though, was and is a characteristic feature of the modern world system. The reality of the modern world system, the capitalist world economy, is that it is a hierarchical, unequal, polarizing system, whose political structure is that of an interstate system in which some states are manifestly stronger than others. In furtherance of the process of the endless accumulation of capital, stronger states are constantly imposing their will on weaker states, to the degree that they can. This is called imperialism, and is inherent in the structure of the world system. Yet, even though Wallerstein acknowledged imperialism as a seemingly permanent feature of the modern world system, with strong states imposing their will on weaker states due to the accumulation process of capital, he nonetheless did not theorize explicitly about imperialism, nor did he make much more than minimal use of the concept, preferring instead to use hegemony. Hegemony exists at one end of a continuum which describes the rivalry relations of great powers to each other. The relationships are such that one of a great power has a preponderance of power and thus can set the rules in the political, economic, military. 153. Diplomatic and cultural arenas. A key difference between hegemony and world empire hinges on the extent of power with a hegemon in the modern world system constrained by the interstate system. Sovereign states that form the network that is the interstate system, each pursuing their interests, act to constrain and curtail any one state from establishing total political sway. The balance of power thus precludes the growth of world empire. On the basis of a hegemonic psycho-ascendancy, consolidation and decline, Wallerstein condently asserts that the US, having lost its productive edge but not its commercial and financial superiority nor its political and military advantages, nonetheless is experiencing a period of hegemonic decline. He argues that this has been the case since the ending of the post-war long boom of capitalism since the late 1960s to the mid-1970s. Wallerstein maintains that, despite the collapse of the Soviet Union and the ending of the Cold War in favor of the West and especially the hegemonic US, the decline phase of the hegemonic cycle dictates that the modern world system is in a period of transition. Wallerstein's engagement with hegemony, hegemonicals and world empire covers geopolitical and global economic terrain that classical Marxists took as the starting point for their investigations into imperialism. Wallerstein acknowledged that imperialism had a role in the world system. He saw imperialism as the imposition of the stranger states on the weaker states, a process stemming from the capitalist accumulation process. Along with imperialism, another feature of the modern world system was the hegemonic power of the US. Unfortunately, the connections between imperialism and hegemonic power were not drawn out by Wallerstein. Imperialism, it would appear, was shelved by Wallerstein in favor of the grander concept of hegemony. Kondratiev and Wallerstein, proponents of long-term patterns according to Richard Day, in the English-speaking world Joseph Schumpeter's book Business Cycles RST drew attention to the FTY year. 154. Cycles that a little-known Soviet economist called Nikolai Kondratiev had claimed were statistically variable. Day claims that Kondratiev RST broached long cycles when his book called The World Economy and its Conjunctures during and after the war was published in 1922. The book was a tentative historical generalization that sought to explain the crises and equilibriums that were characteristics of capitalism. Kondratiev's initial findings based on his analysis of prices going back to the late 1780s contended that there had been two completed waves or cycles of approximately 50 years in duration. The third cycle started with the expanding phase taking in the period 1896 to 1920. The 1920s financial crises, then were just the start of a declining wave during which a new equilibrium would be established. Kondratiev admitted aspects of his long wave cycles in response to criticism, but essentially they remained at approximately 50 years with alternating phases of expansion and decline stagnation. In Wallerstein's hands, the Kondratiev cycles have a duration of 40 to 60 years. The phases of expansion are deemed to be a phases where there is innovation, investment and expansion, whereas the declining phases become phases, characterized by the purging of inefficient producers and lines of production. Wallerstein makes a connection between Kondratiev cycles and hegemonic cycles, a connection mediated through longer-term phases called logistics. The details need not concern us. It suffices to say that for each period of hegemonic ascendancy and decline in the modern world system there has been a corresponding pattern played out in the world economy observable in the Kondratiev A and B phases. For Wallerstein, then, patterns found in the political structure of the modern world system hegemonic cycles of ascendancy and decline are matched by the patterns of the Kondratiev A and B phases. Thus, the modern world system is an entity that displays autonomy from external forces, which is to say that its patterns are explicable largely in terms of its internal dynamics. Kondratiev cycles were criticized by Trotsky in the 1920s. Trotsky asserted that Kondratiev assumed that it was an internal regulator that determined capitalist development. The contrary was the case, argued. 155. Trotsky, with external conditions such as the incorporation of new countries and continents and wars and revolutions determining expansion or stagnation in capitalist development. Patterns that Wallerstein detects in the modern world system are predicated on his privileging of structure at the expense of agency combined with a privileging of the internal dynamics of a system over and above external factors. Additionally, Wallerstein insists on viewing developments in the modern world system by using a long-term perspective, with the primary focus remaining XED on the system as a whole rather than on individual units such as nation-states. Consequently, aspects of Marxist writing on global capitalism and geopolitics such as imperialism were not important to Wallerstein because they fell outside his unit of analysis, the system as a whole. Wallerstein's missing element, imperialism theory, as has been made clear in the precedent engagement with central components of Wallerstein's world systems theory, there is very little in his work that can be said to explore in any depth the connections between global capitalism and imperialism. For Wallerstein, capitalism is best described as production for sale in the market for maximum profit, with a trade-based division of labor as a corollary. The emphasis on trade allied with the three-tiered structure that forms the basis of interstate system means that, for Wallerstein, surplus extraction with core states from the periphery and semi-periphery is the fundamental feature of capitalist world economy. For critics such as Brenner and Worsley, Wallerstein's understanding of global capitalism has led him to gloss over the differences between social epochs and modes of production. The connection between monopoly capitalism and imperialism is missing from Wallerstein's work. Wallerstein himself, perhaps, would view such criticism as being misguided, for it would be too much of a short-term view based on changes within national economies which he sees as the wrong unit of analysis. The unit of analysis Wallerstein employs the system as a whole rather than individual national economies subsequently has. 156. Witness it ain't school of detailed analysis of those national economies. If compared with the work of Bukharin and Lenin, for example, Wallerstein's critique of capitalism was conducted at a very abstract level. The macro-historical sweep of Wallerstein's writing, and his focus on hegemonic cycles and Kondratiev cycles means that Wallerstein has not felt the need to immerse himself in imperialism theory. He had, after all, constructed a body of theoretical work encompassing impressive sweeps of history, situated the geopolitical within its purview and allowed for general predictions of how the world system would develop over their remaining years of current Kondratiev B phase. For Wallerstein then, to become embroiled in arguments over whether imperialism was the highest stage of capitalism was a tough analysis error. Imperialism theory, for Wallerstein, implies a side issue that is not of fundamental importance in understanding the world system and the world economy. Conclusion. There is no doubt that Wallerstein's broad analysis of the long-term political, social, and economic structures of the world grew out of and extended the neo-Marxist involvement with the impact of global capitalism on the Third World. Wallerstein's understanding of what capitalism is and how it works follows on from the market or trade-based view of global capitalism already seen in the works of the neo-Marxists Baron, Sweezy, and Günter Frank. Like the dependency theorists, Wallerstein sought to understand why the Third World or peripheral countries consistently had been in a position of dependence on or servitude to the core countries over centuries. Wallerstein constructed a comprehensive theoretical worldview enabling him to make cogent analyses of the global capitalist economy and geopolitics. Imperialism theory is conspicuously absent from his work, replaced by a highly abstract world systems theory. The neo-Marxist trend of a decline in interest in theorizing imperialism has to be noted when it comes to Wallerstein, as he has consistently shown minimal interest in theorizing imperialism. In the next chapter, Samir Amin's interventions in the field of imperialism theory are the subject of analysis. Like Günter Frank and 157. Wallerstein, Amin favored the long-term view and a large-scale unit of analysis center and periphery as opposed to the national. There are further similarities in Amin's writing when compared with Günter Frank and Wallerstein, yet there are important differences, too. Amin, for instance, preferred to use historical materialism as his philosophical framework and utilized classical Marxist themes such as imperialism and the capitalist accumulation process. Nonetheless, Amin's theorizing of imperialism ts squarely within the neo-Marxist tradition. 158. Chapter 6. Samir Amin. A Bridge from Neo-Marxism to Globalization-era Marxist Theorizing. Introduction. In the pantheon of neo-Marxist writers and theoreticians, Samir Amin occupies a distinct position. He has had strong connections with other neo-Marxists, collaborating with the likes of Wallerstein and Günter Frank. Yet he has established a reputation for investigating and analyzing more orthodox Marxist tropes such as the accumulation process, class forces, and the capitalist mode of production. From his academic and other positions in Africa, he has been well placed to gauge at RST hand the impact of imperialism, globalization and global capitalism on the peripheral countries. As part of a prolific life, he has written extensively on imperialism and has been a strong critic of Eurocentrism and the current incarnation of imperialism in the guise of globalization. Amin, in fact, was among the RST neo-Marxists to critically examine at some length globalization and its relationship with global capitalism, capitalist expansion, and imperialism. Although he is not opposed to globalization in toto, Amin is opposed to the dominant ideological discourse on globalization. As an alternative, he advocates a humanist project of globalization, one with a socialist outlook. Some of the results of his critiquing of globalization anticipated the insights made by a number of the globalization-era Marxist thinkers. Over the course of decades of research analysis and publications, Amin has made important contributions to the body of literature on imperialism. For this reason alone, his writing on imperialism, Eurocentrism, and globalization is deserving of close analysis. This chapter commences by outlining Amin's understanding of imperialism. In one of his early books he described Lenin's Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, as a work that contained the essentials of the contemporary system. Following a similar pattern to Sweezy Baron and Günter Frank, Amin's conceptualizing of imperialism changed over time. His early books used Lenin's definition of imperialism as a foundation, on top of which he added neo-Marxist concepts such as underdevelopment, the corporiferi stratification of nation-states and the identification of the working classes of the periphery as the leaders of resistance to imperialism. The left along with the working classes in the West were unable to offer such leadership as they had been compromised by revisionism and a Western-centric ideological outlook, known as Eurocentrism. His later offerings have dropped the reliance on Lenin, with imperialism functioning as shorthand for the exploitation of the periphery by the advanced capitalist states of the center. Over time, imperialism has become less rigorously defined by Amin. The argument about Amin's conceptualizing of imperialism is that the evolution of his understanding of the subject mirrors that of the neo-Marxists Sweezy, Baron and Gunder Frank. Unlike them, though, he did not abandon the concept entirely, instead continuing to use it as part of his ongoing critical responses to contemporary capitalist development, geopolitics, and globalization. Amin felt the need to take on the assumptions about European cultural, economic, and political superiority that lay at the heart of Eurocentrism, a concept he identifies as being primarily a culturalist phenomenon. He unravels the mythical nature of Eurocentrism in order to inform correct positive responses, amongst which he suggests is a program for the future addressing humanity as a whole. This chapter argues that Amin's opposition to Eurocentrism impels him to make a summary dismissal of any hope of leadership in the struggle against imperialism and for the building of future progressive programs from the working classes of the West. This 160. Perhaps, is too jaundiced a view. Amin's engagement with Eurocentrism is scrutinized in the second chapter section. The chapter then explores how Amin handles the complex and ambiguous notion of globalization. He has risen to the challenge presented by globalization, seeing it not only as the intrinsic expansiveness of capitalism but also a wholly new period of capitalist development. This new period, the age of globalization, has brought to light a new set of problems centered on the globalist nature of economic management and the continued existence of national political systems. Whilst there is some opacity about how Amin defines globalization, he does outline several of its essential features. His writing on globalization grapples with some concerns shared by globalization-era Marxists. He pregirds some of their claims about it. The argument here is that Amin's work on globalization establishes him as a bridge between neo-Marxist and globalization-era Marxist theorizing on globalization and imperialism. Throughout the 1960s and into the 1970s, many leftists considered the Third World to be the last bastion of revolutionary social transformation. The Western industrial working classes were deemed to be a favored labor aristocracy and thus an enemy-of-radicalism. As the promise of 1968 went unfold, the future revolution lay in the peasant hinterlands of the Third World. Although the long boom of capitalism had started owing prior to the oil crisis of 1973, as eminent Cambridge historian David Reynolds explains, these episodi proved such a particular shock that the cumulative effect of rising in nation falling share values in combination with mounting oil prices damaged Condon's investment and prots heralding and oft golden decades of post-war growth. Throughout the 1970s and into the 1980s, a key economic problem was innovation. Keynesianism was replaced by a new economic paradigm labeled neoliberalism. Aspects of neoliberalism were first trialed in the financial crisis that confronted New York in the 1970s, and received its big boost in the late 1970s to early 1980s, courtesy of the Reagan and Thatcher stewardships in the US and Britain respectively. The unrolling of neoliberalism, the collapse of communism and the hegemony of one nation-state, the US, with a new seemingly irresistible phenomenon in 161. Prospect shape at the late 1980s and most of the 1990s. For Amin, who was born in Cairo in 1930 and worked in the country of his birth as well as Mali and Senegal as a committed Marxist intellectual, developments in the second half of the 20th century provided the backdrop for his contributions in imperialism, the capitalist accumulation process, Eurocentrism, and globalization. Amin's early views on imperialism, a blend of Lenin and neo-Marxism. Amin's intention in accumulation on a world scale was to shed light on the accumulation process of the capitalist world system and to explore the relations between the formations of the developed or advanced world, and those of the underdeveloped world. The capitalist world system establishes and maintains the underdevelopment of peripheral countries for the benefit of the developed countries of the center. Such a description of the world system is standard neo-Marxist dependency fair. Ammon declares that the theory associated with accumulation and the connectedness of countries through networks of NANs, commerce and other relations had not been substantially improved since Lenin's imperialism. A means accumulation on a world scale contributes towards updating and advancing theories surrounding world capitalist accumulation, which had stagnated since Lenin. Unequal development sought to delineate the characteristics and dynamic properties of social formations of peripheral capitalism. What there is of imperialism in the book can be summed up Imperialism came into being because the possibilities of capitalist development on the old basis had been exhausted, through the completion of the First Industrial Revolution in Europe and North America. To continue functioning, capitalism needed to incorporate new territories, new markets. In short, it needed to expand. Ammon applied Lenin's understanding of Theodor-Mushy's benchmark in this instance. He identifies three expansionist phases of global capitalism: commercial expansionism, imperialism in Lenin's sense of the term, and post-imperialism. Imperialism rates much more highly in imperialism and unequal development, where it is elevated to the status of a fundamental. 162. Question. Here we are told that imperialism's second crisis, begun a few years ago, is giving new relevance to Lenin's basic conclusions. The key elements of Lenin's theorizing that continued to have relevance were the close relationship between the new hegemony of monopolies, the worldwide expansion of capitalism and colonial oppression, the development of a labor aristocracy in the capitalist center, and the RST social democratic revisionism. Ammon states that, for imperialism, there were two phases of crisis. The RST lasted from 1914 to 1945, resulting in the Russian and Chinese revolutions. The second crisis phase presumably had occurred in the 1960s and 1970s. Unequal development and differential rates of exploitation count amongst the consequences of imperialism. Monopoly capitalism had not only made the export of capital possible on a huge scale, but also it gave momentum to the unequal international division of labor, which had special attribute of differential rates of exploitation of labor. The rates of exploitation differed in two ways: RST, the way that workers employed to produce similar goods in the century and periphery at similar levels of productivity were not paid matching rates. These occurred in the sectors of production only formally dominated by capital, where the surplus generated by formerly free producers was appropriated. Such differing rates of exploitation married to a privileged section of the working class in the center, aided and abetted by revisionism, meant that shifting class alliances and new class struggles on a world scale were the key characteristics of imperialism. Having established the key characteristics, Ammon offered up the principal contradiction of imperialism, which he described as the contradiction between monopoly capital and the overexploited masses of the periphery. A consequence of this contradiction was the shifting of the center of gravity of class struggle against capital from the center to the periphery. Thus, the agents for emancipation or liberation had become the oppressed peoples of the periphery, led by the working class of the periphery. Ammon deemed imperialism as the highest phase of capitalism. There were two ways that imperialism could be regarded as the ultimate capitalist phase. 163. First, the centralization of capital has gone so far that its further development will mean a departure from the capitalist mode of production proper, because the latter implies the fragmentation of control of the means of production, the non-centralization of that control at the state level. Second, the era of imperialism is already in effect the era of socialist revolutions, that is, the era of the decline of capitalism. Such admonition is familiar, being our iteration of Lenin's principal argument about the relationship between capitalism and imperialism, with the latter being the necessary outcome of the moribund nature of monopoly capitalism. Ammon later added some more phases to the two crisis phases of imperialism mentioned above, citing two expansionist phases of imperialism. The RST expansionist phase lasted from 1880 until 1914, and the second phase started in 1945 and finished in 1970. Unequal exchange between metropolitan countries and the periphery counted among the characteristics of the RST phase of expansion. Another characteristic, a substratum of the RST, was the division of labor between the industrial and agricultural countries. Following on from this division of labor, Emin identifies the peculiarities of agriculture in the periphery, latifundia colonial trade system as third characteristic. Making up the fourth characteristic of the RST expansionist phase of imperialism is the imperialist class alliances with imperialists and comprador bourgeoisie, as well as feudalists on one side and on the other the proletariat, exploited peasantry, petty bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie. Finally, the political forms in this phase tended to take the forms of direct colonization, protectorates, and semi-protectorates. From the perspective of the countries of the center, the RST phase of expansion was marked by national monopolies, equilibrium between the great imperialist powers, the formation of a labor aristocracy, and of the RST revisionism. The primary factor in determining the phases of expansion of imperialism is the efficacy of anti-imperialist struggles. It is a mistake to look for the determining factor in the evolution of capitalism in the center, because to do so renders one's position as either economistic and or West-centric. Class struggle, which at the global level plays out as anti-imperialist struggle, is the key to understanding. 164. Both the expansion and crisis phases of imperialism. A prime example of this is the anti-imperialist struggles in Vietnam and the Middle East, which played a decisive part in bringing the contradictions of imperialism to a head in the 1960s and 1970s. The RST expansion phase of imperialism ended, ushering in the second crisis phase of imperialism. Changes ensued. The evolutions in the economy of the center, so-called multinational RMS, generalization of the new forms of the absorption of surplus, are responses to these developments of the class struggle throughout the world and not autonomous causes which determine their framework. Summing up, there is no doubt that Amin acknowledged Lenin's theory as the foundation for his early forays on imperialism. Also apparent is the core-periphery binary, a familiar neo-Marxist trope moded slightly by Amin as center-periphery. There is mention of an unequal international division of labor, which has as its basis two different rates of exploitation. Ultimately, the different rates of exploitation help to establish privileged working classes in the center through payment of higher wages. When married to the revisionism of the social democratic parties of the advanced capitalist countries, Amin asserts that the challenge to imperialism could only come from the marginalist people in the periphery, led by the working class of the periphery. According to Amin, debate between Marxists about the nature of capitalism and its need for external markets in what he called the RST crisis phase of imperialism took place among two groups of economists. These were the right-wing evolutionist revisionist group comprised of Panikok, Tugan, Baranovsky, Hilferding and Koski, opposed by the left-wing crisis or catastrophe group whose main proponent was Luxemburg. Conjuring the debate in these terms allows Amin to make the claim that Lenin's theses on imperialism not only had transcended the pitfalls of Eurocentric economism, but also had prefigured the concerns and concepts of neo-Marxist theories of imperialism. Noteworthy too is Amin's reliance on phases or stages of capitalist expansion and imperialism. There are expansionist and crisis phase of imperialism in imperialism and unequal development, while through phase of capitalist expansion are identified in 165. Unequal development, the commercial expansionism phase, the imperialist phase, and the post-imperialist. Amin has a penchant for incorporating phases in his writing, which rather than clarifying things often leads to confusion. Critical response to Amin's early theorizing of imperialism. Charles Barone acknowledges Amin's ambitious attempt to theorize underdevelopment and imperialism within the context of process of capital accumulation and social/productive relations. One of Barone's major criticisms, however, is the eclecticism of Amin's theoretical approach, where use is made of Marxist, Keynesian, neo-Ricardian and neoclassical methodologies, making it impossible to come up with an internally consistent theory of expansion and imperialism. The lack of a consistent theoretical approach, according to Barone, hampers Amin's exposition of capitalist expansion and aids to a composite theory of imperialism. This composite theory is comprised of the falling rate of prod, underconsumption, economic crises, unequal exchange, surplus absorption, and the organic composition of labor. Brewer summarizes Amon's accounting of the center-periphery relationship as a plausible account of the evolution of a periphery which is integrated, by stages, into a world market, while retaining a distinct wage level, a distinct social structure, and a lagging productivity level, at least in some sectors. Brewer categorizes Amon's writing as a variant of the dependency approach, which adds sophisticated insights into how the capitalist development of the peripheral countries had been blocked by the capitalist countries of the center. Polychronou applauds Amon's of Lenin's analysis of imperialism, his periodization of imperialism, and the unions of classical Marxist imperialism theory, but is more reserved about the neo-Marxists' misplaced emphasis on exchange. The periodization employed by Amon suggests that the capitalist world system is subject to change, and that the peripheral countries perform divergent functions in the system over time. Neo-Marxists, claims Richard Lever, tended to see the world capitalist system in a highly aggregative manner. Frank, for instance, stress the 166 continuities of the system as a whole over the particularities of any given situation. Systemic change is a difficulty with which structural approaches such as dependency theory must contend. Amon's use of periodization, Lever asserts, makes for a more sophisticated analysis of imperialism when compared with Gunder Frank. Such a positive view of Amon's of periodization may have been warranted at the time that Lever wrote, but Amon has tended to overuse this device with confusing results. Baron's criticism of composite nature Amon's understanding of imperialism highlights the eclecticism of Amon's approach to imperialism theory. Amon's Yosef Lenin's definition of imperialism is a foundation for his work upon which other neo-Marxist elements were added, such as center-periphery relationship, shifting of revolutionary potential to the periphery, and surplus extraction, indicative that Amon is not averse to blending elements garnered from different schools. Despite the Yosef Lenin to PROV idea shorthand definition, Amon does not really appear to have worked out a clear and coherent definition of imperialism, and nor is he consistent in its relationship with global capitalism. Over time, imperialism in Amon's hands has shifted from being the highest stage of capitalism to the inherent expansiveness of capitalism. I disposit to review as amply of Amon's more recent offerings to follow the trajectory of his views on imperialism. What changed in Amon's view of imperialism? Some later works. Amon's three books published in the 1970s contain a combination of neo-Marxist and classical Marxist approaches to theorizing imperialism. In some of his more current books, he has continued to use imperialism as a conceptual tool. The close reliance on aspects of Lenin's theorizing, however, faded away. In Eurocentrism, a book whose primary purpose was to critique the Western-centric ideology of capitalism, Amon gave a warning. By ignoring the centrality of the center-periphery contradiction, the forces of the left and of socialism in the West have nearly given up on giving the imperialist dimension of capitalist expansion the central place it must occupy in critical analysis and strategizing. 167. Therefore, the left forces in the West have succumbed to two of the essential elements of bourgeois ideology, economism, and Eurocentrism. A further consequence of the embracing of bourgeois ideology by the forces of the left in the West was the disappearance of imperialism from their lexicon. The very term imperialism has been placed under prohibition, has been judged to be unscientific. Considerable contortions are required to replace it with a more objective term like international capital or transnational capital. As if the world were fashioned purely by economic laws, expressions of technical demands of their production of capital. As if the state and politics, diplomacy and army had disappeared from the scene, imperialism is precisely an amalgamation of their requirements and laws for the reproduction of capital, the social, national and international alliances that underlie them, and the political strategies employed by these alliances. Here in the last sentence is a succinct description of the ingredients of imperialism. That is, imperialism combines geopolitics, diplomacy, military affairs, and the laws associated with the reproduction of capital. Such is the extent of the engagement with imperialism in this volume. The center-periphery contradiction was central to Ammon's interpretation of imperialism, and this was the case in Spectres of Capitalism, a critique of current intellectual fashions. After summarizing Lenin's theory of imperialism and the generalizations and assumptions that led Lenin to posit the spreading of revolutions from the weakest links to the advanced capitalist countries, Ammon argued that the revolutions Lenin had hoped for had started in the East, not the West. The spreading of revolution eastwards rather than westwards revealed the decisive nature of the polarization between central and peripheral countries produced by the capitalist system. Periodization also is evident in Spectres of Capitalism, though the names given to the periods differ in this offering. For instance, the period from 1880 to 1945 is termed the monopolistic nationalist liberal phase, whereas the period starting in 1945 and culminating in 1980 is described as the social and national post-war phase. Not only have the names of the periods changed, but there is some 168 confusion about what constitutes an important date, given the number of phases of capitalist expansion, the number of phases of imperialist expansion and crises seen in earlier books. Notwithstanding Lever's comments about Ammon's of periodization representing a step forward from the structuralism of neo-Marxists like Günter Frank, the lack of consistency in how Ammon frames and names the periods or phases confuses matters. Leaving this problem to one side, during the monopolistic nationalist liberal phase, imperialism was synonymous with conflict among imperialist powers, in the Leninist sense. In the following social and national post-war phase, there was a strategic convergence of national imperialisms over which loomed the hegemonic U.S. A constraint was placed on imperialism in this post-war phase courtesy of the removal of various nation-states from the imperialist domain, these being the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and China. It was during this period that imperialism had to negotiate with the countries of real socialism and the national liberation movements, over the terms that would enable the continued dominance of the centers over the African, Asian, and Latin American peripheries. With the demise of really existing socialism and the collapse of radical populism in the Third World, imperialism once again was on the offensive. In this post-Cold War phase, imperialism takes on a new mask. The globalization thesis proclaimed so arrogantly by the current ideology is nothing but a new way in which the inherently imperialist nature of the system asserts itself. In his examination of U.S. hegemony, the polarization that was the necessary product of center-periphery relationship had become synonymous with imperialism. More interesting from the viewpoint of the development of Ammon's conceptualizing are his remarks. I am not among those who reserve the term imperialist for types of political behavior designed to subjugate one nation to another, behavior that can be found through the successive ages of the human story associated with various modes of production and social organization. My analytic interest is anyway geared only to the imperialism of modern times, the product of the imminent. 169. Logic of capitalist expansion. In this sense, imperialism is not a stage of capitalism but the permanent feature of its global expansion. Here Ammon is making a night break with the stagist view of imperialism. The break is further compounded when he suggests that the origins of imperialism date from the 16th century. To recall, for Lenin, imperialism was the highest stage of capitalism and thus historically specific. The years of the late 19th and early 20th century marked the transition to imperialism. The conclusion that can be drawn from following Ammon's writing through all the books reviewed is that the dependence he once had on a particular classical Marxist position, Poincaré's definition of imperialism, is not observable in his later offerings. Also missing from his recent theorizing of imperialism is not only the highest stage proposition but also the insistence that he once had about the centrality of class struggle in the shaping of the expansion and crises phases of imperialism. A new configuration of imperialism observable after 1945 was the collective imperialism of the triad replaced the multiplicity of imperialisms. The advent of the collective imperialism of the triad was partially determined by the transformation of competitive conditions of capitalism. Large corporations now regard the global market as their RST patch and, if successful, they can go on to assert themselves in their home market. Global presence see both conditions and reinforces strengthen the national market. The dominant segments of transnational capital possesses solidarity based on the acceptance of neoliberalism, or what Ammon calls globalized neoliberalism. The solidarity of the transnational corporations based on neoliberalism is underpinned by the power of the US state. Competition has not been eliminated, for the dominant transnationals the primary site of competitive struggle is the global marketplace. Nor is the triad necessarily a collective of equals. The US does not share its power, rather, according to Ammon, it seeks tortus its sallies. To thestitus of vassals and is unwilling to allow them minor concessions. Rounding out this conspectus of the collective imperialism of the triad is theposit in ga for face off. 170. Globalization. A means penchant for periodization and the confusion that arises thereby needs no further comment. Summarizing these relatively recent excursions of Ammon into the eld of imperialism theory, we end that he provides the ingredients for a definition of imperialism in passing in Eurocentrism. He adds depth to his analysis in his description of the post-World War II forms of national imperialism and the collective imperialism of the triad. The dominance of the US, the spread of neoliberalism and its impact, and the disappearance of imperialism from the lexicon of the left in the West are noteworthy too. Ammon moved away from his hybrid blend of classical Marxist and neo-Marxist perspectives that featured in his early books, to a position that is best described as distinctly neo-Marxist. That his theoretical position changed over time is understandable and shows that the shifting geopolitical and global economic conditions were reflected in his writing. As Lenin's definition faded from his more recent interpretations, however, the problem of what constitutes imperialism for Ammon becomes increasingly apparent. Was it only capitalist expansiveness like globalization? In not having a consistent and comprehensive definition of imperialism, Ammon's analysis was confused and confusing. The trajectory of Ammon's thinking on imperialism does not quite tee the pattern of Sweezy's, Barron's, Gunder Frank's or Wallerstein's declining or little interest in the subject. He continued to employ imperialism as part of his critical arsenal, though his later version of imperialism was not well deemed, having become synonymous with polarization, capitalist expansiveness, and even globalization. The blend of Lenin and neo-Marxist tropes that characterized his earlier writing was replaced by a rather opaque neo-Marxist position. Eurocentrism and the corruption of the left in the West own oft continuities evident in neo-Marxist writing canvassed in this book is the critique of privileging of European development as harbinger model for developing countries. From Sweezy and Barron, through to Gunder Frank, Wallerstein and Ammon, all these writers sought to correct what they perceived as the Zashanon and privileging of European political, economic and cultural development. They showed. 171. Inter alia that Europe not only had traded and interacted with other parts of the world for hundreds of years prior to the advent of capitalism, Europe itself had been peripheral to some of the largest empires. Furthermore, they stress that throughout Andre sources coming from and connected with the New World and Asia had underpinned much of European development. For theorists, it also was very important to expose and analyze the negative impacts that the capitalist world's esteem and imperialism had on underdeveloped countries of the periphery. Gunder Frank directed a considerable amount of his theoretical endeavors towards arguing against Eurocentrism. Gunder Frank, Wallerstein and Ammon, when making their respective contributions to world systems analysis, put the expansion of capitalist world economy in perspective by insisting on a long-term and global view of political and economic development. At its best, such a long-term view has been able to challenge the issue of European exceptionalism and its potential as developmental model for the rest of the world. The systematic critique and correction of Eurocentric biases and assumptions is one of the undoubted positives to have come out of neo-Marxist canon. The cultural basis of Eurocentrism. A determining feature of Eurocentrism is the mythological reconstruction of European history, which addresses, albeit distortedly, real problems and questions that accompanied the advent and expansion of capitalism. Prior to the Renaissance, Europe was part of a regional tributary system whose members included Arabs, Christians and Muslims. The century of this regional tributary system was at the eastern end of Mediterranean, thus making the rest of Europe at Thethemet periphery. From the Renaissance on, the capitalist world system shifts its center towards the shores of the Atlantic, while the Mediterranean region becomes, in turn, the periphery. The new European culture reconstructs itself around a myth that creates an opposition between an alleged European continuity and the world to the south of the Mediterranean, which forms the new center/periphery boundary. The whole of Eurocentrism lies in this mythic construct. 172. Having established this mythical historical construct, Amin outlines the consensus of ideas and opinions held by those in the West that rationalized the belief in the innate superiority of Europe and the Europeans. Not only was the West the site of material wealth and power, it also was the source of rationality, practical efficiency, and diversity of opinions, as well as being a center of tolerance, human rights and democracy. Such an amalgam, asserts Amin, added up to Europe being the beacon of hope for the rest of the world. Therefore, it becomes impossible to contemplate any other future for the world than its progressive Europeanization. Whilst this picture of Eurocentrism is simplistic, it nonetheless captures the ideological essence of the paradigm. Such is the inerrancy of this paradigm that both the political left and right in the West, even though they hold divergent views on democracy, social justice, and economic efficiency and the means necessary to accomplish those ends, wittingly or unwittingly are possessed of Eurocentric assumptions. Such a pessimistic view, especially of the left, unable to rid itself completely of economism and Eurocentrism, meant for Amin that Western left and socialist forces were unable to lead the anti-imperialist struggle. Amin makes strong claims about the corruption of the working classes of the West courtesy of Eurocentrism, economism, and revisionism. On the face of it, there does not seem to be much potential for a revolutionary upsurge issuing from the working classes in the advanced capitalist countries of the center. Even so, his jaundiced view led him to dismiss out of hand the working classes of the West. In short, Amin goes too far in his opposition to Eurocentrism, succumbing to a peripherocentrism. A more balanced perspective would have led him to acknowledge that there still existed pockets of resistance to imperialism in the working classes of the center, or at least, a dormant potential for socialism. Globalization as capitalist expansion, or imperialism by another name globalization, and the strong claims made about its inevitability drew Amin's ire. He wrote Capitalism in the Age of Globalization as a systematic critique of the ruling discourse about the ineluctability of 173. Globalization. The central problem of globalization is polarization, which concerns the unequal development of peripheral countries compared with the countries of the center. Globalization was the expansion of capitalist relations of production, and the globalizing of these production relations was predicated on and reinforced unequal development. The core nations have greater productive capacity than those of the periphery and are able to invest more and get more in the way of return on their investments compared to peripheral countries. Also, countries should be classed according to the relative weight of the active army and the reserve army of labor within their society. Such claims are consistent with Amin's long-held position on unequal development stemming from the center-periphery bifurcation of the world's countries. Exponential increases in world financial linkage had followed the ending of the Bretton Woods financial framework and the deregulation of finance that progressively unfolded through the 1980s and 1990s showed that Nancy capital is now the most globalized component of capitalism. Amin describes the financial change that have occurred as the globalization of finance. Globalization in this context means globalism or thebro-adning deepening of not only financial but also economic connections. Such an understanding of globalization as the expansiveness, the drive of capitalism to penetrate every market, to broaden and deepen its connections is a feature of Amin's later writing. Globalization, though, is not only current capitalist expansiveness, it has been a permanent trait of capitalism throughout its history. After the Cold War, globalization has been used as a euphemism for imperialism. Amin contends that globalization is a combination of recent qualitative changes to global capitalism, a euphemism for imperialism, historical capitalist expansiveness, and it is implicated in polarization. Globalization also is regarded as capitalist expansiveness by globalization-era Marxists. Regarding the euphemism claim, James Petras and Henry Veltmeyer argue that globalization is considerably more than just a euphemism, it is the ideological masking of imperialism. Independently of Ammon, another globalization-era Marxist, Humphrey McQueen, connates historical expansiveness with recent changes to capitalism and comes up with stages of globalization. 174. What he arrives at, inter alia, is the periodization of globalization, with imperialism as a stage of the latter. A more detailed analysis of how globalization is viewed by globalization-era Marxists is a significant part of Chapter 8. Here it suffices to say that Ammon's critique of globalization pregirds some of the globalization-era Marxists' views, effectively making a bridge between his neo-Marxist position and the new globalization-era phase of Marxist imperialism theory. Globalization and the nation-state. A major claim made about globalization is its ineluctability, a claim that Ammon sought to counter. Part of the ineluctability argument is the proposition that nation-states have little capacity to avoid globalization and, moreover, globalization erodes whatever power is held by nation-states. Intriguingly, Ammon agrees that the power of the nation-state has been undermined. He suggests that the corrosive inerrancy of globalization on state power creates another set of problems. By definition, the new globalization erodes the efficiency of economic management by national states. However, it does not abolish their existence. Thus it produces a new contradiction which is insurmountable under capitalism. The reason for this is that capitalism is more than just an economic system, its economy is inconceivable without a social and political dimension which implies a state. Not only a state, but because the management demands of economic, financial and monetary systems are now so great, the logical requirement is for the construction of a world political system able to respond to the challenge of globalization. The insurmountable problem in this age of globalization is the separation between the globalized space of capitalism's economic management and the national spaces of its political and social management. The current phase of globalization does not allow for linking by states and nor does it allow acting out on the grounds of ethnicity religious fundamentalism. These last themes are a not adequate response to globalization which has its progressive aspects. Ammon argues that modification, not opposition, is 175. The right approach to the contradictions of globalization. Only through the ultimate mitigation can globalization's promise be fooled, that is, through the advent of socialism. There is an implicit acceptance here of the inevitability of globalization. Another point that they makes about this current era and which is taken up by the globalization-era Marxists is that the only state capable of acting as the guarantor of order is the US, the sole military power. A problem with Ammon's writing on globalization is that it remains rather nebulous. With a small effort though, it is possible to discern what Ammon thinks are globalization's main characteristics. Since 1990, the qualitative changes to global capitalism were such that the world has entered the age of globalization. Ammon identifies two constants in globalization. RST is that at one level it is just the ceaseless drive of capitalism to expand, second is that globalization perpetuates polarization, the enrichment of the core at the expense of the periphery. Regarding states and globalization, no state can opt out of it and the ability of states to manage their economies has been curtailed. Ammon asserts that there is scope for modifying the effects of globalization, but the ultimate way to maximize its progressive side only can come through the attainment of global socialism. Despite some concerns with Ammon's analysis of globalization, his book Capitalism in the Age of Globalization was a timely intervention by an established Marxist thinker into the complex relationships between globalization, capitalism, and imperialism. Summarizing Ammon's writing on imperialism. The critical analysis of imperialism, Eurocentrism, and globalization that Samir Ammon has undertaken over the course of decades has produced insightful additions to Marxist imperialism theory. He has consistently argued that the central problem with imperialism and globalization originates from the center-periphery relationship. The product of this relationship is the unequal and uneven development of the countries of the periphery compared to the continued enrichment of the advanced capitalist countries of the center. The polarization that always is the result of the center-periphery relationship has enunced. 176. The ideological outlook of the left in the West, such that many cannot perceive anything other than a Western-based model of development for the rest of the world. Culturally and ideologically, Eurocentrism is the implicit and sometimes explicit belief in the superiority of European norms, beliefs, and outlooks. Eurocentrism, combined with revisionism and the benefits of the center's development, completely eroded the capacity of the working classes of the West to GHT against imperialism and for socialism. Having written extensively on imperialism since the 1950s, Amin's view of it has evolved. In his early books there was a reliance on Lenin's theory as the definitional fallback position. He combined this minimalist classical Marxist version of imperialism, with class analysis and neo-Marxist tropes such as underdevelopment, center-periphery bifurcation and the promotion of the working class in the Third World to the leaders of resistance to imperialism. In his later works, references to Lenin's insights into imperialism were dropped, as was class analysis. The hallmark of neo-Marxist thought on imperialism, the unequal and uneven development of the peripheral countries and the consequent enrichment of the core or center countries remained. Despite the problem of confusion stemming from the lack of a thought-out and consistent definition of imperialism, Amin has made and continues to make useful additions to the corpus of Marxist imperialism theory. Regarding globalization, Amin's understanding of it as euphemism for imperialism, as capitalist expansiveness and also as a qualitatively new phase of global capitalism, are taken up by globalization-era Marxists. He has helped set some of the parameters for subsequent Marxist interrogation of globalization discourse, and in doing so he has acted as a bridge between neo-Marxist and globalization-era Marxist imperialism theory. The neo-Marxists and imperialism theory, a case of declining interest looking back over the collective contributions to the theorizing of imperialism by the neo-Marxists, a pattern emerges. Sweezy's RSD book endorsed Lenin's theory of imperialism, reworking it to account for developments that had occurred after Lenin's death. With the passage of time, Sweezy and his collaborator Baron moved away from imperialism. 177. Theory and the term is superseded by monopoly capital in their co-authored book. For Günter Frank, imperialism and imperialism theory disappeared from his later work, because of his disenchantment with Western social theory. Wallerstein has only been marginally interested in imperialism, preferring to focus on the macro-historical and larger social structures such as the modern world system and the capitalist world economy. Amin has consistently used imperialism theory as a source to unpack the complexities of global politics and the skewed development of the periphery. Nonetheless, his understanding of imperialism has suffered from inconsistencies in how he has deemed imperialism. Aside from Amin, the neo-Marxists showed a demonstrable decline in interest in dealing and engaging with the concept of imperialism. One of the problems of the work of Günter Frank, Wallerstein and, to a lesser extent Amin, is their promotion of exchange relations as the determining feature of capitalism. The determining feature of capitalism according to classical Marxist doctrine is found in the production process with its attendant production relations. Consequently, there has been an issue with Günter Frank's, Wallerstein's and Amin's understanding of the political economy of capitalism, and their portrayal of the history and spread of the capitalist world economy. This issue, taken together with the noticeable decline in interest in imperialism and its theorizing by most of the neo-Marxists, can only lead to the conclusion that under their stewardship the conceptualizing of imperialism atrophied. A positive aspect of neo-Marxist engagement with imperialism theory is Amin's critical examination of globalization. His conclusion that globalization was the form that imperialism took in the current period of U.S. hegemony foreshadowed similar arguments made by the globalization-era Marxists Petras and Weltmeier. In so doing, Amin acts as a bridge between the second phase and third phase globalization-era Marxist theorizing on imperialism. Having concluded the examination of the second phase of Marxist imperialism theory, attention turns to the next generation of theories, The third phase, globalization-era Marxist offerings. It starts with Hart's and Negri's powerful challenge to classical Marxist and neo-Marxist perspectives on imperialism. 178. Chapter 7. Empire according to Hart and Negri. Introduction. The appearance of Michael Hart's and Antonio Negri's empire, with its promotion of a centered and a territorialist vision of stateless sovereignty or empire, shook the foundations of Marxist thinking. They claim that empire not only is distinct from imperialism, but that with the coming into being of the former imperialism had been consigned to history. Hart, an American academic born in 1960, and Negri, a political activist and intellectual born in Padua in 1931, argue that, although world systems theorists were right to emphasize that capitalism has functioned since its inception as a world economy and therefore that capitalist development always has had a universalizing dimension, nonetheless there has been a significant historical shift. The shift to which they refer is the globalization of capitalist production, and the change in global relations of power where economic power and political power are brought together to make what they call a properly capitalist order. At the heart of empire sits a complex mixture of both system and hierarchy. In order to function, empire needs an established power to anchor it, somewhat paradoxical given that empire supposedly also is a decentered, deterritorialist entity. The complexity of empire is underpinned by many things. One is the by now familiar claim that globalization has brought in its train the undermining of the sovereignty of the state. Another is the proposition that, because of changes in global capitalism and the system of states, especially after the Vietnam War and the crises of the 1970s, all the old certainties of the left such as imperialism, classes, and class struggle no longer apply. The claims Hart and Negri make about globalization affecting changes to the production process, to the capitalist accumulation process and global politics, are cathartic. The questions that Hart's and Negri's tome engendered are many. Does the U.S. act as an imperialist state, or is it just a great power that has possessed the necessary muscle to maintain order in a centered network of capitalist powers? Has globalization changed the system of states and eroded the nation-state to such an extent that these political forms are redundant? What has changed in capitalism? Is imperialism a thing of the past? What emerged from the jolt that Hart and Negri gave to Marxist thinking was not only a number of journal articles and books written in response to empire, but also a number of common concerns or themes have been discerned. It will be argued that three particular themes connect Hart's and Negri's work with studies of other globalization-era Marxists whose writing is analyzed in the next chapter. These three themes are, globalization, empire or empire/imperialism, and the state and the system of states. Regarding Hart's and Negri's understanding and use of globalization, the argument is that their understanding of globalization has similarities to what has been termed the hyperglobalist wave of globalization scholarship and the deconstructionist wave that Holton and Held and McGrew respectively identify. A further argument made is that there are problems in the way Hart and Negri theorize globalization. There is too little in the way of explication of globalization and too much emphasis placed on its transformative capacity. That there have been changes in capitalism and world politics since the end of the Cold War is beyond dispute. What is debatable, though, is whether globalization is the cause of those changes or whether they are due to other factors such as the innate propensity of capitalism to revolutionize the production and labor processes. In the second of the three themes, empire or empire/imperialism, Hart and Negri make big claims. With the transition from modernity to postmodernity and the advent of empire, the previous 180 manifestations of empire have been transcended. The new form is not limited by national boundaries, nor does it require a center. Not only are old forms of empire rendered obsolete, but so is imperialism. At issue here is whether the concept of empire has supplanted imperialism and empires, or if, like the transformations associated with globalization, Hart and Negri overstate the case about epoch-making developments having occurred. This chapter argues that, indeed, The empire concept is based on an overzealous reading of the changes that supposedly follow on from globalization. Whilst Hart and Negri assign imperialism and imperialism theory to the dustbin of history, they acknowledge that prior to the epochal transformations Lenin's theory was not only very insightful but there were indications in his work that empire was a possibility. Hart and Negri invoke Lenin to validate their claims about the new decentered, territorialized entity. In so doing it becomes apparent that the understanding that Thetwo writers have of imperialism is too narrow. They see imperialism almost solely as a political phenomenon, failing to draw out its connections with the capitalist accumulation process. The conclusion drawn about empire is that the concept does not explain the complexities of contemporary imperialism, rather it avoids those complexities through the assertion that the era of imperialism and empires has passed. On the subject of third theme, the state and the system of states, here it is argued that in promoting empire as a smooth space with a subordinator le for the nation state and the system of states, Hart and Negri take a too simplistic an approach to state theory and geopolitics. Criticisms of Hart's and Negri's ambitious and challenging book should not be taken as outright dismissal. The book was quite popular, selling well enough to make the Amazon bestseller list. This is somewhat surprising given that it addresses issues of imperialism, empire, globalization, and the transformation of capitalism, culminating with the authors proclaiming that the prospects for revolutionary militancy are high and therefore there is an irrepressible lightness and joy being communist. Drawing popular attention to these issues is commendable enough, but to be a pivotal part in the revival of interest in imperialism and imperialism theory deserves respect. 181. This chapter commences with a summary of theories of globalization theory, then it provides admonition of globalization so as to properly situate and contextualize the work of Hart and Negri and other globalization-era Marxists. Critical analysis of Hart's and Negri's treatment of globalization comes next, followed by their engagement with empire and imperialism. The chapter concludes by scrutinizing how the two conceive of the state and the state system. Globalization, wave soft theory and admonition. Globalization as a term only came into use in the last 10 or 15 years of the 20th century. As Doug Henwood has suggested, like many words that are ideologically loaded, it is rarely deemed explicitly, everyone is expected to know what it means. Whilst opinions vary as to when the term RST came to notice, for the purposes of the ensuing discussion it is sufficient to bookend the globalization era from the late 1980s to the present. David Held and Anthony McGrew have surveyed the scholarship on globalization and, basing themselves on the work of Robert Holton, they modify the three waves of globalization scholarship, the hyperglobalist, sceptical, and post-sceptical waves. Held and McGrew claim that there are four distinct waves discernible, which they call, the theoretical, the historical, the institutional, and the deconstructive. They elaborate. The initial theoretical wave was generally concerned with debates about the conceptualization of globalization, its principal dynamics and its systemic and structural consequences as a secular process of worldwide social change. By contrast, the historical wave, drawing upon the historical sociology of global development, was principally concerned with exploring in what ways, if any, contemporary globalization could be considered novel or unique, whether it deemed a new epoch, or transformation, in the socio-economic and political organization of human affairs. The third or institutional wave of globalization theorizing is characterized as being skeptical towards the large claims made about globalization and structural transformation. Scholars involved in this 182 wave concentrated on questions of institutional change and resilience, whether in national models of capitalism, state restructuring, or cultural life. The third wave of scholarship takes in the onions of constructivism and post-structuralism, hence the deconstructive tag that Held and McGrew give it. The critical analysis of globalization that emanates from the deconstructionist wave highlights ideas, agency, communication, contingency, and normative change as central concerns of an analysis of globalization. Furthermore, there is considerable debate about whether the present is best seen as competing and alternative globalizations. Aside from the four waves of scholarship that Held and McGrew claim are discernible in globalization theorizing, There are normative and ethical aspects that are integral to the debates. The important issue of whether globalization is benign or malign, or both, cannot be avoided. Held and McGrew also claim that there is no easy correspondence between particular normative positions on globalization and one's position on the political spectrum. As we shall see, there are those on the left such as Hart and Negri who see the opening up of new possibilities for transformation that largely have been brought about by the changes linked with globalization. Others on the left and on the right, however, view globalization as primarily amalign ignorance. Leaving normative and ethical concerns and the four waves of theoretical approaches to one side, it is opportune to pass on to the more complex task of denning globalization. Holton asserts that definitions of globalization have served differing purposes at different times. Existing alongside analytical functions, there are moral, political, and commercial interests and/or influences that have colored how globalization is deemed. Nonetheless, drawing on what he calls third-wave agent-centered approaches, which emphasize themes of interconnection, interdependence, and global consciousness, Holton offers a definition of globalization that incorporates the intensive movement of goods, money, technology, information, people, ideas, and cultural practices across political and cultural boundaries. Such movements combine cause and effect. They implicate the interests and activities of merchants and bankers, migrants and religious leaders, media representatives and activists. 183. The interdependence of social processes across the globe, such that all social activity is profoundly interconnected rather than separated off into different national and cultural spaces. Once again, interdependence arises out of human activity and involves particular agents, whether global entrepreneurs or regulators, medical professionals or lawyers, social movement activists or world musicians. It involves formally organized undertakings as well as those embodied in networks and looser forms of cooperation and connect. Consciousness of an identification with the world as a single place, as informs cosmopolitanism, religion, or earth-focused environmentalism. The three definitional elements are part of what Holton terms the ongoing process of globalization. He does not privilege any of the three elements and points out that they are all shaped by human agency. The definition offered by Holton is not exhaustive. Ray Keeley uses a combination of definitional tropes sourced from the work of Anthony Giddens, especially his The Consequences of Modernity, and Held, McGrew, Jonathan Perrotin, and David Goldblatt's Global Transformations, amongst others. From Giddens comes the intensification of worldwide social relations which link distant localities in such a way that local happenings are shaped by events occurring many miles away and vice versa. This is matched with the definition that Held et al. Proffer, which is that globalization is a process which embodies a transformation in the spatial organization of social relations and transactions, assessed in terms of their extensivity, velocity, and impact, generating transcontinental or interregional o's and networks of activity, interaction, and the exercise of power. A problem associated with denning globalization is the sheer volume of writing on the subject. The common element amongst the definitions, however, is the increased interconnectedness across national borders and the increase in speed and intensity of these connections. A combination of Holton's three elements and Keeley's insightful 184 additions garnered from Giddens and Held et al. Give a sufficient working definition of globalization, sufficient for the purposes of the following analysis of Hart's and Negri's empire and also for the discussion of the work of the globalization-era Marxists in the next chapter. Interconnectedness is a vital element of globalization, yet as skeptics point out, interconnectedness is not necessarily unique to globalization. Claims of a new era of heightened interconnections of time-space compression courtesy of globalization, have been sharply criticized by skeptics such as Paul Hurst and Graham Thompson, Justin Rosenberg, Robert Gilpin, and Colin Hay. As Rosenberg states, the recognition that temporality and spatiality have varied across periods and cultures, that they have been socially constructed and mentally experienced in different ways, and that those different ways have themselves been highly consequential for the constitution of social orders, all this has been long and well established. From this we can conclude that globalization is a contested concept with a number of analytical positions readily identifiable. Notwithstanding the complex and contested nature of globalization, a time frame for the globalization era has been established and a workable definition proposed that meets the requirements for this and the following chapter on the remainder of the globalization era Marxists. The term globalization era Marxists has been chosen because not only does their work fall within the era of globalization, but also globalization and its impact on imperialism theory forms a critical part of their analyses. Globalization from above, capitalism and geopolitics fundamentally change according to Hart and Negri. Globalization occurs either from the top down or from the bottom up. Central to the THIRD writers' argument about the changes that they perceive to have occurred in global power relations and the capitalist world economy is the transformative nature. 185. Globalization. In this last instance, the globalization that is referred of top-down variety or globalization from above. The processes of globalization are not unit nor are they univocal. The top-down version of globalization can be resisted, reorganized and redirected to serve other ends. Hence globalization from below, whereth creative a force of multitude that sustain empire are also capable of autonomously constructing a counter-empire and alternative political organization of global ows and exchanges. It is globalization from above, however, that has helped bring about the historical shift Hart and Negri focus on throughout the book. There had been vital developments in capitalism and geopolitics that saw the coming together of economic power with political power such that in the last years of the 20th century there was now a properly capitalist order. This shift to a genuine capitalist order has as its crowning achievement a single supranational core of political power or empire, which supplants the connectual nature of relationships between rival imperialist powers. Such a supranational political power is in Hart and Negri's terms a new notion of right, a new inscription of authority and a new design of the production of norms and legal instruments of coercion that guarantee contracts and resolve conflicts. Empire is not only post-colonial but also post-imperialist, too. Globalization has played a powerful role in the birth of such a transcendent phenomenon as empire. Referring back to the waves of globalization scholarship that have been canvassed above and especially the three waves that hold an identity, Hart's and Negri's understanding of globalization would align him with the hyperglobalist group. A difficulty with such categorization is that Hart and Negri do not suggest that globalization is solely responsible for bringing about empire. The transformation to properly capitalist order also has its roots in the political and economic crisis of the 1970s. THIRD writers go back for their positioning the Vietnam War as a real turning point in the history of contemporary capitalism insofar as the Vietnamese resistance is conceived as the symbolic center of a whole series of struggles around the world that had up 186. Until that point remained separate and distant from one another. Globalization, then, when allied with the challenges to the capitalist system that started with the Vietnam War and continued with the turmoil of the 1970s, has been the catalyst for a real historical shift. Another difficulty connected with Hart's and Negri's work, a problem Henwood has outlined, is that they do not explicitly define what they mean by the term globalization. One of its key components is communication, which not only expresses but also organizes the movement of globalization by multiplying and structuring interconnections through networks. Communication is not only a vital element in globalization, it is what the two writers call a hegemonic sector of production. Such an emphasis on communication is redolent of the fourth or deconstructionist wave of globalization scholarship that held and McGrew identified above. Communication also shapes the production process in an elemental way. Since the early 1970s, the capitalist production process has been in the process of being transformed into an information economy. Starting in the US and spreading to the other advanced capitalist nations, the information revolution, or what the writers call informatization, has heralded the eclipse of modernization. In this instance, modernization is equated with industrial production and its dominance of not only other economic forms but also social phenomena. A characteristic of modernization has been the migration of jobs from agriculture to industry, whereas with informatization, or post-modernization, labor has been migrating from industry to the service sector. The latter sector takes in healthcare, finance, transport, entertainment, education and advertising. Those employed in these areas are required to have flexible skills and be mobile. Crucial to such employment is the part played by knowledge, information, affect, and communication. Whilst the postmodernization of capitalism does not mean that industrialization is completely redundant, the significant shift that Hart and Negri attest to here nonetheless relegates industrialization/modernization to a secondary role. The service sectors in the advanced 187 capitalist countries are now the dominant sectors of those economies. A consequence of this shift from industrialization as the dominant aspect of capitalist economies has been the appearance of immaterial labor, so called because the end product of such labor is not a material good. Rather, the end product is a service, a cultural product, communication or knowledge. An important outcome of the informatization of production is the increased homogenization of labor practices. That is, the skills associated with specific concrete tasks, tailoring or weaving for example, are minimized with the advent of computerized production. The denuding of concrete, specific skills associated with the production of use values is directly related to the increased employment of the universal tool, the computer. The impact of the computer on this type of immaterial labor is profound, yet in the area of effective labor or the immaterial labor concerned with human contact and interaction, the impact is not as dramatic. It is from the labor practices associated with effective labor health services and caring, for example, that Hart and Negri suggest that forms of community social networks and biopower springs from. In summarizing their analysis of the informatization or postmodernization of the global capitalist economy, Hart and Negri identify three forms of immaterial labor that drive the service sector at the top of the informational economy. They encapsulate these forms as thirstis involved in an industrial production that has been informationalized and has incorporated communication technologies in a way that transforms the production process itself. Manufacturing is regarded as a service, and the material labor of production of durable goods mixes with and tends towards immaterial labor. Second is the material labor of analytical and symbolic tasks, which itself breaks down into creativity and intelligent manipulation on the one hand and routine symbolic tasks on the other. Finally, a third type of immaterial labor involves the production and manipulation of affect and requires human contact, labor in the bodily mode. Taken overall, immaterial labor is inherently cooperative and involves social interaction. It is argued that, because productivity and wealth 188 creation is now so largely dependent on and enhanced by cooperative interactivity through linguistic, communicational, and affective networks, the notion of capital as the activating force of the production process is redundant now. The capacity to organize the production process is no longer a preserve of capital and capitalists, rather the information economy and its attendant networks ensure that production is decentralized and dependent on highly cooperative labor. It is asserted that the capacity to organize the production process has now passed from capital and it is now the multitude that influences decisions about investment and production. In addition, the dominant service sectors of the information economy have become deterritorialist. This deterritorialization is due to the ongoing reduction of distance and the compression of time, courtesy of highly efficient communication networks. Geographical location is thus rendered irrelevant. The transformations noted here, the postmodernization of the capitalist production process, the information economy, the centrality of communication, immaterial labor, and the deterritorialization of production stem in large part from globalization. This is not to forget that acting in concert with globalization was a series of political, social, and cultural challenges which had their genesis in the Vietnam War and continued on through the 1970s, which also played an influential part in bringing about the above transformations. In their critical analysis of empire, Panich and Jinden point out that what sets the book apart from others concerned with globalization is the hybrid theoretical approach the authors adopt, Marxist and postmodernist. Panich and Jinden add. They employ this theoretical hybrid to identify globalization with a new type of capitalist political regime, drawing a distinction between the imperialisms of the past and what they call the new empire. the supranational penetration of boundaries is markedly different to the concept of the borderless world that Kenichi Ami argued would result from globalization. Unlike Ami, Hart, and Negri derive from 189. The transformations outlined above not just the erosion of nation-state borders but a new diffuse geopolitical entity. Such an entity has within it the potential for qualitative change. Imminent within empire is a perceived higher social order, that of communism. Here Hart and Negri follow in the footsteps of Hegel and Marx, that is, all four of them share a teleological theory of historical development, in which each new stage of evolution creates the potential for a fuller expression of human potential. The hybrid approach of Hart and Negri to globalization, just how transformative has globalization been? It is clear that globalization for the authors of Empire marks a watershed in the development of global capitalism and in global politics. By highlighting the advances in communication as a constitutive element of globalization, Hart and Negri seemingly fall within the scope of the deconstructionist wave identity beheld and McGrew. Complicating matters in seeking to categorize Hart's and Negri's interpretation of globalization is their avowed Marxist approach to Toysu's RST, the potential for transcendency of global capitalism inherent in changes that globalization has sparked, and, second, their concern with changes to the production process, long a staple of Marxian analysis. There is too much Marxism in Thetwo writers' work for them to be a pigeonholed as unreservedly belonging to a constructionist wave of globalization analysis. Additionally, we have seen how positive their view is of the developments associated with globalization, culminating in their projection of empire as a potential stepping stone to communist societies. Hyperglobalists also see globalization as a foundation-shaking phenomenon. There are aspects of Hart's and Negri's depiction of the consequences of globalization that mirror some of hyperglobalists' assertions. In their realm of global politics and specifically national borders, the notion of a borderless world's reaction an empire where Hart and Negri claim that with the further realization of world market boundaries of the nation-state are deconstructed. Hart's and Negri's conceptualizing of globalization does not wholly in the 190. Deconstructionist or hyperglobalist waves. It is a hybrid approach that sees globalization as a powerful vehicle for transformation. Critics have acknowledged the importance of globalization for Hart and Negri. Yet, what has been overlooked by many critics is how Hart and Negri fail to deem the term. Also problematic, as Panich and Jindal observe, is the lack of empirical evidence to support many of the claims made in their book. This criticism can be extended to include Hart's and Negri's analysis of globalization. They assume that globalization is something relatively new which has had powerful transformative effects in politics, societies, and economies. Amin suggests that what Hart and Negri offer regarding globalization is a naive vision that merely wreaks the dominant discourse. In such a vision, transnationalization has already abolished imperialism, replacing it with a system in which the center is both nowhere and everywhere. What follows from these critiques are a number of questions. Is Hart's and Negri's version of globalization strong enough to account for the changes that they detail? How much of what they claim has happened as a result of globalization is attributable to the capitalist production process itself, which is a gigantic process of value production of surplus value extraction, out of living labor, a gigantic movement constantly revolutionizing the means of production, the organization of production, the labor process and the producers themselves. This gives rise to the major question concerning globalization and global capitalism: what is the relationship between these two phenomena? For Hart and Negri, the answer appears to be that globalization is superordinate to global capitalism. Globalization has determined qualitative changes to the production processes in advanced capitalist countries, and it also has brought political, social, and cultural changes in its strain. The problem with Hart's and Negri's position on globalization is that they have not deemed what they mean by it, nor have they provided sufficient evidence to back up the large claims they make about it. This is not to suggest that the changes that they describe 191 have not happened. Rather it could be that certain transformations such as improvements in communication, the prominence of the service sector in the advanced capitalist countries, for example, are the consequences of the revolutionizing of the production and labor processes that are an inherent feature of capitalism. Other changes that they mention, such as the erosion of national borders and the coming into being of a supranational entity that supersedes the nation-state, empire, are disputed by critics as discussed already. Amongst the latter are some other globalization-era Marxists, whose work is reviewed in the next chapter. In conclusion, how Hart and Negri view globalization and what they claim that it has done and is doing is debatable at best. At worst, the transformations that they claim stem from globalization may well be the result of the normal unfolding of capitalism. The relationship between globalization and global capitalism is inadequately explored in their book. Consequently, Hart's and Negri's version of globalization does not appear strong enough to account for the changes that they detail. The importance of the issue of what is globalization and what is its relationship with global capitalism cannot be overstated. This holds not only for the work of Hart and Negri but also for other globalization-era Marxists. The struggles to analyze globalization, to end out what it has meant for social, political, economic, and cultural development, as well as the struggles to analyze the globalization-global capitalism nexus, is a thread that connects the work of Hart and Negri with some of their strongest Marxist critics. Changes have occurred in global capitalism and geopolitics since the end of the Cold War. How to analyze these changes and what role globalization may play in them are central concerns for those attempting to critically analyze the state of the post-Cold War world. Having now completed the investigation of Hart's and Negri's version of globalization, it is time to scrutinize their next theme, empire and imperialism. The ascension of empire. The Gulf War of 1991 marked the appearance of a new entity in the guise of an old term, empire. This was in the process of being created during the political, social, and cultural challenges of the 1960s and 1970s, though not until the bipolarity of the Cold War was sundered. 192. Could this new form of sovereignty take its place on the world stage? Hart's and Negri's hypothesis is that sovereignty has taken a new form, composed of a series of national and supranational organisms united under a single logic of rule. The new form of sovereignty is the result of the decline of the nation-state, where the inability of nation-states to effectively regulate both economic and cultural exchanges is symptomatic of the coming of empire. The old term empire takes on new meaning for the two writers, changing from a metaphor that would require demonstration of the resemblances between today's world order and the empires of Rome, China, the Americas, and so forth. A concept which calls primarily for a theoretical approach. This new form of empire is not limited by national boundaries, nor do the authors see any limitation to its rule. First and foremost, then, the concept of empire posits a regime that effectively encompasses the spatial totality or reality that rules over the entire civilized world. No territorial boundaries limit its reign. Second, the concept of empire presents itself not as a historical regime originating in conquest, but rather as an order that effectively suspends history and thereby exes the existing state of affairs for eternity. Empire works through all levels of the social order and tries to rule over human nature itself. By trying to impose its rule over social life in toto, empire becomes the paradigmatic form of biopower. Biopower is a Foucauldian conception that has its genesis in his initial work on social forms and especially his exposition of the shift from disciplinary society to a society of control. A society of control is one where mechanisms of command become ever more democratic, ever more immanent to the social eld, distributed throughout the brains and bodies of the citizens. The citizenry in a society of control becomes imbued with certain behaviors, certain mechanisms of command that are interiorized. Because of this interiorizing of values, commands, and so on, societies and more. 193. Importantly, life itself, its production and reproduction, becomes the object of power. And, thus, we have biopower, which is a control that extends throughout the depths of the consciousness and bodies of the population and at the same time across the entirety of social relations. Both the society of control and biopower are constituent elements of empire. The concept of biopower, a power that is not centralized but nevertheless reaches to every level of society and makes life itself its object, shares important characteristics with empire. Apparent in both concepts is the diffusion of power, the lack of a center, yet this does not limit the powerful capacities of both to control and impose order. In summary, empire has grown out of and in turn reinforces the erosion of the power of the nation-state. The relegation of the nation-state and the system of states to the margins comes courtesy of the new smooth space of empire uncovered by Hart and Negri. It is smooth because the territorial foundations of the nation-state, so much a part of modernization, have been rendered largely irrelevant by the decentered, deterritorialist Brave New World. What this means for imperialism and theories of imperialism is succinctly summed up by Hart and Negri. Many of these arguments are today certainly outdated and the situation they refer to is utterly transformed. Whilst Hart and Negri claim that imperialism has been superseded, they nonetheless devote space to analyzing it because they see it as a precursor to empire. Imperialism as territorializing political entity. According to Hart and Negri, there is an intrinsic connection between capitalist expansiveness and imperialism, with the pressure to extend and deepen the world market in the modern era invariably taking the political form of imperialism. Marx had shown that the dynamic of capitalism was such that it could not be contouxed territory and that it had to reconquer the boundaries of both the inside and the outside. Following the development of imperialism theory from Luxemburg through to Lenin, Hart and Negri conclude. 194. That Lenin saw imperialism as a hindrance to capitalist expansion because of the imposition of tariffs, trade exclusivities, the imperialist practices of colonial administrations and the suppression of competition courtesy of the growth of monopolies. Imperialism had been the political handmaiden to the extension of the capitalist world market, but as Lenin had shown, it had become a limiting factor. Therefore, Hart and Negri argue, to continue to expand capital had to destroy the barriers to inside and outside that imperialism had erected. They elaborate further on this problem by stating, imperialism is a machine of global striation, channeling, coding, and territorializing the O's of capital, blocking certain O's and facilitating others. The world market, in contrast, requires a smooth space of uncoded and deterritorialist O's. The key ingredients of Hart's and Negri's account of imperialism are its territorializing nature, the creation and dissemination of national boundaries throughout the world, as well as its political nature. The latter theme takes in colonialism, the spread of the nation-state and the solving of political contradictions in the metropolitan countries by exporting class struggle and civil war overseas. But their account imperialism is historically specific, and the old analyze of imperialism cannot be recycled as they only focus on the contradictions of capital's own development. The summary of imperialism theory by Hart and Negri pins down some of the important points in the work of Luxemburg and Lenin. Certain problems nonetheless exist in their interpretation of Lenin's work on imperialism. Notably, they suggest that Lenin had glimpsed beyond modernity and had foreseen an emerging imperial sovereignty that somehow accompanied a new phase of capital beyond imperialism. The new phase of capitalism beyond imperialism, according to Hart's and Negri's interpretation of Lenin, will be necessarily attended by a new form of state and a new form of sovereignty. Apparently, Lenin saw imperialism as a structural stage in the evolution of the modern state. Finally, the alternatives allegedly implicit in Lenin's writing on 195. Imperialism are those of world communist revolution or empire. What Hart and Negri are attempting here is to position Lenin's theorizing of imperialism as a precursor to their theory of empire. It is a difficult proposition as they are aware that there is no smooth transition from Lenin's thesis to their observations because of the epochal shift in contemporary history, which is to say the transition from modernity to postmodernity. This epochal shift negates any smooth transition. Another sticking point is the claim that Lenin had implicitly projected empire as an alternative to world communist revolution. In Lenin's writing on imperialism, one would be hard-pressed to impute the concept of empire as expounded by the writers. Also at issuest claim that hard-tandnigra make about Lenin foreseeing no forms of sovereignty, imperial sovereignty, and no face of post-imperialist capitalism. Finally, there is doubt about Lenin having had insight into no form of state that must follow from post-imperialist capitalism. There isen with these claims a readout fuelist that, as Chapter 2 has addressed earlier, Lenin's imperialism is concerned with summing up what he thought were the consequences of the monopoly phase of capitalism, a phase or stage of capitalism that he termed imperialism. There are no musings in imperialism on the possibilities of no phases of capitalism after imperialism, or on new forms of state and sovereignty suggested by Hart and Negri. It seems that what they are doing in their recruitment of aspects of classical Marxist theories of imperialism is an attempt to legitimize their analysis of empire. The understanding of Marxist imperialism theory displayed by hard-tandnigra identifies some important aspects of classical theories, such as the intrinsic connection between imperialism and the expansiveness of capitalism and the contradictions deriving from this relationship. Unfortunately, there are a number of interpolations to Lenin's work on imperialism in particular that raise concerns about their use and understanding of imperialism and imperialism theory. In their attempt to bestow legitimacy on their empire concept, hard-tandnigra have misinterpret their Marxist Lenin's theory of imperialism. Moreover, imperialism as they interpret it 196. Primarily a political phenomenon, imperialism as the political form of capitalist expansiveness. Things of the past, the state and the system of states. The distinctive analysis of empire thought posits an amalgam of national and the supranational, resulting in a smooth species predicated on a particular view of state and sovereignty. Hard-tandnigra map the development of sovereignty over centuries in Europe, interpreting it as a response to specific problems that modernity brings in its strain. Erasing the development of the concept, Hart and Negri come to the conclusion that sovereignty was specifically European and evolved to guarantee survival against the mortal dangers of war. Part of the process of avoiding such dangers was a pact between leader, which assigned absolute power to the leader, with the exception of the means of reproduction and survival. Such an implicit contract transferred the autonomous power of the multitude to a sovereign power that stands above it and rules it. At the juncture of the 18th and 19th centuries, the concept of national sovereignty newly emerged in European thought in its completed form. This melding of sovereignty with the concept of nation was the direct result of the trauma associated with the French Revolution and the counter-revolutionary aftermath. For Hart and Negri, it was the spiritual body of the nation that supplanted the divine body of the monarch, as the physical territory and population were conceived as the extension of the transcendent essence of the nation. The notion of a counter-revolutionary aftermath is important because it was during the reaction to the French Revolution that the spontaneous violence and power of the populace were constrained. This was achieved by reconstructing the people as an integral part of the nation-state. The transcendent apparatus that is the nation-state, as the sovereign body, was thus able to impose order on the multitude and prevent it from organizing itself spontaneously and expressing its creativity autonomously. Detailed analysis Hart and Negri provide of the historical and philosophical development of the concepts of nation-state and sovereignty need. 197. Not detain us. Their elaboration of the concept of sovereignty as it evolved through the centuries sees sovereignty as eventually vesting in the nation-state in the modern era, and from there they go on to identify other variants such as imperial sovereignty. With the coming of postmodernity, colonial boundaries were basically torn down. It is only with the erosion of national boundaries that the state and capital effectively coincide, and when a Marxist theory of the state can be successfully undertaken. The characterization of the state as an executive board managing the interests of capitalists has been transformed in the era of postmodernity by the transferring of some of the state's functions to the transnational level of power. What this means is that some of the command functions of states have been usurped by transnational bodies such as banks, transnational corporations, and international planning bodies. With postmodernity comes not the complete undermining of the nation-state and conversely the complete empowerment of transnational corporations, but rather it heralds a decline of the traditional national constitutional system and its replacement by a supranational constitutional power or empire. The supranational constitution a framework that Hart and Negri posites pyramidal. The pyramid of global constitution is a new model of international order that replaces the international system of states. Mirroring the decline of power of the nation state, there has been a corresponding dissolution of the international order based on a society of states. The new pyramidal structure, according to Hart and Negri, has tiers with several levels in each tier. At the top of the pyramid, on first tier resides the sole superpower Theos, who enjoys this position due to its possession of an unprecedented quantity of means of violence. On this RST tier, but on another level, sit nation states that have the ability to regulate international exchanges through the control of global monetary instruments. What binds these nation states together organisms like Davos, the G7 and the London and Paris clubs. On third level of first tier reside a heterogeneous set of associations that include 198. To a greater or lesser extent the nation states that have hegemony over the military and monetary aspects of global political economy and who also organize biopolitical and cultural power globally. In the second tier of this pyramid, the structure is based on the networks that transnational corporations have brought to the world market. Examples of such networks are capital, population, and technologies. These transnational networks are able to operate freely under the aegis of the central power that resides in the RST tier of global power. It is the world market, however, which has the capacity to homogenize and differentiate territories, redrawing global geography. Still on this second tier, yet subordinated to the power of the transnational corporations, are to be found a general set of sovereign nation states. These nation states have some political functions such as political mediation with respect to the global hegemonic powers, bargaining with respect to the transnational corporations, and redistribution of income according to biopolitical needs within their own limited territories. In addition, the nation states act as a conduit, capturing and distributing wealth from the global power and channeling wealth back to that entity. The disciplining of the populace still is part of the remit of nation states on this tier of the pyramid. The third and last tier in this schema consists of the representative bodies of popular interests and the multitude. For the multitude to have input into the global constitution, it is necessary for a modification to occur. The undifferentiated mass must become the people. The representatives of the people can range from NGOs to nation states. Also functioning as representative bodies of popular interests in particular circumstances are the media and religious organizations. What we have in this last tier perhaps is better known as global civil society, a term that Hart and Negri employ as an alternative. The three tiers of global constitution with their accompanying levels are the essential components of empire. What is noticeable is that nation states locate every tier. At the top of the pyramid is the hegemonic state, the US, whose role as guarantor of order provides the security framework without which the productive organizations could not. 199. Operate. Nation states and in particular own nation state remain indispensable elements of empire. The problem with this is that empire purportedly has no boundaries and the nation state and the system of state lost their status. Yet as can be seen, the quintessential territorial entity, the nation state, features in all tiers of Hart's and Negri's pyramidal structure. They appear then, to overstate the case about the declining status of the nation state and the system of states. The theorization of the state and the system of states in empire, a feature-reft analysis of sovereignty and the nation-state throughout the book, is the nuance of Foucauldian concepts, evident, for example, in the author's detailed treatment of the genealogy of sovereignty. Additionally, there is tracking of development of social forms starting with disciplinary society and culminating in the society of control concepts that have been mentioned already in the analysis of empire. Such reliance on these concepts diverts attention away from structured sites of social institutions and into the realm of biopower. What this means is that the state is not given a comprehensive analysis, as it is on of social institutions that they've been superseded by the society of control. What analysis of state there is has been described as recognizable anarchist because most forms of state power, in their view, alienate the autonomy of subjects and crush their creative power. Consequently, Hart and Negri devote minimal attention to theorizing about the state and the system of states. This owes logically from their empire concept, which is purported lie a single supranational power that overdetermines individual states and the system of states. That there is an single supranational power overdetermining states and the state system is difficult to accept because of the lack of empirical evidence that Hart and Negri offer in support of their claim. Summarizing the treatment of the state and the system of states in empire for Hart and Negri, the state is a social institution that operates to impose order on the multitude and keep the latter's creative power in. 200. Check. The state is a specific response to problems that have arisen out of modernity. A key issue for Hart and Negri is the incorporation of the multitude as the people in the nation-state, which enabled the latter to become a sovereign power. The advent of empire ensured that the old political forms have been surpassed. In this formulation, state theory and geopolitics necessarily is under-theorized and oversimplified. The continued dependence of capital on many states is ignored, and the central role of the U.S. state in the construction of global capitalism is obscured. Among other globalization-era Marxist writers, no one takes up the empire concept, and the power of the state and the system of states remain considered by many Marxist writers to be powerful factors in the creation and maintenance of imperialism. Critical responses to empire. In the critic literature, that book stimulated, the supersession of imperialism by empire has been the subject of close critical analysis. So, too has Hart's and Negri's interpretation of imperialism. Ammon argues that, in empire, imperialism means the extension of formal power of state beyond its own borders, thereby confusing imperialism with colonialism. For Ammon, this opens the way to reaching the conclusion that with ending of colonialism in the 1970s, imperialism must have disappeared too. Simon Bromley also remarks on how the authors view imperialism as mainly a political process, as an extension of sovereignty of metropolitan nation-states throughout the rest of the world. Compared with imperialism, empire is not concerned with direct imperial control of some political territorial units over others, but rather empire is an essential territorialist of economic and cultural relationships. The novelty of empire is its universality and the unhitching of its power from a territorial center. Its power is anchored in a global constitution, which in turn means that the nature of power in this configuration is mainly cultural, not political. The economic aspects of imperialism are noted by Thetwo writers, but as Panich and Jinden point out, their rendition of the impulses that drove per-World War I capitalism relies on underconsumption and, taking their cue from Luxembourg, the need for exports to non-capitalist countries. Additionally, Hart and Negri bypass the crucial role of nascent current form of global capitalism, and they do not explore the uneven development of capitalism within social formations as well as between them. To their claims, Medine Empire have attracted substantial critical comment. First is the contention that with deterritorializing and decentering, that is the hallmark of smooth space of empire, borders and the system of state have been rendered redundant. Second is the claim that imperialism is no outmoded, attributable in large part to the unique character of the US. Regarding the overcoming of borders and system of states, an assumption mainly based on the transformative effects of globalization bringing about the smooth space of empire, Tarek Barkay and Mark Laffey point out the deficiency of such a claim. In emphasizing the increasing gauge of information, money and goods, what Hart and Negri and hyperglobalists overlook is the obverse of this coin. In other words, there has been a massive effort to make it harder for undesirables, but the illegal economic immigrants, asylum seekers, illegal drugs, crime, or contraband to cross borders. A clear example of the continuing existence of the system of states and the leading role of the U.S. state within that system is the arc of military bases across Central Asia established by the U.S. and various governments in those regions in the early 2000s. Such patron-client relations are redolent of notably past U.S. engagements in the Third World, but also with older histories of imperialism. The centrality of the U.S. in the system of states runs counter to the proposal that empire is a smooth space with no real center, the size a point that Panich and Jinden make, too. Whilst the latter two agree with Hart and Negri about Madisonian network power as a distinctive element in the American Constitution, they disagree that such network power pregeared empire. Panich and Jinden exclaim. far from anticipating the sort of decentered and amorphous power that Hart and Negri imagine characterized the US historically. 202. The constitutional framework of the new American state gave great powers to the central government to expand trade and make war. The decentered, borderless world thesis of Hart and Negri not only obscures the continuing dependence of capital on many states, but also the preeminent role of the American state in the making of global capitalism is marginalized. The amorphous power of empire, then, has not been especially well received by critics. What also has attracted criticism is the lack of development of the empirical claim that interstate connects have been overcome by empire. Post-Cold War geopolitics has shown that interstate connects have continued with the Balkan Wars of the 1990s, followed by Afghanistan and Iraq in the new millennium. Interstate connects have continued, but the inter-imperialist rivalry leading to connects seems to have dissipated. On the evidence of current interstate connects, it would be difficult to argue that empire has supplanted imperialism. Nonetheless, the precise nature of post-Cold War geopolitics remains contested. Barkai, Lafay Kalinikas, and Shaw all have debated about how to conceptualize the current era, an exchange prompted by their analyses of empire. In their promotion of empire, Hart and Negri have been criticized for minimizing central role of the US in the global order and for minimizing the ongoing role of system of status and maintenance of hegemony in that global order. Such criticism stems from their assertions about the decentered deterritorialist nature of empire. Furthermore, their understanding of imperialism has been called into question because of its narrow political and territorial focus, which sees them consequently passing government of the economic side of imperialism. Another concern is their use of Lenin's theory of imperialism as a partial precursor to empire, which casts doubt on Thetwo writers' understanding and application of imperialism theory. Such comprehensive criticism leads to the conclusion that the world has not witnessed the supplanting of imperialism by empire. 203. Conclusion. This chapter has scrutinized Hart's and Negri's treatment of the three themes of globalization, empire/imperialism and the state and system of status, and their provocative study titled Empire. It has argued that the concept of empire is predicated on a strong version of globalization, which, acting in conjunction with social, political, and cultural changes that predate the globalization era, dramatically transformed political economy and geopolitics. Hart's and Negri's version of globalization, however, does not explore the connections between the former and global capitalism to any real extent. Thus the changes that they outline, such as some material labor, the prominence of informatization and so on, may be just the typical revolutionizing of the production process that is an essential feature of capitalism. Furthermore, the transformations that Hart and Negri suggest have come with globalization heralding a shift from modernity to postmodernity are not supported by enough evidence, a problem commented upon by critics such as Panich and Jindal. Nevertheless, Hart and Negri are right to claim that there have been changes in the global capitalist economy and in geopolitics and globalization era. Their hypothesis that in the post-Cold War era proper capitalist order has no been realized challenges many assumptions of those in the left and right of the political spectrum. Another serious challenge this to me mainly to the left is Hart's and Negri's contention that imperialism has been made redundant by empire. The challenges of empire have motivated the renaissance in imperialism theory. The smooth decentered nature of empire, which demoted the state and the system of status from their positions as major actors in global politics, certainly generate a lot of critical commentary. After close examination of key elements in the book, it was concluded that Hart's and Negri's postmodern version of empire has no trend or imperialism irrelevant. The state and the system of states still are crucial elements of global politics, and Hart and Negri, in their enthusiasm for empire, oversimplify the role of the state and system of states in geopolitics. There are a number of problems evident in Hart's and Negri's treatment of the three themes of globalization, empire/imperialism. 204. And the state and the system of states. Most of the problems can be traced back to the ambitious assertion that there have been major transformations throughout the global capitalist economy and global politics in the globalization era. That these transformations appear to have been overstated should not detract from the real legacy of empire, which is its galvanizing of a renewed interest in imperialism theory, especially amongst the writers whose work is the subject of the next, and null chapter. 205. Chapter 8. The Big Three. Globalization Empire, Staten. The third phase of Marxist imperialism theory. Introduction. All the signs pointed to dramatic transformations. The 1990s started with the end to the bipolarity that had been such a feature of international politics for virtually a half-century. Freed from the constraints imposed on it by rivalry with the evil empire, the US felt more able to resort to force projection. The start of the decade saw a major military build-up in Saudi Arabia and the launching of Operation Desert Storm, with the US as leader of coalition forces, successfully driving out the Iraqi occupiers of Kuwait in 1991. Then, under the rubric of humanitarian intervention, US troops were deployed to Somalia in 1992, 3 and later in the decade, under the auspices of NATO, the US was the major supplier of air power in the bombing of the Serbian remnant of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. The trend towards aggregator willingness to call on the services of the military reached its apogee after September 2001, with the occupation of Afghanistan and then Iraq in 2003. These instances, as well as others, served to put the world on notice. A resurgent US was now the global hegemon and the military option would be exercised. Apart from mass popular opposition to the Iraq invasion, and German and French refusal to back the US attempt to get international approval for the military occupation of Iraq at the UN, the US seemingly faced no real challenge to its power. The 20th century had not witnessed such unrivaled state power. In the geopolitical arena, a major transformation had taken place. Did the same hold true for the world economy? For Hart and Negri, as we have seen in the last chapter, globalization had utterly transformed global capitalism. Also, a new form of decentered and deterritorialist entity called empire had arisen, supplanting imperialism and rendering obsolete much of Marxist state theory, imperialism theory, and political economic analysis. Such a powerful challenge to Marxist orthodoxy sparked a strong reaction. The arguments in Empire and the response to them from Marxist critics coalesced around three problem areas: globalization, empire or empire/imperialism, and the role of the state and the system of states. This chapter critically examines the responses of a number of Marxist writers to each of the problem areas, starting with globalization, moving on to the issues associated with empire and imperialism theory, and concluding with the problems connected with the state and the international system of states. The responses demonstrate the rejuvenation of Marxist imperialism theory, given impetus by changes in the capitalist world economy and the international political scene, plus Hart's and Negri's book. Furthermore, it is argued that the critical responses possess a sophistication and caliber that does more than merely update Marxist imperialism theory. The collective output of the globalization-era Marxist theorists challenges some long-held theoretical positions, not only preparing the ground for richer, more insightful theorizing, but also taking the theorizing to a higher level of abstraction. The work of the full complement of this cohort of writers has ushered in a new phase of Marxist imperialism theory, the phase of the globalization-era Marxists. Their writing deserves close scrutiny. The Spectre of Globalization, Old or New Ghost. Prior to the publication of Empire, the neo-Marxist Samir Amin examined globalization and concluded the tide was just capitalist expansion or imperialism by another name. Hart and Negri have taken a hybrid position, onet hath similarities to 207. Deconstructionist and hyperglobalist approaches. It also stresses globalization's transformative capacity. Their view is at the opposite end of spectrum to Amin's skeptical one. What do their Marxists make of globalization and its relationship with capitalism and imperialism after the interventions of Amin and Hart and Negri? As this chapter reveals, their responses vary. A selection of writing by 4 Marxist writers on the problem of globalization and its relationship with global capitalism and imperialism is critically analyzed. Despite not representing an exhaustive survey of existing literature, their analyses are broadly emblematic of contemporary Marxist scholarship on the topic. For RST writer Humphrey McQueen, globalization is capitalist expansiveness, developmental stages and possible part of an amalgam that includes capitalism and imperialism. James Petrus and Henry Weltmeyer are much more straightforward in their view of globalization, seeing it as a mask behind which lurks imperialism, a political project of a transnational ruling class. Ellen Mike Wood, the fourth and now writer in this section, sees globalization as being a set-off policy as pursued by THIA since the 1990s. The purpose of the policy was to stave off crises of overproduction, transferring the burden to other economies. Stages of globalization. In an interesting twist on the theme of stages, McQueen, an Australian Marxist historian, has taken the stagist model of capitalist development, combined it with a long-term view and added globalization. His summary of capitalist development depicts it as successive stages of globalization, or as he terms it, globalization marks I through 4 and possibly Mark V for the current era. McQueen claims that capitalism, imperialism, and globalization are three of a kind, and then posits imperialism as monopolizing capitals whose current incarnation might still be in the process of moving to a newer phase. Globalization, then, is intimately bound up with imperialism and capitalism, with the key element connecting them for the past 600 years being the inexorable 208 drive of capitalist expansion, or what McQueen terms the world system for accumulation. A summary of McQueen's stages of globalization reveals some important points. The RST phase of globalization, what he terms globalization Mark I, was the era of plunder of resources at home and in the New World. This phase of globalization received its impetus from the commercial and money-dealing aspects of merchants' capital. The next phase, globalization Mark II, was the age of mercantilism. Globalization Mark III, or the free trade interlude in the 19th century, was the period in which Britain industrialized, with its domination of global manufacturing established and consolidated. McQueen's globalization Mark IV coincides with what he suggests is the era of Lenin's imperialism, or the era of monopolizing capitals, with the dominance of free trading Britain drive its rivals towards protectionism. Globalization in its most recent form Mark V has an uncertain status, for, as McQueen claims, a question mark hangs over the recent past. Having highlighted the uncertainty of making claims about the recent past, McQueen pinpoints some substantial changes in the yield of production capital during the 1970s, which signaled the beginning of Mark V globalization. Facing stiff competition from Japanese car manufacturers, American and European manufacturers, in an effort to cut production costs, dispersed production to locales where labor costs were lower. The scattering of production throughout the world gave rise to the world car. The dispersal of production stages also became popular in computer production. This process of global integration encouraged financial deregulation to facilitate the transfer of investment funds and arraux of profits. Globalization's recent incarnation had its genesis in meeting the needs of rust bucket industries, with on effects not only in production but in the financial sphere as well. Financial deregulation has enhanced the power of finance capital compared to production capital. Also apparent is the increase in the monopolization process, with mergers and acquisitions in automobile manufacturing, oil, pharmaceuticals, communications and finance. Regarding technology, whilst this has brought about numerous changes to labor saving, control and discipline, the era of the most advanced technologies has been accompanied by 209. Pushing up the rate of exploitation through the crudest devices of exacting unpaid labor time in the service sector and by intensification everywhere. McQueen's interesting and informative essay on globalization is a thought-provoking modification of the concept of stages in the development of capitalism. By highlighting the globalizing tendency of capitalism, and by calling the developmental stages of capitalism stages of globalization, McQueen calls into question the proposition that globalization is only a recent phenomenon. He suggests that capitalism, imperialism, and globalization are three of a kind and, furthermore, there might have been developments in monopolizing capitals relatively recently that herald a new phase of imperialism/globalization. What globalization really is and its connection with imperialism is not completely cleared in this article. It is in his book on the history of the Coca-Cola Corporation that the connections between capitalism, imperialism, and globalization are explored in greater depth. This book has the merit of being an empirical and historical study of Amajor Corporation and its social, political, and economic milieu. The bones of theoretical abstraction are etched out with empirical detail. A brief excursion into the essence of capitalism, the origins of our future, therefore is warranted. Globalization and imperialism, the Coca-Cola connections and understanding of the globalizing tendencies of capitalism is an integral element of McQueen's analysis of growth of the Coca-Cola Corporation. Acknowledging that the McDonaldization of the world and consequent erasure of regional tastes encouraged belief in the actuality of globalization, McQueen nevertheless evinces a pessimism about his strong case for globalization. The term itself only came into widespread use from 1987 and initially referred to communications, high-tech industries and NANS. The strong case for globalization, that is its inevitability, is countered here by reference to its public relations role. Globalization is used to give imperialism a public relations gloss. The impression is disseminated in the public sphere that monopolizing capitals the outcome of ineluctable forces of nature rather than of contestable. 210. Social practices helps corporations to elude the hostility sparked by the word imperialism. The no alternative to globalization rhetoric masks the imperialist nature of monopolizing capitals. What, then, is globalization and what is new about it? In the economic realm, McQueen claims that the new economy touted so fervently in the late 1990s and early 2000s has little to show, with the proponents for such a new economy not able to agree on a single model. The popular belief in the new economy and globalization stemmed from the internet, with copious amounts of capital squandered on internet start-ups, which eventually led to the dot-com bubble. The computer screen has been a boon for transmittable services such as pornography and money, and helps explain why financial trading is the ideal type of globalist commerce. The claim that globalization has led to the sidelining of what McQueen terms nation market states is dismissed. The imbalances between governments continue to exist, with some modifying their position in the pecking order, but with the US still preeminent. Thus, the conclusion must be that globalization has not fundamentally influenced geopolitics. What is noticeable is that the richest third of the world since the 1970s has become more interlocked, with the US, the European Union and Japan through their economic interchanges accounting for 84% of foreign direct investment. The net result is that more domestic economies are being steered by their international connections. Globalization is mainly the further unfolding of the global capitalist economy. McQueen also contends that the novelty of globalization is exaggerated. A comparison of recent changes to capitalism, with the central features of imperialism identified by Lenin, supports his contention. The dominance of monopolies and NANS capital, the export of capital, the importance of international trusts and the division of the world amongst the capitalist powers remain evident, though with the latter there has been a qualitative change. The export of capital is as important now as when Lenin wrote about it, though with 4 additional objectives: stock market speculation, the securing of raw materials and labor, aiding the production and sale of commodities in overseas markets, and overseas production with the view to selling in. 211. The home market or third markets. During the 1990s, the U.S. economy relied on massive imports of capital that fueled the record levels of the New York Stock Exchange and helped fund U.S. current account deficits. The international trusts that had divided up the world in Lenin's time were now more extensive, though they can never take anal form because mergers and company failures persist. Regarding the division of the globe by the capitalist powers, another of Lenin's core elements, McQueen identifies a change that has happened since the 1960s. With the demise of colonialism and colonization, it is the provision of cheap labor in the former colonies that has attracted capital. The political and economic forms that support the structure of global capitalism have been molded, though not so much as to fundamentally change the subordinate status of much of the Third World. Rather than suggesting that an updated version of Lenin's theory of imperialism was robust enough to account for globalization, McQueen concludes on the basis of his analysis of imperialism and globalization that the latter is a higher stage of the former. There is a problem with this proposition. If globalization is not new and has been an integral part of capitalism since its inception, then to suggest that globalization is a higher stage of imperialism, that the world possibly has entered a new phase of globalization, connotes the expansive drive of capitalism with developmental stages. The qualitative differences, the connections between globalization and imperialism/monopoly capitals, are not really cleared in these two pieces of writing. Despite these problems, McQueen NDS something unique about contemporary globalization, it is most often Americanization. There is a real sense in McQueen's work that he remains open-minded about the ultimate significance of globalization. In trying to explain what globalization is, the problematic suggestion was made that globalization is a higher stage of imperialism. Globalization is not a new phenomenon, in part, it is the usual expansiveness of capitalism, and contemporaneously it often is Americanization. But this not all, there is something to it that may only become apparent in due course. For McQueen, then, globalization is an enigmatic phenomenon, a mixture of old and new that masks imperialism yet transcends the latter. V must. 212. Await further developments. The next two writers, Petrus and Weltmeier, take a more jaundiced view of globalization, viewing it as an ideological smoke and mirrors trick that hides the imperialist nature of monopoly capitalism. Globalization as ideology, Petrus and Weltmeier, two academics from the US and Canada respectively, have written extensively on the impact of imperialism on Latin America. They have no doubts about what globalization means. In Globalization Unmasked Imperialism in the 21st Century, they posit two possible positions on globalization. The RST, favored by most scholars, is that globalization is a set of interrelated processes found in the structures stemming from capitalist modes of global production. The second conceives globalization not in structural terms but prefers to see it as the outcome of a consciously pursued strategy, the political project of a transnational capitalist class and formed on the basis of an institutional structure set up to serve and advance the interests of this class. The two approaches to globalization are poles apart, with those favoring the RST position tending to see globalization as an inevitability necessitating structural adjustments. Countries are compelled to gain whatever advantage they can from globalization. Those theorists who see the class project that lies behind globalization adopt the second approach. For these writers, globalization is not inescapable and the term globalization itself is suspect, seeing it as an ideological tool used for prescription rather than accurate description. The intentional and contingent aspects of globalization are revealed when the second approach is adopted, with the controlling role of individuals and institutions coming into focus. The interests of a new international capitalist class are served by these individuals and institutions. The institutions mentioned here, which help form the basis of the international capitalist class, consist of 37,000 transnational corporations. In addition, the class includes the bearers of capital and technology and major agents of the new imperial order. 213. Helping to organize this international capitalist class are the major institutions of global capitalism, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund and other financial institutions which are designate as the international financial community. The key elements making up this complex are planning and policy forums such as the Group of Seven, the Trilateral Commission and the World Economic Forum. The role of the state has been restructured in the core nations of global capitalism to more effectively promote and expand global capitalism. For Petrus and Weltmeier, globalization is quite similar to previous projects of capitalist development such as modernization, industrialization, and colonialism. Each project generated resistance and, like new imperialism, were fraught with contradictions. They claim that the inevitability proposition is one of the main problems associated with the discourse about globalization. An even greater problem is the way that the discourse obfuscates the form taken by imperialism in the current, increasingly worldwide capitalist system for organizing economic production and society. Nothing new under the sun of capitalism. Critical of much of the globalization discourse, Petres and Weltmeier present some historical analysis in order to contextualize globalization. They conclude that it has been part of capitalism since its inception. The historical fact is that the US, Africa, Asia and Latin America have a history of several centuries of ties to overseas markets, exchanges and investments. Moreover, in the cases of North and Latin America, capitalism was born globalized, in the sense that most of their early growth was based on overseas exchanges and investments. From the 15th to the 19th century, Latin America's external trade and investment had greater significance than during the 20th century. Like McQueen, for these two writers, globalization is just the expansive nature of capitalism, its tendency to end markets throughout the globe. 214. Its globalist push. They assert that the principal difference between earlier incarnations of globalization and the 20th century version is that the current version is a deepening and extension of exploitative class relations into areas previously outside of capitalist production. Also, they point out that, from the former colonial countries, a new breed of transnational capitalists has arisen whose expertise is centered in capital export, which both writers claim is a crucial difference compared to earlier times. Causes of globalization rhetoric. There are a number of reasons that Petres and Weltmeier identify as helping to explain the rise of globalization rhetoric. The major drivers were political, social, and economic. Politically, the big push was a result of a dramatic change in political power away from leftist, populist and nationalist regimes towards globalist governments. In social terms, the big push resulted from the defeat and retreat of trade unions, and the declining unions of the working class, lower middle class and the peasantry. The ascendancy of the social classes engaged in international networks of capital and trade, and particularly the financial sector, set the stage for the globalist counter-revolution. What began in certain third world and imperial centers spread throughout the world in an uneven fashion. The political and social push was balanced on the economic side by four economic developments: RST, a crisis of overaccumulation; second, a profit squeeze brought about by tensions in capital/labor relations; third, the heightening of capitalist competition on the international stage; and, finally, deregulation of financial markets leading to the marked growth in those markets. Contrary to the opinions of globalization promoters, the nation-state played a pivotal role in the acceptance of globalization. Far from being minimized or weakened by globalization, imperial states were active in promoting and pushing for other states to accede to globalization. 215. Through incorporation into free trade zones and through IMF and World Bank reforms. Globalization and its associated discourse also have been useful in covering up an ideological hole. The rise of globalization as an ideology is predicated in part on the decline of the left and the concerted attack on organized labor waged by the ruling classes in the advanced capitalist countries throughout the 1980s and 1990s. The attack on wages and conditions in the First World had in certain cases a more dramatic counterpart in the Third World. In Chile, for example, Pinochet's dictatorship set about imposing a free market economic model based on advice received from Chicago school luminaries such as Milton Friedman. Implementing such advice during the 1980s led to an unemployment rate of 26% and a depression. The conjuncture of the 1980s and 1990s, with the US as the sole superpower after the winding up of the Soviet Union and its Eastern European satellite states, has brought into being the ideological masking of imperial relations. Globalization rhetoric, claim Petres and Weltmeier, is a product of specific global political, economic, and social circumstances. It persists because it disguises US imperial power, economic and military dominance. To sum up their views on globalization, Petres and Weltmeier in Globalization Unmasked Imperialism in the 21st Century counteracted what they perceived was the ideological masking of imperialism by globalization rhetoric. They not only wanted to counter globalization as an ideological device, but sought to recover or rehabilitate imperialism as an accepted discourse for the left. The US is the imperialist state par excellence, and it is in the interests of the state to have the ideology of globalization advanced. The two authors acknowledge that globalization is not rhetoric alone. It describes a complex of changes associated with the dynamics of capitalist development, as well as the diffusion of values and cultural practices associated with these development. They emphasize in particular the market side of globalization, claiming that it refers to the widening and deepening of the international o's of trade, capital, technology, and information within a single integrated global market. 216. Ultimately, globalization glosses over the problems of free market capitalism, and ultimately functions best as an ideological mask. Imperialism thus remains as the best analytical and descriptive tool for informing political practice. Something new in the empire of capital? Ellen Meixens Wood, a renowned Marxist academic, has written a number of books and articles on political economy, historical materialism, and the state, amongst other things. In a volume published in 2003, Empire of Capital, she devotes some space to critically reacting on globalization. For Wood, globalization stems from a very real set of contradictions that arose in global capitalism and geopolitics in the 1990s. A combination of capitalist crisis of overproduction and overcapacity and the revival of Germany and Japan to the status of economic competitors to the US during this period proved to be critical. Facing pressure from the competitive challenge issuing from Germany and Japan and the downturn in its own economy, the US sought to displace the crisis in space and time. What followed was the period we call globalization, the internationalization of capital, its free and rapid movements, and the most predatorial speculation around the globe. This was as much as anything else, a response not to the successes but to the failures of capitalism. The US used its control of financial and commercial networks to postpone a day of reckoning for its sound domestic capital, enabling it to shift the burden elsewhere, easing the movement of excess capital to seek profits wherever they were to be found, in an orgy of financial speculation. When some of the developing economies were in crisis and seeking help, the US used its financial and commercial networks to good effect and was able to get some of them to sign up to the Washington Consensus. The Consensus, a set of policy prescriptions administered in the main by Washington-based institutions such as the IMF, the World Bank, and the 217. US Treasury opened up various economies to structural adjustment. The target economy or economies were made more amenable to US-led global capital. Chief among the Washington Consensus policies are trade liberalization, production for export, privatization of public services, and financial deregulation. Through such mechanisms as the Washington Consensus, and by manipulating debt, the rules of trade, foreign aid, and the whole financial system, the US is able to transfer or displace the crisis of overproduction and overcapacity onto the developing economies. Wood views the subordination or opening up of developing economies to the dictates of imperial capital as the essence of globalization. Though economies may be opened up, this does not necessarily lead to a fully integrated world economy. There remain instances where integration or interdependence is not encouraged under globalization. An example of this is that, whilst capital movement across borders is unhindered, the market imperative that would operate to bring about a worldwide common social average of labor costs and productivity is blocked. A fully integrated world economy would be a hindrance to globalization, as it relies on the fragmentation of the world into separate economies, at the political apex of which stand sovereign nation-states. It is an important part of the role of those nation-states to enforce the principle of nationality that makes it possible to manage the movements of labor by means of strict border controls and stringent immigration policies. Nation-states make sure that labor markets are reasonably quiescent and not subject to the volatilities that mass immigration may cause. In summary, for Wood, globalization is a set of policy prescriptions or choices that arose in the 1990s. From its inception, capitalism has been expansive with a universalizing drive. The universalization of what Wood calls capitalist imperatives, however, was not fully achieved until the early 1990s. Responding to crises of overproduction and overcapacity and the rise of serious economic competitors, The U.S. sought to maintain its imperial position in part by policy initiatives such as the Washington Consensus. Acceptance of the consensus by other nation-states allowed the U.S. to shift its economic problems offshore and thus put off the day of reckoning. Globalization, for Wood, is not inevitable but rather just the latest set of imperialist policies, just as old-style imperialism. 218. Represented policy choices in the interests of capital in a largely non-capitalist world. Globalization and its meaning for these globalization-era Marxists. The identification of globalization as part of the hegemonic project of the U.S. is a common feature of the analyses of all four writers. Another common element is the recognition of globalization as either being another term for the expansive drive of capitalism, or the broadening and deepening of markets in the ceaseless striving for an integrated world economy. All four stress the primacy of the political economic in their viewpoints. Of interest is that none of them subscribe to the hyper-globalist view of Hart and Negri. Whilst in Wood's work examined above there is no mention of an ideological aspect to globalization, in an earlier article she had described globalization as it is commonly understood the heaviest ideological albatross around the neck of the left today. By this she meant the defeatism engendered by the idea that globalization was somehow unstoppable or irresistible, an idea that had seized wide sections of the left prior to the upsurge in anti-corporate globalization that occurred in the late 1990s. Thus, it can be said that all these writers acknowledge the existence of an ideological component in globalization. Differences contained in their accounts give a broad indication of the parameters of contemporary Marxist thinking about the globalization capitalism imperialism exists after the publication of Empire. McQueen sees globalization as both an incipient part of capitalist development over centuries and a new phase of that development process. In attempting to account for this ambiguity McQueen had recourse to the analytical tool of periodization. Whilst the periodization of globalization device is a twist on the stagist only employed by Lenin and others more recently, one McQueen does not clarify the nature of their relationship between globalization, capitalism and imperialism. The lack of clarity is due to McQueen's belief that there is still some question about the nature of globalization in its current incarnation. There may be something new and transforming about it to some extent, hence the lack of clarity about the tripartite relationship. Wood too perceives some. 219. Substance in the claims made about globalization. Where she differs from McQueen is in her insistence that it is a set of policies undertaken by the global hegemon to offset economic difficulties and to reinforce its geopolitical status. The relationship between globalization, capitalism and imperialism is certain. Capitalism is the economic basis, with imperialism a set of policies utilized by capitalist states and globalization a new subset of imperialist policies. Petras and Weltmeier are more hostile to globalization, seeing it as mainly ideological. To the extent that globalization does substance, they see it as the extension and deepening of exploitation into areas previously outside of capitalist production processes. In short, it is the usual unfolding of capitalism. For them their relationship between globalization, capitalism and imperialism is more properly understood as their relationship between capitalism and imperialism, too, with the latter being the first world's political and economic dominance of the Third World. So, then, there are three poles around which recent Marxist analysis of the tripartite relationship hover. The RST is uncertainty about the relationship between the three due to the possibility that there may be substance to some of the large claims made about the transformative power of globalization as made by Hart and Negri plus Robinson. More studies into the nature and extent of globalization, as well as the passing of time, are needed before any definitive insight can be given about the connections between the three. The second line of thinking sees some substance in globalization but definitely not of the same order of magnitude typical of hyperglobalists. Consequently, globalization is accorded the status of a minor in the relationship. Wood, as established already, slots globalization into imperialism as a policy subset. At the third pole there is denial of a three-part relationship due to the rhetoric associated with globalization. Globalization has little substance other than that of ideology, and so the focus must remain on the symbiotic relationship between capitalism and imperialism. What can be said about the foregoing is that it is an indication of the depth and quality of the theoretical writing of Marxists who have been galvanized by the challenges of globalization and by Hartz-and-Negri's cathartic intervention. The grappling with the problem of globalization is just one part of a more general enthusiasm for imperialism theory. Further evidence of that enthusiasm and the caliber of contemporary 220. Theorizing about the matters of empire and new imperialism is found in the work of the next two writers. Empire and Imperialism Redux, Wood and Harvey clarify. Ellen Meixines Wood and David Harvey have produced two books that clarify and explicate issues about empire and imperialism. Wood, in particular, wrote in response to the challenge that Hartz-and-Negri's empire posed for imperialism theory and for the understanding of modes of empire. In Empire of Capital, which we have had occasion to explore already, she sought to clarify the structural differences between forms of empire. She asserts that there are three forms of empire, which are built on property, commerce, and capital. The distinguishing feature of the empire of capital compared to the other two is the separation of economic power from what she calls the extra-economic. The latter encompasses the state and the forces needed to maintain order and or control. The bifurcation of economic power from extra-economic power is a hallmark of the empire of capital. Each mode of empire has historically specific features, and to propound a transcendent, decentered mode of empire, Hartz-and-Negri's empire only makes opaque the current state of capitalist imperialism. Harvey, on the other hand, focuses on new imperialism. His book arrives at a sophisticated definition of imperialism in the era of U.S. hegemony. What he has done is address the need for clarity about the forces that combine to drive new imperialism. In addition, he has provided novel insights into the capitalist accumulation process and suggested two new variants of imperialism in the globalization era. Such has been the quality of his work that an edition of the Marxist journal Historical Materialism devoted the major part of an issue to critical responses to the new imperialism. Taken together, these two writers have done valuable work in theoretical underlaboring, or the process of clearing up matters associated with empire and imperialism. Our attention turns to the different forms of empire as expounded by Wood. Imperialism and empires, not empire. Wood situates the empire of capital as a political response to the current situation and an analytic/historical exploration of capitalist. 221. Imperialism in general, of what drives it and has distinguished it from other imperial forms since its inception. According to Wood, the crucial defining quality of capitalist imperialism is the unique capacity that capitalism has in being able to divorce economic force from extra-economic force. Amongst other things, the economic power of capital can reach far beyond the grasp of any existing, or conceivable, political and military power. But the separation of the economic from the extra-economic in capitalism and, by extension, capitalist imperialism is not total. The economic power of capitalism cannot exist without the support of the military and political power that is concentrated in the state. The separation of economic power from political coercion and military power in the empire of capital is possible because capitalists, unlike, say, feudal lords, generally need no direct control of coercive military or political force to exploit their workers, because being propertyless, workers must sell their labor power in exchange for wage in order to work and live. The market becomes a force of its own and thus compels everyone, capitalists as well as workers, to adhere to impersonal systemic requirements of competition, accumulation, and profit maximization. Having established the defining features of the empire of capital, Wood turns her attention to how power was manifested in earlier forms of empire. Starting with the empire of property and moving on to the empire of commerce, the essential political and economic characteristics of these imperial forms will be detailed. Her analysis serves to illustrate the historical, political, and economic specificity of each form of empire. Empire of property. The RST example of this mode of empire is the Roman Empire. Replicating its own social property relations that prevailed at home throughout its imperial domains, what resulted was an empire based on 222 A self-governing aristocracy of landowners. The state that controlled such a far-flung enterprise actually was not huge. Romans administered their empire with a relatively small central state, through what amounted to a wide-ranging coalition of local landed aristocracies, with the help of Roman colonists and colonial administrators. The provisioning of garrisons to maintain order and control the subject populace was indispensable for these colonial outposts. Centuries later, another variant of the empire of property came into being, the Spanish Empire. During the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella, a period famous for the discovery of the Americas by Christopher Columbus, the monarchs sought to maintain their power and minimize or control the development of a feudal aristocracy in the colonies. This was accomplished during the time of Spain's epochal expansion into the New World by farming out the tasks of empire to private conquerors in pursuit of private wealth. Here, too, military force was an absolute prerequisite. Empires of property were marked with dependence of the imperial state, whether republican or monarchical, on a class of private property owners. These could belong downers, as in the case of Spanish Empire conquerors whose motivation was the pursuit of gold and silver. The economic power of this form of empire was not sufficient on its own to maintain the foreign colonies of Roman and Spanish imperial states. Thus, extra economic power was an indispensable prop. Economic power and extra economic power were two parts of a whole. Empire of commerce. The period after the decline of the Spanish Empire and before the advent of the Latin 19th and early 20th century version of imperialism witnessed empires built on trade. The Arab Muslim Empire was dedicated to the control of trade more so than the control of territory. Like empires of property, empires of commerce could not function without answer to or the threat of extra economic power. The Arab Muslim Empire and late medieval or early modern European commercial empires like the Venetian or the Dutch diverged in many ways, but they had one fundamental thing in 223 common. However much their respective states differed, they all sustained their domination over a geographic expanse not simply by means of extending the reach of single powerful state but by perfecting their role as vital economic links among separate markets in dispersed communities and regions. The cohesion of the Arab Muslim Empire was based on an elaborate trading network spread out over dispersed regions, underpinned by a structure of laws and offices attributable to the state itself and more importantly to the unique religious formulation associated with Muhammad and his followers. Islam and its spread were both a cause and a consequence of the Arab trade networks. Two other examples of commercial empires are the Venetian Empire with its Italian city-states such as Florence and Venice and the Dutch Republic. For the Italian city-states, their wealth was generated first and foremost by commerce with financial services, a notable addition. Similarly with the Dutch Republic, commerce was its key element, having extensive commercial links from the Baltic to North America, and the East Indies to Southern Africa. The commercial dominance of the Dutch Republic, however, was not achieved by capitalist means. The dominance of the Dutch in their trading relations was due in large part to extra economic superiority. The advantages that the Dutch were able to exploit in the eld of extra economic power were primarily shipping and military technology. A feature of the Dutch Empire and other empires established by the major European powers were settler colonies. It was in the next form of empire, the empire of capital, under the auspices of the British, that settler colonies acquired real significance. The 19th century British Empire and its colonization process was a response to the imperatives of capitalism, thus heralding a distinctly modern version of empire. Empire of capital. Due to its late start in the European-led race for commercial supremacy, Britain was decidedly disadvantaged when it set out to expand overseas. Consequently, it turned to its own border regions and, above all, Ireland in its efforts to establish its own colonial 224 experiment. The colonization of Ireland was a discrete process, with periods of intensive intervention by the English state. An important point in this subjugation process occurred in the 16th century when the Tudor monarchy sought not only to impose their government and law on the Irish, but also to remake Irish society itself. This remaking of Irish society was undertaken by means of the settlement of English and Scottish settlers in plantations. Military conquest, too, was a key ingredient in this early form of British imperialism, with Cromwell's military conquest of Ireland during the period 1649-52 being the prime example. What we see in this early period of colonization and later British colonial rule in America and in India is a combination of commercial and territorial imperialism, based on extra economic power. It was only with the advent of capitalism in Britain in the 19th century that capitalist imperatives started to become the driving force behind imperialism. The advantages accruing to Britain from the rise of capitalism and industrialization that this spawned were crucial. These advantages eventually generate industrialization in Britain's European rivals, but this did not mean that military and geopolitical concerns were immediately supplanted by economic competition. The 19th century was replete with ferocious campaigns of colonial expansion and conflicts over the division of the colonial world. During this classic age of imperialism, capitalism remained at an advanced level in European spread unevenly throughout the rest of the world. Hence, it was not economic imperatives that dominated in the colonial world but rather coercive force otherwise known as extra economic power. The classical age of imperialism that Lenin and Luxemburg analyzed ended after the catastrophe that was World War III. Colonization, so important in this age, continued in the World War's interregnum. The end of World War I marked not only the rise of the world's first truly economic empire, but also the start of a change in the form of empire, from the classical age of imperialism to something new. The arrival on the world stage of the US after World War I and the onset of the Cold War did not herald the beginning of the dominance of economic power. What it did herald was a period when the objective of military might, specifically US military power, was concentrated away from the relatively well-defined goals of 225. Imperial expansion and inter-imperialist rivalry to the open-ended objective of policing the world in the interests of capital. The US did not seek territorial expansion and generally opposed the moves of the European nations to restore their colonies after the war. Decolonization after World War I took 2 or 3 decades to play out, which resulted in a change in interstate relationships from one dominated by imperial masters and colonial subjects to a more complex interaction between a world of nation-states. The result of these changes was new imperialism, with the US as the strongest economic and military power in the capitalist West. Opposed to the capitalist West were the Soviet Union and its bloc of states. The Cold War ended with the collapse of communism and the US transformed into the global hegemon. It is in this post-Cold War period of new imperialism and US dominance that economic imperatives rather than extra economic power truly can be said to be the determining factor in the empire of capital. Despite this claim, the role of the US and other states in the international system of states remains important. The ending of the long boom and the declining profitability and stagnation of the US and other economies meant that new policies had to be implemented to maintain US hegemony and ultimately the empire of capital. This is where globalization comes in, which, according to Wood, is a set of policies like the Washington Consensus. Only states can implement these policies and enforce them. Extra economic power still has a role to play in the empire of capital. The most positive attribute of this book is that it constitutes a valuable part of what can be called theoretical underlaboring. Theoretical underlaboring is a modification of philosophical underlaboring, used by Bhaskar to describe his efforts at building a more adequate philosophy of science and society for socialism. His project in reclaiming reality was motivated in part with desire expressed by John Locke to clear the ground of the detritus had impeded the path to knowledge. The claim being made here about Wood's book is that she has helped clear the path for studies of empire and imperialism by way of theoretical underlaboring. Her analysis of 3 forms of empire gives a clearer understanding of the similarities and differences between them. And 226 shows why capitalist imperialism, the empire of capital, is a historically specific form of imperialism. The bifurcation of economic power from extra economic power also is an important and interesting addition to imperialism theory. By focusing on the historical forms of empire, Wood avoids thorny problems such as the role of stages in capitalist development. That being said, She identifies a qualitative change occurring in capitalist imperialism after World War I and especially in the post-Cold War globalization era. Unlike Hart and Negri, Wood does not subscribe to the supplanting of imperialism due to major transformation thesis. For her, globalization has not rendered the state increasingly irrelevant. The role of the state and the system of states in the present globalization/new imperialism era remains important. This is in direct contrast to the type of stateless sovereignty position that she suggests lies at the heart of Hart's and Negri's opus. Her writing on modes of empire is a corrective to what she perceives is the confusion surrounding the empire concept, which has no center, no territory, and promises to be eternal. A consequence of Hart's and Negri's theorizing is that it renders us powerless to resist capitalist imperialism. Wood does not think that classical Marxist theories can form the basis for a radical critique of the contemporary world. She aggs her concerns that the classical Marxist imperialism theories of Lenin and Luxemburg are not adequate to account for U.S. hegemony, the disappearance of colonialism, and the universalization of capitalism. Despite not presenting her own theory, Wood's contribution is significant. It is part of the search for a systematic theory and, along with Harvey, Wood has made a serious contribution to the renewal of theoretical debate about imperialism. David Harvey's Imperialism, Logics, XES and Dispossession. David Harvey, born in 1935 in Gillingham in Britain, has carved out an academic career on both sides of the Atlantic. Specializing in geography, he has described the philosophy underpinning his analytical writing as a variant of historical materialism, historical geographical materialism. Two important components of Harvey's account of imperialism are the territorial and capitalist logics of power concepts inspired by the work of Giovanni Arrighi. Capitalist imperialism, then. 227. Relies on and is produced by these distinctly different yet intertwined logics, which at times can operate seemingly at cross purposes. Harvey's analysis of new imperialism extends further. He has the overaccumulation leading to crises leading to export of capital argument. The result is what he calls the spatio-temporal X. Also, he has run the concept of primitive accumulation that Marx suggested was the starting point of the capitalist accumulation process. Using Hannah Arendt's observation that the robbery that characterized primitive accumulation had to be repeated lest the accumulation process went down, Harvey asserts that primitive accumulation had evolved into accumulation by dispossession. The latter is a process that became especially relevant after the long boom of capitalism ended in the 1970s, which ushered in the start of new imperialism. The concepts of the territorial and capitalist logics of power allied with the spatio-temporal X and accumulation by dispossession, collectively represent the three key elements of Harvey's The New Imperialism. Using these analytical tools, Harvey claims that two new forms of imperialism have appeared in the globalization era, and his endings regarding these two new forms are summarized in the penultimate subsection. The two logics of power in imperialism. According to Arendt, the perpetual accumulation of property has a corollary in the perpetual accumulation of power. The ever-expanding process of capital accumulation therefore has as a necessary requirement the expansion and intensification of hegemonic power. There are differing priorities facing those involved in capitalist accumulation compared with those concerned with the accumulation of power. The capitalist holding money capital will wish to put it wherever profits can be had, and typically seeks to accumulate more capital. Politicians and statesmen typically seek outcomes that sustain or augment the power of their own state vis-a-vis other states. The capitalist seeks individual advantage and is responsible to no one other than his or her immediate social circle, while the statesman seeks a collective advantage and is constrained by the political and military. 228. Situation of the state and is in some sense or other responsible to a citizenry or more often, to an elite group, a class, a kinship structure, or some other social group. The capitalist operates in continuous space and time, whereas the politician operates in a territorialized space and, at least in democracies, in a temporality dictated by an electoral cycle. On the other hand, capitalist RMS come and go, shift locations, merge, or go out of business, but states are long-lived entities, cannot migrate, and are, except under exceptional circumstances of geographical conquest, conned within XED territorial boundaries. The distinction between the territorial and capitalist logics of power often has been glossed over in the literature on imperialism and empire. Harvey claims that it is too readily accepted by writers that there is a fundamental unity between the territorial and capitalist logics of power, with the capitalist logic always the dominant factor. Put another way, the dictates of capital always are behind the decisions of a state at both the domestic and geopolitical levels. Not so, in practice the two logics frequently tug against each other, sometimes to the point of outright antagonism. Citing the Vietnam War and the invasion of Iraq as examples, Harvey argues that they could not be seen as being exclusively undertaken for purposes of capital accumulation. There is, then, a dialectical relationship that exists between the territorial and capitalist logics of power. Unraveling the complexities involved in actual situations requires the ability to keep the two sides of this dialectic simultaneously in motion and not to lapse into either a solely political or predominantly economic mode of argumentation. For imperialism, according to Harvey's interpretation, is the direct result of the symbiotic relationship between interstate relations and soft power. Within a global system of capital accumulation. From the perspective of capital accumulation, imperialism is the sustaining and exploiting of advantages such as uneven geographical development, natural and other resources, and what Harvey terms asymmetrical advantages that can be assembled by way of state power. Like Wood, Harvey claims that what sets capitalist imperialism apart from previous forms of imperialism is that in the capitalist logic territorial 229. Logic relationship, it is capitalist logic that tends to dominate. Though there are times when the reverse is true. The spatio-temporal X. For over 2 decades Harvey has grappled with the chronic tendency found in capitalism of overaccumulation. Acknowledging Lenin's and Luxemburg's attempts at casting imperialism as the answer to overaccumulation crises, Harvey attempts to tease out the strands further. He states that surpluses of capital in commodity money or productive capacity forms, and surpluses in labor power often exist side by side in overaccumulation crises. The problem was, and he showed, to bring both types of surplus together to commence profitable tasks. What has been the usual way out of this impasse was geographical expansion and spatial reorganization. The crucial problem here is that of capital surplus, argues Harvey, and it is the way that capital circulates in space and time, creating its own historical geography that overaccumulation crises are temporarily overcome. The focus on capitalist logic evident there has to be balanced by an understanding of the dialectical relationship between the former and the politics of empire and states. This balance is achieved by exploring how states provide framework in which accumulation takes place. What has emerged in the U.S. since its malaise in mid-1970s is an institutional structure that Harvey calls the Wall Street Treasury Complex. This draws on the conception put forward by Peter Gowan of a dollar Wall Street regime with some modifications and reservations. Such an financial sector state conglomerate possesses vast financial power and has the ability to control the IMF and thus, by extension, global capitalism. The Wall Street Treasury Complex not only represents the coming together of the state and NAN's capital, but also it is pivotal in maintaining the prominence of key nodal points, such New York, London, and Tokyo. Furthermore, the NAN's capital/state power matrix evident in the Wall Street Treasury 230 complex contrives to bring about vulture capitalism where accumulation by dispossession almost is the norm. The spatio-temporal X of crises of overaccumulation is a sophisticated addition to the understanding of one of the fundamental causes of imperialism, namely overaccumulation. There is no permanent solution to the problem of overaccumulation, only temporary measures which usually involve a combination of spatial and temporal displacements. By bringing to light dynamics of what he calls the molecular process of capital accumulation, Harvey has made an impressive contribution to enhancing previous work on the problem of accumulation. Next is third key element of the new imperialism, accumulation by dispossession. Primitive accumulation revisited. accumulation by dispossession. The processes of expropriation by which the accumulation process of capitalism came into being were varied. Marx identified commodification and privatization of land and the forceful expulsion of peasant populations, the conversion of various forms of property rights, the suppression of rights to commons as being amongst the main methods of expropriation. The expropriation techniques witnessed in the pre-dawn of the Industrial Revolution still are part of the arsenal of capitalism. With the advent of neoliberalism, new techniques of expropriation have come to the fore. Two examples are the privatization of nationalist industries and the usurping of family farms by agribusiness. There is a combination of old and new techniques and some tuning of the old methods. One form of expropriation that has been tuned is the Nanchal system. Recognized by Lenin, Luxembourg and Hilferding as being one of the major levers of predation, fraud, and thievery in the early decades of the 20th century, the Nanchal system has enhanced its speculative and predatory nature in the last decades of that century and into the next. Features of contemporary Nan's capitalism include asset stripping through mergers and acquisitions, asset destruction via ination, corporate fraud, and credit and stock manipulations amongst other Nanchal maneuvering. Not least prominent amongst these methods, suggests Harvey is speculative. 231. Rating carried out by hedge funds and other major institutions of Nan's capital as the cutting edge of accumulation by dispossession in recent times. The combination of old and new methods of expropriation observable in the accumulation process make the old terms of primitive or original accumulation redundant. Hence, the new term accumulation by dispossession. The ongoing process of accumulation by dispossession acts as another outlet for over-accumulated capital. This opening up of another outlet is achieved by releasing a set of assets including labor power that can be turned to profitable use by surplus capital. During the time of the enclosures with the forcible expulsion of the English peasants from the land so released found its way into the mainstream of accumulation. In addition, the landless peasants were absorbed into the production process as proletarians. Similarly, the Soviet Union's disintegration, and the opening up of China to market forces, have meant that an immense amount of formerly locked-up assets became available to the capitalist accumulation process. Privatization, asset devaluation, intellectual property rights, Nancha manipulation. Ninth form of extension or denial of credit, capitalite structural adjustment program is backed up by the power of the hegemonic state and international Nanchal institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank, offering that the predatory nature of capitalism has not changed since its inception. The predation remains, but the predatory methods have changed markedly. The ending of the long boom and casting about for nupolishi est hat would arrest Andre verse declining profitability and low growth rates saw the advent of neoliberalism in the US and Britain. The triumph of neoliberalism and the tendent fetishizing of privatization, amongst other policies, marks the transition from expanded reproduction to accumulation by dispossession, the latter becoming the preferred method of capitalist accumulation. Accumulation by dispossession is Harvey's attempt to rein understanding of the capitalist logic side of the territorial/capitalist logic dialectic. 5. Different forms of imperialism in the globalization era in combination with the territorial and capitalist logics of power. One also should look to the inner and outer relations of the capitalist state as a 232. Basis for interpreting contemporary imperialism. With such an interpretative framework, it is possible to detect two new forms of imperialism. From 1973 to 5 until the election of George W. Bush in 2000, there existed a form of neoliberal imperialism, which started in the US and Britain and spread through the international community of states. Neoliberal policies of privatization, structural adjustment programs policed by the IMF and others make up a large part of the policy armory of neoliberal imperialism. One structure that supports the neoliberal form of imperialism is the Wall Street Treasury Imp complex, which acts in concert with European and Japanese authorities. Also implicated is a transnational capitalist class. This latter class comprises financiers, multinational CEOs and rentiers. These principal beneficiaries of the inner and outer relations between states have pushed the costs of overaccumulation onto the weakest states and peoples. With the ascension of Bush to the U.S. presidency, the neoliberal form of imperialism has been superseded by neoconservative imperialism. The U.S. has changed its political complexion and thesis wreaked in its internal and external policies. The neoconservatives' primary objective is the establishment of and respect for a rider both internally and upon the world stage. Internally, the curtailment of certain civil liberties came into effect through the passing of Patriot and Homeland Security Acts, amongst others. Externally, the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, the war on terrorism and the promulgation of Iran, Iraq and North Korea as rogue states by Bush, highlight the shift from the neoliberal emphasis on hegemony through consent to the hegemony through coercion. A more overtus of military force is a denning characteristic of neoconservative imperialism. The common assumption of the neoliberal and neoconservative forms of imperialism is that free markets will deliver freedom and prosperity to all, that the capitalist accumulation process ultimately is beneficial for the majority of people. Under the neoconservative variant, a disjuncture has occurred between the capitalist logic and the territorial logic. The expansion of military spending consequent upon the invasion and continued military presence in Afghanistan and Iraq has caused problems for the accumulation process in the U.S. With soaring budget deficits and the 233 apparent switching to a permanent war economy, the U.S. economy becomes more vulnerable to possible capitalite. Much depends upon confidence in the U.S. government, and the more it is recognized that it is currently dominated by a coalition of the military-industrial complex, neoconservatives, and, even more worryingly, fundamentalist Christians, the more the logic of capital will look to regime change in Washington as necessary to its own survival. This would have the effect of bringing the neoconservative version of imperialism to a crashing halt. Harvey's The New Imperialism makes a telling contribution to Marxist thought on imperialism. Similar to Wood's book, Harvey has connected himself to the abstract, concentrating on improving, expanding and elucidating on theoretical aspects of new imperialism. New imperialism started with the overaccumulation crisis of the 1970s, initiating qualitative changes in the accumulation process and prompting the casting about for new economic paradigms and policies. One of the remarkable developments of globalization/new imperialism era has been the unrivaled power of the U.S. To account for this and the last 3 decades of change, a reconfiguration of Marxist imperialism theory was necessary, not its wholesale abandonment. A systematic attempt at both clearing the way for and contributing to the reconfiguration process has been Harvey's goal. One of the virtues of Harvey's foray into imperialism theory lies in his reiteration of dialectical relationship between the two logics of power that reside in the heart of imperialism. The dynamics of this symbiotic relationship often are overlooked by Marxists and mainstream writers alike, favoring either the capitalist or territorial logics, leading to one-sided analysis. His exposition is a timely reminder of the interconnectedness of the political and economic layers. Other notable contributions have been the insights into the geographical and temporal nature of the accumulation process, the increasingly predatory nature of the latter leading to a new type of primitive accumulation by dispossession. In arraignment of the two logics of power relationship, Harvey adds to their analytical tools the further dialectic of the 234 internal and external relations of the state and a system opposite to new forms of imperialism. Some criticism has been made of Harvey's lack of a proper theory of the state, and fault is found in his not having really deemed imperialism. The latter claim arguably is wrong, and even though the former claim may be true, it is beside the point, anyhow. Harvey acknowledges the importance of state theory, believing that imperialism cannot be understood without it. It was not his intention to develop a fully rounded theory of imperialism, nor for that matter present a comprehensive theoretical view of the state. Both Harvey and Wood have done valuable work in theoretical underlaboring. They have helped raise the bar for Marxist imperialism theory in their clarification and explication of not only old imperial forms but also new strands. This represents real qualitative achievements in the ELD. The next two writers, Leo Panich and Sam Jinden, have identified a gaping hole state theory in classical Marxist theories that apparently render them obsolete. Sins of omission, state theory. The gaping hole in imperialism theory. Panich, a professor of political science, and his academic colleague at York University Sam Jinden, assert that there is a glaring omission in the corpus of Marxist imperialism theory. The lack of a proper theorization of the state and the international system of states has proven to be problematic for classical Marxist thought and writing on imperialism. Instrumentalist readings of the state cannot cope with the current configuration of the U.S. informal empire. In their critique, they not only point out problems but also advocate the inclusion of state theory to arrive at a sophisticated contemporary theory of imperialism. Their contribution also is indicative of the high level of analysis evident in contemporary Marxist writing. Panich and Jinden decry the lack of any serious political economy or pattern of historical determination that would explain the emergence and reproduction of today's American empire and the dimensions of structural oppression and exploitation pertaining to it. Imperialism, for much of the 20th century the lodestar for the left, had lost its luster by the 1970s amidst debates about 235. Where the real source of resistance to imperialism was centered the Third World or in the working classes of the West. The result of such disputation was a Tower of Babel where, according to Origi, not even Marxists knew how to end their way. Consequently there was a rejection of the use of imperialism as an analytical device. This trend continued through the 1990s, from the RST Gulf War to humanitarian interventions of the Clinton presidency and culminated with the election of George W. Bush. The term imperialism barely rated a mention in critical analysis connected with the foregoing events. According to the two authors, the popularity of Hart and Negristome, empire had caught the new conjuncture even before the Second War on Iraq. But their insistence that the United States does not, and indeed no nation-state can today form the center of an imperialist project was itself bizarrely out of sync with the times. The term imperialism was back, but the use made of it by the left was not sufficiently sophisticated to account for the informal U.S. empire. Nor could the stages of capitalism approach be trotted out again. One of the linchpins of Lenin's version of imperialism inter-imperialist rivalry, had gradually become an article of faith, yet Panich and Jinden argue that there were and are no real challengers to U.S. hegemony. Inter-imperialist rivalry currently is a dead letter. Classical theories, too much economics and not enough politics, where was the state? The ebbing of globalization and the inter-imperialist rivalry of the years just prior to, during, and immediately after World War I were taken as exemplary by classical theorists of imperialism. This is a fundamental error which has acted to distort a proper understanding of imperialism through the decades. In taking the peculiarities of this 236 historical conjuncture as evidence of the moribundity of capitalist development, Hobson and classical Marxists such as Lenin apparently erred. Moreover, the theory of crisis derived from the classical understanding of this period was mistakenly used to explain capitalism's expansionist tendencies. If capitalists looked to the export of capital as well as trading in foreign markets, it was not so much because centralization and concentration of capital had ushered in a new stage marked by the falling rate of overaccumulation and or underconsumption. Rather, akin to the process that had earlier individual units of capital to move out of their original allocation in a given village or town, it was the accelerated competitive pressures and opportunities and the attendant strategies and merging capacity of SOFA. Developing capitalism that pushed facilitated the international expansionism of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The upshot of such a catalogue of errors is that the capitalism of this era was not the highest stage, rather it was an early phase that had been misdiagnosed, where there was only rudimentary control over the internationalization of capitalist social relations. The problems with classical theorizing of imperialism go deeper. There was a tendency in the classical group of writers to reduce imperialism to the playing out of economic forces. The privileging of the economic as explanatory device meant that the two distinct concepts of capitalism and imperialism became blurred or merged. For writers such as Koskai and Lenin, mid-19th century Britain with its free trade and burgeoning industrialization became a benchmark for pure capitalism. The imperialism of the latter part of that century, for Lenin at least, marked a transition. Such a view was too crude eruditing. Not enough attention was paid by Koskai and Lenin to the separation of the economic from the political under capitalism. To understand the nature of imperialism thus requires not only political theory but, moreover, a solid theory of the capitalist state. Such a theory needs to cover not only 237 antagonisms between states but also now must cover the conjunctural predominance of one imperial state that has structurally penetrated its former rivals and in the main gets them to accept its hegemony through consent. Classical Marxist theories cannot provide a basis for understanding this conjuncture because of the instrumental and reductionist reading of the state found within them. The neoliberal era and the end of inter-imperialist rivalry, the reconstruction of capitalism in the aftermath of World War I was a transitional phase. With the recovery of the European and the Japanese economies in the mid to late 1950s, there was the potential for a challenge or challenges to U.S. economic supremacy. That this did not happen was due to the material and ideological penetration of Europe and Japan, by American capital and by American notions of state building and global order. Such material and ideological penetration meant states were no longer just responsible for furthering or promoting the interests of their own national bourgeoisie, they had to promote the interests of foreign capital as well. This was due to the interpenetration of U.S. capital throughout Western Europe in the post-World War I era, through such mechanisms as the European Recovery Program. The internationalization of the state, with the state's acceptance of responsibility for managing its domestic capitalist order in a way that contributes to managing the international capitalist order, was the bedrock of the informal U.S. empire. The hegemony established on the basis of this material and ideological penetration of potential rivals and their integration into the world capitalist economy does not preclude a degree of economic instability. Such instability, however, cannot lead to full-blown inter-imperialist rivalry. The classical Marxists of the latter term may have been insightful when economic competition among European states was indeed imbricated with comparable military capacities, and Lenin could assert that imperialist wars are inevitable. This did not hold after World War II and especially after the ending of the Cold War. With US military dominance and the material and ideological penetration of potential 238 rival states and even the military integration of leading capitalist powers into pact treaties and alliances, economic competition cannot lead to armed conflict. Nonetheless, the economic instability discussed above can be and is exacerbated by neoliberalism, which has engendered recessions, deflationary pressures and world dependency on use markets. Correspondingly, the US now is reliant on nows of capital to manage its expanding trade deficits. Neoliberalism has helped to increase the complexity within the global capitalist system. Crises still are endemic to capitalism, but Panich and Jinden argue that capitalist state have more instruments and experience by which to manage such crises. The hegemon leads the way in crisis management. The American imperial state has, to date, demonstrated a remarkable ability to limit the duration, depth, and contagion of crises. The unconcealed nature of U.S. empire now in evidence has sprung from the limitations found in the vernacular of informal empire. Neoliberal reforms that started in the US and Britain, such as privatization, financial deregulation and so on, and which were deemed to be necessary to address the low growth, low profitability problems that plagued capitalism after the long boom had ended, did not roll out uniformly through the capitalist states. Through a desperate adoption of neoliberalism promoted by ideologues and state managers in Anglophone countries required the cooperation of the member states of the informal empire. The resistance to these reforms in various states has in part caused less than uniform acceptance of neoliberalism. Take for instance, the German state's difficulties in introducing labor market flexibility and lack of progress in their structuring of the Japanese banking system. The argument that Panich and Jinden are making here is that the frustrations associated with informal empire have caused a shift in US rhetoric. Famous for long eschewing imperialist ambitions for itself, the American state no longer box at an concealed empire building. A consequence is the crisis of imperialism, where an American imperialism that is so blatantly imperialistic risks losing the very appearance of not being imperialist, that appearance which historically made it plausible and attractive. 239. State theory is required. The merit of Panich and Jinden say global capitalism and American empires serves amistful purpose be highlighting a real problem in much of imperialism theory. The role of state and the international system of states have been overlooked or improperly analyzed in much of the theoretical work associated with imperial matters. The importance given by the two authors to the issue of state in the era of the informal US empire or globalization era is a direct response to the concept of stateless sovereignty is found in Hart's and Negri's work. Moreover, their insistence on state theory stems from a unique set of circumstances under conditions of capitalism, the unrivaled power of one state. They also have challenged cherished concepts such as inter-imperialist rivalry, capitalist stages, and thus, by extension, the dictum of imperialism being the highest stage of capitalism. These concepts were either wrong from the outset or no longer had currency. Dogmatic faith in certain texts by Lenin, Hilferding and Koski, for example, were a hindrance in trying to theorize imperialism in post-Cold War conditions. This is a shot across the bows for Magnan's left and at the least shows a willingness to confront accepted wisdom. At best, Panich and Jinden have alerted those analysts working in the Marxist tradition to the pitfalls associated with some constituent parts of classical Marxist writing on imperialism. Not only that, but in their efforts to recast imperialism to take account of major changes to global capitalism and geopolitics, they open up debate on imperialism. Their contribution adds to the sophistication, depth, and complexity thought features in much of the writing on Marxist imperialism theory reviewed above. Conclusion. Analysis of 7 globalization-era Marxists' engagements with 3 key problem areas: globalization, empire, and imperialism theory and the state and the system of states shows that not only has there been an enthusiastic return to the ELD, but the potential for richer, more insightful theory is high. This in no small part is due to the contributions of Hart and Negri, McQueen, Petras, and Veltmeyer. 240. Wood, Harvey, Panich, and Jinden. We have seen the responses to the knotty issue of globalization and the problems it poses for analysis of capitalism and imperialism theory. The 3 poles around which our representative writers gravitated indicate the broad parameters of the discourse on the globalization capitalism imperialism nexus. Whilst there are 2 clear opinions, McQueen is unclear about the connections. This is put down to a concern that there may be something fundamental about globalization and thus more empirical research is required. The next 2 writers engaged in theoretical underlaboring, a process of clarification and explanation. Wood responded to Hart's and Negri's empire concept and brought to light the essential differences of the historical forms of empire. Harvey brought to the fore the dialectic of the capitalist and territorial logics, the dynamo of new imperialism, and added insights about changes to the capitalist accumulation process. He also proposes that there are 2 new forms of imperialism. Both are valuable contributions, even if they are not fully developed theories of imperialism. Panich and Jinden, by pointing out the omission of state theory and the obsolescence of some classical Marxist works, have ensured that there cannot be a return to a rehashing of the old theories. An invigorated, insightful body of work on Marxist imperialism theory with its focus on contemporary geopolitics and the global capitalist economy already is evident, with the prospect of more to come. The high quality of the theorizing evident in the work of these writers, the globalization-era Marxists, is proof that a new phase of Marxist imperialism theory has dawned. Continuing the engagement, some current writing, the focus in the foregoing has been on the work of globalization-era Marxists whose work took us up to 2006. In the 10 years since, the claim about an invigorated, insightful body of work on Marxist imperialism theory has been further borne out with some of the latest contributions to the theorizing of imperialism. Two most interesting and challenging books on imperialism written from a Marxist perspective have just been published. 6. It is also fair to situate these contributions under the globalization-era Marxist rubric for 241. Globalization, imperialism theory, and the state system are concerns of them both, to varying extents. Tobias ten Brink's Capitalist Geopolitics/Imperialism. A very significant contribution to the literature is Tobias ten Brink's Global Political Economy and the Modern State System, which strives to develop an analytical framework for the study of geopolitics building on some of the fundamental assumptions of past research. He prefers to use the word geopolitics instead of imperialism because the latter term too often connotes the open use of violence or more specifically war between nation-states. What can be lost sight of when employing the term imperialism, suggests ten Brink, are the multilayered forms of conflict that underpin the open use of violence mentioned above. Despite the term becoming both overdetermined and apolitical shibboleth, especially during the Cold War, according to ten Brink, he continues to use imperialism as a synonym for his preferred term of geopolitics. This is evident in his definition of geopolitics, where we can conceive of the phenomenon of capitalist geopolitics as an open or latent praxis of individual states to defend, reinforce, or extend their power against the backdrop of international economic dependencies and political fragmentation. So despite our reluctance to use the term, imperialism is the central focus of the book. Moreover, how geopolitics has evolved in relation to and with the fundamental structural characteristics of capitalism is an integral part of ten Brink's analysis. There are four particular structures that he links with geopolitics, namely the internal and external class relations of modern society, capitalist relations of competition and crisis, money relations, and the existence of multiple competing states, or nowadays, increasingly of macro-regional integrated formations. Attention must also be paid to the individual dynamics of economic and geopolitical forms of competition in order to clarify the 242 distinctions between the various forms of partially violent politics. Two forms of the latter that he identifies are hard and soft geopolitics, of which more below. Furthermore, geopolitics/imperialism has to be analyzed in its historically specific context, and for ten Brink this means that the conflicts which in the current era tend not to be interstate wars between the most powerful states feature in his analysis. It is clear from the above that imperialism/geopolitics comprises both economic and political aspects, and ten Brink does provide an overview of the capitalist accumulation system and its structural features in part of a chapter. However, his examination of how the global capitalist system works is less well developed compared with his sophisticated unraveling of the complexities inherent in international politics. The great merit of ten Brink's work for Marxist imperialism theory then is his theorizing of the modern state system and its pivotal role in contemporary imperialism. In the RST of the three parts in his book, ten Brink examines the past research mentioned above. The work on 20th-century global rivalries by critical liberal, Marxist, and neo-Weberian thinkers is given as a succinct but critical summary. The differences of opinions about interstate rivalries and causes of conflict, suggests ten Brink, can be traced back to how thinkers conceptualize capitalism, modern societies in general and the state in particular. In addition, how one categorizes the implications of globalization processes of both the world economy and social classes can also lead to different views on contemporary geopolitics. The period from 1875 to 1945 is characterized by ten Brink as the stage of critical analysis of imperialism and the output of Hobson, Hilferding, Lenin, Bukharin, Luxemburg and Koski is outlined sufficiently and need not detain us. The period after 1945 forms a second phase of theorizing of imperialism/geopolitics, which ten Brink states saw they taken up of North-South relations, and in the late 1960s the question of U.S. hegemony and its possible decline. The end of the colonial era heralded the advent of neocolonial dependencies based on socio-economic constraints rather than formal political control. Dependency theories emerged in response to these changes. It is worth noting ten Brink's astute summation of an important element of 243 dependency theories. In dependency theories, direct political control plays only a subordinate role. Instead, the structural violence of economic conditions is considered the decisive element in constructing an imperialist relationship. This last sentence is especially noteworthy because the next book on imperialism, John Smith's Imperialism in the 21st Century, reviewed below, adopts such a viewpoint. Such a view of imperialism emphasizing the capitalist logic of power whilst ignoring or downplaying the geopolitical gifts receipt narrow and less sophisticated analyses. A third stage of explanatory models of imperialism begins in 1989, suggests Ten Brink, the principal concern of which is how to theorize the contradictory conditions in the tendency towards regional and global integration, U.S. hegemony, and new international rivalries. The claim made by Hart and Negri in their Empire regarding the supersession of imperialism by an amorphous entity, which is to say a world-encompassing empire that is, of a single undisputed claim to power, Ten Brink concludes, is unlikely. Also, contrary to Panich and Jinden and their arguments about an American empire, Ten Brink contends that geopolitical rivalries, international economic instability and inter- and intra-societal conflict renders moot such a formulation. Writing about the new imperialism during this third stage received a further boost from the so-called war and terror proclaimed by George W. Bush after September 11 attacks. According to Ten Brink, the idea that a form of a super-imperialism was now evident gained a foothold amongst some thinkers, in particular Panich and Jinden. However, he also cites the work of Harvey, Arrighi, and Michael Mann, all three of whom acknowledge qualitative changes to imperialism in the last decades of 20th century. Hence new imperialism yet a diverge from Panich's and Jinden's super-imperialism thesis. Displayed in this RST part of Ten Brink's book is a solid grasp of the essential contributions to imperialism theory made by many of the key contributors over the past century and up to the present. One of the main theoretical approaches in the discipline of international relations, neorealism, is also subjected to Ten Brink scrutiny. Passing over his 244 concerns about the limitations of neorealism, Ten Brink identifies a number of ambiguities, ambivalences, and problems that he argues beset Marxist theories of imperialism taken as a whole. These are: the emphasis on capital export and the related imperialist aspirations can be criticized as an overvaluation of the role of trade with the colonies. In fact, it is not possible to prove a direct correlation between imperial expansion and an increase of capital export. The explanation of an historical shift from an era of competitive capitalism to one of monopoly capitalism, cannot sufficiently explain the fundamental dynamics of social formation around 1914. Marxist theories of imperialism often describe the economic tendencies towards crisis too one-sidedly, particularly the continued nuance of the category Nan's capital represents an additional theoretical ambiguity. More than a few authors have drawn the incorrect conclusion that Nan's capital transforms itself into a driving force of geopolitics does not apply to any moment before 1945. A null problem with Marxist argumentation is its instrumentalist approach to state theory. On the basis of his critical engagement with this past research, Ten Brink is able to situate his own insights and contentions about contemporary imperialism, this despite a reluctancy to use the term. In part 2 of book, Ten Brink constructs the criteria for an analytical framework robust and sophisticated enough to unravel and explain current geopolitics, and then in part 3 goes on to test his theoretic framework by analyzing what he calls the New Worldism, which appeared after 1989. This is an ambitious project, and in the main Ten Brink accomplishes what he sets out to do. There is much that warrants close attention and reaction in these two parts. However, there is not scope here to cover all points of interest. Instead, some points that are worth highlighting due to their relevance for contemporary Marxist imperialism theory will be briefly outlined. The author makes the claim that the political form of global capitalism is an international system of states. In itself, this is not new. 245. Wood, for example, always asserted that at the political apex of global capitalism stood sovereign nation-states. What is perhaps more novel is Ten Brink's missing of this claim. To fully comprehend international relations requires moving beyond the received wisdom of the economic and political and instead conceive of intersocietal relations. Intersocietal relations are the gamut of social, political, socio-cultural, and normative dimensions beyond the state and economy. By widening the analytical parameters, the pitfalls of state-centric approaches such as neorealism can be avoided. Recognizing the import of Harvey Sandkoloniko's engagement with the capitalist and territoriologic soft power undulsa for the latter, the changing forms of economic and geopolitical competition ten Brink nevertheless observes adsciency in their analyses. The territoriologic of power and geopolitical competition aspects are notice well handled as their examination and elaboration of the capitalist logic of power. Consequently, so medicinal factors are offered up by ten Brink to augment the theorizing of capitalist geopolitics and attendant global rivalries. The RST of the additional factors is the economic dimension of capitalist geopolitics. The economic backbone of a nation is of vital importance in the creation of political military competitiveness, and increasing the strength of that backbone is in the interest of the capitalist state. The second is the role of ideological and normative power in geopolitics. Included here are the normative resources that state leaders rely on to sustain the threat or actual implementation of violence. Unifying measures such as the fear of a strong external threat and nationalism amongst others are pressed into service and continue to have a deep influence in geopolitics. Factor number 3 is the military dimension. A strong army is not only an indicator of a significantly productive economy, it is also an important vehicle for exerting influence geopolitically. Political organization and formation of alliances are the fourth of the factors. Strong political organization helped states such as North Vietnam overcome South Vietnam and the U.S. In addition, the major conflicts of the 20th century were fought between groups of allies. Political organization and alliances matter in 246. Geopolitics. The FTH factor is leadership and in particular decision-making. It should also be borne in mind that capitalist geopolitics or contemporary imperialism does not require direct authority. Political threats and military competition function precisely to support the peaceful management of international public spaces and to regulate the anarchy of international space and intersocietal relations. What is more, military potential serves as the discrete background information in the international political realm. Such background information enables those states with capabilities to employ hard and or soft geopolitics depending on circumstances. The formerest deployment of military assets, actual armed conflict and or organized violence. Soft geopolitics being the influence that strong states bring to bear in international institutions, for example, using co-option and persuasion, rather than the brute force of hard geopolitics. The null point of interest for contemporary theorizing of imperialism that this brief review will discuss concerns the hierarchy of states in the international state system. The hierarchy is based on the capacities of states. At the top of the pecking order are globally predominant or even hegemonic states, second states in leading positions at the macro-regional level, they via global impact as well, third, leading states at the macro-regional level with less impact internationally, and fourth, strong states with a limited influence. Insofar as these latter states pursue imperialist policies, they can be designated as sub-imperialist powers. By sub-imperialism mean countries that strive for political dominance on a regional scale in way similar to the most developed capitalist states at a macro-regional or even global scale. Over the last 200 years the capitalist world system has witnessed a number of conflicts which have shifted power relations between states and have often been brought about what ten Brink, borrowing the term from Kees van der Pijl, calls contender states. The caveat is added that geopolitics itself was transformed in the transition to capitalist imperatives and has 247 continued to change throughout its historical development. Theorizing of geopolitics/imperialism should always historicize geopolitical conflicts. Such insights help enrich Marxist imperialism theory, and the examples given above are only indicative of what is available in the text. There is much more I thought could be highlighted, not least detailed and insightful exploration of the rise of China and the tension that this engenders with the use in part 3 of the book. Suffice it to say that whilst some of what ten Brink has cited above may not be novel, his critical engagement with Marxist imperialism theory challenges aspects of those theories astutely and is thus deserving of close reading. His analyses of the state system and geopolitics in general are of particular importance because they address a lacuna in Marxist theorizing aged by Panachant Jindan. As mentioned above, the section soft book where deals with the capitalist accumulation process notice developed ashes rendering of capitalist geopolitics / imperialism but it can be argued the representation of that process is sufficient for his purposes here. Apart from this quibble 10 brinks is a theoretic lyric book with many insights that can boost to deep an understanding of the current incarnation of capitalist imperialism. As Bob Jessop says in the foreword, overall the book makes a major contribution to the critical historical reinterpretation of the phenomenon of imperialism as well as to contemporary developments and new forms of state intervention in the current period. John Smith and 20th century imperialism, passing from a text that is primarily concerned with the geopolitical to one whose focus is on the economic aspects of imperialism. John Smith's Imperialism in the 21st Century situates imperialism RMLY in the unequal relationships between nations engendered by global capitalism. Like Ten Brink's offering, Smith's too is ambitious. Amongst other things, Smith seeks to revive dependency theory, albeit a moded variant, which, he strongly insists, remains a crucial reference point for contemporary study of imperialism. Smith starts his book in an attention-grabbing way with the collapse of the Rana Plaza, a building in Dhaka, Bangladesh that housed a textile factory, a bank, and some shops. The collapse, which happened in April 248, 2013, killed 1,133 garment workers and wounded 2,500 others. From this shocking disaster, a fundamental fact about global capitalism is revealed, namely its good health rests on extreme rates of exploitation of workers in the low-wage countries where production of consumer goods and intermediate inputs has been relocated. The extreme rates of exploitation of workers in places like Bangladesh, one of many countries in what Smith calls the Global South, are the source of surplus value sustaining profits and unsustainable overconsumption in imperialist countries, the latter designated the Global North by the author. The bifurcation of the world into the Global North and the Global South is one of the key dichotomies in Smith's analysis of present-day imperialism. This simple classification of nations raises some issues though. What constitutes membership of either group? For example, where do countries such as China and India fit in this classificatory system? India is a developing capitalist nation, a former colony with the presence of multinational companies in its economy, yet also with a number of large domestic corporations, some with a global presence. Is it a member of the Global South, due to numbers of its workers being super-exploited by companies based offshore? Or is it part of the Global North because Indian corporations such as Tata Steel exploit workers in other countries, including those working in the Global North? The reliance on such simple geographical terms when it comes to the complexities associated with global capitalism and the system of states obscures as much as it clarifies. In addition, as we shall see when Smith deans imperialism, simple dichotomies lie at the heart of his understanding of the subject. Here two problems lurk. Returning to Smith's book, in an approach that mirrors Marx's opening in Capital Volume 1, Smith zeroes in on three iconic commodities. These are the T-shirt, the iPhone and the cup of coffee. Smith looks at each in turn, drawing out the exploitative relationships in the production of each of the three commodities. The T-shirt made in a Bangladeshi factory is sold in Germany for E4.95 by a Swedish retail RM called Hennes and Mauritz. The latter repays the Bangladeshi manufacturer E1.35 for each shirt, 28% of the wholesale. 249. Price, 40 cents of which covers the cost of 400 g of cotton raw material imported from the United States, shipping to Hamburg adds another 6 cents per shirt. Thus E0.95 of the wholesale price remains in Bangladesh, to be shared between the factory owner, the workers, the supplier Sofinputs and Services and the Bangladeshi government, expanding Bangladesh's GDP by this amount. The remaining E3.54 counts towards the GDP of Germany, the country where the T-shirt is consumed. A breakdown of the E3.54 that remains in Germany is provided, which shows that German transporters, wholesalers, retailers, advertisers and others take out E2.05 with H&M making 60 cent prot on each shirt, 79 cent going to German Stat Evia V8 and 16 cents going to sind items. Aside from difficultithat these last forgeresdenat adupto E3.54, the appointment that is being made here is that wages paid to manufacturing workers in the global south benefit economically the mass of people in the global north. Low wages not only make high markups possible, they also enable states in the global north to collect substantial tax revenues. There is more, according to Smith, contemporary imperialism is predicated upon the exploitation of labor by capital and the exploitation of poor nations. In fact, imperialism is deemed by these relationships as we shall see below. The transfer of manufacturing and service provision to the low-wage countries of the South, especially since the 1980s, has not only disproportionately benefited transnational corporations who have relocated their production to places like China, Vietnam, Thailand, and other countries of the South, it has enabled new business practices to emerge which have increased the of surplus value from South to North. One of those business practices being outsourcing. It is not an entirely new practice, but it has really come to the fore during the past 3 decades and is the continuation of capital's eternal quest for new sources of cheaper, readily exploitable labor power. The increased drive to transfer production to the global south since the 1980s has its roots in neoliberal globalization. One of the fundamental processes Smith associates with neoliberal globalization is 250. The globalization of production, with global commodities such as the T-shirt, iPhone and the cup of coffee as emblematic products. However, it is difficult to pin down exactly what Smith means by neoliberal globalization. References to a neoliberal era, neoliberal globalization, and globalist production are interspersed throughout the text without a clear definition of neoliberalism or globalization being furnished. For example, it is neoliberal globalization that has extended the links in the chain of production and value creation across national borders. Compare this with the previous page where neoliberal globalization has transformed the production of all commodities, and then in the next sentence we read, the globalization of production processes impacts workers in imperialist nations in 2 ways. It would appear that neoliberal globalization and the globalization of production are interchangeable terms for the author. This is not a matter of pedantry, there is an issue with how Smith deans or does not dean certain key terms throughout the book, making it difficult for the reader to sometimes comprehend what is meant. As a consequence of neoliberal globalization/globalization of production, the peripheral countries of the global south and their industrial workers are now much more integrated in the global economy. The countries of the global north, also known as the imperialist countries, maintain their ascendancy in large measure through the super-exploitation of workers in the south. Such super-exploitation gives rise to super-prots, which, via mechanisms such as outsourcing, ensures that the superprots created in the south largely end up in the north. Super-exploitation of workers in the south is a central element of Smith's understanding of contemporary imperialism. Super-exploitation occurs when the wages of the workers making the commodity or providing the service are reduced to below the minimum required to sustain a worker. The super-exploitation contention is based on Marx's analysis of wages and the production of surplus value. Smith devotes considerable attention to the 3 ways of increasing surplus value that Marx identified, in particular the third of these methods. The RST way, absolute surplus value, is brought about by such means as increasing the length of the working day. Making workers work longer hours, thus producing more value above 251 and beyond the value advanced to them. The second way, relative surplus value, is effected through the introduction of technology, for example, which enhances the productivity of labor. Workers may not work long hours, but their efficiencies are increased due to technological advancements. Again, more value is produced, beyond the value of wages advanced to them. The third way of increasing surplus value is achieved by depressing the value of labor power, which manifests as the decline of the purchasing power of wages. This third way is pivotal for Smith's argument about super-exploitation of workers in the Global South. Smith relies on 3 quotes from Marx taken from Capital Volume 1 to support his proposition about super-exploitation. Marx did acknowledge that the value of labor power could be driven below its value. But Marx did not go further than mentioning this as a factor in increasing surplus value, instead focusing on the production of absolute and relative surplus value. On the basis of these selected quotes from Marx, Smith claims that combined with rising unemployment, harsh labor regimes and political repression in the low-wage countries, the value of labor power is forced below its value. Such prima facie evidence allows the conclusion to be drawn that the value of labor power has been forced down much more cruelly in southern than in northern nations, so much so as to force a permanently lower value of labor power upon these workers. The claim that workers in the Global South are super-exploited because they are consistently, even permanently remunerated below the value of labor power is a proposition that Smith shares with Andy Higginbottom. Higginbottom also argues that super-exploitation should be incorporated in the theory of imperialism. Super-exploitation is a specific condition within the capitalist mode of production, the hidden common essence denning imperialism. Smith concurs with Higginbottom's statement about super-exploitation as hidden essence denning imperialism, suggesting that this is a new fact not contained in Marx's theory of value, and in Libby acknowledging this new fact can a value theory of imperialism be formed. The claims made about and for super-exploitation have generated discussion about such things as wage differentials between advanced capitalist countries and the less developed countries, and the differing 252 social, cultural, and political conditions that influence wage levels in each country, amongst other things. 7. The assertion about the permanent reduction of labor power below its value in the Global South is an overstretch. Are the workers in the Global South completely quiescent and do not strive to resist the pressure to drive down their wages? Is the class struggle forever over in the South? These are challenging claims that will spark debate and have done so already. Even if we grant that they are reasonable, what is perhaps most questionable is how super-exploitation has been made into an essential denning element of imperialism. The connection between imperialism and the law of value is drawn out in Chapter 8. Smith states that Lenin's understanding of imperialism continues to have relevance, and Smith unearths another essential element of imperialism. It is that he division of nations into oppressor and oppressed, the essence of imperialism. Coupling this splitting of the nations of the world into oppressor and oppressed, with a refurbished law of value, the foundations of a value theory of imperialism are discernible for Smith. Such a formulation is not only simplistic, it is deeply problematic. As Ten Brink incisively pointed out in reference to dependency theories above, for these theories, the structural violence of economic conditions is the determining feature of imperialist relations. The geopolitical aspects of imperialism are passed over in many dependency theories and also in Smith's account, culminating in one-sided analyses. It raises the question about what constitutes imperialism. If it is mainly about economic factors such as super-exploitation, super-profits, and the law of value, why not just call it global capitalism? Smith has given too narrow a version of the subject, one that cannot and does not account for the geopolitical complexities that have always been a part of capitalist imperialism. One of the positive aspects of Smith's contribution to recent work is the wealth of data that he has collected. Such data is an invaluable resource that can be drawn on by others in their involvement with Marxist imperialism theory. Another important aspect of Smith's contribution is that he correctly highlights the overlooking of, or lack of engagement with, the relocation of global production and service provision to low-wage countries by Marxist theorists. This is a problem that needs to be addressed in any subsequent writing. 253. Imperialism by Marxists. In this ambitious book, Smith argues strongly about what constitutes 20th century imperialism, and supports his argument with a mass of empirical data. This is not to say that his position is correct, of course. Some of his arguments are questionable and deserve to be challenged and will be challenged. However, in being so challenging. Smith's work will open up debate on topics such as dependency-theory which will act to deepen and sharpen contemporary theorizing of imperialism. For these positive attributes alone his passionate, detailed book is worthy of serious and critical attention. 254. Conclusion. This book has traced the evolution of Marxist theories of imperialism over the course of the 20th century and into the new millennium. In doing so it makes a substantial contribution to the critical literature on these theories. The book not only updates the existing literature on the subject it is identity new third phase of Marxist imperialism theory. The third phase of theorizing the globalization era Marxist phase started in 2000. Adkati or after the last critical surveys of the literature were published. Globalization era Marxist imperialism theory has not only challenged and critiqued previous theories of imperialism but some of the globalization era Marxists have made telling contributions to the corpus. The writing on Marxist imperialism theory by Harvey, Wood Panich and Jinden adds qualitatively to imperialism theory and deserves close scrutiny undertaken above. Another key contribution to knowledge made by this book is that by critically engaging with the theorizing of the pioneers the neo-Marxists and the globalization-era Marxists, a clearer picture emerges of the strengths and weaknesses of the theorizing in the three phases. The strengths of the theories of first phase writers the pioneers are the setting of the parameters for subsequent theorizing and the benchmark statisomio of theories achieved most notably Hobson's Bukharin's and Elnan's. The weaknesses are the problematic notion of inter-imperialist rivalry the paucity of political analysis. In classical Marxist writings and the overemphasis on economic considerations. The strengths of the neo-Marxists are found in their shifting of the focus of imperialism away from the capitalist heartlands and to its impact on the Third World. In countering the perceived Eurocentrism of pioneers and others, the neo-Marxists Gunder Frank, Wallerstein Annemann provide a longer-term more global perspective on capitalist development, underdevelopment and imperialism. The principal weakness of neo-Marxist imperialism theories is that over the course of their many contributions these theorists tended to lose interest in imperialism as an analytical tool. Under their stewardship imperialism theory atrophied. Third phase Marxist theorizing has a number of strengths. Amongst these are the clear and concise understanding of the constitutive elements of imperialism and their dialectical relationship courtesy of Harvey. Also, the issue of the historical specificity of capitalist imperialism has been clarified by Wood. Another strong point of globalization era analysis is the identification of a problem in the theorizing of classical Marxists and neo-Marxists, namely their poor handling of state theory. Where the globalization era offerings are weak is in their high level of abstraction. That is, when compared to the pioneers and especially the contributions of Hobson, Bukharin and Lenin which are empirically rich, there is a dearth of data used to support the arguments made about globalization. For instance, notwithstanding this deficiency, it is fair to claim that due to the renaissance in Marxist engagement with subject matter, there has notably been an updating and a revival of interest in imperialism theory. Butyl theorizing itself is more robust and more clearly defined. This is seen for example in the very recent work of Ten Brink summarized above. Such a picture of the strengths and weaknesses of three phases of Marxist imperialism theory ways arrived at betracing the continuities and discontinuities in the theories both within and across the phases. Each phase of theories of imperialism was or is a response to contemporary social, political and economic conditions. 256. Suggestions for improving 20th century Marxist imperialism theory. A key attribute of Marxist writing on imperialism is its capacity for the disentangling of complexities at both the geopolitical and the global economic levels. Bob Sutcliffe suggests that the Marxist approach to imperialism is best thought of as an analytical process which tries to integrate coherently two separate aspects of the world. The two separate aspects are the hierarchies, conics, and alliances political, military and economic between countries, working of the productive system and the hierarchy of classes which it generates. For Sutcliffe, conventional approaches have tended to view one of these aspects at a time, such as realism, for example, which focuses almost solely on the geopolitical. On the other hand, As Sam Ashman and Kallinicus point out in their essay on Harvey's The New Imperialism, the opposite error often is made by Marxists, where the political is bypassed or subsumed in a desire to end the economic causes for all state policies and actions. Harvey's emphasis on the dialectical relationship between the territorial and capitalist logics of power is a significant corrective to this sort of one-sidedness. A sophisticated theory of imperialism should be able to account for how capitalists and state managers as the initiators of strategies and tactics designed to promote their own distinct interests and in the process sometimes bringing them into partnerships with each other. Such sophisticated theorizing should also provide insights into the unfolding of late capitalism and the U.S. penchant for empire. The provision of such insights is in turn, one part of a dialectical relationship that exists between theory and practice, where imperialism theory furnishes the analysis or understanding that enables political strategizing and practice. Some of the writing analyzed in this book emphasizes one side of the dialectical relationship that lies at the heart of capitalist imperialism. Most often that has been the focusing on economic development to the detriment of the analysis of the political factors, which are an integral part of imperialism. We have seen this especially in the writing of the classical Marxists, and Panich and Jindon were right to point out this problem. Panich and Jindon, however, are overzealous in their attempt to redress the omission in the classical Marxist theories. They argue that for contemporary imperialism to be understood, then state theory has to be prioritized. Capitalist imperialism, then, needs to be understood through an extension of the theory of the capitalist state, rather than derived directly from the theory of economic stages or crises. The heavy emphasis these two thinkers place on state theory as the indispensable component of contemporary Marxist analysis of imperialism bends the stick too far. To overemphasis one of the logics as Panich and Jindon do is problematic. Nevertheless, Panich and Jindon have a point, and the examination of the role of states in the generation and maintenance of imperialism is necessary. As Kallinicus points out, this would not be a simple task due to the unresolved nature of much of the debates over state theory within Marxist circles alone. Difficult, yes, but imperialism theory would be richer for the endeavor. As states do not exist in isolation, it also is important that analysis of the international system of states as a factor in the territorial logics of power be improved. Until recently, Marxist theoreticians working within the discipline of international relations tended to avoid imperialism as a theoretical resource. Lately there is some interest in overcoming this oversight, with Kallinicus and Rosenberg arguing for the necessity of more sophisticated study of the international system of states by Marxists. Furthermore, in his considered and sophisticated offering, Ten Brink has made inroads into bringing capitalist geopolitics, the system of states and elements of state theory into imperialism theory, which is a very welcome and very recent development. Still, there is a long way to go before the politics of the international system is completely incorporated into Marxist imperialism theory. This is not just an issue of theoretical niceties. The current global political situation sees a dominant power, the US, seemingly unchallenged. Looming on the horizon, however, is the growing presence of China. Issues such as the increasing prominence of countries like China and how the US manages its position as global hegemon and imperialist nation-state par excellence. 258. Need to be part of sophisticated 20th century Marxist writing on imperialism. For too long the pivotal place of the political, both domestic and the international, in the dialectical relationship that deans capitalist imperialism has been neglected. It is only now that it is starting to be addressed. One of the positive attributes of the writing of Hobson and the classical Marxists Bukharin and Lenin is their use of statistics to support their propositions. Empirical research has not been a feature of third-phase globalization-era Marxist interventions, as noted. In part that is due to this group's preoccupation with pointing out omissions, theoretical underlaboring, and the analysis of globalization and its relationship with capitalism and imperialism. Developments in the capitalist world economy brought on by the ending of the long boom have been addressed by some of the globalization-era Marxists such as Harvey Petras and Weltmeyer, for example. But in the main, issues such as the heightened influence of Nan's capital or nationalization and the neoliberal drive to privatization have not received the empirical study they deserve. As Sutcliffe notes, in their valuable additions to the literature, Harvey and Wood are nevertheless empirically timid almost to the point of phobia. Not only would a more serious look at the concrete been at the work of Harvey and Wood, it would also been at future research into capitalist imperialism. The almost lone guru whose work is empirically rich is the newest member of the globalization-era cohort, John Smith. His work, whilst problematic, has a dazzling amount of the concrete, which will been at both current and future research. The last suggestion offered in this book is not concerned with improving Marxist imperialism theory per se, rather it concerns the relationship that this theorizing has with political practice. Apart from the pioneers, many of the thinkers whose work has been examined here have been or are intellectuals with little or no affiliation with avowed Marxist political parties. This can sometimes lead to a concentration on theorizing with little thought given to the implications for political straitgazing of that theorizing. Whilst there has been a fragmentation of the left, especially since the ebbing of the revolutionary upsurges of the 1960s and 1970s and the 1980s turn to neoliberalism, there still is an obligation on Marxists to promote informed political practice. For Marxists, theoretical work is not undertaken just to understand or better explain the world as it is, rather the point of theory is to inform the practice of changing the world. This last point means helping to rid the world of the incubus of capitalist imperialism, which has been a blight for the majority of the world's people for over a century. It is imperative, therefore, for those who are going to get involved in Marxist imperialism theory not to lose sight of the dialectical relationship between theory and practice. By highlighting this issue, making some suggestions about how future theorizing can be improved, and critically analyzing the work of the three cohorts of theoreticians, this book makes a contribution to the project of freeing the world from capitalist imperialism. 260.